So pure so flirtatious chapter 440 to chapter 510. Lan Ling. What the hell is going on? Did something happen to Lan Ling? Yang Ming's heart couldn't help but tighten. Who is Lan Ling? She knows voodoo, and she has a super powerful grandmother. Even the old man who gave him a book the other day was also super powerful. He's a master among masters. If Lan Ling was caught, then I may not be able to beat the person who caught her. Moreover, Yang Ming also suspected that this was a scam. Who was it that deliberately set the bait after finding out about his relationship with Lan Ling? Because Yang Ming didn't believe that there was someone more powerful than this abnormal combination in the world. However, Yang Ming didn't dare to take this risk. Yes, the other party completely grasped Yang Ming's mentality. If it was related to Lan Ling, Yang Ming had to go even if he knew that it was dangerous. Yang Ming couldn't leave Lan Ling alone. Even if it was dangerous, he had to go. As long as there was a 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100 million chance that it was Lan Ling, then Yang Ming would take the risk. After the impulse, Yang Ming also calmed down. Lan Ling said before that it seemed that in Miaojiang, her grandmother also had enemies. What if it was done by those enemies? Thinking of this, Yang Ming felt a little guilty. The strange skill of the old man before and the person who sent the letter today seemed to have the same effect. It can't be, right? Yang Ming secretly thought that he was unlucky. He thought that he was invincible after he learned some martial arts and got some of Feng Tian's true teachings. It's really a case of regretting not having enough martial arts when it's time to use it. Recalling the strange skill of the old man before, Yang Ming's scalp was numb. If the opponent is like him, then I'm just going to die today. However, Yang Ming was puzzled. Yes, if the other party is an enemy of Lan Ling's grandmother, then why would they use Lan Ling to threaten me? I don't know them at all, and there is no conflict at all. It didn't make sense for them to use Lan Ling to threaten him. Moreover, the most important point was that if the other party could take down Lan Ling, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill him. Why would they waste so much effort? However, if the other party was here for him, that would be even more unreasonable. Yang Ming admitted that Wang Shifan and President Hua had some power in Songjiang, but if they were asked to go to Miaojiang to capture Lan Ling from her grandmother's guardianship, Yang Ming wouldn't believe it. They would be exhausted to death. If any of these 2 points could be explained, Yang Ming would not be as nervous as he was now. After all, if the other party was Lan Ling's enemy, then he would be courting death if he went there. He might as well use Uncle Chen's power to solve this. No matter how powerful your personal armed forces are, you can't go against the National Law Enforcement Agency, right? If it was the second type, it would be Yang Ming's personal enemy. Then, Yang Ming alone could turn over 18 generations of their ancestors and torture them to death. Now, Yang Ming didn't know what to do. If he looked for Uncle Chen for help, it was bound to involve Lan Ling's matter. This was a matter between him and Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming didn't want Uncle Chen to be involved. If Uncle Chen knew, he would definitely oppose Chen Mingyan's relationship with him. Therefore, Yang Ming really couldn't make up his mind for a while. After putting away the letter, Yang Ming quickly left here. After all, it was useless to sit here and think about it. He could only take one step at a time. Now that he had an appointment with Chen Lu, he still had to do the business. If he developed his special ability before he went to see the unknown enemy, maybe it would play an unexpected role at the critical moment, which was the negotiation. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickened his pace. Chen Lu was really punctual. When Yang Ming got on the subway, his phone call came in. "Brother Yang, I'm at the entrance of the Songjiang bus factory." "Where are you?" asked Chen Lu. "I'm on the road. There's a traffic jam." "You wait for me first," said Yang Ming, "about half an hour or so." "Okay, brother Yang, I got it," Chen Lu said, but there was some sadness in his heart. "It's really easy to talk while standing. In this winter, I'm standing at the entrance of this factory. There isn't even a place to shelter from the wind. I'll be frozen in half an hour." However, Chen Lu was just thinking about it. He didn't dare to say it. Therefore, he could only shiver in the wind. After half an hour, Yang Ming saw Chen Lu, who was swaying in the wind. This guy was floating with the wind. When he saw Yang Ming coming over, he almost cried. Chen Lu pushed a brand new bicycle and appeared in front of Yang Ming. His lips couldn't speak. Yang. Brother Yang, you finally came. And, have you been waiting here for a long time? Yang Ming looked at Chen Lu, who was shivering, and smiled. No, it's only half an hour, said Chen Lu. But in his heart, oh my god, if you didn't come, I would have become a sculpture. That's good. I just went home to the toilet and delayed some time. Yang Ming said with a smile, if I knew, I wouldn't be in a hurry to come. Hee hee. Chen Lu said with a smile, Brother Yang, what do you think of this bike? It's pretty good, but it's a bit too trendy. Overall, it's not bad. Yang Ming nodded. Okay, I'll accept this bike. You can go. That's fine. Brother Yang, call me again if there's anything. Chen Lu smiled bitterly. He hoped that Yang Ming wouldn't look for him again, but he still had to say some polite words. Thinking of Yu Wu's headache today, Chen Lu had a lingering fear in his heart. And, oh yeah, I'm looking for you for something else. Yang Ming almost forgot about the matter of practicing his special abilities. What? Chen Lu really wanted to slap himself. He thought that his big mouth reminded Yang Ming of something again. But he didn't dare to complain. Brother Yang, what else do you want? I suddenly remembered. Yesterday, I beat Yu Wu until half of his body was paralyzed. You are still alive and kicking. Isn't that a bit unfair? Yang Ming deliberately pretended to be vicious and scared Chen Lu. Ah? Chen Lu was shocked. He said inexplicably, how is it unfair? It's unfair to Yu Wu. Both of you came together. In the end, he became disabled. You didn't have anything. Don't you think it's unfair? Yang Ming said with a glare. This? Chen Lu complained in his heart. What kind of logic is this? Aren't you obviously looking for trouble? However, even if Yang Ming deliberately looked for trouble, he couldn't do anything to him. Brother Yang. Didn't I buy a bike? Chen Lu said with a bitter face. Then I'll beat you up and return the bike to you, asked Yang Ming. This isn't the same thing. Chen Lu was about to cry. This Yang Ming is too unreasonable. Don't talk nonsense. Are you ready? Yang Ming waved his hand impatiently and asked. Ready for what? Chen Lu was stunned. Ready to be beaten up, said Yang Ming. Oh my god. Chen Lu almost sat on the ground. What's going on? You changed your mind just like that? In this ice and snow, if I'm beaten up by Yang Ming again, I don't want to die here. Brother Yang, if you want to fight, let's find a time to go to a warmer place. I'm going to freeze to death today. Chen Lu said helplessly, my body is also frozen stiff. You won't feel good when you fight. It's okay. I don't care. I'm going to start. Yang Ming said and began to rub his hands. Looking at Yang Ming's appearance, Chen Lu complained, but there was no way. He could only close his eyes and clench his teeth to be beaten up. For a long time, Chen Lu's heart was about to fall out of fear. Yang Ming's hand didn't greet him. Chen Lu couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise, but he saw Yang Ming frowning and thinking about something. Brother Yang. You. Aren't you going to fight? Chen Lu asked carefully. Were you scared just now? Yang Ming didn't answer him but asked directly. I was scared. I was scared to death. Chen Lu sighed. Then what were you thinking in your heart? Asked Yang Ming. I thought. I was praying for you to hit me gently. Don't kill me. Chen Lu replied. You really thought so? Asked Yang Ming seriously. That's right. Then what else can I think? Chen Lu was somewhat inexplicable. Okay, there's nothing for you to do. You can go. Yang Ming waved his hand and sent Chen Lu away. Okay, I'm leaving. Brother Yang, goodbye. Chen Lu was like he was granted amnesty. He quickly disappeared from Yang Ming's vision. Of course, this vision was for ordinary people. If it was for Yang Ming, no matter how far he ran, Yang Ming could still see him. However, Yang Ming really didn't have time to care about him now. His special ability didn't work. Was my deduction yesterday wrong? Yang Ming was a little discouraged. Yesterday, he thought that he had discovered some of the essentials of the special ability, but he failed again today. Was my starting point wrong? Just now, Yang Ming also saw that Chen Lu was very nervous. This couldn't be faked. Therefore, it seemed that his original assumption of the other party being nervous and fearful was wrong. Speaking of fear, Yang Ming suddenly thought of Song Hang. Yes, Song Hang's fear of him was far greater than Chen Lu, but he still couldn't see his inner thoughts. Yang Ming shook his head. It seemed that he was too anxious. It wasn't the case at all. Today, there was no need to experiment. With Song Hang as a living example, the experiment just now was simply superfluous. If Song Hang was a special case, then what about Guo Jianchao? There was also Zhang Yuliang and others. Yang Ming couldn't see their thoughts. He had to say that he thought too simply yesterday. When he returned home, Yang Dehai and the others had already returned. When they saw Yang Ming enter the house, they immediately asked, "Big Ming, what do you think of the clothes your mother is wearing?" Yang Ming looked up. It turned out that his mother had bought a set of rabbit fur clothes. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mom, you already have mink fur. Why did you buy rabbit fur? Mink fur is not wrong, but I have to wear it out, right?" Mother Yang smiled bitterly. "My current identity is a laid-off female worker. You want me to wear mink fur? Wouldn't people think that I did something bad? Where did the mink fur come from?" Yang Ming was a little speechless. Who would think so much? Besides, you can say that I bought it for you. Don't show off your wealth, okay? Mother Yang said carefully, "Nowadays, it's hard to know what's in a person's heart. What if you are targeted by bad people? So, it's better to be low-key. Look at my rabbit fur. It's not colder than mink fur. It's just as warm. And it's so furry. It looks so good. It's only 400 yuan. Okay, you can do whatever you want." Yang Ming knew that his parents' thoughts weren't so easy to change. He didn't force them. As long as they were happy, it was fine. For example, today's bicycle, Yang Ming actually asked for it for his father. Yang Dashan liked to ride the bicycle to work every day. This habit had been around for more than 10 years. Even if you asked him to change, would he be able to? Now, Yang Dashan was riding a second-year bike that had been eliminated by others. However, the chain wasn't very good and would always fall off. Yang Ming wanted to buy another car for his father several times, but Yang Dashan refused. Since this car was free, Yang Ming wasn't afraid that his father wouldn't want it. "Dad, my friend gave me a bicycle. It's in the corridor. I'm in college now and I don't need it. You can ride it to work." Yang Ming said. "A friend gave it to you? You didn't buy it yourself, right?" Yang Dashan suspiciously opened the security door of his house. "No, if I bought it for you, would I buy such a fancy one? This is obviously a sports car for young people." Yang Ming said, "If you don't think it's good, I'll find a way to sell it to the junkyard at a cheaper price." "Don't sell it." Yang Dehai quickly stopped him. "That can't be sold. How much can you sell it to the junkyard for?" "Just treat it as scrap iron." Yang Ming said seriously, but he was very happy in his heart. "Isn't that a problem? Let me ride it." Yang Dashan said firmly. Yang Ming snickered twice in his heart. Then, he returned to the house with his father. Mom was still there sorting out today's spoils. Although they weren't very expensive things, it could be seen that Mom was very happy. Yang Ming sighed. He decided not to force his parents to adapt to the life of a rich person. As long as they were happy, it was more important than anything else. "Dad, we have enough money to spend at home. If not, I have a lot here." Yang Ming asked. "It's enough. You don't have to worry about us. You don't need to spend money at home now. Your mom and I have more than enough to spend on my salary. Besides, we still have savings." Yang Dashan laughed. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything more. After dinner, Yang Ming had been a little restless. Time passed very slowly. There were still 4 hours before 12 o'clock. Yang Ming didn't know how to get through it. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and dialed Lan Ling's number. Although he knew that Lan Ling should be off at this time, Yang Ming still didn't give up. On the phone, there was a waiting tone after the call was connected. It was connected. It was actually connected. Lan Ling turned on her phone. Yang Ming held back the excitement in his heart and quietly waited for the call to be connected. Sorry, the subscriber you have dialed is temporarily unable to answer your call. Please dial again later. The phone was ruthlessly cut off by the person on the other end, and there was a busy tone from the receiver. A very bad idea came to Yang Ming's mind. The call was connected. How could Lan Ling not answer his call? Yang Ming quickly pressed the replay button again. Beep, beep. Fortunately, the phone was not turned off. Yang Ming prayed that the phone would be picked up quickly. Hello? There was a strange and hoarse voice on the other end of the phone. What's the matter? N? Yang Ming was stunned. Isn't this Lan Ling's phone? The other party was silent for a while before asking, Lan Ling. Who are you? Who are you? Yang Ming asked. Why are you holding her phone? You are Yang Ming? The other party didn't answer Yang Ming's question, but the sudden question shocked Yang Ming. I am Yang Ming. Who are you? Yang Ming felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the person on the other end is the person who kidnapped Lan Ling? 12 o'clock. Don't forget. You will know when you come. After the other party sneered, he hung up the phone. Sure enough, someone really kidnapped Lan Ling. Yang Ming had to believe the fact that Lan Ling was kidnapped this time, but he still couldn't understand why the other party was looking for him. Listening to the other party's tone, it was obvious that they weren't familiar with his voice. In other words, this person wasn't someone he was familiar with. In this case, there was no reason to use Lan Ling to threaten him. Unless it was a psychopath, or the other party wanted to capture him and use him to threaten Lan Ling. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly felt that this possibility was higher. Yang Ming had to dial the number again to find out the other party's actual situation. Fortunately, the other party didn't turn off the phone. The call was still connected. Why are you so annoying? Are you done yet? What's the matter? When the other party picked up the phone, he said impatiently. I want to hear Lan Ling's voice. Yang Ming said straightforwardly. You will hear it when you come over tonight. The other party said coldly, is there anything else? I didn't hear Lan Ling's voice. How do you want me to believe that Lan Ling is in your hands? Yang Ming asked. You don't have to believe it. Then don't come. The other party said indifferently. Lan Ling isn't in your hands. You are lying to me, right? You want to capture me and use me to threaten Lan Ling? Yang Ming asked continuously. The other party was silent. Why? Did I guess right? You have nothing to say? Yang Ming sneered. I have to admire your imagination. It's really rich. The other party's voice sounded helpless. First, it's easy for me to capture you. Do I need to lie to you? Second, why would I threaten Lan Ling? She is in my hands. Third, it's up to you to believe it or not. You can choose not to come. No one forced you to come. This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to be speechless. What the other party said was indeed reasonable. With his skill, capturing Yang Ming didn't require so much effort. Looking at the phone that was hung up, Yang Ming shook his head. It seems that I have to go this time. However, this made things even more puzzling. Obviously, the other party wasn't interested in me. It was easy for him to capture me. Then why did he ask me to go? Finally, the time stopped at 10:30. Yang Ming set off for the West Star Mountain Reservoir. Yang Ming found that since he went to university, his parents had indulged him a lot. They never interfered when he went out at night. It was easier to get a taxi at this time. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to stop a taxi and go to the West Star Mountain Reservoir. Of course, Yang Ming didn't let the driver stop the car on the side of the reservoir. Instead, he stopped about 1 kilometer away from the reservoir. The driver was a little puzzled. This place is in the middle of nowhere. What is Yang Ming doing here? But since the fare was the same, he was too lazy to ask so much. After Yang Ming got off, the taxi driver left. At this moment, Yang Ming didn't rush to the side of the reservoir. Instead, he quietly watched the movement over there. Anyway, there were still more than 40 minutes. Yang Ming could reach 1 kilometer by walking. The environment near the reservoir was very simple. In addition to the endless pool, there were woods not far from the shore. There were no special buildings. Occasionally, there were a few small shops selling tourist supplies, but they were closed. Such an environment was very conducive for Yang Ming to explore. Yang Ming looked around and found nothing unusual. The stone monument on the side of the reservoir was empty. It was either that the other party hadn't come yet, or they had come long ago and were hiding somewhere. However, it didn't seem easy to escape Yang Ming's X-ray vision. Yang Ming looked in the small shops around, behind the big trees, and even above the tree branches. There was no one. Yang Ming could be sure. Time passed by minute. It was finally 11:40. Yang Ming sighed and walked in the direction of the reservoir stone monument. Thinking about what the mysterious man said just now, Yang Ming's heart was relieved. He wouldn't deal with me, so there was no need to be so careful. Yang Ming came to the stone monument and looked around. There was still no one else. Could it be that I was fooled? Yang Ming looked at the time. It was 11:58. The other party didn't appear. Yang Ming simply found a clean place on the steps of the stone monument and sat down, quietly waiting for the other party to appear. At this time, since he was idle anyway, Yang Ming casually looked at the introduction of the West Star Mountain Reservoir on the stone monument. The West Star Mountain Reservoir was built in 1986 by Yunnan businessman Lan Hai. Lan Hai? Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. If he saw this name in other places, Yang Ming might not be too surprised. Although there weren't many people with the surname Lan, there were so many people in the country. It wasn't strange to have a few people with the surname Lan. However, at this moment, Yang Ming was here for Lan Ling. Seeing another person with the surname Lan here, it was impossible for him not to feel strange. Furthermore, it was clearly written on the stone tablet that the merchants of Yunnan. Not many businessmen from Yunnan came to invest in the north, especially those with this surname. Just as Yang Ming was engrossed in watching, a large hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "What are you looking at? Who is it?" Yang Ming turned his body and saw a face with a mask. On the mask was a painted face. It wasn't very scary, so Yang Ming judged that the person was just trying to hide his true face. However, this was not a problem for Yang Ming at all. Yang Ming smiled secretly and looked directly behind the mask with his special ability. It was the face of an old woman, a very unfamiliar face. Yang Ming was sure that he had never seen it before. Yang Ming couldn't say that his memory was very good, but at least he wasn't forgetful to the extent that he couldn't remember people he had seen before. Therefore, Yang Ming was very sure that the person behind the mask was a stranger. Since she was a stranger, why did she cover her face? Was she afraid that Yang Ming would recognize her in the future? It seemed that this was the only possibility left. "Is it you?" Although Yang Ming knew that the person in front of him had unfathomable martial arts, he wasn't afraid. "Very good, you really came." The person looked at Yang Ming and said faintly, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." "Where is Lan Ling?" asked Yang Ming. "Are you looking at what is written on this stone tablet?" The person didn't answer Yang Ming's question, but continued, "Did you see a name called Lan Hai?" "Why?" Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this name is really related to Lan Ling? "This person is Lan Ling's grandfather," said the person. "What? Lan Ling's grandfather?" Yang Ming opened his eyes wide. "It can't be. Is it really like this?" "Alright, I've told you what you want to know." The person interrupted Yang Ming impatiently. "You're dead and Lan Ling is alive. Or Lan Ling dies, you leave. Choose one." "What did you say?" Yang Ming was confused. "Why did you say something about death?" "I don't have the patience. In a word, either you die, or Lan Ling dies." The person explained, "Right, I heard that you were poisoned with a voodoo. Don't worry. Once Lan Ling dies, the voodoo will be automatically removed." "How do you know about the voodoo?" And how do I know if what you said is true or not? Yang Ming frowned and asked. I am also from Miaojiang. Of course, I know. The person said calmly, if you want to get rid of the voodoo, this is a good opportunity. Don't miss it. Is there something wrong with you? Yang Ming opened his eyes wide and scolded, if I want Lan Ling to die, why would I meet you? I wouldn't have come. That's because you don't know about the voodoo. The person added. F***ck off. I know you're good. Yang Ming said disdainfully, if you let me see Lan Ling in your hands, you let her go in front of me. Swear that you won't trouble her again. I will do whatever you want me to do. Yang Ming's heart was now extremely strange. Is this person crazy? Why did he come to me and say so many inexplicable things? However, Yang Ming was very sure about this person's skill. So, Yang Ming planned that if Lan Ling was really in his hands, he would let Lan Ling out of danger first. Then, he would deal with her. At most, he would fight to the death. So, Yang Ming quickly made a decision. He couldn't let Lan Ling die. Yang Ming didn't hesitate at all. So, Yang Ming said it very quickly. Really? You said it so straightforwardly. Are you lying to me? Yang Ming's straightforwardness made the other party somewhat suspicious. F***ck. Do I have to lie to you? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. You said it yourself. It's easy for you to catch me. What's the benefit of lying to you? But you have to let me see Lan Ling first, right? That's true. But, there's no way to see Lan Ling. If you die first, I will definitely let Lan Ling go. The person said unreasonably. Do you think I'm an idiot? Yang Ming snorted and said, you want me to die first because you can't see her? I'm not mentally ill. Then, what do you want? The person seemed to nod slightly and continued to ask. Nothing. You let me see that Lan Ling is fine first, then let her go. Yang Ming said, you swear that you won't find trouble with Lan Ling in the future. Otherwise, your daughter will call me XX. No, your daughter is definitely not young. Then, your granddaughter. You swear that if you violate the test, your granddaughter will be XX by me. I won't let her go even if I become a ghost. Cough, cough. The person heard Yang Ming's words and suddenly coughed. He coughed until tears came out. I'm dying of laughter. Yang Ming, you really can say anything. What do you mean? Yang Ming was a little confused. I say, don't tell me you have asthma? I can't be so lucky. We haven't fought yet, and you died of asthma first. Don't worry, I won't send you to the hospital. You can cough as much as you want. Cough, cough. You little bastard, you really piss me off. The person continued to cough out of breath. Right, wait. Before you die of asthma, can you tell me where Lan Ling is? Yang Ming asked suddenly. Cough, cough. The person continued to cough and ignored Yang Ming's question. Yang Ming had no choice but to continue to sit next to the stone tablet. He was depressed as he waited for the person to stop coughing and talk to him again. Is it necessary? I just said that I was going to XX her granddaughter. Why are you so happy? Are you crazy? Is it so funny? Your granddaughter is going to be XX by me, and you're still so happy? Yang Ming directly categorized her as an abnormal human. She still can't stop laughing? When Yang Ming looked at the phone, the old woman had been coughing for almost 10 minutes, and she still continued to laugh. After a long time, the person stopped laughing and stopped coughing. I haven't laughed so happily in a long time. Is it very funny? Yang Ming said helplessly with a bitter face. If other people said it, it wouldn't be funny. But when it comes from you, it's very funny. The person held back her laughter and said word by word. Why? Yang Ming scratched his head and asked strangely. So you think that what you said just now was like you took advantage of me? The person laughed and asked. Isn't that so? Don't tell me you don't have a granddaughter. Yang Ming asked. I have a granddaughter, but I don't think you took advantage of me. The person said word by word. What? Yang Ming felt that his IQ didn't seem to be enough. Otherwise, the old woman in front of him was a psychopath. Otherwise, a normal person wouldn't be able to say such shocking words. What? The other party asked. I said, what did you say? Yang Ming felt that his mind was a little numb. Nothing. I have a granddaughter. The other party said. If you have a granddaughter, then so be it. I'm too lazy to waste time with you. Just tell me what you did to Lan Ling. I want to see her. Yang Ming was really helpless. It seemed that this person in front of him was really a little crazy. Lan Ling is my granddaughter. What can I do to her? The other party seemed to be very normal. She is in Miaojiang practicing well. You can't see her for the time being. Ah? Yang Ming was completely dumbfounded this time. After listening to the other party's words, he was suddenly petrified. He looked at the person in front of him in a daze. After a while, he said, what did you say? Lan Ling is your granddaughter? That's right. Are you surprised? The other party slowly took off the mask on her face. She played with it in her hand and it disappeared. Even Yang Ming's eyes couldn't see where the mask went. It was like it disappeared into thin air. Yang Ming suddenly took 2 steps back and stared coldly at the old woman in front of him. What evidence do you have to prove that you are Lan Ling's granddaughter? In other words, to prove that you are Lan Ling's grandmother? What do you want me to believe you? Why would I lie to you? The old woman was also stunned. Why? You don't believe me? How can I believe you? How do I know if this is your trick? Yang Ming asked coldly. Look at this yourself. The old woman took out an envelope from nowhere and threw it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming reached out and took it. He quickly opened the envelope. It was Lan Ling's handwriting. Yang Ming was excited. For Lan Ling's handwriting, Yang Ming could still see it. Yang Ming, Grandma is going to Songjiang to do something. Originally, I wanted to go, but now is an important stage of cultivation. Grandma won't let me go. I have no choice but to write you a few words to tell you how much I miss you. I miss you so much. Almost every night when I sleep, I dream of you. I dream of the days we spent together. I will learn the Gu technique as soon as possible. Then, I will come to your side and we will never be separated again. My grandmother is very nice and easy to get along with. Don't make her angry. Your Ling Ling. After reading Lan Ling's handwritten letter, Yang Ming raised his head and asked, are you really Lan Ling's grandmother? Yes. The old woman nodded. Do you believe me now? I still don't believe it. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It was written in the letter that his grandmother had a good temper and was easy to get along with. Why couldn't he see it at all? The first thing she did was to threaten me, saying that Lan Ling was in her hands. Then, she would force me to die? You call this easy to get along with? Good temper? Are you angry because of what happened just now? The old woman asked with a smile. I'm not angry, but I feel a little inexplicable. Yang Ming said truthfully, so, I don't believe that you are Lan Ling's grandmother. You are so smart. How can you not think of it? The old woman shook her head. Well, don't be inexplicable. I will explain it to you. I hope you are not lying to me. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, after seeing Lan Ling's letter, Yang Ming also believed that the person in front of him was Lan Ling's grandmother. However, the previous things were too weird, so he couldn't accept it for a while. Ling Ling, this child, is too young. I am afraid that she will be deceived, so I want to take this opportunity to test her character. The old woman said with a smile, I want to see if you love Ling Ling and to what extent. So, I made up such a method to test you. If you didn't come at all today, then I would be very disappointed because you don't care about Ling Ling. Then, I won't watch Ling Ling be sad in the future. What do you mean? If I didn't come, are you going to break us up? Asked Yang Ming. Let me finish, but you asked a good question. The old woman continued, why would I break you up? Why don't I just make it look like an accidental death? With my voodoo, the hospital can't see the cause of death. Yang Ming had goosebumps all over his body. Fortunately, my feelings for Lan Ling are real. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I died. So, I am very happy that you can come. It proves that you still have Ling Ling in your heart. The old woman paused and then said, secondly, after you came, I wanted to see how much you are willing to sacrifice for Ling Ling even though you love Ling Ling. So, I was going to let you make a decision between you and Ling Ling. Only one of you can live. But, even if you choose to let Ling Ling die, I won't hurt you. I will let you leave safely, but you will never see Ling Ling again. I will also get rid of the letter Ling Ling wrote to you. But your answer made me very satisfied, especially when you chose to let Ling Ling live without thinking. This made me very happy. Since you have done this, then I won't interfere with the matter between you and Ling Ling. However, this doesn't make me feel very relieved to hand Ling Ling over to you. Because, although I hope that Ling Ling's man is a person who is affectionate and righteous, I don't want a reckless man. Fortunately, when I asked you to die immediately, you didn't agree. Instead, you insisted on seeing Ling Ling. After she is out of danger, then you will be relieved. Don't think that I didn't know what you were thinking at that time. You wanted to wait for Ling Ling to be out of danger, then fight with me to the death, right? Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It turned out that the previous matter was a test. Moreover, it was done step by step. If I am not careful, I may let Lan Ling's grandmother have a bad impression of me. I did think so before, but I didn't think so later. Yang Ming scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Then, what did you think later? The old woman asked curiously. Later, I thought that you are a crazy person. Don't be angry. Your tone and expression at that time were a bit, said Yang Ming. The old woman was silent for a while. You dare to say that I am crazy? Just kidding. This time, Yang Ming didn't dare to be so arrogant. He didn't want to continue to be entangled with this issue, so he changed the topic. Right, how did you know that I would go to the house that Lan Ling and I lived in before? I would go and see every day for a few days. The old woman explained, I wanted to see if you are a person who is affectionate. If you don't even go there, it means that you have forgotten Ling Ling. I won't come to you again. Yang Ming thought in his heart that he was lucky. He had almost missed his chance with Lan Ling. Alright, I believe you. You are Lan Ling's grandmother. Hello, grandmother. Yang Ming bowed to the old woman respectfully. Even the way he addressed her changed from you to you. That's more like it. Lan Ling's grandmother smiled. Come with me. I have something to tell you. After that, Lan Ling's grandmother touched the stone tablet beside Yang Ming a few times. Suddenly, the stone tablet silently turned to one side and revealed a square underground passage. Secret passage. Yang Ming looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. That's right. This is Lan Ling's grandfather. However, Lan Ling followed her mother's surname. Therefore, in our clan, Lan Ling should call him grandfather. He was the one who built this secret passage, Lan Ling's grandmother explained. Then why didn't Lan Ling call you grandmother? Asked Yang Ming curiously. She called me that when she was young. She was used to it and couldn't change it. But since Lan Ling was born, she had never seen her grandfather. Lan Ling's grandmother explained. Yang Ming nodded and didn't pursue this issue. He followed behind Lan Ling's grandmother and walked down the secret passage. When Yang Ming entered the secret passage, Lan Ling's grandmother did something and the stone tablet above Yang Ming's head quickly closed. Then, the light in the secret passage slowly lit up. Why isn't it a candle? Is there electricity here? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Aren't the secret passages in the TV lit candles? Strictly speaking, this isn't a secret passage. It's just a stronghold of our Lan family in Songjiang. It was built in 1986. How can there be no electricity? Lan Ling's grandmother said while walking, I heard that you graduated from Red Flag High School. Red Flag High School? Yang Ming muttered and repeated, Grandmother, I graduated from there. What's wrong? I remember Lan Ling told me that you graduated from Red Flag High School. Lan Ling's grandmother nodded and then pointed to two chairs behind a small table. Sit down and talk. I have something to ask you. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and sat on a chair respectfully. Since he knew that the person in front of him was Lan Ling's grandmother, Yang Ming's attitude had become humble. Yang Ming had to be humble. The person in front of him was his elder. I heard that the person who guarded the door of Red Flag High School was surnamed Ma. He was called Ma Xiaoyao, right? Lan Ling's grandmother hesitated and asked. Are you talking about Uncle Ma? Yang Ming nodded and asked, but grandmother, why are you asking about this person? Do you know him? That's great. Lan Ling's grandmother nodded and said, do you know when he became the gatekeeper there? I don't know about this. When I went to school, he was there. Yang Ming said, when I went to Red Flag High School a few days ago, Uncle Ma was still there. It should have been many years, right? In our Miaojiang, all the voodoo masters have a special breath. In fact, it is the smell of voodoo. When old Manzwa came to Songjiang to find you last time, he accidentally found a very special thing. That is, Ma Xiaoyao's body actually had this kind of breath fluctuation. Lan Ling's grandmother said seriously. What? You mean Uncle Ma? Yang Ming opened his mouth wide in amazement. Isn't he just an ordinary old man? There's nothing special about him. Grandpa Swa, could you be mistaken? No. Old Manzwa is also a person of our Miaojiang. His research on voodoo is not below mine. Moreover, Ma Xiaoyao seemed to have discovered the whereabouts of Old Manzwa. If Old Manzwa didn't run fast, he might not be able to escape. Ma Xiaoyao is a master, an absolute master. Lan Ling's grandmother said, so, Old Manzwa is right. Ma Xiaoyao is definitely problematic. Grandmother, even if Ma Xiaoyao is a person of your Miaojiang, what's the problem? Yang Ming still didn't understand what Lan Ling's grandmother wanted to say. In the past, the murderer who harmed me and Lan Ling's grandfather was also a master. Speaking of this, Lan Ling's grandmother's face immediately showed an expression of grief and indignation. I've been severely injured. Lan Ling's grandfather is missing. There hasn't been any news of him for so many years. Obviously, he's done for. Yes, I know. It's been so many years. I don't have much to miss. Lan Ling's grandmother suddenly changed the topic and said, but I will never let go of the enemy who harmed us. Even if it's not him, maybe it's inextricably linked. Lan Ling's grandmother nodded. Our Miaojiang's voodoo master can't be an old gatekeeper. His identity in itself was worthy of suspicion. Unless he has some ulterior motive. Listening to what you said, it does seem suspicious. Yang Ming nodded. Then what do you mean? Do you know him? Have you talked to him before? If you don't know him, can you get close to him? Lan Ling's grandmother asked. I know him. I talked to him a few days ago, but I'm not very familiar with him. Yang Ming said, after all, I haven't seen him for so many years. Well, that's enough. I want to ask you for a favor. I don't know if you can do it? Lan Ling's grandmother asked. What is it? Yang Ming asked, is it, you want me to secretly observe this Uncle Ma? Yang Ming frowned as if he had thought of something. This mission is really difficult. But, hee. Yes, this is very dangerous, but you are the most suitable person because you don't know our Miaojiang's voodoo. Ma Xiaoyao won't be suspicious of you. Lan Ling's grandmother said, but this matter still needs your consent. You can rest assured that your final decision won't affect the matter between you and Lan Ling grandmother. You are Lan Ling's grandmother, which means you are my grandmother. We're a family, so there's no need to be so formal. The hatred between you and Grandpa is my hatred. So, I am duty-bound to do this. Yang Ming said passionately. Yes, this matter was really difficult for others, but for Yang Ming, it was easy and happy. Why? Because Yang Ming didn't have to take the risk to actually track and observe Uncle Ma. He could use his telescopic vision and X-ray vision to monitor Uncle Ma at home or at school. Yang Ming didn't believe that Uncle Ma was so powerful that he could discover his special ability monitoring. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't have any worries at all. Yes, I really didn't misjudge you. Lan Ling's grandmother nodded and said, but you have to be careful. Don't put yourself in danger. You don't need to take any action. Just observe his whereabouts and what he does every day. Then, record these. I will contact you every once in a while. You just need to tell me these things. No problem. Yang Ming patted his chest and promised, I promise to monitor him thoroughly. This is what I want to talk to you about. Lan Ling's grandmother said, we practice every day so that we can fight our enemies to the death one day. But my current strength is not enough. I need a year before I can achieve great success, so I can't alert the enemy now. Otherwise, I'll go find him myself. Yang Ming nodded. Lan Ling's grandmother was right. She couldn't go. As she said, Ma Xiaoyao would definitely feel her breath. Then, the two sides would inevitably fight. I understand. I will do what I should do. Yang Ming nodded and said, how is Lan Ling now? Ling Ling is very good. You also read her letter. This girl is very infatuated with you. Lan Ling's grandmother smiled and said, you can't let her down. I won't. It's just that you know the side effects of this voodoo. Yang Ming scratched his head embarrassedly. You won't mind if I have other women. This is between you and Ling Ling. I can't control it. Lan Ling's grandmother glared and said, however, if I know that Ling Ling has been wronged, I can't guarantee that the voodoo in your body won't increase. Ugh. Grandma, are you kidding me? Yang Ming was shocked. He was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. Do I look like I'm kidding? Lan Ling's grandmother said coldly. Not really. Yang Ming said carefully. That's it. You're on your own now. Lan Ling's grandmother said, Uncle Fu, come out. Yang Ming said, ugh. He was a little confused. Who is Lan Ling's grandmother talking to? What Uncle Fu? Are there only the two of us here? Just as Yang Ming was surprised, an old black shadow came over. Miss, why are you looking for me? Yang Ming, this is Uncle Fu. If you have any news, you can contact me through Uncle Fu. We have a special contact method. Otherwise, there won't be any signal in the mountains. Lan Ling's grandmother said, come to the stone tablet in the middle of the night and gently tap a few times. Uncle Fu will know that you are here. Right, I call him Uncle Fu. What do you call him? Miss, let him call me Xiao Fu. It's just a name. Uncle Fu said in a loud voice. How can that be? Yang Ming, you can call him Grandpa Fu. Lan Ling's grandmother said. Okay, I got it, Grandma. Yang Ming nodded and then turned to Uncle Fu. Grandpa Fu, my name is Yang Ming. Well, I know. You are Miss Xiaoxia's boyfriend. That is, Miss Xiaoxia's son-in-law. Although Uncle Fu looked very old, his mind wasn't confused at all. However, this name made Yang Ming feel a little funny. So many words. This Uncle Fu can really live. Okay, Yang Ming, you go back first. I have something to discuss with Uncle Fu. Lan Ling's grandmother said. Okay, then I will go first. Grandma, Grandpa Fu, goodbye. Yang Ming said politely. When he went up, Yang Ming didn't do anything. The stone tablet opened naturally. When Yang Ming stepped out, the stone tablet closed automatically. Yang Ming didn't understand the principle of this thing, but it seemed to be some secret mechanism of Miaojiang. It was so late, and there were no cars near West Star Mountain. Yang Ming simply walked back. Today, he was in a good mood. Yang Ming's pace was light. Nothing was more exciting than getting the approval of Lan Ling's grandmother. However, Yang Ming didn't expect that Uncle Ma of Red Flag High School was actually a hidden master. Moreover, he had actually hidden for so many years. Just what Yang Ming knew, it had been almost 8 years. 8 years, how long is this period of time? Uncle Ma actually didn't reveal a trace of flaw. However, he didn't walk far. Yang Ming found that his decision was very wrong. Wouldn't it be dawn if he walked from here to home? Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He could only call Ho Jinhan and ask him to come and pick him up. At this time, Yang Ming could only trouble Ho Jinhan. Zhang Ben must have already rested. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Ho Jinhan didn't ask anything. He just said that he would come right away and hung up the phone. About 20 minutes later, Yang Ming saw Ho Jinhan's broken Jetta, which was quickly coming to this side. Yang Ming quickly stood on the side of the road and waved. Ho Zhenhan stopped beside Yang Ming with a creak. Brother Yang, get in the car. Ho Zhenhan opened the door of the front passenger seat. You've worked hard, Big Ho. I still have to trouble you so late at night. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He just made a phone call, and Ho Zhenhan rushed over in a hurry. What's the trouble? I haven't slept yet. I'm watching TV at home. Ho Zhenhan smiled. I just sent off a group of guests with Bao Sanli. How is the company? Yang Ming asked, do you need funds? Not for the time being. With the current fame, we basically don't need to risk anything. Some entrepreneurs are competing to cooperate with us. Bao Sanli is now very grateful to the boss for giving him a chance to rise. He has always wanted the boss to summon him so that he can personally show his loyalty to the boss. Ho Zhenhan smiled. Let's talk about this later. Now is not the time. Yang Ming said, I think your current development is very good. I am very satisfied. Don't do that kind of fighting and killing anymore. I understand what Brother Yang means, and I don't like that kind of life of fighting and killing. Ho Zhenhan nodded and said, I will stick to it. Now, I basically have the final say in the company. Bao Sanli doesn't like management. He just enjoys the feeling of being in a superior position. But he is also working hard. He is afraid that one day you will say that he is not working hard and take him down. It's good to work harder. He also needs to learn. Yang Ming smiled and said, right, the name Ming Yang Company, was it you who came up with it? Brother Yang, are you unhappy? Ho Zhenhan quickly asked, this is the result of my discussion with Bao Sanli. In the beginning, I did have that intention, but then Bao Sanli said that the name Ming Yang is not bad. Ming Yang is famous all over the world, and it is very famous. It's fine. Just do whatever you want. Yang Ming said indifferently, just don't exaggerate it too much. Luckily, my name is Yang Ming. If I were to call you by your name, it would be bad. Ho Zhenhan, Hansen Hao? Sweat. It sounds like the scientific name of a monkey. Ho Zhenhan smiled bitterly. Sitting in the car, it was naturally much faster. Yang Ming soon returned home. His parents were already asleep. Yang Ming did not disturb them and went into his room. Zhou Jieji had insomnia again. Tomorrow, she would go out to eat with Yang Ming's friends. This was similar to the treatment of a girlfriend. Zhou Jieji was very excited. She was afraid that after going tomorrow, she would say something inappropriate that would ruin the atmosphere. Therefore, Zhou Jieji spent the whole night on Baidu and Google, searching for some things to pay attention to when eating with friends, as well as some small jokes to adjust the atmosphere. She was busy until very late before she went to bed. After going to bed, she couldn't sleep. Thinking about what would happen tomorrow, she smirked. Until the second half of the night, Zhou Jieji felt that she couldn't take it anymore. She had to force herself to sleep. Otherwise, there would be dark circles under her eyes tomorrow. Then, she wouldn't be pretty. However, how could she fall asleep just because she said so? If she had the final say, then there wouldn't be so many people in the world who had insomnia. The more Zhou Jieji wanted to sleep as soon as possible, the more she couldn't sleep. In desperation, she had to start counting. I like Yang Ming for 1 day, I like Yang Ming for 2 days, I like Yang Ming for 3 days. I like Yang Ming for 9,999 days. When Yang Ming woke up, it was already afternoon. It couldn't be helped. After returning home last night, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning by the time he took a shower. Yang Ming walked out of the room sleepily and saw his parents watching TV in the living room. Dad, Mom, good morning. What good morning? It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Dehai smiled. Where did you play yesterday? What time did you come back? After 3 o'clock. I have to go out tonight. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. You still want to go out? You're not allowed to go tonight. You came back so late, and your sleep was reversed. Your biological clock is in chaos. It's not good for your body. Mother Yang objected. No, we have an appointment. Dad, I will have dinner with Sun Kuan tonight. You have also seen it. When we buy computers together, we take a taxi. Yang Ming said. Oh, I remember. Yang Dahai nodded and said, then you go. Don't come back too late. Mother Yang saw that Yang Dahai agreed, so she couldn't object anymore. After a few words, she went to the kitchen to cook. Your dad and I woke up late. We had breakfast after 10 o'clock. I was just preparing lunch when you woke up. Right, Big Ming, your elder sister called you in the morning. I said that you were sleeping. She asked you to call her back after you wake up. Yang Dahai suddenly thought of something and pointed to the memo on the side of the phone. Yang Li? Yang Ming frowned and asked. What Yang Li? That's your elder sister. Speak politely. Yang Dahai scolded Yang Ming, you have no respect for your elders. Okay, Dad, I got it. Elder sister is elder sister. Yang Ming nodded. Then you should call her back quickly? Yang Dahai saw that Yang Ming was indifferent. He sat on the sofa and watched TV, so he urged him. Okay, I will call in a while. Yang Ming said indifferently. To be honest, he really didn't want to have more contact with Yang Li, so he didn't take it seriously. Call now. What do you mean in a while? You are already up. What are you going to do in a while? Yang Dahai said impatiently, I will watch you call. Alright, I'll go and make the call. Yang Ming couldn't help it. He stood up and came to the phone. He looked up the caller ID and pressed the callback button. The phone was connected after 2 rings. Uncle's voice came from the other side. Hello, who are you looking for? Uncle, I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming said, I heard from my dad that elder sister just called me. I am looking for her. Oh, yes, Lily just said that you were coming. I will call her now. After Uncle finished, he shouted, Yang Li. Come and answer the phone. It's Yang Ming. After a while, Yang Li's voice came from the phone. Yang Ming? Elder sister, why did you call me? Because his dad was looking at him, Yang Ming had to be polite. Oh? You are up? Yang Li couldn't help but tease, it's already afternoon. You can really sleep. I slept late yesterday. Yang Ming smiled. Although Yang Li's tone was a bit sarcastic, Yang Ming could hear that it was the kind of joke. It wasn't the kind of sarcasm and contempt, so Yang Ming wasn't angry. Well, I want to ask you out for a meal tomorrow. Are you free? Yang Li asked. Tomorrow? Just the 2 of us? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Yang Li is asking me out for a meal? This was something that had never happened before. I also asked Xianxia out. Are you coming? Yang Li said. Xianxia? Yang Ming was stunned and said, didn't Xianxia go home? Is she back? Yo. Yang Li snorted, you know quite a lot. I say, Yang Ming, are you really interested in Xianxia? Elder sister, why are you so talkative today? I wanted to ask her for something 2 days ago. Don't think about it. Yang Ming frowned and said. Hee, is it? Yang Li smiled incredulously. Xianxia is returning to Songjiang tomorrow. I will give her a welcome dinner. Well, what time tomorrow? Since Xianxia was going, Yang Ming had no reason to refuse. It just so happened that he was looking for Xianxia for something important. Tomorrow afternoon, I will drive to your house to pick you up. Yang Li said. Okay, then I will wait for your call. Yang Ming nodded. After hanging up the phone, Yang Dahai asked, Big Ming, why is your sister looking for you? Yang Li. Big sister is looking for me for a meal. Yang Ming almost said the wrong thing again. He quickly changed his words so that his dad wouldn't be unhappy. I just heard you talking about Xianxia. Yang Dahai said, is it the girl who was at your uncle's house? Yeah, it's her. Dad, your memory is quite good. Yang Ming nodded and said. What memory? Don't mess around. Your relationship with her seems to be quite good? Yang Dahai continued to ask. Ugh. It's still okay, right? Yang Ming looked at his father who had a serious face. He was somewhat inexplicable. He didn't dare to speak too confidently. He could only be ambiguous. Yang Ming. Yang Dehai said earnestly, you can't let Chen Mingyan down. To be honest, it's your blessing that Chen Mingyan likes you. Think about it. What were you like in the 3 years of high school? What was Chen Mingyan like? She was the study committee member. You were just a bad student at the bottom. Chen Mingyan helped you with your homework so that you could be admitted to university. Now you can't do some dirty things behind her back. If you dare to do anything with other women, I, Yang Dehai, will break your legs. Ugh. Dad, what are you talking about? Yang Ming was a little guilty. After all, he really did have something with Sun Jia. You know what I'm talking about. I won't say more. You can do as you see fit. Yang Dehai snorted and turned his head. Dad, you can rest assured. I won't let Chen Mingyan down. Yang Ming had to say so. However, he didn't say too much because not letting Chen Mingyan down didn't mean that he wouldn't do anything with other girls. At noon, Mother Yang cooked some noodles. The family of 3 enjoyed it. Yang Ming never got tired of his mother's cooking. His mother also said that she would find time to give Chen Mingyan special training. Chen Mingyan was also very happy about it. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Ming received a call from Sun Kuan. Brother, where are you? Brother Sun, I'm at home. What about you? Yang Ming asked. I just got the car. I'm going to your house in my car. I'll let my night shift take us to the restaurant first. Otherwise, it's not easy to stop a taxi at this time. Sun Kuan said. Ha, you are quite thoughtful. Yang Ming thought. Want to stop a taxi at this time? It's really difficult. You should also call your little lover and ask her to get ready. Sun Kuan instructed, I'll pick you up. Let's pick her up. Ah? Little lover? Yang Ming was stunned. Brother Sun, isn't she my lover? Huh. Isn't it about the same? You little brat, still pretending in front of your big brother. Today, I will drink you to death. Sun Kuan laughed. Hee hee, I guess you won't be my opponent when it comes to drinking. Yang Ming also laughed. Little lover? Yang Ming was a little dizzy. Zhou Jiejiao is my own little lover? Oh my god, if I bring her to my house, it's not enough for me to be worried about. I should thank the gods if she doesn't want to ruin me. In order not to ruin the atmosphere, Yang Ming still called Zhou Jiejiao. According to Yang Ming's original idea, he wasn't going to bring her. Hello? Zhou Jiejiao? I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming said straightforwardly, are you ready? Brother Sun just called me. He's coming to pick me up now. Then, we'll pick you up together. I'm at home. I'm ready. Zhou Jiejiao received a call from Yang Ming. She was very excited. She had been waiting for a day. Zhou Jiejiao was the kind of girl who didn't like to dress up. She usually appeared in school without makeup. However, today, for Yang Ming, Zhou Jiejiao dressed up carefully in front of the mirror for the whole afternoon. She was looking forward to this meal in the evening. If she knew that Yang Ming didn't plan to bring her, what would she think? However, although Zhou Jiejiao, one of our female protagonists, didn't get Yang Ming's love, she was too infatuated. So, sometimes she couldn't help but get the favor of the god of luck. That was how the story between her and Yang Ming began. Where is your home? Tell me the address. Yang Ming wasn't as excited as she was. He just asked calmly. My home is in Marisi New City. Brother Sun is a driver. He should know this place. Zhou Jiejiao said. Okay, I will call you when he and I are almost there. You can just go downstairs. Yang Ming said. After more than 10 minutes, Yang Ming received a call from Sun Kuan again. Sun Kuan had arrived at the entrance of Yang Ming's home. Yang Ming had already put on his shoes. He opened the door and went downstairs directly. Brother Sun. Yang Ming ran to Sun Kuan's car. Sun Kuan waved to Yang Ming from the front passenger seat. Slow down. Don't worry. Hee hee, I can't delay your night shift business. In the car, Yang Ming said with a smile. That's not a big deal. The night shift driver turned his head. He was also a young man in his 30s. My name is Wang Qi. Nice to meet you. I heard brother Sun mention you. If I didn't drive, I would have gone to drink with you. Hello, brother Wang. I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming reached out and shook hands with Wang Qi. Let's go. Where are we going? Wang Qi asked as he started the car. Ruisi New Town. Do you know? Brother Wang asked Yang Ming. How can I not know? I drive all day long. I have covered the map of Songjiang City. Wang Qi said with a smile, it's not too far from here. We will be there in 10 minutes. Then I will call her now and ask her to come out. As Yang Ming said this, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhou Jiejia's number. Yang Ming, have you arrived? Zhou Jiejia picked up the phone and asked, I will go down now. We will be there in 10 minutes. You should get ready. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will get dressed. Zhou Jiejia said. Wang Qi drove the car to Ruisi New Town with ease. Zhou Jiejia was already waiting there. Get in the car. Yang Ming opened the door on his other side and shouted to Zhou Jiejia. Zhou Jiejia saw Yang Ming and nodded. She walked over quickly and got in the car. Can you introduce us? Wang Qi smiled. Brother Wang, this is Zhou Jiejia. She is my college classmate and also my junior high school classmate. Yang Ming introduced. Hello. My name is Wang Qi. I am brother Sun's night shift. Wang Qi nodded and introduced himself. Hello, brother Wang. Zhou Jiejia also nodded with a smile. Junior high school classmate, college classmate, childhood sweethearts. Wang Qi said with a smile, both of you look very compatible. A perfect match. Ugh. Brother Wang, you misunderstood. Yang Ming looked at the blushing Zhou Jiejia and thought she was shy. He quickly explained, she and I are just classmates. Well, classmate is classmate. Wang Qi shook his head. Let's go. Brother Sun, let's go to the Biaoji pork sauce bone sauce downstairs. Yes, it is his home. The taste is good and the price is fair. Sun Kuan nodded. However, little Wang, you don't have the luck. Cough. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. One more day won't matter. Wang Qi shook his head, but everyone could see the regret in his eyes. Because Wang Qi still had to do business, after sending Yang Ming and the others to the door of Biao's bone sauce restaurant, he drove away. Needless to say, the restaurant that Sun Kuan recommended was really popular. It hadn't even started yet, but more than half of the seats were already taken. Yang Ming and the others picked a clean table and sat down. Then, they began to order. What do you want to eat? It's my treat today. Let's get drunk. Sun Kuan took the menu from the waiter and handed it to Yang Ming. Brother Sun, didn't we agree that I would treat yesterday? How can I let you spend money? Zhou Jiejia said quickly. I was just joking yesterday. How could I really let you spend money? Yang Ming wouldn't be willing. Sun Kuan smiled and said, isn't that so, brother? That is. Yang Ming had to say, Zhou Jiejia, since brother Sun wants to treat, then let him treat. At most, we will treat him next time. Next time? Us? Zhou Jiejia was delighted. There is a next time? Moreover, Yang Ming said us. That means that she and Yang Ming are in the same group. How could Zhou Jiejia not be excited? What's wrong with you? Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jiejia, who was grinning and was somewhat inexplicable. Why are you in a daze? Ah? No, nothing. Zhou Jiejia recovered and shook her head quickly. She said happily, well, brother Sun, next time you don't have to fight with me. Sure. Sun Kuan smiled and said, this time, we came to the place that I recommended. Naturally, I have to treat. Next time, you guys tell me the place. That's a promise. Zhou Jiejia quickly settled it. In this way, she had another opportunity to get along with Yang Ming. Moreover, when facing Sun Kuan, she and Yang Ming were in the same group. Let's see what you want to eat. Ladies first. Sun Kuan pushed the menu to Zhou Jiejia. I haven't been here before. Brother Sun, you should order. Zhou Jieji didn't know what was good here. Well, then I won't be polite. Sun Quan said, give me a plate of soy sauce bones, a plate of soy sauce bones, a plate of dried tofu, a plate of braised pork skin, and a plate of homestyle cold dish. Okay, brother Sun, there are 3 of us. These dishes are enough. Yang Ming saw that Sun Quan still wanted to order, so he quickly stopped him. How could 3 people eat 5 dishes? How could they finish it all? Moreover, Zhou Jieji was still a girl. She couldn't eat much, so the main force at the table was Yang Ming and Sun Quan. It's not enough, right? We are 2 big men. Can we eat this? Sun Quan said. If it's not enough, we'll order more. It will be cold by then. Yang Ming said. That's right. Then we'll order these first. Waiter, give us 10 bottles of beer. Sun Quan ordered. Okay, do you have drinks? Asked the waiter. Zhou Jieji, what do you want to drink? Asked Sun Quan. Sprite, said Zhou Jieji. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter remembered what Yang Ming wanted and left. This restaurant looks quite popular. Yang Ming said as he looked at the guests who came in. Yeah, the food is delicious. There must be a lot of people eating. Sun Quan said with some sadness, I used to come here often. Used to? What do you mean? Then you didn't come anymore? Zhou Jieji asked curiously. I came here with my ex-wife. Sun Quan sighed. Then we divorced. It had to be said that sometimes things were coincidental. Just when Sun Quan talked about his ex-wife, a woman walked quickly to Yang Ming's table. Sun Quan. When will you give me the money? As soon as the woman came over, she asked impolitely. Lu Ping? Sun Quan was stunned. Why are you here? Humph, if you knew I was here, you wouldn't have planned to come, right? Hurry up, when are you going to give me this year's child support? Lu Ping snorted and asked. I won't give it to you. Just leave. Sun Quan's face immediately darkened. What I gave you before, I'll just treat it as feeding a dog. What are you talking about? The court ruled that you should pay for your son's upkeep until he reaches adulthood. Are you going to deny it? Lu Ping said anxiously. He's not my son. Why should I raise him? Sun Quan sneered. You. Lu Ping was at a loss for words. However, she immediately said, how do you know? The household register states that his son's surname is Sun. A DNA test? I will pay for it. Do you dare to go? Sun Quan said indifferently, why aren't you talking? You don't dare? There's no need. Cut the crap. Hurry up and give me the child support. Otherwise, I'll sue you in court. Lu Ping threatened. Do as you wish. Sun Quan said impatiently. Then you wait. Lu Ping turned around and left. The atmosphere at Yang Ming's side was also silent. Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji stared at each other. They didn't know what was going on. What's wrong, brother Sun? Who is she? After a while, Yang Ming asked. My ex-wife. Sun Quan sighed and smiled bitterly. He didn't have the momentum he had just now. What's going on? What child support does she want? Asked Yang Ming. Asking for child support for a bastard. Sun Quan sighed. She ran away with someone else. Moreover, she had an affair with that person before. The child wasn't mine at all. It was her and that man's child. Now, that man had played enough and didn't want her anymore. She started to ask me for money and child support. What did she do in the beginning? Why is this person so hateful? Zhou Jieji sighed after listening. Brother Sun, don't give her money. Ai. Sun Quan shook his head. I thought so every time, but I couldn't stand her begging. I gave her money the last few times. Forget it, Zhou Jieji. This is brother Sun's own family matter. We can't intervene. Yang Ming shook his head. However, brother Sun, I still suggest that you re-sue and verify the child's identity. Then, your heart will be at ease. That makes sense. I will consider it. Sun Quan shook his head. Come, cheers. When Lu Ping and Sun Kuan were quarreling, the waiter had already served the wine and dishes. However, looking at the two people's tit for tat, he didn't dare to speak much. He left after putting the wine and dishes down. Well, brother Sun, I will accompany you. Yang Ming sighed. It was a good dinner. But the atmosphere was ruined. Zhou Jiejie didn't care. She was already very satisfied to be able to sit next to Yang Ming. Because Sun Kuan's mood was low, the atmosphere of the banquet was not very good. However, there was no lack of alcohol. They drank one cup after another. In the blink of an eye, all the bottles of beer were gone. Yang Ming had no choice but to ask the waiter for 10 more bottles. Although Zhou Jiejie wanted to persuade Yang Ming to drink less, she also knew that Yang Ming was drinking with Sun Kuan, so she couldn't say anything. She just ate by the side and looked at Yang Ming silently. Just like that, 10 bottles were ordered. Not long after, the two people were surrounded by beer bottles. Until the restaurant was about to close, Sun Kuan was so drunk that he couldn't speak properly. Only then did the two people end the battle. Yang Ming wasn't any better. Although his alcohol tolerance was good, he couldn't stand drinking like that. Dozens of bottles went in. Even the wine god had to lie down. He had to go to the toilet more than 10 times. As a result, Zhou Jiejie was the one who paid for the meal because Sun Kuan and Yang Ming's thoughts had begun to be incoherent. They couldn't remember to pay the bill. Sister, we are going to close. You quickly take your friend and leave. After paying the bill, the restaurant owner instructed. Boss, can you send a waiter to help me? There are 2 of them. I can't move them alone. Zhou Jiejie said with some difficulty. Oh, okay. Sun Kuan? I know him. He used to come here to eat. His house is above us. I even delivered takeout to him. The boss smiled and said, you wait. I will find someone to help you. Little Jing, come over here. Boss, what's the matter? A 17 or 18-year-old young man heard the boss's words and quickly ran over. Do you know Sun Kuan's family? Asked the boss. I know. I was the one who delivered the takeout. What's wrong? Asked little Jing. You help this sister send Sun Kuan back, instructed the boss. Okay, no problem. Little Jing nodded and went over to help Sun Kuan up. Zhou Jiejie helped Yang Ming up. The 4 of them went out of the restaurant together. Sister, you don't have to worry about me. I will send brother Sun home. You guys go first, said little Jing. Then I will trouble you. Zhou Jiejie thanked him. Although Yang Ming wasn't very heavy, she was a girl. It was a bit strenuous for her to support Yang Ming. It's okay. It's a piece of cake. Little Jing nodded and supported Sun Kuan upstairs. Yang Ming, wake up. I will send you back. Zhou Jiejie asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming was completely confused. He didn't know north, south, east, west, and couldn't hear what Zhou Jiejie said. Where's your house? I will send you back. Zhou Jiejie was a little anxious. Yang Ming still didn't respond. Ai. Zhou Jiejie sighed and helped Yang Ming to a bench by the roadside. She could only let him rest first and see if he could wake up in a while. In fact, Zhou Jiejie could call Yang Ming's house to ask, but Zhou Jiejie didn't dare to. She didn't know how to tell Yang Ming's parents. It was so late. She was a girl, and she came out with Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming was drunk. If Zhou Jiejie's parents questioned her, Zhou Jiejie didn't know how to deal with it. She didn't want Yang Ming's parents to have any prejudice against her. If she called, would Yang Ming's parents think that she wasn't a good girl? Zhou Jiejie cared too much about Yang Ming, so she thought a lot. Sister, what are you doing here? Just as Zhou Jiejie was contemplating, a disgusted voice came. Zhou Jiejie looked up. It was 2 young men in their 20s. They were holding cigarettes and looking at her lecherously. Accompanying my boyfriend. Didn't you see? Zhou Jiejie also knew that these 2 people weren't good people, so she brought up Yang Ming next to her to let them back off. Your boyfriend? Yo, is it this dead pig? One of the young men squinted his eyes and looked at the drunk Yang Ming. He said disdainfully. In his eyes, this person was the same as not having him. There was no threat to him at all. You're not allowed to talk about him. Zhou Jiejie heard the young man calling Yang Ming a dead pig, so she said unhappily with a cold face. Huh, you're not allowed to talk about it? Why do you love this pretty boy so much? The young man said as he walked over and wanted to slap Yang Ming's face with his hand. Although Yang Ming was drunk and not very sober, as a strictly trained assassin, Yang Ming still maintained a trace of vigilance deep in his heart. If someone wanted to harm him, Yang Ming could still react quickly. Yang Ming was really drunk now, but he could still instinctively perceive the danger. When Yang Ming felt the wind on his face, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the young man's face. With a crisp paw sound, the young man's left face was swollen. Yang Ming also slightly sobered up. A person's potential was unlimited. In an instant, Yang Ming's reason overcame the paralysis of the alcohol in his body. Yang Ming tried to open his eyes, but he found that he couldn't do it. Yang Ming could still control the large muscles, but for the small nerves on the face like the eyelids, Yang Ming couldn't control them. However, what made Yang Ming feel strange was that although his eyes were closed, everything in front of him was clear. It was like when he opened his eyes. Right, Yang Ming suddenly remembered that his eyes had the ability to see through things. In other words, he could see things outside through the eyelids. This was also a use of his special ability. Being able to see the young man in front of him clearly, Yang Ming was more skilled in fighting people. Mother ***, you want to sneak attack me when I'm drunk? I'll slap you to death. The young man didn't think that Yang Ming, who was like a dead pig just now, could suddenly explode. Moreover, when he was unprepared, he was caught off guard and embarrassed. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was knocked to the ground by Yang Ming's uppercut. He couldn't get up. Another young man saw that his companion was beaten and suddenly became anxious. He picked up a board on the side of the road and wanted to hit Yang Ming's head. Although Yang Ming's eyes were closed as if he was drunk, he could see it clearly. Moreover, what surprised Yang Ming was that after he closed his eyes, not only could he see the things in front of him, but he could also see the things behind him clearly. In other words, Yang Ming's eyes now had a 360-degree wide angle, and he could see every corner in front and behind him. This was a situation that had never happened before, or he had never tried it before. After all, Yang Ming couldn't close his eyes unless he was sleeping at night. However, when he was sleeping, Yang Ming didn't think about using his special ability at all. This discovery immediately surprised Yang Ming. It seems that it is as I expected. This pair of glasses not only has the three functions of X-ray vision, telescopic vision, and night vision. It also has other functions, but I haven't found them yet. For example, I haven't figured out the ability to see other people's thoughts. But today, because of a strange combination of circumstances, Yang Ming discovered another awesome function of the glasses. 360-degree wide angle. This is quite useful, especially when I'm an assassin. When I close my eyes, I don't have to be afraid that someone will sneak an attack. In other words, when I was in the college entrance examination, I was worried about whether I would be assigned to the first table in the exam, which would affect my cheating. If I knew about this function of the glasses, I would be able to see in all directions when I close my eyes. However, sometimes, the saying that extreme joy begets sorrow was very reasonable. Yang Ming was shocked because he discovered an important new function of his special ability, so it caused a pause in his action. This pause wasn't good. The back of Yang Ming's head was hit by the board in the hands of the young man who came up from behind. When he went out to mingle in the underworld, Yang Ming had also been hit on the head with something like a brick. His head was very hard, but he drank today. His head was a little muddled, and he was even more dizzy when he was hit by the board. However, Yang Ming's willpower was much stronger than ordinary people. Before he fell, he still struggled to resist. He kicked the person's lower abdomen and kicked him 4 or 5 meters away. He hit a Santana car parked on the side of the road not far away. The young man's head directly hit the windshield of the Santana, breaking the windshield. As for Yang Ming, after knowing that the danger alarm was activated, he continued to fall dizzily. In fact, the board wasn't very heavy. The reason why Yang Ming fell was mostly because of the alcohol in his body. But Zhou Jiejie didn't know. She thought that Yang Ming was hit by the young man, so she was immediately scared out of her wits. She subconsciously hugged Yang Ming. Yang Ming, what happened to you? Wake up. Yang Ming didn't wake up this time. Perhaps, in the depths of Yang Ming's heart, his hostility to Zhou Jieji had slowly disappeared, but he still didn't know it. At least this time, he didn't beat Zhou Jieji up reflexively. Looking at Yang Ming's expressionless face without any reaction, Zhou Jieji was a little overwhelmed. She didn't know where she got the strength. She gritted her teeth and carried Yang Ming from the ground. She hurriedly ran to the side of the road and reached out to stop a taxi that passed by here. Seeing that Zhou Jieji, a girl, was struggling to carry a man, the taxi driver quickly got off and helped her open the back door. When she got in the car, he asked, "Did you drink too much?" "No. I was hit by two bad guys with a board." "Mister, go to the nearest hospital." Zhou Jieji shook her head anxiously and said. "Ah? You were hit? Do we need to call the police?" The taxi driver asked subconsciously. "What police? Let's go to the hospital first." "Hurry up," Zhou Jieji said anxiously. "Okay." The taxi driver looked at Zhou Jieji's pitiful appearance and sympathized with her. He quickly started the car. "Go to the people's hospital?" The sooner the better," said Zhou Jieji. "Okay, got it. We'll be there soon. Sit tight. I'm going to race." As the taxi driver said this, the car jumped out like a rocket. Fortunately, there weren't many cars at night. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the First People's Hospital of Songjiang City. Zhou Jieji paid the taxi fare and carried Yang Ming to the emergency room. She ran and said to herself, "Yang Ming, you can't have anything happen to you." Her voice had a sobbing tone. The taxi driver looked at Zhou Jieji's back. He couldn't help but be stunned. This little girl looks weak, but she can actually carry a man? And she runs so fast? It's incredible. Zhou Jieji didn't consider the problem of whether she could carry Yang Ming. So what if she couldn't carry him? Wasn't she carrying him now? What Zhou Jieji was thinking now was to find someone to treat Yang Ming. Doctor, please help me take a look." "How is he?" When they entered the hospital, Zhou Jieji saw a man in a white coat. She quickly stopped in front of him and said, "Little girl, don't worry. I'm not a doctor. I'm from the pharmacy. If you want to see a doctor, you have to go there to register first." The white coat kindly explained. "Ah? Registration? Yes, I have to register. I'll go now. Thank you." Zhou Jieji just remembered that she had to register to see a doctor in the hospital. She quickly thanked him and carried Yang Ming to register. "Little girl, aren't you tired? You put him on the chair on the side first. You just have to register." The white coat was a little dumbfounded. "No, I have to look at him at all times." Zhou Jieji shook her head firmly. "You are so good to your boyfriend." The white coat didn't force it. He sighed and said, "Ugh." Zhou Jieji's face blushed, but then it was filled with endless worry. Someone said that Yang Ming was her boyfriend. She should be happy, but she didn't have the mood to be happy. Fortunately, there was no one to register at night. Zhou Jieji directly paid the money and got an emergency number. She carried Yang Ming and quickly ran to the emergency room. "Doctor, you save him." Zhou Jieji rushed into the emergency room and shouted to the doctor inside. "Don't be nervous. Tell me what happened to the patient first." The doctor in the emergency room stood up and greeted them. He began to look at Yang Ming. "He fainted," Zhou Jieji said. "Such a strong smell of alcohol. Did he drink too much?" The doctor frowned and said, "Little girl, are you too nervous? The patient just drank too much, right?" No, he was hit on the head with a board," Zhou Jieji said in a hurry. "Doctor, take a closer look." "What? Hit by a board? Where was it hit?" the doctor asked quickly. "Here." Zhou Jieji quickly gestured to the back of Yang Ming's head. The doctor's expression also became dignified. He carefully looked at Yang Ming's eyelids, then touched the back of Yang Ming's head. And said, "There is nothing abnormal on the surface. How about this? You take him to do a CT scan, and then I will see if there is any blood congestion." "Okay, I will go now." Zhou Jieji nodded and said, "I will give you a bill. You take it and pay first." The doctor said, "The CT room is just ahead on the left. After you pay, you can go directly to the CT scan." Although Zhou Jieji wanted the doctor to take the CT scan for Yang Ming first, she also knew the rules of the hospital. If you don't pay, it was impossible to see the doctor first. The doctor had no right to change it. She quickly ran to pay the money. Zhou Jieji took Yang Ming to the CT room to take the CT scan. While waiting for the scan to be developed and printed, Zhou Jieji asked about Yang Ming's situation in the emergency room. "Doctor, is he okay?" "I can't say for sure. I didn't take the CT scan. I can't see the inside. It looks fine from the outside." The doctor said, "But if it is an internal injury, it will be more serious." "Ah? Is there any danger to his life?" Zhou Jieji was shocked and asked quickly. Looking at his current appearance, his life should not be in danger. The doctor said, "But if he is really injured, it is possible to leave some sequelae." "What? There are sequelae?" Zhou Jieji was shocked and asked, "What sequelae?" "For example, a vegetative state, hemiplegia, and so on. The brain is the most mysterious part of our human beings. If it is injured, it may cause many kinds of diseases." The doctor shook his head and said, "But you can rest assured. The patient's age is not old. There should be no big problem." "Thank you," Zhou Jieji said with some sadness. Yang Ming was injured in order to protect her. At least, Zhou Jieji thought so. Yang Ming was already drunk to the point of being unconscious. When he saw that she was being bullied by the hooligans, he was actually able to resist and protect her. This was really too precious. Therefore, when Zhou Jieji heard the doctor say that Yang Ming might have sequelae, she made a decision. No matter what happened to Yang Ming in the future, she would take care of Yang Ming for a lifetime. Even if Yang Ming was in a vegetative state, Zhou Jieji would never leave him. Moreover, Zhou Jieji didn't think that she did this because of guilt. She was really willing from the bottom of her heart. In her opinion, no matter what, it was enough to be with Yang Ming. She was already very happy and satisfied. He was afraid that Yang Ming's current girlfriend would not even give him this opportunity. Because Zhou Jieji felt that Yang Ming was a very good man, his girlfriend would not give up on Yang Ming because of this. At least, Zhou Jieji thought that she would never. After waiting anxiously for 20 minutes, the radiographic films came out. The doctor took the radiographic films and looked at them for a long time. Zhou Jieji was also nervous for a long time. She didn't even dare to breathe. "There is no problem. There is no congestion. Everything is normal." The doctor put down the radiographic films and said with a smile, "Don't worry." "Ah? Really?" Zhou Jieji was somewhat skeptical, but there was excitement in her tone. "Really?" The doctor nodded affirmatively. "Then why is he still not awake?" Zhou Jieji was still a little worried. "Because he drank too much." The doctor smiled. "Doctor, I am still a little worried." "Is he really okay?" asked Zhou Jieji. "He is really fine. If you are still worried, then I will give you a shot of hangover medicine. Give it to him and he will wake up in a while." The doctor saw that Zhou Jieji was still worried, so he said, "Okay, then let's do it." "Now?" Zhou Jieji nodded and agreed. "What should I do?" "I will give you a receipt. You go and pay." "Right, do you want to do it here or in a temporary ward?" asked the doctor. "Let's open a temporary ward." Zhou Jieji didn't care about the money. Her family conditions were very good, so the concept of money wasn't very heavy. However, she never went out to show off like some rich young masters and young ladies. Zhou Jieji only cared about two things. One was Yang Ming, and the other was computer technology. A temporary ward is very expensive. It costs 300 yuan a night. It is almost the same as staying in a hotel. If you are in the emergency room, you don't have to spend money. It is just a little noisy. The doctor saw that Zhou Jiejie and Yang Ming were both dressed as students, so he kindly reminded them. Thank you, but let's open a temporary ward. I don't want him to be disturbed. Zhou Jiejie nodded to the doctor. The doctor didn't say much. He wrote a receipt and handed it to Zhou Jiejie. After Zhou Jiejie paid the bill, she came to a ward on the second floor under the guidance of a nurse. The conditions of the ward were good. There were 2 single beds, a TV, air conditioning, and a separate bathroom. However, Zhou Jiejie didn't come here to play. She was here to take care of Yang Ming, so she didn't have the mood to study the conditions here. After giving Yang Ming the medicine, the nurse put Yang Ming on an intravenous drip and said to Zhou Jiejie, the timing of the medicine is relatively slow. It will take about 3 hours. I will come over when it's almost time. If you have anything, you can also call me through the emergency nurse contact station button on the bed. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Zhou Jiejie nodded to the nurse. After sending her out, she closed the door of the ward. Poor Yang Ming. He was just drunk, but he was brought to the hospital by the anxious Zhou Jiejie. There was a CT scan and an 4 drip. I don't know how Yang Ming will feel when he wakes up. Zhou Jiejie sat quietly at Yang Ming's bed and looked at Yang Ming. Her eyes showed deep affection. I actually spent a night alone with Yang Ming. It's a wonderful feeling. Zhou Jiejie looked at Yang Ming's handsome face. She couldn't help but kiss him gently on his face. Then, she immediately raised her head. She was afraid that she would be noticed by Yang Ming. She was like a child who had done something wrong. She didn't dare to breathe. After waiting for a long time, she didn't see any other reaction from Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejie was relieved. She lowered her head again and hesitated. This time, she kissed Yang Ming's mouth. Anyway, the 2 people had kissed. Zhou Jiejie didn't care. Moreover, in her heart, she could only like Yang Ming in this life. So, she didn't feel frivolous about what she was doing now. Yang Ming didn't move, but Zhou Jiejie liked the feeling of stealing food. It was very comfortable and very exciting. It made Zhou Jiejie unable to extricate herself. Finally, she couldn't hold back her impulse. She kissed Yang Ming's face 3 times. Then, she raised her head and continued to look at Yang Ming. Then, she continued to kiss him. The nurse who passed by here for ward rounds saw the 2 people kissing together. She didn't want to disturb them. She left quietly after a glance. If Zhou Jiejie wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would suddenly wake up, she might have kept kissing. But she was also rational. She knew that now wasn't the time to do this kind of thing. After a few kisses, Zhou Jiejie quietly stayed by Yang Ming's side. Although Yang Ming was drunk, he still had some consciousness outside. He was half awake. Yang Ming felt that he seemed to have done something with a girl, but he didn't know the specifics. After a while, probably the antidote worked. Yang Ming's expressionless face suddenly frowned. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him. When he saw Zhou Jiejie beside him, he couldn't help but ask, "Where is this?" "Yang Ming, you woke up?" Zhou Jiejie looked at Yang Ming in surprise. "That's great. Are you okay?" "What? Am I okay? What the hell is going on?" "Of course, I'm okay," Yang Ming asked, baffled. "Yang Ming, do you have a headache?" Zhou Jiejie continued to ask. "Head? A little. What's wrong?" Yang Ming thought, what's wrong with this Zhou Jiejie? Why is she asking these inexplicable questions? Ah? It still hurts. That won't do. I have to call the doctor. Zhou Jiejie was shocked. She quickly stood up and wanted to go out. "Wait." Yang Ming suddenly shouted, "What did you say? What do you mean by a doctor? Don't you have a headache? So I will call the doctor." Zhou Jiejie thought, Yang Ming's brain can't be damaged, right? Why can't you understand such a simple logic? If I have a headache, why are you looking for a doctor? If you drink too much, you will have a headache. What's so strange? Yang Ming said helplessly, "But where am I? Weren't you hit on the head by the board?" Zhou Jiejie asked carefully. "What board?" Yang Ming was stunned. "You mean the 2 punks?" Yeah, weren't you hit on the head by the board and then fainted? Zhou Jieji nodded and said. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. That board. I was often hit when I was fighting in junior high school. I fainted because I was drunk. Zhou Jieji, is this the hospital? N. Zhou Jieji saw that Yang Ming was fine, so she was relieved. However, she said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, Yang Ming. I thought you were hit by the board and fainted, so I sent you to the hospital. You sent me? Yang Ming only remembered that he fainted at the time, and then his consciousness wasn't clear. Yeah. I was too anxious. Zhou Jieji whispered. How did you get me to the hospital? Yang Ming frowned and asked. I took a taxi. Zhou Jieji said. I'm not asking about this. I mean, how did I get on the taxi? How did I move in the hospital? Yang Ming stared at Zhou Jieji and asked. I carried you. Zhou Jieji's face suddenly turned red. You could carry me? Although Yang Ming had already faintly felt that this was the case, when he heard Zhou Jieji say it, he was still shocked. Zhou Jieji's weak body could actually carry me? I don't know. I was anxious, so I didn't think so much. Zhou Jieji looked at Yang Ming. She didn't know if he was angry or something else, so she stuttered a little. Thank you, Zhou Jieji. Yang Ming was really moved. Regardless of what Zhou Jieji had done in the past, at this moment, Yang Ming really forgave her from the bottom of his heart. Not for anything else, but for the fact that she could be so enthusiastic about him and sent him to the hospital. This affection was not ordinary. At this moment, Yang Ming also accepted Zhou Jieji as a friend in his heart. Ah? Thank me? When Zhou Jieji heard Yang Ming's words, she was a little dumbfounded. You don't blame me for taking the initiative to send you to the hospital? You're just being nice. Why would I blame you? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhou Jieji, to be honest, no matter what, I have to thank you this time. Your starting point is right. Hee hee. Zhou Jieji smiled shyly. This was the first time that Yang Ming had praised her. Zhou Jieji was very happy. However, I want to know now. What is this thing in my hand? Yang Ming pointed to the drip on his hand and asked. Ah? This is an antidote. The doctor said that you were in a coma because you drank too much wine. I was a little worried. I was afraid that there was still a problem with your head. I wanted to see if there were any other problems after you woke up. Zhou Jieji said embarrassedly. I see. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. He couldn't blame Zhou Jieji. After all, Zhou Jieji was doing it for his own good. But, I have to go to the toilet now. Can you call the nurse to come over and pull out this bottle first? Ah. Zhou Jieji was stunned and said quickly, okay, I will call the nurse. As she said this, she pressed the button of the emergency nurse contact station on the bed and called the nurse on duty. It didn't take long for the nurse on duty to arrive. When she entered the room, she asked, what's the matter? Nurse, I want to go to the toilet. Yang Ming said. Oh? You're awake? The nurse on duty asked, since you're awake, you can go to the toilet if you want to. Isn't there a toilet in your ward? Why did you call me here? I mean, can you pull out the needle of this drip first? When I come back, can you put it in for me? Yang Ming pointed to the infusion device in his hand and asked. Why is it so troublesome? The nurse on duty frowned. Just take the infusion bottle to the toilet. But my hands aren't enough. I'm not an octopus. I have a needle in one hand and an infusion bottle in the other. How can I undo my pants? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Let your girlfriend help you. The nurse on duty rolled her eyes and thought, why is this person so stupid? My girlfriend? Yang Ming was stunned and then looked at Zhou Jieji. Her? Yeah, why don't you just let her help you? Don't tell me you're shy. The nurse on duty snorted and thought, I just saw you two hugging each other and whispering sweet nothings to each other. She's not my girlfriend. Yang Ming shook his head and said helplessly. Not? How can it not be? The nurse on duty was also stunned. I just saw her. The nurse on duty was only halfway through her sentence when Zhou Jiejie was shocked. She jumped up from Yang Ming's bed as if a spring was installed on her butt. She ran to the nurse on duty in 3 steps. "Nurse. I'll help him. You can go ahead." Then, she pushed the nurse on duty out of the door without any explanation. Although the nurse on duty was somewhat inexplicable, she didn't think much about it. She shook her head and left. Zhou Jiejie's forehead was full of cold sweat. God, she actually saw me kissing Yang Ming secretly. Moreover, it was just a little bit more and the matter would have been exposed. Although Zhou Jiejie liked Yang Ming, for a girl, kissing a boy secretly was a shameful thing. If it was exposed, then she wouldn't be able to meet anyone in the future. Wouldn't it be too shameful? Therefore, Zhou Jiejie was so anxious to push the nurse on duty out. But Yang Ming wondered, what is this Zhou Jiejie doing? Zhou Jiejie, why did you let her go? What should I do? I'm suffocating. Yang Ming said with a bitter face, I drank so much beer and was on the drip for so long. Let me help you hold the drip bottle. Zhou Jiejie clenched her teeth and said with a red face. You. Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jiejie. Are you kidding? What's wrong with you? I said I'll help you, so I'll help you. You're a man, yet you're so wishy-washy. Zhou Jiejie listened to Yang Ming's words and knew that he was suffocating. She was afraid that Yang Ming would really suffocate, so she simply used the method of provocation. Why? Are you afraid that I'll see? Ugh. Yang Ming sighed. Zhou Jiejie was a girl. She didn't care, so why should he care? It was just that he and Zhou Jiejie weren't in a relationship. Yang Ming still felt a bit awkward. Humph, I was seen by you last time, but I didn't say anything. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Zhou Jiejie was really afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't comply. She was determined and said with shyness. Okay. Yang Ming listened to Zhou Jiejie and couldn't refuse anymore, so he carefully sat up from the bed. Zhou Jiejie took Yang Ming's drip bottle and went to the bathroom with Yang Ming. You turn around. Yang Ming glanced at Zhou Jiejie and said. N. Zhou Jiejie nodded. She wasn't a perverted woman. Although she loved Yang Ming, she wouldn't want to peek at Yang Ming. After all, the psychology of girls and boys was different. Seeing that Zhou Jiejie turned around, Yang Ming quickly unbuttoned his pants and peed. I almost peed my pants just now. Listening to the sound of the water behind her, Zhou Jiejie was very shy, but she was very happy in her heart. After all, after experiencing the incident tonight, her relationship with Yang Ming must have taken another step forward. Yang Ming didn't expect that he actually peed so much. No wonder he felt like he was about to explode. After peeing, Yang Ming took a long sigh of relief. Zhou Jiejie heard that the sound of the water behind her stopped, but she didn't see Yang Ming speak for a long time, so she curiously turned around. Yang Ming, what are you doing? As soon as she spoke, Zhou Jiejie's face was red again. She got up. Although Yang Ming finished peeing, his pants hadn't been pulled up yet. Zhou Jiejie inevitably saw something that she shouldn't have seen. Yang Ming saw Zhou Jiejie turn around and quickly pulled up his pants. He said with some embarrassment, You really want to look back? Go away. How would I know what you were doing? I saw that you didn't move for a long time, so. Zhou Jiejie complained. Halfway through, Yang Ming went to the bathroom last time. It seemed that there was still a lot of water in the body. Plus, the drip bottle continued to inject water into the body, which was normal. However, after a few times, Zhou Jiejie didn't dare to look back again. In her mind, there were still fragments of the picture at that time. When she thought about it, her face burned. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the morning that Yang Ming's drip was completed. After the infusion set was removed, Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejie left the hospital together. How much did you spend? Although Yang Ming wasn't sick, Yang Ming also knew that he had to spend a lot of money to go to the hospital. Not much. You don't have to give it to me. Zhou Jiejie smiled. How can that be? This trip must have cost a few hundred, right? Asked Yang Ming. More than 600, but it's okay. Aren't we good friends? Zhou Jiejie smiled. Hee hee. Yang Ming also smiled and no longer insisted. At this moment, he even had an illusion. If Zhou Jiejie hadn't done that, how good would it have been? In that case, his relationship with Zhou Jiejie should be closer than now. Although they couldn't be boyfriend and girlfriend, they should be confidants, right? After stopping a taxi, Yang Ming sent Zhou Jiejie home first. The car stopped at the entrance of Zhou Jiejie's community in Ruishinu City. Zhou Jiejie looked at Yang Ming with some reluctance. She couldn't help but whisper, "Can you hug me?" Man's desires were the most difficult to satisfy. Although Zhou Jiejie felt that this was inappropriate, she still had some extravagant hopes that she could go further with Yang Ming. Yang Ming was thinking about the 360-degree wide-angle special ability when he beat up the little punk, so he didn't hear what Zhou Jiejie said. "En? What did you say?" asked Yang Ming. "No, nothing. I said, I will see you at school the day after tomorrow." How could Zhou Jiejie have the courage to say it again? "Okay, see you the day after tomorrow." Yang Ming nodded. "Send me a text message when you go back. Let me know that you are safe." Although it was already dawn, there were still very few people in the community. Zhou Jiejie came home so late because of him, so Yang Ming felt that it was necessary to care about her. "Okay." Zhou Jiejie replied with some excitement. "Yang Ming, is he caring about me?" Zhou Jiejie felt so happy. "Be careful on the road." Yang Ming nodded to Zhou Jiejie. Zhou Jiejie didn't feel sleepy at all. She returned home happily. She picked up the phone and prepared to send a text message to Yang Ming, but she was unexpectedly tapped from behind. "Jiejie, where did you go? Why are you only back now?" Zhou Jiejie was shocked. She quickly put down her phone and turned around. "Mom, I'm going out to eat with my classmates." "I know you went out to eat with your classmates, but how can you eat until 5 in the morning?" Mother Zhou asked with a sullen face. "Jiejie, did you do something you shouldn't have done?" "Mom, what did I do?" Zhou Jiejie frowned and said with some grievance, "My classmate drank too much. I took him to the hospital." "Is it a boy or a girl?" Mrs. Zhou asked seriously. "Male, male." Zhou Jiejie didn't dare to hide it from her mother. "A man? Just you and him?" Mrs. Zhou's expression became serious. "Yes, yes." Zhou Jiejie nodded. "Jiejie, are you dating a friend?" Mrs. Zhou glanced at Zhou Jiejie and asked. I. Mom, don't ask. I don't want to say." Zhou Jiejie said in a hurry. "Jiejie, you tell Mom the truth. Yes or no?" Mrs. Zhou asked. Mom, what are you doing?" "So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" Zhou Jiejie stood there with a bitter face. "Who is that boy? What does his family do?" Mrs. Zhou asked. "I don't know." "Why are you asking this?" Zhou Jiejie's good mood began to be depressed. "Why am I asking this? Isn't it because of you? Jiejie, think about your own identity. Of course, you have to find someone of the same social status to date a friend. I must investigate the boy's family background." Mrs. Zhou said. "Mom, why are you investigating this?" Zhou Jiejie frowned and said carefully, "Besides, I haven't confirmed my relationship with him yet." "No?" Mrs. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Tell Mom who the boy is. I will find someone to investigate. If he is really a match for you, then Mom won't object to it. But if he isn't worthy of you, then you don't have to deal with him." Zhou Jiejie naturally knew what Yang Ming's family was like. When she heard her mother's words, she couldn't help but look gloomy. She said stubbornly, "Mom, can you not worry about this matter? I will handle it myself." "No. My son-in-law must be a match, otherwise, your father will lose face." Mrs. Zhou said firmly. "Mom, I'm tired. I want to rest." Zhou Jiejie was very helpless, but there was no other way. At this time, Zhou Jiejie's cell phone rang. Zhou Jiejie glanced at the caller ID on the cell phone. It was actually Yang Ming calling. Her heart was excited. She just wanted to answer it, but unexpectedly, the cell phone was snatched by her mother. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to get home. He took a hot shower and washed away the smell of disinfectant on his body. Yang Ming was ready to go to bed, but he suddenly remembered that Zhou Jiejie hadn't sent him a text message yet. Yang Ming frowned. Did something happen to this chick? In the past, Yang Ming was too lazy to care about her, but now it was different. Yang Ming couldn't not worry about her. He quickly pulled up Zhou Jiejie's number and dialed it. After the call was connected, Yang Ming quickly asked, Zhou Jiejie, are you home? Why didn't you send me a text message to tell me that you are safe? Mother Zhou just saw the caller ID on the phone. At this moment, when she heard Yang Ming's tone, she immediately understood. It turned out that the boy who went out with her daughter was called Yang Ming. This time, it was easier to handle when she knew the name. Oh? You are Yang Ming, right? Asked Mother Zhou. And? Yang Ming was shocked. Mother ***, am I so unlucky? This Zhou Jiejie was also kidnapped by others? Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately asked, who are you? Where is Zhou Jiejie? I am Zhou Jiejie's mother. Zhou Jiejie is already resting. Why are you looking for her? Said Mother Zhou. So that's it. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Most likely, Zhou Jiejie might be too tired and fell asleep when she got home. Yang Ming was relieved. I just want to confirm that Zhou Jiejie is home, so I am relieved. Oh? You are quite concerned about my Jiejie. Mother Zhou said, just now, did you go out with Jiejie? Yes, Auntie. Yang Ming said. I heard that you were hospitalized? Mother Zhou asked, is this the case? Yes, I have to thank Zhou Jiejie for this. As Yang Ming said this, a cloud of doubt rose in his heart. Wasn't Zhou Jiejie asleep? How could her mother know that I was hospitalized? What the hell is going on? It's okay. That's all for now, student Yang Ming. Mother Zhou said and hung up the phone. Yang Ming shook his head, threw the phone aside, and went to bed. Zhou Jiejie looked at her mother with anger. Mom, how can you just pick up my phone call? What's wrong with that? Aren't you my child? Mother Zhou said disapprovingly, I know. Isn't his name Yang Ming? I will investigate him another day. Mom, I hate you. Zhou Jiejie grabbed her phone, and tears couldn't stop flowing. Zhou Jiejie felt wronged and sad. It was not easy to get closer to Yang Ming. It was not easy for Yang Ming to call for the first time to care about her, but she didn't pick up. Yang Ming's family background, it was impossible to hide it from her mother. If her mother knew about it, she would definitely stop it. What should I do? Zhou Jiejie went to bed, covered her head with the quilt, and cried with grievance. Mother Zhou sighed and said, Jiejie, Mom is doing this for your own good. You will understand in the future. I don't want to listen. Zhou Jiejie said painfully. Forget it. You think about it yourself. After that, Mother Zhou left Zhou Jiejie's room. Yang Ming was woken up by Yang Li's phone call. Yang Ming complained and picked up the phone. Yang Li was smart this time. She didn't call the landline at home, but directly harassed him through the phone. Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone weakly. Yang Ming, why haven't you woken up yet? Are you still going to eat? Yang Li asked. How do you know I haven't woken up? Asked Yang Ming. Listening to your voice, I know you haven't woken up yet. I will pick you up at your door at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Li said, I set the time, so I won't call you. Okay, what time is it now? Asked Yang Ming. It's not even 10 o'clock. Yang Li chuckled. Damn. Yang Ming almost went berserk. He yelled at the other end of the phone, Yang Li. I said you would come at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but you called me before 10 o'clock? Yang Li smiled and hung up the phone. Yang Ming was so angry that he turned off the phone directly to prevent Yang Li from harassing him again. However, the phone was set as an alarm clock. He still couldn't miss the appointment because he did have something to do with Sun Jia. In a small hotel in Songjiang City, the two little hooligans who harassed Yang Ming and were beaten up by Yang Ming yesterday were being reprimanded by a young master. Are you two king pigheads? You are here to cause trouble? Don't you know that I have something important to do with you? The young master yelled angrily. Ugh. I'm Sorry, young master Sunday. We didn't expect this to happen. The face of the little hooligan was still swollen. It was smeared with medicinal wine. Yesterday, he was slapped by Yang Ming. Obviously, it wasn't light. Humph, you affect the appearance of the city. I am upset when I see you. The young master scolded. This young master was the young master of the Sun family, student Sun Jiwei. Yesterday, he transferred 2 thugs from Donghai to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Why? Originally, Sun Jiwei didn't like to play the tricks of the underworld. His character was still relatively childish. Therefore, the main means of attacking Yang Ming had always been the school method. He used the identity of the class cadre to trip up Yang Ming and complain about him. The reason why Sun Jiwei also played the underworld method was, of course, instigated by others. Who was this person? Who was the most willing to use this method to mess with others? The answer was obvious. Our first antagonist, Wang Jitao, was a master of this method. Last time, after Wang Jitao learned about Sun Jiwei's background from his father, Wang Shifan, he began to consciously approach Sun Jiwei. Although the two people had some friction before, Wang Jitao himself was a member of the underworld. His communication skills weren't ordinary. With a few compliments, he flattered Sun Jiwei. This was why recently, Wang Jitao could enter and leave Yang Ming's class at any time without being stopped by Sun Jiwei. Under the deliberate management of Wang Jitao, the two people quickly became good friends. Sun Jiwei, a rich child, naturally liked to make friends with a second generation like Wang Jitao. The two people had similar tastes and interests. After drinking a few times, they became good friends who talked about everything. After 30 minutes of drinking, Wang Jitao pretended to be drunk and began to complain, "Brother Sun, don't you think that I am sullen? What's wrong? Brother Wang?" Sun Jiwei narrowed his eyes. In the land of Songjiang, your Wang family is more ruthless than our Sun family. Who dares to provoke younger brother Wang? Humph, isn't it Yang Ming, that kid? He goes against me everywhere. Wang Jitao said coldly. And? That's not right. Brother Wang, isn't your relationship with Yang Ming very good? Aren't you two high school classmates? Sun Jiwei was stunned. He remembered that Wang Jitao seemed to have stood up for Yang Ming. Good? What's good about it? That's just on the surface. In fact, we have reached the point where we can't tolerate each other. Wang Jitao said coldly, "Motherf *Ker, I'm really a coward. I'm actually bullied by Yang Ming." Brother Wang, what do you mean? Sun Jiwei slapped the table heroically and said, "You tell your brother and see if there is anything I can help with." AI, it's useless to talk about it. Wang Jitao shook his head with a bitter smile. Yang Ming is very popular in Songjiang's underworld. I have troubled him a few times before. Guess what the result was? What's wrong? Could it be that he can fight? Sun Jiwei said disdainfully. I don't know if he can fight, but the gangsters that I found saw that the person they were going to teach was Yang Ming. They were so scared that they ran away without saying anything. Wang Jitao said exaggeratedly, Yang Ming, he mingled in the underworld when he was in junior high school. He has a lot of connections. Underworld? Sun Jiwei sneered disdainfully. When it comes to playing underworld, then he can't do it. He's just a little gangster. He's not good enough. Oh? Wang Jitao pretended to be stunned, and then he slapped his thigh. Oh right. How can I forget? Brother Sun, your family is from the underworld. When it comes to playing underworld, who can play with your Sun family? Hee, you can't say that. Our Sun family is only bad *SS in Donghai. Sun Jiwei couldn't help but say proudly. The underworld is not divided by territory. Whoever is ruthless is the bad *SS. Wang Jitao said casually. That's true. Sun Jiwei nodded stupidly. AI, hold your breath. You said that Yang Ming has a girlfriend, and he is so close to Zhou Jejia. Wang Jitao sighed. Why am I so unlucky? It's not easy to like a girl, but Yang Ming still interferes. D*MN. Brother Wang, it turns out that you like Zhou Jejia. Sun Jiwei suddenly said. Sun Jiwei didn't care much about the relationship between men and women. He was a little lacking in this aspect. To put it bluntly, Sun Jiwei was like a child who hadn't grown up. Yeah, didn't you see it? Wang Jitao also smiled bitterly. This Sun Jiwei's EQ is too low. I see. D*MN, I think that Yang Ming is also very annoying. He goes against me everywhere and challenges my authority. I can't wait to beat him up. Sun Jiwei said angrily. Yes, during high school, when I was the class monitor, Yang Ming also went against me everywhere. D*MN, my lungs were about to explode. Wang Jitao echoed. Therefore, the two people had a common topic. They criticized Yang Ming's various crimes together. He didn't respect the class committee, he was self-righteous, and he didn't obey. In the end, Sun Jiwei slammed the table. Brother Wang, you can rest assured. Leave this to me. I will teach him a lesson. Brother Sun, you have to be careful. Yang Ming is a punk. Wang Jitao pretended to remind him out of kindness, but in fact, he was provoking him. D*MN, do you think I'm afraid of him? No matter how bad *SS he is in Songjiang, it's useless. I will transfer a few paratroopers from Donghai. They can't beat him to death. Sun Jiwei said disdainfully, I want to see what tricks he has this time. Brother Sun, you are really talented. You can come up with such a bad *SS idea. You are really a dragon among men. You will be a ruthless person in the future. Wang Jitao complimented. Haha, you are too kind. Sun Jiwei nodded and smiled very happily. Therefore, Sun Jiwei transferred a few men from his family in Donghai. Of course, they definitely didn't get the consent of his uncle. They were just found in private. But since the young master of the Sun family spoke, the people in front of him would give him face, so they sent 2 thugs to Songjiang. They were the 2 punks who had a conflict with Yang Ming yesterday. It was a pity that they didn't even see Yang Ming's appearance clearly, and they were beaten to the ground. However, this matter made Sun Jiwei very annoyed. You came to Songjiang to help me do things. You actually didn't do anything, but you ran out to fight with people? These 2 people didn't dare to tell the truth of the matter. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing in front of the young master. So, they made up a reason. They said that they were provoked by a group of Songjiang's punks, so they were angry. Because there were too many people on the other side, they were injured. We are also fighting for the face of Donghai's underworld. We can't be looked down upon by Songjiang's punks. Little Gangster B said, we didn't want to bother with them at first, but they were insatiable. They said that our Donghai's punks were good for nothings. We thought, Donghai's underworld represents young Master Sun's family. So, we were angry and fought with them. D*MN, good fight. Both of you are honorable even though you lost. Sun Jiwei listened to their explanation, and his anger was reduced. After all, they fought for the face of Donghai's family, so he forgave them. Well, since this is the case, I will treat you to a big meal at a restaurant in the evening as a welcome dinner for you. Let's forget about yesterday's matter. Thank you, young Master Sun. The 2 people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Since you are working for me, I naturally won't treat you badly. Sun Jiwei said, don't worry. I will remember you after this. There will be good things for both of you in the future. Thank you very much. The 2 people said excitedly at the same time. Wang Jitao was very proud. He successfully transferred the conflict to Sun Jiwei. According to his father, Sun Jiwei's family background was much more powerful than his own family. In this case, let him fight with Yang Ming, and he would reap the benefits. Isn't there a good saying? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Wang Jitao felt that he was the oriole. In the novel, he was the big black hand behind the scenes, the most ruthless and most powerful existence. Thinking of this, Wang Jitao couldn't help but be proud. Haha, Wang Jitao, you are really a knife that kills without spilling blood. Wang Jitao was now used to communicating with his father. Wang Shifan, seeing that his son was so sensible, was very pleased. He began to slowly teach his son about the group. Dad, I have successfully transferred Yang Ming's conflict to Sun Jiwei according to your instructions. Now, I will watch the two of them fight. Wang Jitao said as if he wanted to take credit. Well done. Sun Jiwei didn't suspect anything, right? Wang Shifan nodded and asked. That kid is just like an idiot. It's fine. Wang Jitao smiled and said, he also has a conflict with Yang Ming. Even if I didn't do this, he would definitely fight with Yang Ming. That's good. Just don't get into trouble. Wang Shifan nodded. You also know that the Sun family is not so easy to provoke. Hee, Dad, you can rest assured. The young master of the Sun family is like a fool. My relationship with him is very close now. He won't suspect anything. Wang Jitao smiled. I didn't see it. You have some ability. You can understand the young master of the Sun family so well. Wang Shifan smiled and said, not bad. I am very optimistic about your communication skills. I am very relieved to hand over the business to you in the future. Wang Jitao smiled very happily. Getting his father's affirmation meant that he could master the company's affairs as soon as possible. His pocket would also become rich. Although Wang Shifan had now begun to deliberately cultivate Wang Jitao, he still didn't want to tell him about the family's smuggling business because it wasn't the time. This kind of thing had to be done slowly. At 12:30, Yang Ming's mobile phone alarm rang. Yang Ming stretched, turned off the mobile phone alarm, and then turned on the mobile phone. He got up and washed his face. His head was still dizzy. It was estimated that there were some ingredients in the hangover medicine that made people excited. Yang Ming didn't fall asleep immediately after going to bed. He tossed and turned for a long time before he fell asleep. Big Ming, do you remember what I said yesterday? Yang Ming just came out of the bathroom and suddenly bumped into Yang Dehai. Dad, are you talking about Sun Jie? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I remember. You can rest assured. I will tell you. I will call your elder sister to verify it. Yang Dehai said. Okay. Yang Ming said helplessly. Dad's thoughts were more conservative. At 12:50. Okay, I'll go down right away. After Yang Ming finished, he picked up the gift he bought for Sun Jie in Hong Kong and went downstairs. Today, Yang Li actually drove Sun Jie's Audi R8. Yang Ming was a little surprised. Isn't this car Sun Jie's? How did it come to your place? Recently, I have been driving her car. When she returned to Donghai, she took the car at home. She threw this car to me. Yang Li said proudly, the performance of this car is good. Nonsense. Don't you know how much it costs? Yang Ming rolled his eyes and got in the car. Yang Li closed the door and started the car. Come with me to Sun Jie's company to pick her up. She's back? Asked Yang Ming. She said that she would arrive at the company at 1:30. We should be almost there when we get there. Yang Li said. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything. He was now a little worried about Yang Li's driving skills. However, Yang Li's skills were obviously good. The Audi R8 was controlled very well in her hands. When they were about to arrive at Sun Jie's company, Yang Ming's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was actually Sun Jie calling. Yang Ming didn't think much about it. He picked up the phone and said, Hello, we will be there soon. Wait. What? Sun Jie was somewhat inexplicable. Did you make a mistake? I am Sun Jie. Yang Ming was also somewhat inexplicable. Yeah, you are Sun Jie. Yeah, then why did you say that we will be there soon? Sun Jie said curiously, I am back in Songjiang. Aren't you looking for me for something? When are you looking for me? In a while. Yang Ming said, I will be there soon. Now? It seems that you can't do it today. Today, Yang Li said that she would welcome me. How about another day? Sun Jie said. Sweat. Yang Li and I are on the way to your company. Yang Ming sweated. Do you want me to jump out of the car and go home now? What? You came with Yang Li? Sun Jie was surprised. So, you already knew that I would come back today? Yeah, do you still want to give me a surprise and make me excited? Yang Ming joked. Anne, I do have this plan, but since you are here, then come. I have already arrived at the company. You and Yongli can go directly to the office to find me. I won't call her alone. Help me tell her. Son. Jia said. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked at Yongli strangely. You didn't tell Sun Jia about me coming? Was it Sun Jia who called you just now? Yongli didn't answer Yang Ming's question but asked suspiciously. Yeah, Sun Jia said that she has arrived at the company, so she won't call you. She asked me to tell you that we will go directly to her office to find her. Yongli said. There is a problem. Sure enough, there is a problem. Yongli suddenly sighed. Yang Ming, you and Sun Jia didn't make the act real, right? What do you mean by making the act real? Yang Ming was stunned. His heart was faintly nervous. Yang Li's eyesight can't be so sharp, right? How can she see through everything? With Sun Jia. Yang Li said, I think the relationship between you two isn't as simple as an ordinary friend. Of course, it's not an ordinary friend. It's a good friend. Yang Ming pretended to be stupid. I didn't talk to you about this. I am now going to Sun Jia's company to pick her up. You said that after she arrived at the company, the person who called the phone wasn't me, but you. Doesn't this explain anything? Yang Li said with a snort. Ah? Yang Ming listened to Yang Li's analysis and was a little stunned. He didn't think about this before, but now his heart was slightly moved. It seems that Sun Jia still takes my matter seriously. However, Yang Li's analysis. Only Yang Ming's heart was clear. Although something happened between him and Sun Jia's current attitude was just that of a good friend. The two of them didn't have similar contact. What's wrong? Not talking? Did I get it right? Yang Li's mouth slightly tilted. Come on, don't think so much. It's just that my matter is more urgent. Yang Ming shook his head and explained, and, I have a girlfriend. Don't you know? Men are fickle. Don't think that I don't know. My boyfriend sometimes steals behind my back. Yang Li snorted. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Don't guess blindly. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sun Jia later. I have the same idea. Yang Li nodded. Yang Ming wasn't afraid that she would ask. Yang Ming believed that with Sun Jia's character, she wouldn't say anything. Moreover, some things really couldn't be said. Yang Li observed Yang Ming for a long time. When the signal turned green, she turned her head to drive. It seems that there is no flaw. Am I wrong? You were wrong. Yang Ming said, how long have I known Sun Jia? Besides, would Sun Jia like me? This is also true. Yang Li listened to Yang Ming's words and immediately nodded. Sun Jia's background is much better than yours. Are you belittling your own family? Yang Ming listened and said unhappily. Although Yang Li was grateful to Yang Ming in her heart, she still couldn't help but bicker with him. However, Yang Ming didn't mind. The relationship between siblings should be like this. At least Yang Li had changed her previous arrogance. Because they were driving Sun Jia's car, they went directly into the underground parking lot under Sun Jia's company. The security guards there knew the car and didn't stop them. Yang Li went to the elevator with Yang Li and came to the floor where Sun Jia's company was located. Yang Li was familiar with this place. Because of Yang Li's previous misunderstanding, Yang Ming pretended that he wasn't very familiar with this place and followed behind Yang Li. Otherwise, Yang Li would think that she had been here many times. Entering Sun Jia's office and seeing Sun Jia in plain clothes, Yang Ming couldn't help but brighten up. Sun Jia was originally dressed in a mature and sexy outfit. Today, she was wearing a cute outfit. She wore a beige cotton-padded jacket with golden buttons, dark brown woolen pants, and a pair of cute cotton-padded shoes. It was exactly the outfit of a young girl. Sun Jia, you look very special today. Even Yang Li was surprised. She wondered if Sun Jia had changed her personality. Don't mention it. My dad thinks that I'm old and urged me to get married quickly. I can only dress up younger. Sun Jia smiled bitterly. Aren't you going to school? What marriage? Yang Li asked, baffled. Graduate students can get married. Xianxia shook her head. Let's not talk about this. Right, Yongli, why didn't you tell me that you brought Yongming here? I wanted to give you a surprise. Yongli pretended to say casually, but her eyes were staring at Xianxia. She wanted to see if she had any special reaction. However, Xianxia smiled naturally and said, "What surprise can I have? Didn't this kid ask me to do something for him?" "Oh? He really asked you to do something?" Yongli listened to Xianxia and dispelled her doubts. Maybe Yongming really didn't have anything to do with her. Yongli didn't know that Xianxia's heart was slightly surprised. Did Yongli see something? However, Xianxia's ability to adapt wasn't comparable to ordinary people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was a little fox. "Didn't you ask me to do something? Give me the gift." Xianxia didn't avoid anything. The more she avoided it, the more Yongli would think that there was a problem. It was better to be generous. "How can you be like this? You ask for a gift when you meet." Yongming was a little dumbfounded as he handed over the gift prepared for Xianxia. I will accept it first." "Thank you." Xianxia took Yongming's gift with both hands and put it on the desk. "Don't you want to open it?" asked Yongming. You must have brought a gift for Yongli, right? If mine is better than hers, she will be jealous, so I will peek when no one is around." Xianxia smiled. Yongming was speechless. This Xianxia is actually like a child. Could it be that I have met a ruthless person with multiple personalities? "Sister Xianxia, open it and let me see." Yongli couldn't hold back her curiosity, especially when Xianxia said so. She was even more curious. "No, you should be jealous of me." Xianxia shook her head. "Just look. It's not like I'm going to steal it from you." Yongli suddenly had an idea and said, "I know. You must be afraid that it won't be as good as my gift, so you don't dare to open it." You're trying to goad me." Xianxia smiled. "But since you want to open it so strongly, then I will satisfy your curiosity. Yongming, you won't disappoint me, right?" Yongming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really couldn't understand what this girl was thinking. That noble and shrewd Xianxia also had a naughty side. The gift was opened. It was a set of jewelry. This was specially bought by Yongming for Xianxia. He put in a lot of effort, unlike Yongli's handbag, which was bought casually in the mall. "Wow! So pretty!" Yongli exclaimed. Women had a natural fondness for jewelry. Yongli was no exception. "I say, Yongming, are you trying to fool our Xianxia with a counterfeit?" Xianxia, on the other hand, could see at a glance that these jewelry were genuine and expensive. Moreover, it was very similar to her style. It seemed that Yongming had spent a lot of effort to prepare. The brooch inside was very similar to the brooch that she wore when she first met Yongming. Yongming could actually remember such a small detail and choose a gift according to this. She was very touched. Moreover, the rose brooch was only worn once, but Yongming actually remembered it very clearly. This showed that Yongming didn't simply treat her as a one-night stand object at that time. "Is the bag that I gave you a fake?" Yongming tilted his head and looked at Yongli as he asked. "Humph. Right, Sister Xianxia, can you help me see if this bag is real or fake? Is it a counterfeit from the street stalls?" After being reminded by Yongming, Yongli remembered that she brought the bag that Yongming gave her today just to let Xianxia distinguish whether it was real or fake. "Oh? What bag?" Xianxia took the handbag that Yongli handed to her. This was an LV handbag. Xianxia looked at it. Yongming discovered that the handbag that Yongli brought today was actually given to her by him. Maybe it was because he didn't care much, so Yongming didn't pay attention to it at all. "It's real. It must be genuine." Xianxia returned the handbag to Yongli. "This is a limited edition. We don't have it here. It seems that Yongming is really your younger brother. The thing that he gave me is a popular model. It's not as good as yours." "Really?" Who asked me to be his elder sister?" Yongli immediately said after listening. "Yongming, thank you." "You're welcome." Yongming was a little depressed. This Xianxia, what is wrong with her? Her words are really sad. Yang Li's limited edition bag was bought casually. Let's go. Let's go eat. I'm a little hungry. Xianxia put the things that Yang Ming gave her into the handbag and said, What do you want to eat? Today. We are welcoming you. Yang Ming is treating. Yang Li said very generously. Huh? Yang Ming looked at Yang Li in amazement. Hee, younger brother, you seem to be very rich. You have an LV bag and jewelry. I remember that the salary of second uncle and second aunt isn't much. Yang Li smiled. Forget it. I'm afraid of you. I'll treat then. Just don't go out and talk nonsense. Yang Ming was really afraid that she would talk nonsense to his parents. Since you've taken advantage of me, I'll see how you perform. Yang Li smiled. Let's go. What do you want to eat? My treat. Yang Ming shrugged, but he wasn't unhappy. He still liked the current Yang Li. This was like a family. Although Yang Li left a bad impression on him before, relatives were relatives after all. This was decided at birth and couldn't be changed. Therefore, if he could repair the relationship between them, Yang Ming was still very happy. He believed that his parents would be willing to see him and Yang Li like this now. I heard my brother say that Songjiang has a good restaurant called Lin's Boiled Fish. Why don't we try it? Xianxia suggested. I'll listen to you today. Yang Ming hadn't said anything yet, but Yang Li said it first. The three people went downstairs together and came to the parking lot downstairs. Yang Li looked at the Audi R8 key in her hand and said with some reluctance, Let me drive for a while on the way to eat. Hee, okay. Xianxia nodded funnily. Then I'll drive the company's car. Okay, Yang Ming, whose car are you going to take? Yang Li asked. I'll take Xianxia's car. I have something to talk to her about. Yang Ming said. Well, then I won't bother you. I'll see you at the entrance of Lin's Boiled Fish. Yang Li said. You know how to get there? Xianxia asked. Of course, I know. It's on the way to the college. It's new and very popular. Yang Li said. That's fine. I guess we can't catch up with your car. Xianxia smiled. Yang Li took the first step. Yang Ming and Xianxia got on a BMW X5, which was used by Xianxia's company to show off. Thank you. Xianxia started the car and said to Yang Ming, I like the gift. Really? Yang Ming was stunned. I just listened to your tone. I thought you didn't like it. Hee, why? Are you depressed? Xianxia smiled. Isn't it? I just took Yang Li's bag from the mall. I spent a lot of effort on your set of jewelry. Yang Ming didn't know why, but his left hand couldn't help but touch Xianxia's thigh. Take it away. Xianxia snorted. Don't do this in the future. I said that it was an accident. Now Yang Li saw something. Now she can't see it. Yang Ming smiled, but his hand didn't mean to take it away. I'm driving. If you don't want to die, just leave it there. Xianxia said helplessly. I believe in your driving skills. Yang Ming smiled. Did you miss me? Why would I miss you? Xianxia asked. Yang Ming, your current approach makes me feel disgusted. I said that it was an accident. Do you want to have a second time? What first time and second time? What are you talking about? Yang Ming said knowingly, I think it's good for both of us now. Yang Ming saw that Xianxia didn't really hate him in her words. Otherwise, with Xianxia's character, she wouldn't let him take advantage of her. In other words, Xianxia was now immune to him. Xianxia was speechless. She freed a hand from the steering wheel and slapped Yang Ming's hand. Pa. Xianxia slapped her thigh, and she grimaced in pain. Yang Ming's eyesight wasn't good. When he saw that Xianxia wanted to slap him, he quickly pulled back his hand. So, Xianxia slapped herself. Yang Ming. Xianxia shouted angrily. What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia innocently. What do you think? Who asked you to take it off? Xianxia glared and looked at Yang Ming angrily. Put it back. Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. Put it back? Looking at Xianxia's thigh, Yang Ming put his hand back with a bitter smile. Don't take it away. Xianxia said immediately. Okay, then I will keep it like this. Yang Ming thought, this is what you said. Don't say that I took advantage of you. Pa Xianxia slapped the back of Yang Ming's hand, and then she couldn't help but frown. Why is it so hard? Iron hand? It hurts so much. Yang Ming was speechless. It turned out that Xianxia was doing this for this. The effect of force is relative, but it is often the vulnerable side that suffers more pain. My hand is used to hit a big tree, so naturally, I don't feel any pain. But Xianxia had delicate skin and tender flesh, so it was different. Why don't you feel pain? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming's expressionless face and couldn't help but ask. Pain, it hurts so much. Yang Ming frowned and pretended to be in pain. Annoying. Xianxia naturally knew that Yang Ming was pretending. She couldn't help but scold, okay, stop fooling around. Quickly take it away. You asked me to put it on top and not take it away. Yang Ming pretended not to understand. Why weren't you so obedient when I asked you to take it away? Xianxia asked. Hee. Yang Ming actually touched it enough. If he touched it again, he should have a physiological reaction. If he couldn't solve it, it would be even more uncomfortable. Isn't that playing with fire? Yang Ming took his hand away and laughed twice. Didn't you look for me for something? Can you say it now? Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Then, she put away the playful charm and replaced it with a serious expression. Yang Ming saw Xianxia change her expression immediately. He was suddenly not used to it. She was faster than a face-changing master. He hesitated for a while and said, I want you to help me inquire about someone in Donghai. Inquire about who? Asked Xianxia. My junior high school class teacher. He seems to be doing business in Donghai. Yang Ming said. Inquire about your junior high school class teacher? Xianxia was a bit baffled. Why are you inquiring about him? Was he very good to you? Humph. Are you kidding me? I just found out about some things not long ago. Something that I absolutely can't forgive him for. Yang Ming said with a sneer, I won't feel comfortable if I don't let him suffer some pain. What are you so worried about? Asked Xianxia. Yang Ming sighed and hesitated for a long time before saying, my first love. Yang Ming told Xianxia about himself and Suya. Yang Ming didn't intend to hide anything. Now, he was asking Xianxia to help him find someone. If he didn't tell the truth, Xianxia would definitely hold a grudge against him. It turned out to be like this. Xianxia felt a little emotional after listening. A very pure and ambiguous first love. It was countless times better than my failed relationship. Xianxia couldn't help but be a little envious. I want to find him and ask where the letter that Suya wrote to me is. Yang Ming shook his head. Although I know that the probability of him keeping it is almost non-existent, I still don't want to give up. I must personally confirm it. I didn't see that you were quite infatuated. Xianxia adjusted the atmosphere and changed the topic. You haven't had a girlfriend in these years? Sweat. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Whether I have a girlfriend or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with this, right? You're such a playboy. Xianxia glared at Yang Ming. I asked this question because I remembered your performance in the bathroom. It's impossible that you haven't had a girlfriend before. It was the first time for me and you. Yang Ming smiled. It was also for you and me. Xianxia was telling the truth. She didn't lie to Yang Ming, but Xianxia also heard the meaning in Yang Ming's words. He said that it was the first time for you and me. Isn't this nonsense? Do you want to have a second or third time? Same here. Yang Ming naturally didn't believe that it was Xianxia's first time, so he also thought that Xianxia's meaning was the same as his, specifically referring to himself and her. I can help you inquire about this person, but you have to provide me with a photo of him. Even if there is no photo, you have to give me his physical characteristics. Otherwise, where can I find the person for you? Xianxia said. I have the photo here. Yang Ming took out the photo he prepared in advance and handed it to Xianxia. It's easy to do with the photo, but the premise is that this person is really in Donghai. I will ask others to try their best to find him for you, but if they can't find him, don't blame me. Xianxia nodded and put the photo in her bag. How can it be? If you can't find him, then forget it. I will think of other ways. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will contact you if there is news. Xianxia said. Thank you. Yang Ming said sincerely. Forget it. Thank me when you find the person. Sun. Jia smiled. Xianxia's car had electronic navigation, so they soon came to the door of Lin's Boiled Fish on the college road. Although it was a newly opened shop, it had obviously been recorded on the electronic map. It showed the popularity of this shop. Yang Ming saw that the Audi R8 driven by Yang Li had been parked in the parking lot in front of the door. Xianxia also parked the car in an empty space, then she took out her mobile phone and called Yang Li. Where are you? We are here, too. Xianxia said. I am on the second floor, room 208. You can come up. Yang Li said. It was incredible that Yang Li could book a private room in such a popular restaurant without a reservation. Looking at the diners in the hall, Yang Ming couldn't help but think strangely. In fact, when Yang Li asked about the standard room, the waiter told Yang Li that there was no room. However, Yang Li asked for their lobby manager. After the lobby manager came, Yang Li directly said that her uncle was Bao Sanli. When the lobby manager heard it, he quickly found someone to arrange a private room. This method was tried and tested by Yang Li. She had successfully used it many times. When they came to the private room upstairs, Yang Li was looking at the menu. When she saw Yang Ming and the others come in, she handed the menu to Xianxia. Today, I am treating you to a meal. You can order. It's my first time here. What are the specialties? Xianxia said to the waiter. Okay. The waiter nodded and reported a few signature dishes of the restaurant. Then, he asked, do you want a drink? We don't drink. We drove here. Xianxia waved her hand. Give me some juice. Freshly squeezed orange juice, pineapple juice, peach juice, and bottled huiyuan. Which one do you want? Asked the waiter. Orange juice. Xianxia said, what about you, Yang Li? I want peach juice. Yang Li said. What about this gentleman? The waiter asked Yang Ming. Tea. Said Yang Ming. Haha. Yang Li couldn't help but laugh. Are you not willing to spend money? Damn, what's wrong with your eyes? Didn't you see on the menu that the chrysanthemum tea with rock sugar is 12 yuan per cup? Yang Ming also knew that Yang Li was joking, so he didn't get angry. Because there was no trace of ridicule in Yang Li's tone. It was just a kind of joking feeling. Yang Ming could also see it from her eyes. Feeling the change in Yang Li, Yang Ming felt incredible. In just one day, she could actually change a person's character. Even the waiter couldn't help but laugh. He wrote down what they wanted and then left the private room. Yang Ming, why are you drinking tea? Eating boiled fish and drinking tea is not the right thing to do. Xianxia was also a little puzzled. I drank too much last night and didn't sleep well. I drank some tea to refresh myself. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Songjiang has the best boiled fish. Today, I will bring you two to taste it. Sun Jiwei said to the two men from Donghai. Thank you, young master Sun. The two men said quickly. My car can't seat so many people. Let's walk. Sun Jiwei's Porsche was a two-seater. It's on the college road in front. It's newly opened. It's called Lin's Boiled Fish. You two will have a good meal. Yes, following young master Sun, of course, we will eat and drink well. The two men said respectfully. So, Sun Jiwei took the two men and set off to Lin's Boiled Fish. Give us a private room. As soon as they entered the door, Sun Jiwei's underling said to the waiter of Lin's Boiled Fish. Sorry, sir, there are no private rooms now. Is there a booth upstairs okay? The waiter said apologetically. No? If there isn't one, why don't you go and find one? Do you know who I am? Underling B was immediately unwilling, but when he finished this, he remembered that Sun Jiwei was still around, so he quickly changed his words. Don't you see our young master here? Hurry up and find a private room. Sir, there is really no private room. The waiter didn't know who Sun Jiwei was, so he said with some embarrassment. D*MN, do you not want to open this restaurant anymore? Underling saw that the waiter didn't give him face, and he was very unhappy. We are from the Sun family. Do you know that? Sun family? What Sun family? In Donghai, when the Sun family or the Tian family were mentioned, basically all the entertainment venues would give face, but this was Songjiang. No one knew what the Sun family was, let alone giving face. D*MN, are you looking for death? Underling B glared at the waitress and grabbed her collar. What's wrong? The lobby manager saw that there was a conflict here, so he quickly came over and asked, what happened? Manager, they want a private room. I said no, and they want to beat me up. The waitress said with grievance. You guys, we really don't have a private room here. The lobby manager said, how about you go to the booth on the second floor? I can give you a 10% discount. D*MN, do I look like I'm short of money? Underling A yelled, hurry up and don't waste time. Our young master is giving you face by coming here to eat today. If you say these useless things to me again, do you believe that I will tear down your restaurant? The lobby manager could only smile bitterly. Why are all the people I encountered today asking for a private room? Just now, it was someone who knew Bao Sanli. Although these people didn't mention him, they didn't look like good people at first glance. After all, there were a lot of customers in the restaurant right now, and it wouldn't be good if this matter affected the other customers' meal. Thus, he said helplessly, well, since you guys have said so, I can't be too disrespectful. Our restaurant's internal reserved room will be yours. Upstairs, room 209, Xiao Gao, go and lead the way for them. The lobby manager said to the waiter, who nodded his head. Not bad. You know what to do. Underling B nodded and said to Sun Jiwei, young master's son, please. Sun Jiwei nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with what his subordinate had done just now. He felt very proud. After going upstairs to private room 209, Sun Jiwei picked up the menu and began to order. Naturally, he wouldn't ask the two underlings what they wanted to eat. As for the two underlings, it was already a great honor to accompany young master's son to eat. How could they care about these things? When Sun Jiwei finished ordering, he returned the menu to the waiter. Okay, that's it. 3 servings of each. Sun Jiwei didn't care about the feelings of the two underlings. Anyway, he directly ordered 3 servings of whatever he wanted to eat. The two underlings felt very honored. Sun Jiwei didn't treat them as outsiders. They ate the same food. It seemed that if they did a good job for the young master, they would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Private room 208. Soon, the boiled fish was served. After eating for a while, Yang Ming got up and went to the bathroom. In such a big restaurant, the bathroom wasn't very big. There were no men's urinals here. They were all independent partition toilets. Yang Ming waited for a long time before he got his number. When he just untied his pants, he heard someone knocking on the door outside. The person inside, can't you hurry up? Why are you so slow? What are you knocking on? I just came in. Yang Ming was scared. His hands trembled and he almost peed on his pants. He replied with some displeasure. Hurry up. I'm going to suffocate. Sun Jiwei said in a hurry. When he went out, he drank a bottle of drink and didn't go to the bathroom. Not long after he ordered, he had an urge to pee. Sun Jiwei quickly ran to the bathroom, but he didn't expect that there were people everywhere. So, Sun Jiwei quickly began to call the door. Otherwise, he would pee in his pants pocket. Yang Ming impatiently looked at the person outside with his X-ray vision. He couldn't help but be stunned. It's actually the annoying guy, Sun Jiwei? He also came here to eat. What a coincidence. Yang Ming fastened his pants and thought about teaching this guy a lesson. He almost scared himself. Yang Ming didn't want to let him go. Looking at Sun Jiwei standing by the door, Yang Ming quietly turned on the switch on the door. Then, he slammed the door outward. Pa! The door slammed on Sun Jiwei's face. It directly smashed his nostrils, making him dizzy and disoriented. Hey! Isn't this the class monitor? Yang Ming pretended to be puzzled and said, why are you here? Yang Ming. Sun Jiwei was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. When he was hit by Yang Ming, Sun Jiwei couldn't control himself and peed in his pants. Didn't you want to go to the bathroom? Yang Ming pretended not to see and said, then you go quickly. I'm leaving first. As Yang Ming said, he turned and left. The bathroom. Sun Jiwei was so angry that he rushed to the bathroom door. He watched Yang Ming return to room 208. Sun Jiwei's veins were exposed and he said fiercely, Yang Ming, we are really enemies on a narrow road. Today, I won't let you leave this restaurant door. Sun Jiwei peed on his pants, so there was no need to go to the bathroom. Fortunately, it was winter. Sun Jiwei shook off the pee stains on his pants. It couldn't be seen from the outside that he made a fool of himself. It was just that his pants were wet and it was very uncomfortable. Sun Jiwei returned to the private room with a frown. When the two underlings saw him like this, they were immediately shocked and quickly asked, young master Sun, what happened to you? Who made you unhappy? Motherf *Ker, Yang Ming, I will kill you. Sun Jiwei said, didn't I ask you to do something? Now is the time for you to perform. Go and help me beat a person. Beat him until he doesn't even recognize himself. Beat who? The underlings were somewhat inexplicable. Why does young master Sun want to beat someone after going to the bathroom? Just next door, room 208. Sun Jiwei said, just follow me. Motherf *Ker, I will kill him. Yes, kill him. Young master Sun, you can do whatever you want. The two underlings quickly showed their loyalty. With the two underlings by his side, Sun Jiwei wasn't afraid of Yang Ming. In fact, Sun Jiwei wanted to pick a fight when he was in the bathroom, but he was also afraid that he wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. He would be beaten for nothing, so he came back to ask for help. The three of them swaggered out of the private room and came to room 208 next door. Do we need to knock on the door? Asked the underling. Knock your head. Sun Jiwei glared. Kick the door open for me. Okay. Underling B heard it and kicked open the door of room 208 directly. Beat him for me. It's him. Sun Jiwei entered the private room and pointed at Yang Ming arrogantly. Yang Ming was eating fish there. He had a piece of fish bone in his mouth. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise from the door of the room, and then Sun Jiwei rushed in. Is he sick? Yang Ming was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He glared at Sun Jiwei and said, you stay away from me. You peed in your pants and still stand so close to me. I'm eating. Eat your big head. When Sun Jiwei heard Yang Ming exposed his shortcomings in public, his face turned purple with anger. He slashed his hand and the plates and bowls on the table were all over the floor. When Sun Jiwei rushed in, he only paid attention to Yang Ming. He didn't see Sun Jia and Yang Li at the side. Pa! Yang Ming stood up and slapped Sun Jiwei directly. Do you want to die? You dare to hit me? Let me tell you. I'm a member of the Sun family in Donghai. Sun Jiwei didn't expect Yang Ming to actually hit him directly. He was so angry that he threatened, do you believe that I can kill you? Why are you acting like a big shot in front of me? Yang Ming glared. This is Songjiang, not Donghai. If you continue to be cocky with me, I will kill you first. Yang Ming wasn't the same as before. He didn't care who you were. In Songjiang, he, Yang Ming, had the final say. You were good in Donghai, but you were nothing here. You too, what are you looking at? Hurry up and beat him. Sun Jiwei saw that his two underlings were standing there in a daze. They didn't have any intention to come and help him. He was immediately anxious. Sun Jiwei, are you done? A sharp voice was like a basin of cold water splashed on Sun Jiwei's head. Ah? Sun Jiwei was shocked. He was shocked and looked up. When he saw Sun Jia with an angry face, he was immediately scared. Sister, why are you here? When the two underlings entered the door, they saw Sun Jia. They were so scared that they didn't dare to do it again, but they didn't dare to speak to remind Sun Jiwei. They could only stand aside. Only Sun Jiwei, who was blind, didn't see his sister. Why am I here? Look at yourself. What do you look like? You rushed into someone else's private room and beat them up? Do you think you are a gangster? Sun Jia frowned and reprimanded, what the hell is going on? Sister. I just wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. It wasn't directed at you. Sun Jiwei explained. Yang Ming is my friend. If you are directed at him, you are directed at me. Sun Jia scolded with some resentment, what is the conflict between you and Yang Ming? Sun Jiwei was most afraid of Sun Jia and his uncle at home, so when he heard Sun Jia's reprimand at the moment, he didn't even dare to breathe. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look directly at Sun Jia. Speak. Why aren't you talking? Sun Jia said coldly, you are quite capable. You still claim to be a member of the Sun family. You are really making the Sun family lose face. Others think that our Sun family is a bunch of ruffians. Sister. I was wrong. Sun Jiwei whispered. Now you know that you are wrong? Sun Jia glared at Sun Jiwei. What were you doing earlier? Tell me clearly, what's going on with you today? And you too, aren't you from Songjiang's side? Did you come from home? When the underlings heard Sun Jia's question at the moment, they didn't dare to hide. They quickly replied, Miss, we came from Donghai. The young master asked us to help. Right. You too, I remember you. Without waiting for Sun Jia to speak, Yang Ming suddenly pointed to the underlings. Do you know me? Ah? The underlings were stunned and looked at Yang Ming in confusion. They thought, how can we know you? If it weren't for little child Sun bringing us here to teach you a lesson, how can we know who you are? However, the eldest miss was right in front of him. Who knew what the relationship between this person and the eldest miss was? Thus, he could only reply, we don't know each other. Think again? Yang Ming reminded him with a faint smile, last night? Have you forgotten? Show off in front of me while I'm drunk. What? Was that person yesterday you? A and B were stunned at the same time. They carefully recalled the person who beat them up last night. Sure enough, he looked similar to Yang Ming. With your skills, you dare to follow me? Yang Ming laughed. If Sun Jia didn't know you, you too would have been lying in the hospital. I was so drunk that I couldn't tell north from south. Both of you weren't my opponent. Today, you dared to come over when I was sober. I really admire your courage. No matter how stupid Sun Jiwei was, he knew what happened yesterday after listening to Yang Ming's words. Were these two people beaten up by Yang Ming? Moreover, it was Yang Ming who beat them up when he was drunk? Isn't this too bad? These two guys actually dared to lie to me. What fight with a group of people? It was obviously the two of them ganging up on one person, and they were beaten up badly. However, now that Sun Jia was in front of him, Sun Jiwei couldn't talk about them anymore. He just had some resentment in his heart. However, Sun Jiwei was now a little scared. If Sun Jia wasn't here, would the one who got beaten up be me? Sun Jiwei was indeed impulsive and had some childish temper, but it didn't mean that he was a pure idiot. Yang Ming could beat up his two men when he wasn't sober yesterday, let alone when he was sober today. Okay, you don't get involved first. Sun Jia glared at Yang Ming. Let me do it. I'll give you face, but is this guy your brother? Yang Ming naturally heard the relationship between Sun Jia and Sun Jiwei from the conversation between the two. These two people were actually siblings. After all the trouble, Sun Jia and the seemingly bad *SS Donghai Sun family were actually the same Sun family. He is the child of my second uncle's family. Sun Jia shook her head helplessly. He is the only boy in my family. He was spoiled since he was a child. Kid, I am giving face to your sister. I won't kill you. Yang Ming patted Sun Jiwei's shoulder to scare him. Okay, you think it's fun to scare a child, right? Sun Jia said to Yang Ming with dissatisfaction. Him? Child? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that Sun Jia regards me as the same age as her, but this is also good. Then, isn't Sun Jiwei a level lower in front of me? Sun Jiwei was also very depressed. What is the relationship between my sister and Yang Ming? But it seems that they are very familiar. My brain, why am I so unlucky? It seems that if I don't explain it clearly today, my sister won't give up. He had to stand there and say, "Sister." I just wanted to scare him. You scared him? Sun Jia was a little amused. Luckily, I'm here today. Sun Jia was very clear about Yang Ming's temper. Last time, Yun Guangdo sent her the video. Yang Ming beat up his driver violently. It left a deep impression on Sun Jia. This brother of mine is really courageous. He dares to provoke Yang Ming with such a bad temper? It would be strange if he didn't beat him up. Why are you scaring him? What happened between you and Yang Ming? You have to tell me the truth. I'm his class monitor. He didn't listen to the command. Sun Jiwei had to say, I felt embarrassed, so I wanted to teach him a lesson. That's it? Sun Jia stared at Sun Jiwei's eyes and asked, Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Sister. I was also doing it for my brother. Sun Jiwei was afraid of Sun Jia since he was a child. At this moment, he didn't dare to hide anything. He had to tell the story of Wang Jitao. Doing it for your brother? Why do you want to do it for your brother? Sun Jia frowned. It's Wang Jitao, my good buddy. Yang Ming stole his woman. I was angry, so I wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Sun Jiwei explained. Sun Jia glanced at Yang Ming. Her eyes made Yang Ming feel creepy. It meant, you are quite flirtatious, right? Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. Wang Jitao was still jealous of Chen Mingyan. Isn't this guy a bit too narrow-minded? Yang Ming didn't know that Wang Jitao was targeting Zhou Jiejia this time. But this Wang Jitao is quite capable, right? I remember that he and Sun Jiwei didn't seem to get along very well. At the beginning of the semester, they had a confrontation. How did they suddenly become good buddies? I have to say that this guy is really sinister. Fortunately, Yang Ming never intended to let him go. Who is Wang Jitao? Sun Jia scolded with some disappointment. What does other people's business have to do with you? Why didn't he look for Yang Ming? Why did he ask you to look for him? He said that he found someone to teach Yang Ming a lesson, but it didn't succeed. Moreover, their Song Zhongzhuang family isn't as bad *SS as our Donghai Sun family. Sun Jiwei said shamelessly. Song Zhongzhuang family? Sun Jia was stunned. Which Wang family? Is his father Wang Shifan? What Wang Shifan? I know that there is a Feng Shifan in the deer and the cauldron. He was beaten to the ground by Wei Xiaobao. Sun Jiwei shook his head and said, but I know that his company is called Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. Sure enough, it is this Wang family. Sun Jia said resentfully, Sun Jiwei, brother, what do you want me to say about you? You are being used as a tool. And? What tool? Sun Jiwei didn't understand. Although Wang Shifan isn't as powerful as your uncle, he has been operating in Songjiang for so many years. His foundation is much more stable than our Sun family here. Sun Jia said, he asked you to do it. Obviously, he is using you as a tool. Really? It can't be, right? Sun Jiwei asked, Wang Jitao and I have a good relationship. He is very respectful to me. It is impossible for him to harm me. Sun Jiwei, what do you want me to say about you? When can you learn to be smarter? Sun Jia shook her head and said, well, from today onwards, you will go back to the dormitory and reflect on your mistakes. Don't come out and cause trouble again. Sister, Sun Jiwei still wanted to explain, but he wasn't interrupted by Sun Jia. Don't say anything. Are you going to listen to your sister? Asked Sun Jia. Yes. Sun Jiwei nodded dejectedly, turned and walked out of the private room. You too, go back. Go back to Donghai directly. This time, I will forget about it. Next time, if you dare to mess around with Sun Jiwei, see how I will deal with you. Sun Jia glanced at the two underlings standing at the door and said coldly. Yes, miss. The two people breathed a sigh of relief. As the miss of the Sun family, Sun Jia's means were much tougher than Sun Jiwei's. Moreover, over the years, the old man of the Sun family had been forcing Sun Jia to find a partner, and Sun Jia didn't want to do so. She had to constantly improve her ability and turn herself into an image of a strong woman. She had the momentum to take over the Sun family's affairs. Therefore, if Sun Jia wanted to punish them, then the two of them would be miserable. The reason why Sun Jia didn't pursue their responsibility was entirely for Sun Jiwei's consideration. Even if Sun Jiwei was a useless person, he was still a member of the Sun family. Therefore, Sun Jia just attributed the behavior of the two people to fooling around with Sun Jiwei. She also warned them not to do this again in the future. Just now, when Sun Jiwei kicked open the door, the waiter on the second floor went to report to the lobby manager. However, the lobby manager saw that the two groups of people were very fierce, so he didn't dare to go up and stop the fight. One group of people knew Bao Sanli, and the other group of people looked very bad *SS. Until later, he was stunned to find that the two groups of people were relatives. Sun Jiwei left in disgrace. The lobby manager saw it in his eyes and only dared to enter the room. He ordered the waiter to clean up the broken plates on the ground and serve the dishes again. After Sun Jiwei left, Yang Ming asked Sun Jia strangely, "Is that silly guy your brother? Can't you speak nicely?" Although Sun Jiwei is occasionally a little childish, he can't be considered a fool, right? Sun Jia said after listening, "Can you leave me some face? I'm telling the truth. You two, one is a fox spirit, and the other is a fool." Yang Ming shook his head. "The gap is too big. You said it clearly. Who is the fox spirit? Who is the fool?" Sun Jia was immediately unwilling after listening. "Aren't you saying that our family is a zoo? Then, are you willing to be a fox spirit or a fool?" Yang Ming smiled. "I don't want to be either." "Why are you so mean?" Sun Jia glared at Yang Ming. "How am I derogatory?" "I'm just saying that you're smart." Yang Ming said disapprovingly, "You must have misunderstood. Vixen doesn't mean what you think it means." "What am I thinking?" "It's as if you can see through my thoughts." Sun Jia snorted. "Huh." Yang Ming laughed and thought to himself, "I really do have this ability, but I haven't studied it too much." "Alright, both of you stop quarreling. Originally, it was me and Yang Ming who quarreled as soon as we met. Now, it's both of you." Yang Li thought that Yang Ming and Sun Jia were really going against each other, so she quickly mediated. She didn't know that there was something else going on between the two of them. "Forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. See?" Before Yang Ming finished speaking, he opened his mouth in pain because his foot was stepped on forcefully. This was not the end of it. The foot that stepped on him kept rubbing on Yang Ming's foot. Yang Ming didn't have to think about it. He knew that it was Sun Jia who stepped on him. There were only 3 people here. It was impossible for Yang Li to do it. From Yang Li's current attitude, she seemed to be afraid of him, so she wouldn't step on him. Moreover, this action of stepping on his foot seemed to require a certain intimate relationship. However, to be on the safe side, Yang Ming still lowered his head and glanced with his special ability. Sure enough, it was Sun Jia who stepped on him. "That's a thick-soled cotton shoe. Does she want to step on me to death?" Yang Ming smiled slightly. His left hand that wasn't holding the chopsticks went directly under the table. He placed it between Sun Jia's legs and rubbed it back and forth. Although it was separated by a layer of pants, Yang Ming's bold move was enough to make Sun Jia frown. She quickly retracted the leg that was stepping on Yang Ming's foot and closed her legs tightly. Her face couldn't help but turn red. Yang Ming ignored her and still did his own thing. Sun Jia was anxious and quickly reached out to pull his hand. However, how could Sun Jia's strength be compared to Yang Ming? Therefore, she could only be anxious. While Yang Li wasn't paying attention, she whispered to Yang Ming, "Take it away. This is too much. You're clamping me. How can I take it away?" Yang Ming said very ambiguously. Sun Jia couldn't be helped. She had to let go of her legs. Yang Ming took the opportunity to crack the oil twice before he pulled his hand away. Sun Jia was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to step on Yang Ming again. She had to vent her anger on the boiled fish in front of her. She kept poking it with her chopsticks. This fish is really unlucky. Although Yang Li saw that Yang Ming and Sun Jia's expressions were very strange, she didn't know what happened to them. She thought that they were secretly competing, so she said, Yang Ming, you're a guy. Can't you give in to Sun Jia? Okay, I have been giving in to her. Yang Ming smiled. Sun Jia had also returned to normal at this moment. She was also afraid that Yang Li would notice something. Although she was angry, she could only say calmly, Yang Ming, Sun Jiwei was also bewitched by others. I hope you give me face and don't retaliate against him. And, I also want to remind you. Although we are good friends, if you touch Sun Jiwei, things are really a bit troublesome. Yang Ming also knew that Sun Jia said this for his own good, but this faint warning made Yang Ming very uncomfortable. Who was Yang Ming? Why would he be afraid of a warning? However, no matter what, he had to give face to Sun Jia. Not to mention anything else, just because of the unclear relationship between the two of them, Yang Ming really couldn't lay a heavy hand on Sun Jiwei. It seems that Sun Jiwei is also my cheap brother-in-law, right? I never care about children. Yang Ming smiled, don't worry. When I heard him mention Wang Jitao, I knew what was going on. However, your brother really doesn't think before doing things. It's my family's matter. I will educate him. What do you think is going on? Sun Jia was a little unhappy. Scolding her brother in front of her, it was a bit unethical. What do you think I'm saying? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia with a smile. That expression could easily make people's imagination run wild. What's going on with Wang Jitao? Is what Sun Jiwei said true? Sun Jia changed the topic. Although she also knew that she wouldn't have any intersection with Yang Ming, Sun Jia was also a normal woman. Sometimes, she was indeed very rational, but sometimes, she would be jealous. For example, just now, when she heard about Yang Ming and other women, Sun Jia was still a little uncomfortable. Although she didn't admit it, the fact was the fact. However, Sun Jia didn't think that she liked Yang Ming. It was just a woman's special feelings for her first man. What's going on? You said that he said that I stole Wang Jitao's woman? Yang Ming was stunned, and then said shamelessly, he's bullsh***. Why? Do you mean that there is no such thing? Sun Jia didn't know why, but she felt a little relieved in her heart. What Wang Jitao's woman? That's my girlfriend. Wang Jitao failed to pursue her, so he King thought of some dirty tricks to trick me. You don't know that some people are like that. They don't have the ability to pick up girls, but they push the blame to others. Yang Ming smiled and said, right, isn't that Guo Jianchao the last time? He didn't manage to get you, and he kept showing off his bad *SS face to me. Sun Jia listened to Yang Ming's words and was a little dumbfounded. How did it involve me again? Then you mean that you have no conflict with Sun Jiwei? Asked Sun Jia. I don't know if that's a conflict. Anyway, I haven't bothered to argue with him. It's just that he kept trying to exercise his power as the class monitor. Sun Jia, this is university. How can there be a class monitor like a primary school monitor? Yang Ming said sarcastically, why do I feel that Sun Jiwei is like a class monitor in primary school? Yang Ming's words really touched Sun Jia's heart. She was very clear about what her brother was like. Well, Yang Ming, just give me face. If Sun Jiwei finds trouble with you again, you tell me. Damn, so it seems like I'm living off a woman. Yang Ming heard it and felt awkward. Yang Ming, didn't you ask Sister Sun Jia for help? Is this the attitude of asking for help? Yang Li couldn't stand it and couldn't help but interrupt. How would she know that Yang Ming was taking the opportunity to flirt with Sun Jia? His words had a double meaning. Okay, I got it. I will avoid him when I see him, okay? Yang Ming sighed and said with some sadness, even if I can't provoke him, can't I avoid him? Your Sun family is bad *SS. I didn't say that. Sun Jia smiled and said, doesn't Yang Li know you're Song Zhang's boss? Yang Li still didn't know the relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli. Her uncle didn't tell her, so Sun Jia didn't know that Yang Ming knew Bao Sanli. He is my dad's business friend. Yang Li was a little embarrassed. Her background couldn't be compared to Sun Jia. although her family could be said to be doing well in Songjiang, the foundation of Xianxia's family wasn't in Songjiang but in Donghai. Yangli, my father asked me to contact Bao Sanli. Can you help me introduce him? Sunjia hesitated and said. For Yang Ming, Sunjia didn't want to deliberately hide anything. She and Yang Ming were very strange. They weren't on the same side, but they were definitely closer than ordinary friends. I don't seem to be able to do this. Or, you can ask my dad. Yang Li said with some embarrassment, I actually don't know Bao Sanli. Why do you want to know Bao Sanli? Yang Ming, who had not spoken, suddenly interjected. Yang Ming, don't you know that Sister Sunjia's family is also in the underworld? Yang Li asked curiously. Oh? Yang Ming really didn't know. Although he secretly controlled the underground forces of Songjiang, he didn't know much about the situation in Donghai. Even if he knew, he wouldn't connect with Sun Jia. Yang Ming controlled the underworld of Songjiang, but he didn't want to develop in this area. This was just a stepping stone to his success. Therefore, when Yang Ming heard that Sun Jia's family was also in the underworld, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Really? So powerful? Don't listen to Yang Li's nonsense. It's just that my dad has some influence in Donghai. In the past few months, Songjiang's underworld forces have suddenly emerged. Bao Sanli quickly reached the scale. I heard that he also forced Donghai's Four Snakes gang to retreat. My father is very curious and wants to get to know Bao Sanli. Sun Jia explained. Then I will talk to my dad. He should help you. Yang Li said. Why? Is your dad planning to swallow Songjiang's underworld? Yang Ming pretended to ask casually. I don't know. I don't have much contact with this kind of affairs now. Sun Jia shook her head. It didn't seem like she was lying. Yang Ming was the behind-the-scenes boss of Songjiang's underworld forces, so he had to be vigilant. He was going to go back and inform Ho Zhenhan about the Sun family in Donghai. Yang Ming, why are you asking so many questions? Aren't you in school now? Do you want to go out and mingle? Yang Li interrupted Yang Ming's words. All right. Let's eat. Let's not talk about this. All right. Yang Ming also smiled. I'm just asking. The three of them then talked about some fashion topics. Yang Ming didn't understand a lot of it and couldn't get a word in. He could only express his opinion occasionally. However, Yang Ming's purpose of seeing Sun Jia had been achieved. If he was too close to Sun Jia, it was bound to arouse Yang Li's suspicion. During the meal, Sun Jia and Yang Li talked a lot. Both of them were very happy. Yang Ming was a guest. After paying the bill, Sun Jia went to Yang Li's house. Yang Ming didn't follow. He just winked at Sun Jia and whispered in her ear, next time, I will ask you out alone. It depends on whether I'm in the mood. Sun Jia rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Back at home, Yang Ming called Ho Zhenhan and asked him about the Sun family in Donghai. Big Ho, do you know about the Sun family in Donghai? Brother Yang, are you asking about the Sun family? Is it Sun Hongjun? Asked Ho Zhenhan. It should be. It is the most powerful Sun family in Donghai. Yang Ming naturally didn't know who Sun Hongjun was. That is Sun Hongjun. How should I say it? Sun Hongjun's position in Donghai is very special. Ho Zhenhan thought about it and didn't know how to say it. Special? What do you mean? Is he also the leader of the underworld? Asked Yang Ming. You can say that, but in fact, he isn't. Sun Hongjun's surface identity is an entrepreneur and a philanthropist. Ho Zhenhan said, the real underworld boss in Donghai is the Tian family, but the relationship between the Tian family and the Sun family is a dependent relationship. What do you mean? The Sun family and the Tian family have a close relationship? The Sun family relies on the Tian family to do business? Asked Yang Ming. This made Yang Ming couldn't help but think of his uncle, Yang Dashan. No, the Tian family relies on the Sun family. The Tian family works for the Sun family, said Ho Zhenhan. What? Yang Ming was stunned. The Sun family is so powerful? The behind-the-scenes boss? You can say that. Sun Hongjuan's position in Donghai is similar to Brother Yang's position in Songjiang. They are both behind-the-scenes characters. Ho Zhenhan explained, it's just that in Donghai, everyone knows the relationship between the Sun family and the Tian family. In Songjiang, your identity is more confidential. It turns out to be like this. In other words, Sun Hongjun is a character who can cover the sky with one hand in Donghai. That's not right. What about the Four Snakes gang a while ago? Asked Yang Ming. Donghai is different from our Songjiang. Donghai is a provincial capital city. The underworld forces are very complicated. Not only is the Tian family a gang, but there are many small gangs that rely on the Tian family to survive. Of course, Sun Hongjun also has a high position in these gangs because Sun Hongjun is the one who can decide their fate. It can also be said that Sun Hongjun is the boss of Donghai. Ho Zhenhan analyzed. I understand. Yang Ming nodded. Right, Sun Hongjun wants to contact us. He has asked his daughter to contact Bao Sanli through my elder sister, Yang Liu. Why? Does Sun Hongjun have an ulterior motive for our Songjiang's underworld? Ho Zhenhan frowned and asked. I don't know about this. You and Bao Sanli have to figure it out, said Yang Ming. I know, but after a month of reorganization, our foundation in Songjiang has been stabilized. I'm not afraid of what Sun Hongjun can do to us. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Ho Zhenhan said bluntly. Hee, your tone is not small now. Yang Ming smiled. In this position, there is no other way. Ho Zhenhan also smiled. Right, if Sun Hongjun has any ulterior motives, what should we do? Do we need to capture his daughter? No. Yang Ming heard that Ho Zhenhan wanted to capture Sun Jia, and he denied it without thinking. What's wrong? Ho Zhenhan wondered. Sun Jia can't be touched. Don't trouble her. Yang Ming hesitated. He was afraid that he didn't have enough strength, so he added, she is my person. What? Ho Zhenhan was as shocked as his name. Sun Hongjuan's daughter is the boss's woman? I'm going to faint. Isn't this too incredible? However, one of the good things about Ho Zhenhan was that he never asked much. He never inquired about things that he shouldn't know. Yang Ming was already a ruthless person in his mind, so now this sounded a bit outrageous, but it was not impossible. I got it, said Ho Zhenhan quickly. Don't tell anyone about this. Yang Ming reminded faintly. I understand. Ho Zhenhan nodded. Today was the last day of the New Year's Day holiday. Yang Ming recalled the events of the past few days. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was a hurried holiday, but there were so many things. In the evening, Yang Ming sat at home and surfed the internet. He first searched for his 360-degree wide-angle vision ability. In fact, it should be counted as a full-angle vision. There were some relevant introductions on the internet, but many of them were martial arts novels. There was a novel that called this ability infinite perception, which meant that he could perceive things around him without limit. It was said that a blind man had practiced this skill. The others were some nonsense, such as Sky Eye, Ghost Eye. Anyway, there were all kinds of names. At first glance, it was a name that some bored people came up with. Someone even said that it was called Rolling Eyes, which made Yang Ming depressed. Of course, these were all funny things, but Yang Ming's ability actually appeared on his own body. Yang Ming experimented several times, and this ability was not difficult to achieve. Just by closing his eyes and wanting to see things, Yang Ming could clearly see everything around him. This feeling was very strange. It was like a third person's perspective. It was as if he did not exist in this space, but looked at everything in this space from another space. Yang Ming could even see that his eyes were tightly shut. In addition to the excitement, Yang Ming felt a little strange. Why could he quickly master and use some of his special abilities and use them skillfully, but he still couldn't figure out how to use some of them? Moreover, after this ability was discovered, Yang Ming was very sure that there must be some undiscovered abilities in this pair of glasses on his body. Sun Jiwei was scolded by Sun Jia. He returned to the dormitory dejectedly. He didn't think that Wang Jitao would use him as a tool. Ever since he was young, Sun Jiwei didn't have many real friends. He had a lot of fair-weather friends and followers around him. People like Wang Jitao, who had a similar background as him, and who could accommodate him at all times, were too few. Moreover, Wang Jitao didn't force him to teach Yang Ming a lesson. He was completely willing to do so. Therefore, Sun Jiwei blamed all the mistakes of today's incident on Yang Ming. He thought that if it wasn't because of Yang Ming, his sister wouldn't scold him. Sun Jiwei was very depressed. His current pocket money was completely controlled by Sun Jia. If Sun Jia was angry about this incident, then he was about to usher in an economic crisis. So, Sun Jiwei called Wang Jitao, "Brother Wang, I'm Sun Jiwei." "Oh? Brother Sun? How was it? Did you have a good time on New Year's Day?" Wang Jitao flattered. "Happy?" Sun Jiwei snorted, "Happy my *SS. I'm so depressed." "What's the matter?" Wang Jitao quickly asked, "Is there anything else that can make Brother Sun worry?" "Hey! Isn't it that Yang Ming? Mother *Ker, I don't know how it happened. He actually knows my sister." Sun Jiwei smiled bitterly. "Today, I brought 2 people from Donghai to teach Yang Ming a lesson. As a result, I met Yang Ming and my sister together. Yang Ming didn't teach them a lesson. Instead, he was scolded by me." "Oh?" Wang Jitao frowned. "Did your sister ask you anything? For example, what is the relationship between us?" "She asked, but I tried my best to protect you. I said that you are my buddy," Sun Jiwei said. Wang Jitao's heart skipped a beat after he heard it. He just asked tentatively, but he didn't expect Sun Jiwei's sister to know about him. So he quickly asked, "How did she know about me?" "Of course, I said it. I said that I wanted to teach you a lesson," Sun Jiwei said very righteously. F***ck. Wang Jitao slapped his thigh and cursed in his heart. If this were to spread to the Sun family's ears, wouldn't I be the culprit who bewitched their young master? "Brother, how do you think I treat you?" Wang Jitao suddenly asked. "There is nothing to say," Sun Jiwei said. "The relationship between the 2 of us is even stronger than blood brothers." "That's right." "Then tell me, would I harm you?" Wang Jitao quickly said, "I think your sister might have misunderstood. She must have thought that you were bewitched by me and stood up for me." "How do you know?" "Yes, my sister thinks so." Sun Jiwei was a little surprised. "But it's okay. I have made it clear to my sister. It was my own idea. How about this, Brother Sun? Are you feeling depressed now?" Wang Jitao felt that it was necessary to talk to Sun Jiwei face to face. Otherwise, this matter might really involve him. That wouldn't be good. "Yeah, my pocket money is usually in the hands of my sister. Now it's over. We won't have money to drink when we go out in the future." Sun Jiwei smiled bitterly. "Brother Sun, what are you talking about?" Wang Jitao pretended to be very angry and shouted, "Are you talking like a human? N? Wang Jitao, what do you mean?" Sun Jiwei suddenly heard Wang Jitao scolding him and asked with some displeasure. "Brother Sun, are you treating me as an outsider?" Wang Jitao said angrily, "So what if you don't have money?" "I have it. Let's eat and I'll pay for it." "Who are we?" "Brother Sun, what you said just now was a bit wrong, right?" Wang Jitao's words were very rude, but Sun Jiwei still liked it. When he heard Wang Jitao was angry with him because of this matter, he was almost moved to tears. "Okay. It's my fault. You're right. Who are the 2 of us? We're good brothers." It had to be said that Wang Jitao was very good at analyzing the thoughts of others. As this kid grew older, he became more insidious. "Are you okay now? I'll treat you to a drink." Wang Jitao said, "I just happen to have 10,000 yuan in cash. You can take it and spend it first. My dad just gave it to me yesterday." "Ah?" Sun Jiwei was stunned. "What will you do if you give it to me?" "Me? Hee, what's the difference if I keep the money with you?" Wang Jitao smiled generously. "Good. Well said. Brother Wang, you are my good brother for life." Sun Jiwei was so excited that he was about to dance. Wang Jitao was a little amused. 10,000 yuan made you so excited? If I wasn't very clear about your background, I would really wonder if you were the young master of the Sun family. Hee, let's talk while we drink. We won't stop until we're drunk. Wang Jitao said, F***ck Yang Ming. I'll think of a way for you. It's okay. I'll definitely ask you to kill him. Okay. Sun Jiwei replied, where are we going? Let's go to Heavenly Earth. That's your brother's business. Now that I'm in an economic crisis, I'll save as much as I can. Wang Jitao did him a favor again. Brother Wang, you're so kind. You're really thinking about me. Sun Jiwei's mood was now surging to the point of no return. After checking for a while, he didn't find any valuable information. Yang Ming simply closed the web page. He couldn't help it. He was a special case. There were probably only a few people in the world who had special abilities. Moreover, they might not be from the same era. Moreover, this kind of people would protect themselves well like Yang Ming and not let their abilities be discovered by others. Therefore, it was even more impossible for related information to appear on the internet. The things on the internet, to put it bluntly, were the imagination of some people who had nothing to do all day long. There was no basis for it. If these things were really correct, then there would be many more special ability users in the world. Since he figured this out, Yang Ming didn't intend to check anymore. It didn't make any sense. It was all useless. Yang Ming opened QQ. He hadn't been online for a few days. He was busy with this and that. He didn't have time to go online. With the sound of beep 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 beep, Yang Ming received a lot of offline messages. Yang Ming clicked on them. The first thing that came into view was Chen Mingyan's message. There's no true love in this world, are you there? Then there was a smiley face. There's no true love in this world, no? Where are you? Where did you go? There's no true love in this world, Yang Ming, why haven't you been online these days? What are you busy with? There's no true love in this world, look for me when you're online. Yang Ming smiled and replied to Chen Mingyan's message, wife, I have a lot of things to do at home these days. I just finished. Are you looking for me? What's the matter? It didn't take long for Chen Mingyan's message to come back, what wife? Don't call me that. I haven't agreed to be your wife yet. There's no true love in this world, why do you wear the jade pendant my mother gave you all day long? There's no true love in this world, I'm willing. There's no true love in this world, why are you looking for me? There's no true love in this world, it's okay. My dad is at home today. I wanted to ask you to come over, but you weren't online. I thought you must be very busy, so I didn't look for you. There's no true love in this world, I see. I really don't have time. My elder sister invited me to dinner today. There's no true love in this world, then another day. There's no hurry. Anyway, you have seen my parents. There's no true love in this world, yeah, I am closer to your dad than you are to my mom. There's no true love in this world, this situation will change in the future. There's no true love in this world, right, my mom asked you to come to our house. She wants to train you in cooking. There's no true love in this world, okay, I will go when I am free. I can watch over you to prevent you from flirting with other women. Yang Ming saw the message sent by Chen Mingyan. He suddenly sweated. AI, this little vinegar jar. It will be a serious problem in the future. If it isn't solved properly, then Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, Xiao Qing, and even Suya can't coexist peacefully with her. After chatting with Chen Mingyan for a while, Yang Ming suddenly remembered that there were a few offline messages that he hadn't opened yet. So, he quickly opened them. One of them was from Zhang Bin. He sent him a URL. Yang Ming closed it directly. This kid didn't send anything good. Maybe he got hit by a Trojan from some vulgar website at home. Another one was from I Am a Superstar. It told Yang Ming to turn on the TV and watch her interview. Yang Ming looked at the time. Damn, it was actually from the noon of the day before yesterday. Yang Ming had to pretend that he didn't see it and turned it off. The last one was from Wild Female Teacher. She asked Yang Ming if he had time to chat with her. Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Generally, wild female teacher looked for him to play do dijou. She rarely looked for him to chat. Yang Ming quickly replied to her and told wild female teacher that he was online. After a while, wild female teacher's message came back. Yang Ming almost went offline. Why did you only reply now? You haven't been online today? Asked wild female teacher. Not only today, I haven't been online for 2 days. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Oh? You haven't been online for 2 days? So busy, said wild female teacher. There are too many things at home. What happened to you? You don't want to play fight the landlord with me? Instead, you want to talk? Asked Yang Ming. I'm not in a good mood, said wild female teacher. Not in a good mood? What's wrong? Or is it a relationship problem? Without asking, Yang Ming also knew that wild female teacher was most annoyed by her relationship problems. True feelings. I've been very upset for a while. I don't know how to tell you. Wild female teacher sent a bitter smile emoji. What's there to be unhappy about? Just say it. Yang Ming patiently explained. After all, when he was frustrated, wild female teacher also comforted him. One shouldn't forget one's roots, so Yang Ming was particularly concerned about wild female teacher's matter. I originally thought that as long as I met him, I could restore the feeling in the past. But why do I feel that my heart and his are getting further and further apart, said wild female teacher faintly. Did you change, or did he change? Yang Ming was keenly aware of the key to the matter. I don't know. It may be me, or it may be him. Although our identities are different when we meet each other, I feel that my heart hasn't changed, said wild female teacher. Then, did his heart change? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know. I really don't know, but he has a girlfriend, said wild female teacher. He has a girlfriend? Yang Ming frowned and typed, two-timing? Not really. After all, he and I don't have any substantial relationship. Wild female teacher exculpated. I'll tell you this from a man's perspective. Most men are lustful. They like to eat from the bowl and look at the pot. You can't be so naive to think that he will dump his current girlfriend to be with you. Before he starts to cheat on you, I advise you to forget about him as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Yang Ming looked at the words he typed and felt ashamed. In real life, he was two-timing? That's already n of them, right? But on the internet, he could teach others righteously. You mean you want me to give up? After a long while, wild female teacher replied. It was obvious that Yang Ming's words took her a long time to digest. Yes, I think your current situation is clearly one-sided love. At first, I thought that you two were interested in each other, but now it seems that since he already has a girlfriend, you have no chance. Yang Ming said. Why? What if he breaks up with his girlfriend? Wild female teacher didn't give up and asked. Break up? Today he can break up with his current girlfriend for you. In other words, tomorrow he can break up with you for someone else. Is it interesting to be with this kind of person? Yang Ming sneered and sent a message. You're right. That's indeed the case. I understand. I will think about it. After a while, Yang Ming sent a few question marks over and wild female teacher replied. I hope you can understand it. The road of life is long. We have to be young people with ideals and beliefs. Don't be blinded by love. Yang Ming continued to boast. I know. Thank you. You can continue with your work. I'm going offline. Wild female teacher said. Okay, 88. I'm going offline too. Yang Ming turned off the computer and almost laughed out loud. I'm so great. I'm at the level of a psychology expert. If I lose my job in the future, I can consider opening a psychology consultation clinic. What is called a man with a human face and a beast heart? I'm a typical example. You say one thing, but you do something completely different. Yang Ming felt that he had more and more potential to be a profiteer. I have to have a good rest tonight. I have to go to school again tomorrow. After dinner, Yang Ming and his parents watched TV for a while. The family was happy and harmonious. Wang Jitao brought Sun Jiwei to earthly paradise. After a round of drinking and flattery, Sun Jiwei once again made up his mind to mess with Yang Ming, but in a different way. But when it came to underhandedness, Sun Jiwei didn't have the nerve. But he didn't, Wang Jitao did. Wang Jitao was a master of underhandedness. Wang Jitao now had a plan, but he didn't dare to implement it. Sun Jiwei didn't have a suitable plan, so the two people hit it off. Chen Fei didn't have a good holiday these days. The day before yesterday, he received a response from the traffic police department. Recently, there were many new Mercedes-Benz S600 cars in Songjiang City, but the procedures were very problematic. The license plates were basically from Shandong and Inner Mongolia. Originally, cars with fake license plates were very common. It was not a big case, and the traffic police department could deal with it. But this time was different. These new Mercedes-Benz cars were brand new, and the owners were also some people who were not to be trifled with. The traffic police department couldn't investigate, so they could only report to the criminal investigation team. Chen Fei's keen sense of professionalism quickly picked up on an unusual scent. There were so many cars with the same model with incomplete procedures around the end of the year. What did this mean? What do you think? Chen Fei roughly finished the information he got, and then asked the others in the room. It's hard to say. A very senior criminal policeman hesitated and said, "This kind of thing is just an ordinary traffic violation." Fake license plates? It's not a big deal. But if it's a big deal, it involves a lot of people. Of course, I understand what you said. Chen Fei smiled bitterly. I want to ask for your opinion, not for you to tell me whether it's a big deal or a small deal. Chen Fei couldn't help it. Just like what the person said just now was equivalent to not saying anything. How could he not understand these principles? Do you still need to say this? Xianxia suddenly interrupted. It's so obvious. It must be smuggling. When these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Yes, smuggling was a big case. Although Songjiang was a city near the sea, because its own geographical location wasn't very good, and there weren't many cargo ships unloading here at the port by the sea, there were only a few cases of smuggling over the years. Even if there were, it was the kind of private small fishing boat that smuggled in some electronic products. The amount was very small, and it wasn't a big case. But now it involved cars. This was a big problem. However, how could those ordinary small fishing boats afford to smuggle cars? Moreover, it could be seen from the buyers of those cars that the sellers were also very powerful. If this case was investigated, it would definitely involve a lot of people. It was likely that a big shot in Songjiang would be involved. Therefore, Chen Fei was also in a difficult situation. Chen Fei was an upright person. He also knew that once this case was classified as smuggling and investigated, he would definitely ask until the end. He wouldn't give up until he found out the mastermind behind the scenes. And this truth, who didn't understand it? Therefore, everyone couldn't say anything. It wasn't so easy to be the first one to stand out. But Xiaxue, who was a hothead, didn't understand this. She directly put it on the table. But Xiaxue was right. Even Chen Fei himself was more inclined to the direction of smuggling, so he nodded and said, "Let's do it this way. Since everyone thinks that this case is relatively big, then I will first consult with Chief Wang before making a decision." Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. Wang Shifan frowned and looked at Su Daji. His face was a little gloomy. What's the matter with you? Didn't they ask you to send the cars out to the province? Why are they all in the local area? President Liu and President Liu's company just happened to want to buy cars, and the price was high. I thought that they are all working in state-owned enterprises. They have strong connections. It's not a problem to sell the cars to them. They can handle the procedures themselves. We don't have to worry about anything," said Su Daji. "There are only 2 cars. What about the others? Why are there 6 in Songjiang City?" asked Wang Shifan. "They are all friends introduced by President Liu and President Liu." Su Daji said carefully, "I thought that they have a lot of connections. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Bullsh*T. Wang Shifan was so angry that he slammed the table. You are really AF asterisk king pighead. For such a small amount of money. How many times have I told you? Don't let the cars out of the city. Did you F asterisk king take it as a passing wind? President Wang, I also want the company to make more money. Su Daji said with a bitter face. In fact, his original intention was indeed so. In order to make Wang Shifan value his ability to do things more, he privately decided to sell the car to several powerful big bosses in the city. He also made a lot of friends, but he didn't expect Wang Shifan to be so angry. Su Daji didn't understand. Why is this? How troublesome is it to sell the car to other places? I still have to drive out of the city to deliver the goods at the designated location. Not to mention that it may be stopped by the toll booth, but it is also not safe. What if I am betrayed? It is so safe to deliver the goods in the city. You don't have to worry about anything. When the car is driven, you can just take the money and leave. Later things have nothing to do with you. You don't have to worry about the procedures. Moreover, these buyers were a little famous in the local area. They weren't afraid of being betrayed in the transaction. After all, they knew each other well. No one would do that kind of thing. Give to the company? I think they gave you personal benefits, right? It was no wonder that Wang Shifan would think so. Anyone would think so. Otherwise, why didn't Su Daji do what I asked? I really didn't take any benefits. Su Daji was a little anxious. Brother-in-law, we are all a family. Can I do something that will damage the company's interests? Relatives. Wang Shifan sighed. How many companies have gone bankrupt because their own people took advantage of them? They fattened their own pockets and lost the company's interests. Brother-in-law, you have to speak with a conscience. Since the day I started working in the company, I have always been thinking about the company's interests. Su Daji said. Wang Shifan snorted. Don't say these useless things. When you contacted them, they didn't know your true identity, right? I don't know. They all know that my nickname is Cat. Su Daji said quickly. Didn't they ask where you came from? Asked Wang Shifan. I said that I came from Fujian. Su Daji said. Well, during this time, you should hide first. Don't show up. Wang Shifan said coldly. Ah? Su Daji was stunned. It's not that serious, right? If this isn't serious, then what is serious? Wang Shifan said, you are really AF asterisk king pig's head. You will make trouble for me. Is this considered a paid vacation? Su Daji asked carefully. Bullsh asterisk T. You still want to get a salary? You get out of here and stay at home. The benefits you have gotten these days are enough for you to squander. If it weren't for the fact that you are my brother-in-law, I would have sent you directly to the police station. Wang Shifan waved his hand and said impatiently. I really didn't get any benefits. Su Daji said anxiously. All right, stop it. Let's go. I'm annoyed when I see you now. Wang Shifan scolded. Wang Shifan was shocked when he heard Su Daji's 3 okay words. He quickly shouted, wait. Wait. I will write a note for you. You go to the finance room to get 10,000 yuan first. If it's not enough, call me again. Wang Shifan said with a sigh. He thought that now I can only settle this guy first. Okay. Su Daji didn't even say thank you this time. Yes, he was also very angry. During this time, he had done his best for the company, but in the end, he was treated like this. 10,000 yuan, hee. Although it doesn't seem to be a small amount, compared with what I did, it is simply to send away a beggar. Although Su Daji didn't know how much the cost of those smuggled cars was, he wasn't stupid. The price was hundreds of thousands, so the profit was definitely not small. It should be said that it was a huge profit. Otherwise, it was impossible for so many people to try and engage in this high-risk industry. Su Daji sneered in his heart. You want to send me to the police station? You will die of exhaustion. Do you dare? I am afraid that once I enter the police station, these things can't be hidden from you. Let's see who has the bigger problem. Don't say that I didn't get any benefits. Even if I did get any benefits, it is at most an economic crime. What about you? Smuggling. That is a job that will cost you your head. Su Daji didn't say much. He picked up Wang Shifan's approval on the table and walked out of the office. He was very disappointed now. In the end, he ended up like this. However, what could he say? The company belongs to the Wang family. What does it have to do with me? What is a relative? Isn't he fired just because he said so? Su Daji went to the finance office to take 10,000 yuan and returned home. Wang Shifan's heart was also very irritated. Does this Su Daji not have a brain? Wasn't he looking for trouble by sending all the goods to the city? It seems that I have to stop for a while. I originally wanted to find Song Heng to take a batch of goods, but now I can't. I will wait until after the new year. Wang Shifan cursed a few words, then called his friend and asked him to help keep an eye on the news. If there was any news, he would immediately report to him. Early the next morning, Yang Ming received a call from Zhang Ben and went downstairs. They made an appointment yesterday to go to school together today. Zhang Ben drove to pick him up. Yang Ming got into the back seat of the car because Zhao Sisi was already sitting in the front passenger seat. Are we going to pick up Chen Mengyan? Asked Zhang Ben. I'll call her and ask her to come downstairs. Yang Ming nodded. After the three of them picked up Chen Mengyan, they rushed to school. After New Year's Day, the final exam was not far away. Unlike high school, there were monthly exams and midterm exams. Every semester, there was a final exam. These days, it was also the time when the attendance rate in each classroom was the highest. Because the teachers of each subject were drawing questions for the students. Anyway, the university curriculum was like this. Even if you didn't study for a semester, as long as you understood the questions drawn by the teachers of each subject before the final exam, the exam results would definitely not be low. Yang Ming didn't care. It would be difficult to get a low score if he continued to use his special ability during the exam. However, Yang Ming still walked into the classroom with a book like everyone else. It was still necessary to put on an act. Otherwise, if you didn't study for a semester and got a high score in the exam, anyone would think that you were cheating. So in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Yang Ming took notes seriously with the textbook. Wang Jitao didn't appear in front of Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejie today. After all, Wang Jitao also had to take the final exam. Although Wang Jitao didn't care about this, if you couldn't pass the exam, you couldn't get a diploma. During the break, Zhou Jiejie whispered to Yang Ming. I'm sorry about that day. My mom has been with me since I got home. I couldn't text you. I made you worry. It's okay. Yang Ming was a little puzzled. You and your mom are together. It doesn't affect texting, right? It was just that Zhou Jiejie's family matters didn't have much to do with Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't ask much. Right, if my mom looks for you, don't be angry. Zhou Jiejie hesitated and said with a red face. Your mom looks for me? Why does she look for me? Yang Ming was baffled. She thinks that we have that kind of relationship. Zhou Jiejie said while biting her lip. What kind of relationship? Yang Ming didn't understand a little, but it wasn't his fault. He didn't think that he could have anything beyond friendship with Zhou Jiejie. It's boyfriend and girlfriend. Zhou Jiejie said. Ah? Your mom thinks so? Yang Ming was stunned. Probably. If my mom looks for you, you don't have to care about her. Zhou Jiejie said. Well, there was no such thing in the first place. What is she suspecting? Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Zhou Jiejie moved her lips and wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. At noon, Yang Ming was ready to call Chen Mengyan to have lunch with her, but Lin Jiyun's call came in first. Hello? Yang Ming didn't hesitate to pick up the phone. Jiyun, what's the matter? Yang Ming. I have to trouble you again. Lin Jiyun said with a trembling voice. What's the matter? Jiyun? What's the matter? Lin Jiyun's words made Yang Ming somewhat inexplicable. However, Yang Ming also felt that it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Otherwise, Lin Jiyun wouldn't be so upset. Jiyun, what's wrong? Yang Ming comforted, don't worry. You tell me, where are you? I'm at school. Lin Jiyun said. School? Yang Ming was stunned. Did someone bully you at school? It's not me. It's my father who had an accident. Lin Jiyun's voice had a sobbing tone. Uncle? Yang Ming was stunned and asked, what happened to Uncle? I don't know. My mother just called me and said that my father is now hiding in Donghai. He doesn't dare to go out. It seems that someone is going to sue him or something. Anyway, he is going to be sued. My mother said that she is going to Donghai now. She may be gone for a few days before she comes back. She asked me to take care of myself. Yang Ming, what should I do? Lin Jiyun said in a hurry. Yang Ming was a little confused. Lin Jiyun didn't say it very clearly, but Yang Ming still understood the general meaning. That is, Lin Jiyun's father got into some trouble in Donghai. As a result, he was going to be sued, and he was still hiding. Where's your father now? Yang Ming sorted out his thoughts and asked. I don't know. My mother didn't tell me. Yang Ming, I want to go to Donghai to find my father now. Lin Jiyun said, I'm worried. You? Yang Ming didn't know what to say. Little girl, aren't you adding to the trouble if you go? This isn't something you can solve. What's wrong? Lin Jiyun didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly said you and didn't follow up. Jiyun, the most important thing for you now is to contact your mother and tell her not to act rashly. Yang Ming hesitated and said, there are some things that can't be solved just by her going. Sometimes it's adding to the trouble. Ah? Lin Jiyun was shocked. When she heard what Yang Ming said, she also felt that this was the case. She quickly said, okay, I will call my mother and see if she left. As Lin Jiyun said this, she didn't wait for Yang Ming to say anything and hung up the phone. Yang Ming shook his head. It seems that I have to make a trip to the East China Sea. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and called Ho Zhenhan. Then, he instructed, Big Ho, do you have your own confidant in the company? Yes, they are my former comrades. They are definitely reliable. Do you have any instructions, Brother Yang? Ho Zhenhan replied. Come with me to the East Sea to do something, Yang Ming said. When are we leaving? Ho Zhenhan never asked. Wait for my news. Yang Ming hung up and called Xianxia again. Xianxia, I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming said. I didn't see the caller ID, but I recognized it. What's the matter? Asked Xianxia. Lend me the car. It's urgent. Yang Ming and Xianxia were not polite and said directly. Which one? Audi R8? Xianxia was also used to the way Yang Ming spoke. Usually, Yang Ming's tone meant that there was something very important. Can I? Asked Yang Ming. If I say no, you won't lend it? Xianxia smiled. Come to my company to get it. Should I send someone to send it to you? Send it to me. At the entrance of Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming said, I'm going now. 15 minutes. Xianxia said, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? I'm going to Donghai. My friend is in some trouble. Yang Ming said truthfully. He was not going to hide it from Xianxia. If the matter was really big, he might have to use Xianxia's hand to solve it. Do you need help? Asked Xianxia faintly. I will definitely not be polite when I need it. Yang Ming smiled. That's true. When you asked me, you were never polite. It was as if I owed you. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I don't know who owes who. Things are two-sided. I'm comfortable, and you're refreshed. Yang Ming smiled. Go to hell. Xianxia hung up the phone directly, but her heart was beating fiercely. Yang Ming's hint gave her a special feeling. Xianxia knocked on her head. Xianxia, do you want to have a relationship with a younger man? Xianxia, don't tell me you want to have a relationship with a younger man? It's impossible. Xianxia sighed. She picked up the car key and handed it to one of the company's men. She asked him to send the car to Yang Ming. When Xianxia's phone call was just disconnected, Lin Jiyun's phone call came in. Moreover, there were several missed calls. It seemed that Lin Jiyun had called many times. "How's it going, Jiyun?" Yang Ming picked up the phone and asked. "Yang Ming, I can't contact my mother. She doesn't have a mobile phone. No one is answering the phone at home. She must have set off." Lin Jiyun said anxiously, "What should I do?" "Don't worry. I will think of a way." "Where are you now?" Yang Ming comforted her. "I am in the dormitory." Lin Jiyun replied. "You are now waiting for me at the main entrance of the school. I will go there too. We will think of a way when we meet." Yang Ming instructed calmly. It was useless to be anxious now. The most important thing was to be calm. "Okay, I will go there now," Lin Jiyun said immediately. Yang Ming shook his head. As he walked, he called the bus station and asked about the departure time of the next bus to Donghai. Xianxia didn't have a car, so the only way to get to Donghai was to take a bus at the bus station. Although she could buy a train ticket, it was more troublesome than a bus ticket. When he got the news that the bus would depart at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Ming was relieved. It was now 11:30. There was still an hour and a half. He should be able to intercept Xianxia. The reason why Yang Ming didn't want Xianxia to participate was that women were sometimes more impulsive. Now, the more impulsive Lin Jiyun's father was, the easier it was to ruin things. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun almost rushed to the school gate at the same time. From the sadness between Lin Jiyun's eyebrows, Yang Ming could see her inner anxiety. "Ai." Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Why is fate so unfair? Lin Jiyun is such a good girl, but she has suffered so many hardships. "Don't worry. I have called the bus station. The bus to Donghai will depart at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We can still make it if we go now." Yang Ming was afraid that Lin Jiyun would be anxious, so he quickly told her the news he got when they met. Lin Jiyun nodded absent-mindedly. The sudden change made Lin Jiyun a little overwhelmed. On New Year's Day, her father called and said that the business in Donghai was very good. He had earned more than 10,000 yuan, so he wouldn't come back for the holiday. The mother and daughter were very happy at the time. They went to Auntie Hong's small restaurant to celebrate. Who would have thought that such a troublesome thing would happen in just a few days? Lin Jiyun nodded numbly. She didn't know why, but after seeing Yang Ming, her upset heart slowly calmed down. It was a feeling of finding support and sustenance. It was very comfortable. "Wait a minute. My friend will send the car, and then we will go to the Songjiang bus station together," Yang Ming said. Lin Jiyun didn't make a sound. She just looked at Yang Ming. Now, she wanted to lean on Yang Ming's arms to find the familiar sense of security, but reason told Lin Jiyun that she couldn't. Not to mention that Yang Ming wasn't her real boyfriend. Even if they were secretly acting for real sometimes, it was impossible to do it at the school gate. This was causing trouble for Yang Ming. What if his girlfriend saw it? What should I do? Lin Jiyun's heart was struggling and tumbling. Until Sun Jia's men sent the car, and Yang Ming let her get in the car, Lin Jiyun regained her senses. Yang Ming wasn't very used to driving the sports car suddenly. However, Yang Ming had watched a lot of videos about the driving of sports cars before. This was necessary to be a qualified assassin. Gradually, he became familiar with the driving habits and came to the door of the Songjiang bus station. Yang Ming looked at the watch on the mobile phone. There were still 40 minutes before the departure. There was still time. After buying 2 station tickets, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun came to the waiting room together. "Over there." Yang Ming opened his eyes and said to Lin Jiyun. After entering the waiting room, Yang Ming closed his eyes and used the all-angle special ability. He quickly found the position of Xianxia. "Mom." Lin Jiyun threw herself on Xianxia, and tears couldn't help but flow down. "Yunair? How did you find this place?" Xianxia opened her mouth in surprise. "Don't cry. Be obedient." "Auntie, what is the specific situation with Uncle?" Yang Ming sat next to Xianxia and asked. "Yang Ming? You are here too?" Xianxia just paid attention to Lin Jiyun. She didn't expect Yang Ming to come, too. Auntie, I heard that uncle had an accident, so I came over. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming, I actually don't know much about this matter, but I heard from Xian's father that his boss ran away after signing the contract. Now, the two companies that signed the contract with him are suing Xian's father for fraud. Shen Yueping frowned and sighed. I want to go over and take a look. I want to talk to the two companies. When Yang Ming heard Shen Yueping's words, he could only smile bitterly. Sure enough, as he expected, if Shen Yueping went, then things would only be more troublesome. Intercede? Is it useful to intercede? Moreover, it would be better if she didn't intercede. If she interceded and was detained by the other party, Lin Jian's father would be agitated and cause some trouble. It would be troublesome if it changed from being reasonable to not being reasonable. Auntie, you don't have to intercede. Will the company listen to you? Yang Ming said helplessly. But this matter is definitely not done by Jian's father. It's his boss. What does it have to do with Jian's father? Shen Yueping was puzzled. Yang Ming thought, things are definitely not so simple. If the other party was only looking for Lin Jian's father to collect the debt, then it was possible to shirk the responsibility. Now, the other party said that they wanted to sue Lin Jian's father, then things were different. There must be evidence to sue. In other words, the other party must have evidence in their hands that pointed to Lin Jian's father. It was an unshirkable responsibility. This was also the problem that Yang Ming was most worried about. Auntie Shen, don't worry. My opinion is that you don't go to Donghai. I will do it. I have a relatively powerful friend in Donghai. You can ask her for help. Yang Ming pretended to be relaxed and comforted Shen Yueping. Besides, isn't it just about money? At most, we will pay for it. Pay for it? How can we afford it? Shen Yueping was shocked. It's a contract of a few million. What? A few million? Why is it so much? Yang Ming frowned. The amount is so huge? No wonder the other party wants to sue. However, this money was nothing to Yang Ming. He just didn't want to throw away a few million. What kind of business does Yan'er's father do? The contract is huge. Shen Yueping explained. I know, Auntie Shen. Do you believe me? Yang Ming asked suddenly. I naturally believe you. You have helped our family so much. Shen Yueping also knew that if she went to Donghai, she would definitely be in the dark. She wouldn't know anyone. How could she not know that the chances of success of interceding with those two companies were almost zero? But what else could she do? He had to at least try, right? Now that Yang Ming took the initiative to offer help, Shen Yueping was naturally very touched. Yang Ming, I don't know what to say. My Yan'er is really lucky to know you. Auntie Shen, don't say that. Since you mentioned Zhiyun, then I won't be polite. With my relationship with Zhiyun, I should do this now. You don't have to feel burdened. Although a few million isn't a small number, I promise that I will gather the money to compensate others. I will definitely bring Uncle Lin back safely. Yang Ming solemnly said to Shen Yueping. Yang Ming. In fact, Lin Zhiyun was the most excited at this moment. Only she was clear about the relationship between herself and Yang Ming. These two people were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. She didn't understand why Yang Ming wanted to help her so much. And it wasn't just once, but again and again. This kind of help and care was definitely not the kind of help from an ordinary friend. Lin Zhiyun wasn't a fool. Yang Ming's care for her could be said to be meticulous. Although Lin Zhiyun had never been in love, she had never seen a pig run before. Novels, movies, serials. The care between lovers was just like this, right? Lin Zhiyun never felt that Yang Ming owed her anything. Although there was a mistake before. Now Lin Zhiyun had regarded the pain as a mistake. But Lin Zhiyun felt that Yang Ming deserved it, didn't he? He just delayed the time to get it. So now, for everything that Yang Ming did for her, Lin Zhiyun was touched. Of course, there were some complicated feelings that couldn't be said. Lin Zhiyun also thought about why. Was Yang Ming pursuing her? It didn't seem like it. She also knew that Yang Ming had a girlfriend, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Then, why was it? Yang Ming was so natural with her. Lin Jiyun once thought that Yang Ming was too immersed in the act, but later she dispelled this idea. Pretending was just pretending no matter what. Actions and words could be faked, but the deep concern in his eyes couldn't be faked. Lin Jiyun sighed. She had gradually gotten used to Yang Ming's current behavior. She was used to Yang Ming's care and Yang Ming's care. Even when she encountered trouble, the first person she called was Yang Ming. Just like just now, when she was helpless, she subconsciously called Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun also knew that it was wrong to do this, but she just couldn't control herself. Because everything had become a habit. She even had a feeling of fear. She was afraid that her relationship with Yang Ming would be exposed one day. Then, she would lose her current life forever. Lin Jiyun shook her swollen head and wiped the tears on her face. When Xin Yueping wasn't paying attention, she whispered to Yang Ming, "Why are you so good to me?" "And?" Yang Ming was stunned and replied casually, "I'm your boyfriend? What's wrong with being good to you?" "I mean..." Lin Jiyun just wanted to say something, but she saw Xin Yueping turn her head, so she quickly closed her mouth. "Yeah, Yun, why are you saying such strange things?" Xin Yueping heard that Yang Ming promised to bring Lin Chongqing back safely even if he had to pay for it. She breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Jiyun really couldn't say anything. She could only sigh slightly. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. In this life, I seem to be entangled with Yang Ming. Auntie Shen, you give me Uncle Lin's contact information. I will go to Donghai. The sooner the matter is solved, the better. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will write it down for you. The place where he lives is called Dafa Hotel. Xin Yueping said as she took out a pen and paper and wrote down the address for Yang Ming. Auntie Shen, since you trust me, leave this matter to me. You and Jiyun go back and wait for my news. Yang Ming said. No, I want to go with you. Lin Jiyun suddenly said. This? Yang Ming hesitated. It was actually fine for Lin Jiyun to go as long as she didn't run around. For Lin Jiyun's request, Yang Ming had always found it difficult to refuse. Okay. Yang Ming said, but you must be obedient. It seems that I am very naughty. Lin Jiyun also smiled through her tears. Yang Ming and Xin Yueping went to refund the ticket, then they left the bus terminal and said goodbye. Yang Ming called Ho Zhenhan. Big Ho, I am going to Donghai now. You should go too. Meet me at the highway toll booth outside the city. Okay, brother Yang. Ho Zhenhan's answer was always so simple. Lin Jiyun, who got Yang Ming's promise, was relieved at this time. She didn't pay attention to what car Yang Ming was driving. Now she looked at Yang Ming's car with some surprise. Why is this car so strange? By the way, I remember now. In the Iron Man movie that I watched, Iron Man drove this car. Probably. This car does look like Iron Man, Yang Ming nodded. The performance is good, but it is a bit too domineering for a girl to drive. This car could only be driven by a woman like Xianxia. Her character was quite strong. Is the owner of this car a woman? Lin Jiyun couldn't help but ask. And, it's the friend from Donghai that I was talking about. Yang Ming smiled and drove the car. He didn't notice Lin Jiyun's uneasiness. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Lin Jiyun actually had some slight jealousy. This girl must have a close relationship with Yang Ming. Otherwise, why would she lend such a good car to others? What was ridiculous was that Lin Jiyun didn't expect that Yang Ming was willing to pay millions for her. She was still jealous of others. The bus terminal was very close to the highway toll booth outside the city, so Yang Ming arrived a little earlier than Ho Zhenhan. The car was parked on the side of the road, which attracted many people's attention. The Audi R8 was still very popular in China. Especially Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, a handsome man with a beautiful woman, it was even more enviable. But jealousy was jealousy. Many people still looked at Yang Ming with envy. After waiting for a while, they saw Ho Zhenhan's broken Jetta roaring. Needless to say, although this car was broken, it wasn't slow. Behind him was a Jinbei big van. Yang Ming pressed the horn twice. Ho Zhenhan was a little surprised when he got off the car. He found out that this was Yang Ming's car. But he didn't ask much. He just said, "Brother Yang, I brought 8 people. Is it enough?" "It should be enough. You follow me in a while," Yang Ming said. Although Yang Ming's sports car could go faster, because he had to take care of Ho Zhenhan, the speed couldn't be increased. Moreover, there was a speed limit on the highway. Yang Ming couldn't go faster even if he wanted to. Lin Chongqing's mobile phone was also turned off. There was no way to contact him now. The only way for Yang Ming to find him was to find Dafa Hotel according to the address provided by Xinhua Ping. This was a very secluded alley. Yang Ming found such a place after several inquiries. Dilapidated bungalows and garbage stations. Perhaps every city had such a dilapidated and barren side. Even Donghai, the provincial capital city, was the same. Looking at the 3 cars driving into the alley, the people on the side of the road widened their eyes in surprise, especially Yang Ming's sports car that could only be seen on TV. It made these people, who rarely saw cars in the alley, even more surprised. Dafa Hotel, the name was very rich, but it didn't look like it meant to be rich at all. It was a very dilapidated 2-story building with a plaque that had lost its color. The words Dafa Hotel were written on it, and the hotel was changed later. It was painted with paint. The original words were guest house. Maybe the owner of this hotel wanted to keep up with the times, but the environment of this place was like this. It couldn't be changed to be high-end. "Excuse me, is there a person named Lin Chongqing living here?" Yang Ming walked into the hotel and asked a drowsy middle-aged woman sitting at the service desk inside. "Lin Chongqing?" The middle-aged woman glanced at the record registration form beside her. There were only a few guests with this name, so she said, "There is no such person." "Oh? That's not right. That's not right." Yang Ming was stunned. "It is indeed here. Is there only one Dafa Hotel here? Do you think that I can afford to open a branch?" The middle-aged woman shook her head and curled her lips. "Do you two want to stay? The hourly room is very cheap. Of course, if you stay for a long time, I can give you a discount. There is a closed-circuit TV in the room, suitable for you couples to flirt with each other." "Huh?" Lin Jiyun was a little shocked when she heard the middle-aged woman's words. She raised her blushing face and looked at Yang Ming embarrassedly. "What should I do? Dad isn't here." "I don't know. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be wrong." Yang Ming shook his head and continued to say to the middle-aged woman, "It doesn't matter if we stay in the hotel. We can take a break." "Oh? That's great. 20 for an hour and 50 for a full day. What do you think?" When the middle-aged woman heard that Yang Ming wanted to stay in the hotel, she immediately perked up. "You can get a discount if you stay for more days, and you don't have to register with your ID card." "No need to register with an ID card?" Yang Ming suddenly thought of something. Yes, this was not a big hotel. It was just a small hotel. The management of this kind of hotel was very lax. Since they did not require ID cards, many people who came to stay here registered with fake names. The lady boss of this inn also used this to attract young men and women to book a room. Lin Jiyun's father, Lin Chongqing, was now hiding from debt, so it was very likely that he used a fake name. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but open his eyes. The reason why he said that he wanted to stay in the hotel was to get more information from the lady boss. At first glance, this lady boss was the kind of woman who was very mercenary. Before Yang Ming said that he wanted to stay in the hotel, she had a sleepy expression. When he said that he wanted to stay in the hotel, she immediately perked up. "Okay, then I will stay for a day." Yang Ming took out 100 yuan and handed it to the middle-aged woman. "Anne, I will charge you 100 yuan first. I will give you the change when you check out," the lady boss said. "Okay, no problem." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Lady boss, I want to ask you something." "What is it?" "Just say it." The lady boss's attitude was very good this time. She was happy to pay the money. "This is the case. I have a friend who called me and said that he also lives here. He asked us to come and find him. But you just said that he didn't live here. Let me describe his appearance. To you. Yang Ming said. Okay, you say it. I have a lot of people who don't register here. The lady boss nodded. For example, I didn't even register your name when you stayed in the hotel. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. She was the one who opened this hotel. She wasn't afraid of murderers staying here. However, this wasn't something that Yang Ming could worry about, so Yang Ming described Lin Chongqing's appearance. This person. The lady boss fell into deep thought. When you said this, I have a bit of an impression. It seems to be a man who lives on the second floor. He is in his 40s. I don't know the specific name. He didn't register. I don't know if he is the Lin Chongqing you are looking for. He just went out and hasn't come back yet. Lin Chongqing just came back from eating a bowl of noodles outside. Before he entered the door of the hotel, he faintly heard that someone seemed to be talking about him. Lin Chongqing was immediately shocked after hearing it. He quickly stopped and didn't dare to go in. He leaned on the door and looked inside carefully. When he saw that the people who came were Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming, he was relieved and pushed the door in. Jiyun, Yang Ming, why are you here? Asked Lin Chongqing. Hey. It's him. Is he the person you are looking for? The lady boss knew that these two groups of people knew each other, but she didn't forget to do them a favor. Uncle Lin, your room is upstairs, right? We also got a room. Let's go up and talk. Yang Ming knew that this wasn't a place to talk, so he said this. Okay. Lin Chongqing nodded. Let's go up and talk. Yang Ming thanked the lady boss and went upstairs with Lin Chongqing and Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming's room and Lin Chongqing's room were diagonally opposite each other, so they were quite close. Yang Ming first glanced at his room. The environment was okay. The outside of this hotel didn't look good, but the inside was clean and tidy. It was just that the TV was obviously an antique. Ho Zhenhan and the others didn't care about it. It was the same wherever they stayed. They also got a few rooms together. The lady boss was so happy that she fainted. There were so many customers all of a sudden. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun came to Lin Chongqing's room. After closing the door, Yang Ming asked, Uncle Lin, I heard from Auntie Shen that you are in trouble. What happened? Ai. Lin Chongqing sighed and said, This matter, I have to start from the beginning. It turned out that the hotel where Lin Chongqing originally worked was closed because of the fight between Bao Sanli and Yu Xianxia. Lin Chongqing was naturally laid off. Not long after, one of Lin Chongqing's original workmates found Lin Chongqing and said that there was a good job for him. This workmate was in Donghai, doing business with a boss. He heard that his monthly income was more than 10,000 yuan. Lin Chongqing was moved when he heard it. He quickly rushed to Donghai. Under the introduction of his workmate, he joined a company called Rini Trading and became a sales manager. Although there was no base salary, and the commission was very low, only 5/1000ths of the business volume, the company's trade volume was very large. It was a business worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Because of the absolute price advantage, Lin Chongqing, a newcomer, easily won 2 big business deals worth more than 100,000 yuan. He did well, and his commission was more than 1,000 yuan. Moreover, he also established a good cooperative relationship with these two trading companies. A few days ago, Lin Chongqing signed 2 deals worth more than 1 million yuan with these two companies. Because it was the second cooperation, everything went smoothly. The other party also paid a 20% deposit in accordance with the contract requirements. Lin Chongqing was very excited. If these 2 business deals were successful, then he could get a commission of more than 10,000 yuan. However, the good times didn't last long. When the 2 companies were rushing for goods, Lin Chongqing was shocked to find that his boss had disappeared. At that time, the 2 companies didn't care about this. They found Lin Chongqing and asked him for goods. If there was no goods, he would refund the money. Otherwise, they would sue him in court. Lin Chongqing was scared. He quickly found this small hotel to hide first. He didn't know what to do. Uncle Lin, where is the contract you signed? Do you have a copy? Yang Ming listened to Lin Chongqing's narrative, and his heart sank slightly. This was obviously a typical example of a shell company. They cheated once and left. They cheated the salespeople under them. Contract? Yes, I have a copy of every contract here. Wait a moment. I will show it to you. Lin Chongqing listened to Yang Ming's words and quickly took out a stack of contracts from a briefcase on the bed and handed them to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't look at anything else. He just glanced at the first party, and his heart sank. The first party didn't write the name of the Rini company, but his name Lin Chongqing. Looking at the contract again, Yang Ming's mood was even heavier. Although Yang Ming wasn't a legal expert, he could roughly understand the terms written in the contract. None of them were against the Rini company. Instead, they were all against individuals. If an individual violated the contract, what would happen? After reading the entire contract, Yang Ming broke into a cold sweat. Uncle Lin, how can this contract be signed in your personal name? Not the company? No, our salesmen sign contracts in their own names. Lin Chongqing's expression didn't have the slightest problem. The boss said that this can effectively distinguish which order is made by who. It is also easy to calculate the commission. What is this reason? Which order is made by who, this can be recorded casually. There is no need for the salesman to sign the contract in his personal name. Yang Ming's current mood could be imagined. No wonder the two companies didn't look for the Rini Trading Company, but specifically looked for Lin Chongqing. Uncle Lin, the current situation is not very good. This contract is obviously a trap for you. If the company's boss runs away, then the responsibility will be all on you. Yang Ming shook his head and said. How can it be? Lin Chongqing was stunned. Didn't I sign the contract on behalf of the company? Yang Ming was a little speechless. It seems that Uncle Lin's legal awareness is very low. He can't even see through such a simple fraud. Uncle Lin, this contract doesn't mention the so-called Rini Trading Company from beginning to end. Ah? Lin Chongqing was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's words. Really? Then, wouldn't the two companies ask me for money? Isn't the current situation like this? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. But things shouldn't be that bad. You tell me about your boss, such as if you have a photo of him in your hand. There is no photo. I haven't seen what the boss looks like. When our company holds a meeting, it is in the form of a remote phone call. We sit in the office and listen to the boss instructions. Lin Chongqing said, we only know that he is Mei. We all call him President Mei. President Mei? Yang Ming shook his head. It must be a fabricated name. Listening to this posture, how is it similar to a telephone pyramid scheme? Their other workmates said that the boss is called Mei Rini. Lin Chongqing nodded. Mei Rini? No benevolence? This name was too classic. It was comparable to Wu Qiren's name. One was heartless, and the other was shameless. The current situation is not good. Forget it, where are your other coworkers? Is there anyone who knows more inside information? Yang Ming asked. I don't know. They are all hiding. Many of them are also victims. They don't dare to run out. Lin Chongqing shook his head. What should we do? Your contract is. Let me see. The amount is 4 million yuan. 20% should be 480,000 yuan. Don't be angry. We can just pay them 480,000 yuan. Yang Ming comforted him. How can that be? So much money, how can I let you pay? Lin Chongqing was taken aback and hurriedly refused. Yang Ming gave Lin Jiyun a look and asked her to speak. Lin Jiyun had no choice but to say, Dad, Yang Ming isn't an outsider. If it really doesn't work, I can pay for it. Okay. Lin Chongqing sighed and thought that it was the same. It was the same as if it was given by his own daughter. Although he knew that Yang Ming would solve the problem for him, Lin Chongqing's interest wasn't very high. Lin Jiyun didn't have much worry. The relationship between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun was normal now to live in the same room. Lin Chongqing didn't ask. However, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were somewhat not used to it. After all, this was the first time that two people went out and lived in the same room. Back in the room, Lin Jiyun sat on the bed. Are you hungry? Asked Yang Ming. Ah? Lin Jiyun was shocked and said unnaturally, "I'm not hungry. I'm fine." Yang Ming shook his head. It could be seen that Lin Jiyun was a little reserved. Yang Ming smiled and turned on the TV. He said to Lin Jiyun, "You watch TV first. I'll go out and find my friend to talk about something." "Okay." Lin Jiyun nodded. She was relieved when she saw Yang Ming leave the room. After all, it was the first time for Lin Jiyun to be alone with Yang Ming in a hotel room. She was nervous. She was a little scared. There is only one big bed here. Do I really have to sleep in the same bed with Yang Ming at night? Would he do something about it? However, Lin Jiyun shook her head again. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't have the opportunity to be alone with her. Moreover, there was one time when she was sleeping. If Yang Ming had any intention to do something to her, he wouldn't have waited until now. Besides, even if something happened between Yang Ming and me, so what? Lin Jiyun gritted her teeth. Anyway, since it happened once, she didn't care about the second time. Yang Ming went out of the room and came to the room where Ho Zhenhan was. Ho Zhenhan lived in a single room. His men were arranged in other rooms. Although Ho Zhenhan said that these people were his confidants, Yang Ming still had to be careful. His relationship with Ho Zhenhan shouldn't be exposed too early. "Brother Yang." Ho Zhenhan was lying on the bed smoking. When he saw Yang Ming come in, he quickly sat up from the bed. "You lie down and rest." Yang Ming waved his hand and sat on the bed. Then, he told Ho Zhenhan about Lin Chongqing's experience. "That's the situation. That's the situation. Do you have any good ideas?" "There should be no good way." Ho Zhenhan shook his head. "There is no clue at all. It is very difficult to do. Let's do this. I will take my brothers out to inquire about the situation. This Meirini is working in Donghai. It is impossible for him not to contact some local tyrants." "Okay, you go ahead." Yang Ming nodded. "Contact me at any time if there is any news." After Ho Zhenhan left, Yang Ming stayed in Ho Zhenhan's room for a while before returning to his room. He was afraid that Lin Jiyun would be embarrassed, so he deliberately left some time for Lin Jiyun to adjust her mentality. To be honest, the reason why Yang Ming chose a room when he got a room was also intentional. Yang Ming felt that he and Lin Jiyun could probably go further. The current time couldn't be said to be very ripe, but it was an opportunity after all. Yang Ming decided to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his relationship with Lin Jiyun. In this way, Yang Ming could take care of her more justifiably. Pushing open the door of the room, Yang Ming saw Lin Jiyun sitting on the bed watching TV at the moment. There was a smile on her mouth. Yang Ming glanced at the program on TV. It was an American cartoon, SpongeBob SquarePants. Yang Ming smiled slightly and sat next to Lin Jiyun. "Is it good?" "Hee, it's so interesting." Lin Jiyun couldn't help but laugh. "The little snail in it is so cute." "Which one? Is it that little snail?" Yang Ming pointed to the cartoon character on TV and asked. "Yeah, it's him. SpongeBob SquarePants' little snail." Lin Jiyun nodded. Yang Ming accompanied Lin Jiyun to watch TV for a while. This cartoon was really funny. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh for a long time. After the cartoon was over, it was a lengthy advertisement. "Do you want to change the channel?" asked Yang Ming. "I don't know where the remote control is." Lin Jiyun smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I was looking for it just now. I watched the advertisement for half an hour, and I finally found a fun cartoon." "What?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly looked for the TV remote control. Fortunately, the space here was limited. Yang Ming rummaged through the desk and finally found a shabby remote control. Yang Ming pressed the volume button. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with it. "Here." Yang Ming handed the remote control to Lin Jiyun. "I'm going to the toilet. I drank too much water just now." "Okay." Lin Jiyun took the remote control and changed the channel. This hotel should be equipped with a satellite TV. Lin Jiyun hadn't seen many of the channels. There were also some channels that spoke in English. Lin Jiyun couldn't even understand the subtitles. There was a sudden sound of ecstasy from the TV. Lin Jiyun was shocked. She almost threw the remote control on the ground. The sudden strange sound made Lin Jiyun's face turn red for no reason. Looking at the content on TV again, Lin Jiyun was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. A foreign woman was sitting on the body of a foreign man, moving up and down, back and forth at high speed, and exaggeratedly moaning sounds came from her mouth. At this moment, Lin Jiyun certainly understood what the two people on TV were doing. Lin Jiyun wasn't a kindergarten girl. She knew a little about the matters between men and women. However, Lin Jiyun was a little curious. The woman on TV seemed to be very comfortable. Was it so exaggerated? Lin Jiyun frowned and recalled her experience. When Yang Ming came to the bathroom, it was actually because his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Yang Ming took out his cell phone and glanced at it. It was a message from Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming, where are you? Why don't I see you? Yang Ming quickly dialed Chen Mingyan's cell phone. After 2 rings, Chen Mingyan picked up. Yang Ming? Where are you? Asked Chen Mingyan. I'm outside. I have something to do. Yang Ming said, I'm now in Donghai. Oh? Why did you go to Donghai? When will you come back? Chen Mingyan was a bit puzzled. She saw Yang Ming in the cafeteria in the morning. Why did he go to Donghai in the afternoon? Something happened to a friend of mine. Yang Ming said, I may have to stay here for a few days. Don't worry. Okay. Chen Mingyan said, then you be careful. If you need anything, call my dad. I understand. Yang Ming felt sweet in his heart. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming washed his face and then went out of the bathroom. Lin Jiyun blushed as she watched the exaggerated performance on TV. This hotel is really unbearable. How can there be such a channel? Although Lin Jiyun was cursing in her heart, her eyes were staring at the TV screen without blinking. Curiosity can sometimes kill a cat or even an elephant. Lin Jiyun looked at the person on TV, but her heart couldn't help but association with herself. That time, other than pain, there was still pain. It wasn't as refreshing as the woman on TV. Lin Jiyun shook her head in doubt. She looked at the woman on TV and looked at herself. Could it be that Asians are different from Europeans and Americans? And the figure does seem to be different. The woman on TV is much more voluptuous than me. I can't say voluptuous, I should say that it's scary. Those breasts. Lin Jiyun sweated profusely. When Yang Ming came out of the bathroom, he was a little stunned. He listened to the sound from the TV, glanced at the image on it, and then glanced at Lin Jiyun, who was blushing but was watching the TV with great interest. Yang Ming almost couldn't stand still and sat directly on the ground. Wasn't this too much of a mystery? Lin Jiyun watched this kind of program? Yang Ming opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at Lin Jiyun. Just like that, Lin Jiyun watched the TV, Yang Ming watched Lin Jiyun, and watched the TV. It was unknown who the TV was watching. After a long while, Lin Jiyun recovered from her dazed state. She suddenly thought that Yang Ming might have come out of the toilet without knowing why. She quickly looked back in the direction of the toilet, but she saw Yang Ming with his mouth wide open. Ah! Lin Jiyun was shocked. She quickly pressed the remote control with her hand to change the channel. She didn't expect that the next channel was even more intense. It was the United States before, but this time it was Japan. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the American blockbuster, it was more realistic. The sound of squeaking came from the TV, making Yang Ming stunned. Could it be that Lin Jiyun likes this kind of music? Yang Ming shook his head, baffled. Jiyun, do you like to watch this? No. Lin Jiyun quickly pressed the remote control again. This time, she accidentally pressed the wrong key and pressed the volume button. The sound on. The TV increased by several decibels. Dang dang dang. At this moment, the door was knocked. Yang Ming, Jiyun, are you asleep? It was Lin Chongqing's voice. As luck would have it, the man on the TV suddenly sped up, and the woman screamed madly. Ugh! Lin Chongqing was immediately speechless. Apparently, he also heard the sound in the room. You guys, play first. I will go back first. Lin Chongqing was very embarrassed. Seeing his daughter and son-in-law doing that kind of thing, he couldn't help but sweat. When he returned to the room, his face was still a little hot. Lin Jiyun saw that changing the channel didn't work, so she had to press the switch of the remote control to turn off the TV. Just now, my father. When Lin Jiyun thought of this, she was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. She pulled the quilt on the bed and covered her head. Jiyun, what are you doing? Yang Ming wasn't as embarrassed as Lin Jiyun. I don't want to live anymore. Lin Jiyun screamed, I can't see anyone. What's wrong? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Isn't it just watching an adult TV show? What's so great about it? I have seen it too. I know that you won't believe me no matter what I say. Lin Jiyun said in a hurry, but I really didn't watch it deliberately. I know. Yang Ming said in his heart. If you didn't do it deliberately, why did you watch it so intently? Do you believe me? Lin Jiyun asked curiously. I believe. You are definitely not a perverted woman. Yang Ming said. Lin Jiyun smiled bitterly in her heart. My performance just now seemed to be a perverted woman. Well, Jiyun, don't think so much. Just watch it. It's not a big deal. We are all adults. It's not wrong to know something about this. Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun was shy, so he persuaded her. But my father just now. Lin Jiyun felt helpless when she thought of this. My father must have thought that we were. That's nothing, right? Anyway, Uncle Lin also knows about our relationship. Even if it is us, it doesn't matter, right? Yang Ming said. But I just feel embarrassed. Yang Ming, you really won't make fun of me? Lin Jiyun asked with some concern. Why would I make fun of you? You have done a lot of embarrassing things in front of me. Yang Ming smiled and said, for example, going to the toilet without wearing clothes. You are so annoying. Lin Jiyun laughed and pulled down the quilt from her head. Do you really think it's nothing? What's nothing? Are you talking about your father's matter? Yang Ming asked, of course, it's nothing. Didn't your father already know that we did that? No, I'm talking about me just now, watching TV. Lin Jiyun whispered, do you think that I am very perverted? No, I think it's normal. Yang Ming smiled and said, in fact, I occasionally watch it. Really? Asked Lin Jiyun. Really? Yang Ming nodded and said, why don't we watch it together now? Go to hell. Lin Jiyun said shyly, who wants to watch it with you? Just now, we watched it together, right? Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. Lin Jiyun rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. The flush on her face hadn't faded yet. This look was unspeakably charming. It made Yang Ming feel a little intoxicated. What are you looking at? Lin Jiyun suddenly found that Yang Ming was looking at her, so she asked uncomfortably. Nothing. I'm just looking at you. Yang Ming said, you are much better looking than the woman on TV. What? Lin Jiyun was a little annoyed. Are you comparing me to the woman on TV? Didn't I say that you were better looking than her? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. That won't do. Lin Jiyun said angrily, I won't be like the woman on TV, indecent. Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed twice. The awkwardness between the two was relieved. Let's go. Let's go to Uncle Lin's room. He seemed to be looking for us for something. Ah? Go to my father's place. Lin Jiyun hesitated. It's okay. Just pretend to be natural. Just act like nothing happened. Yang Ming said casually, if we don't mention it, Uncle Lin will naturally be embarrassed to mention it. Okay then. Lin Jiyun nodded. She got up and walked to Lin Chongqing's room with Yang Ming. After knocking on the door, Lin Chongqing opened the door and saw Yang Ming. And Lin Jiyun appear at the door of his room neatly dressed. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. These two people are quite fast. In just a while, they are already dressed like Wu Jingwang. You too. Lin Chongqing said somewhat strangely. When Lin Jiyun saw her father's strange eyes, she couldn't help but feel hot. She was anxious and explained, Dad, we were just watching TV. We didn't do anything else. Watching TV? Lin Chongqing was stunned. He had stayed in this hotel for 2 days. Naturally, he knew what was on TV. However, if 2 young people were hiding in the room to watch this kind of TV, then what would happen next was self-evident. Lin Chongqing thought that his daughter was embarrassed, so he nodded and said, "Oh, watching TV. It's nothing. I didn't hear anything." It was fine if Lin Chongqing didn't say anything. When he said this, Lin Jiyun was even more embarrassed. She said anxiously, "Dad, we really didn't do anything. We were just watching TV." Lin Chongqing said with a smile, "What you two do has nothing to do with me. You don't have to report to me." But Lin Jiyun still wanted to argue, but she was interrupted by Lin Chongqing. "Well, Jiyun, don't be so childish. You're not young anymore. You're a big girl. It's not shameful to do this kind of thing." Lin Chongqing waved his hand. "Let's talk about business." Lin Jiyun had to shut her mouth, but it could be seen that she still wanted to say something, but there was no chance. "Uncle Lin, why are you looking for us?" asked Yang Ming. "This is the case. I suddenly remembered something. I want to talk to you about it. I don't know if it's useful." Lin Chongqing asked Yang Ming and the others to sit down and said, "What is it?" "Uncle Lin, you must tell me what you can think of so that we can find clues as soon as possible." Yang Ming nodded and said very solemnly, "Okay, I just remembered something important. I want to tell you quickly." Lin Chongqing said, "When I first entered the company, there was a salesman who didn't want to work anymore. Then, he asked President May to calculate his salary. President May didn't give it to him. Instead, he found someone to teach him a lesson. In our meeting, he said that he and Brother Snake of the Four Snakes gang were good buddies. Whoever dared to make trouble would have their legs broken." "Four Snakes gang?" Yang Ming was surprised and slapped his thigh. "Is it related to the Four Snakes gang? I don't know about this. It may be that President May simply said it to scare us." Lin Chongqing shook his head. "But I heard from a few more senior workers that President May does seem to have a background in the underworld. So, I got it. Uncle Lin, the situation you thought of is very important." Yang Ming said, "If what Mei Rini said is true, then it's not difficult to find him." "Really? That's great." Lin Chongqing was very happy when he heard Yang Ming say that the clue he thought of was useful. "Uncle Lin, I will call my friend. You talk to Jiyun for a while. If you think of anything else, tell me immediately," said Yang Ming. "Okay, you go ahead," Lin Chongqing said. Yang Ming went to the door and called Ho Zhenhan. Some things were better not to be heard by Lin Chongqing and Lin Jiyun. "Brother Yang, what's the matter?" Ho Zhenhan picked up the phone. "How is it over there?" asked Yang Ming. "The situation is not very good. We can't get in touch with the powerful people in Donghai for a while. The people we are in contact with now are some small punks. Through their introduction, the biggest cannon that we know is just a barkeeper." Ho Zhenhan said with some regret, "I am afraid that things will have to wait for a few more days." Two. Ho Zhenhan was stunned. What a coincidence. Now the guy who is eating with us is from the Four Snakes gang. If that's the case, then I will start with him. Really? How is this possible? Yang Ming smiled. That's fine. You keep an eye on him. Try to get this guy as soon as possible. If you can't do it, you can buy him with money. Don't worry, Brother Yang. I know what to do. Ho Zhenhan said. In the room, Lin Chongqing looked at his daughter and asked, Jiyun, you and Yang Ming have to take precautions. You can't just do whatever you want. You are still students. Ah? Lin Jiyun lowered her head shyly. When she heard her father's words, she was shocked. We didn't do it. Lin Jiyun meant to explain that she and Yang Ming didn't do it, but in Lin Chongqing's ears, the meaning became we didn't take precautions. This can't be, Jiyun. Lin Chongqing said quickly, you are still young. Don't become an unmarried mother. Lin Jiyun was so shy that she stamped her feet. she staggered up and ran to the door. I'm going back to my room. AI. You don't want to listen to what Dad said, but it's for your own good. Lin Chongqing shook his head. Bang. Yang Ming hung up the phone and turned to go back to the room. Lin Jiyun was leaving the room. As a result, they bumped into each other. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was like Lin Jiyun was acting coquettishly in Yang Ming's arms. Ah? Lin Jiyun subconsciously wanted to break away, but Yang Ming reached out and hugged her. Don't move. Aren't you afraid that your dad will be suspicious? Yang Ming said calmly, we are a couple. There's nothing wrong with hugging, right? Oh. Lin Jian listened to Yang Ming's words and had to let him hug her. Uncle Lin, we will go back to the room first. Call us if you need anything. Yang Ming said very naturally. Go ahead. The relationship between the young couple is quite good. Lin Chongqing smiled. Out of the room, Yang Ming did not put down his hand that was around Lin Jiyun's shoulder. It was not until they entered the room that Lin Jiyun realized that something was wrong. What are you doing? Now we are all going back to the room. Ah? I forgot. Yang Ming explained casually and put down his hand. Lin Jiyun couldn't help it. She could only believe Yang Ming's words. Donghai, the headquarters of the Four Snakes gang. Brother Snake, you have to help me this time. The police have monitored the train station and the airport. They have also set up checkpoints on the highway out of the city. A fat man said with sweat on his forehead. Brother Wu. Brother Snake sighed. It's not that I don't want to help you, but the situation is not good. Brother Snake, what do you mean? You just look at your brother in trouble and don't care? The fat man called Brother Wu said with a gloomy face, if I go to the police station, you won't have a good time either. This Rennie company is planned by both of us together. The money earned is also split in half. Don't worry, brother. Brother Snake patted Big Fatty Wu's shoulder and smiled. How can I not care about you? Aren't you safe now? But, I have been stuck here for a few days. I can't stand it. Big Fatty Wu said with a bitter face, isn't this going to kill me? It's only been a few days, and you can't bear it? Brother Snake said with a glare, count how much money we have earned during this time. 10 million per person. This money is enough for you to live a carefree life. It is enough even to go abroad. But what is the use of having money? Is there no place to spend it? Big Fatty Wu said. Why are you in such a hurry? Brother Snake said with a smile, do you think the police have nothing else to do all day long? Just to wait for you at the station and the airport for a long time? After this period of time passes, I will send you to the south. At that time you will be able to live a carefree life. Okay. Big Fatty Wu nodded. I will listen to you. Is this the right way? How can a person who does great things not learn to endure? Brother Snake said with a laugh, you can only be a superior person after experiencing hardships. If you don't endure hardships, how can you enjoy life after suffering? That's right. Big Fatty Wu clenched his teeth. I will endure. Out of Big Fatty Wu's room, Brother Snake whispered to the confidant at the door, watch him closely. Don't let him run away. If this guy falls into the hands of the police, then we are finished. Don't worry, Brother Snake. I will watch him. The confidant nodded and said. And, if he dares to escape, you can kill him if necessary. Brother Snake said fiercely. Ah? Brother Snake, kill him? That's not very good, right? The confidant hesitated. Big Fatty Wu is not very honest. He is a bit too mercenary. I am afraid that this time I will fall into his hands. Brother Snake sighed. I blame myself for being greedy. That's why I got together with him. AI, forget it. Don't mention it. I understand, Brother Snake. The confidant nodded very seriously. I know what to do. Good. Brother Snake patted the confidant's shoulder and said, I am relieved when you do things. Brother Snake sighed as he walked. Although he was in the underworld, wasn't there a saying that a gentleman should get his money in a proper way? Not only was this the case for a gentleman, but there were also rules in the underworld. fraud was despised by people. If you were in the underworld, you could watch the scene and collect protection fees, but if you were in the underworld, then it was a bit unethical. If Brother Snake didn't want to carry forward the Four Snakes gang, he wouldn't cooperate with Big Fatty Wu to do this kind of thing. At that time, his brother also spoke against it, but Brother Snake was hot-headed. Do you still want to watch TV? Yang Ming picked up the TV remote control and turned on the TV. Oh. Ugh. There was a deafening howl from the TV. Lin Jian's small face that had just returned to normal suddenly turned red again. She stared at Yang Ming. You did it deliberately, right? I didn't. Yang Ming quickly shook his head and denied it. In fact, Yang Ming really didn't mean it. Yang Ming was afraid that Lin Jiyun would be embarrassed, so he wanted to adjust the atmosphere. Didn't she like to watch the cartoon called SpongeBob SquarePants? Then, let's watch it for a while. It was just that Yang Ming ignored the channel that was locked on the TV. It was this program. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Turn it off quickly. You still want to watch it, right? Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming was holding the remote control in a daze. He didn't mean to turn it off, so she yelled at him. Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words and laughed twice. He began to change the channel. It was difficult to find a normal channel. It was broadcasting a popular TV series, Country Love. It was at the point where Li Dagua was pretending to be a ghost to scare people. The voice scared Lin Jiyun. I say, Yang Ming, you did it deliberately, didn't you? How did you get such a channel? Lin Jiyun was scared by the ferocious Li Dagua on the TV. What does this have to do with me? Yang Ming was helpless. I don't have the ability to predict. As Yang Ming said this, he wanted to continue to change the channel. Don't change it. Just watch this. It's quite interesting. Lin Jiyun stopped him. Yang Ming shook his head. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Why did she change her mind in such a short time? Yang Ming sat next to Lin Jiyun and watched TV with her. The time quickly froze at 9 o'clock in the evening. It was time to sleep. Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun was a little sleepy. She didn't know what to say. It was just a bed. If two people slept together, it was really a bit. Although Lin Jiyun felt nothing in her heart, she still couldn't put it on the surface. Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun, who yawned. He couldn't help but be amused. He knew what she wanted to say. Are you sleepy? Rest early. You sleep first. I'll sleep on the sofa. Yang Ming pointed to a shabby single sofa in the room. Although Lin Jiyun also felt that this was the best solution, she couldn't bear it when she saw the narrow and shabby sofa. Yang Ming was helping her father, but she let him sleep on the sofa. It was a bit unreasonable. But to let him sleep on the bed, she really couldn't say it, so she had to say, why don't I sleep on the sofa? Girlfriend? When Lin Jiyun heard such a sensitive word, she couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. If I have a girlfriend, then I don't have to sleep on the sofa. Lin Jiyun shook her head. She didn't know if Yang Ming was joking or not. Lin Jiyun felt that Yang Ming seemed to be a little bit serious. Otherwise, who would help a fake girlfriend's family deal with such troublesome things? But it was impossible. Lin Jiyun had also inquired about Yang Ming's girlfriend through Xianxia. She was a girl named Chen Mingyan. Lin Jiyun saw her from afar. She was a very beautiful girl, very youthful, very cheerful, like a little princess. Although Lin Jiyun didn't think that she was more beautiful than Chen Mingyan, it should be about the same, right? But it was only about the same, which made Lin Jiyun lose confidence. Yang Ming couldn't like me. Lin Jiyun kept hinting to herself to prevent herself from doing something stupid. Then. I'm going to sleep, asked Lin Jiyun. You go to sleep first. I'm going out to smoke, said Yang Ming. Okay, you should rest early too. Lin Jiyun nodded and went to bed. Yang Ming walked out of the room and closed the door. Then, he lit a cigarette in the corridor. After going to university, Yang Ming's smoking frequency had decreased. If he didn't encounter troubles, Yang Ming wouldn't smoke. Speaking of troubles, Yang Ming wasn't troubled by Mei Rini, but Lin Jiyun's matter. Meirenu was nothing. If he couldn't be found, he would just have to pay some money. It was just that Lin Jiyun's matter was a bit troublesome. Now, Yang Ming could obviously feel that his relationship with Lin Jiyun had gotten a lot closer, especially because of the TV program and this trip together. Yang Ming could also feel that Lin Jiyun had gradually become attached to him. The original Lin Jiyun wouldn't call Yang Ming after something happened. Now, the first person that Lin Jiyun thought of when something happened was Yang Ming. Although the relationship between the two people was good, Yang Ming was happy to see it. But then, another problem came. My relationship with Lin Jiyun is close. What about Chen Mingyan? Now it seemed that although Chen Mingyan knew the existence of Lin Jiyun, she would never think that Yang Ming would bring her back again. The reason why Chen Mingyan acquiesced to Lan Ling was because Lan Ling wasn't by her side. She was still far away. If he really pushed Lin Jiyun to the front, then he really didn't know what would happen. Lin Jiyun wasn't like Lan Ling. Lin Jiyun was also a student of Songjiang Industry University. It was possible to meet Chen Mingyan at any time. According to Chen Mingyan's character, her temper was considered small. He was afraid that she would do something extreme again. When he thought of this, Yang Ming had a bit of a headache. As he was upset, Yang Ming's phone suddenly rang. He thought it was Ho Jinhan, but he didn't expect it to be Sun Jia. Hey, Sun Jia, don't tell me you miss me again? Although he was upset, Yang Ming was still very happy to tease the beauty on the surface. Have you arrived in Donghai? Sun Jia didn't answer and asked directly, how is it? It's not very smooth. We will talk about this later. Why are you looking for me? If it wasn't a last resort, Yang Ming still didn't want to trouble Sun Jia. Although the relationship between the two was very special, it was precisely because of this special relationship that made Yang Ming feel like he was living off a woman. One of my men said that he found some news about the person you are looking for. Sun Jia said, when are you going to see him? What? You found him? So fast? Yang Ming was surprised and immediately rejoiced. Wu Qiren's news was too important for him. The person doesn't seem to have been found yet, but I got some news. I don't know the specifics. I will give you the person's phone number. You can contact him, said Sun Jia. Okay, you say it. Yang Ming felt that his hands were trembling. He was really excited. His phone number is 1330x times x times x. Sun Jia said, you can call him Uncle Sun or Third Uncle. Just say that you are my friend. Uncle Sun? Is he a relative of your family? Yang Ming was stunned. He is my family's old butler. He is very good to me. It's okay. Sun Jia smiled. He is almost 50 years old. You will definitely not lose out if you call him uncle. Okay, I understand. Yang Ming said, thank you, Sun Jia. Didn't you say it? Why do you still need to thank me for our relationship? Sun Jia didn't forget to make fun of Yang Ming. Is it? Well, when will we go to the bathroom of the Nightless Club next time? Yang Ming smiled. Next time? There won't be a next time. Even if there is, we won't go to that kind of place. Sun Jia smiled and hung up the phone. It made Yang Ming feel a little overwhelmed. What does Sun Jia mean? Is she hinting at me? But this chick. Yang Ming shook his head. Sun Jia's character is so weird. She doesn't even know how to joke with me. Doesn't she know that it is easy for people to misunderstand? In fact, Yang Ming misunderstood. Sun Jia was just joking with him. For others, let alone joking, it was difficult to even laugh. Yang Ming dialed Uncle Sun's phone number according to the number given by Sun Jia. After 2 rings, the phone was connected. Hello? Who are you looking for? There was a low voice. On the other side. He asked directly. Is it Uncle Sun? Asked Yang Ming. N? I am. May I ask who you are? Sun San was stunned. Over the years, there were not many people who called him Uncle Sunday. Except for Sun Jia, it was Sun Jiwei. There were 2 brothers in the Sun family. One was Sun Jia's father, Sun Hongjun, and the other was Sun Jiwei's father, Sun Qingjun. Sun San wasn't originally called Sun San, but because he was the Sun family's butler, he changed his name to Sun San, which meant that he was the third brother. Although Sun San was a butler, Sun Hongjun valued him very much. Sun San was never married in his life. He was busy with the Sun family's affairs, so Sun Jia and Sun Jiwei respected him very much. However, only Sun Jia and Sun Jiwei called him Uncle Sun or Third Uncle. The people in the underworld respectfully called him Third Brother or Third Master. Third Uncle was a very strange title. Therefore, when he heard that the other party wasn't Sun Jia or Sun Jiwei, Sun San had some doubts, but his wording was also a lot more polite. Uncle Sun, I am a friend of Sun Jia. She gave me your phone number and asked me to look for you, said Yang Ming. Oh? I know. You are the one who wants to inquire about a person, right? Asked Sun San. Yes, it's me. Uncle Sun, I heard that you have news on your side. Yang Ming couldn't wait to ask. There is some news. I also took some photos. If you have time, come and take a look. Is it this person? But this person isn't called Wu Qiren. I don't know if he is the person you are looking for. Sun San said. Uncle Sun, are you free now? Yang Ming was very anxious. It should be said that he was very anxious. If he knew the whereabouts of Wu Qiren, he might know the whereabouts of Suya. In Yang Ming's heart, he always had an indescribable feeling for Suya. It was the kind of lingering and unforgettable feeling. It wasn't love, but it was purer and more persistent than love. It wasn't friendship, but it was closer than friendship and more moving. Yang Ming didn't know if he loved Suya because in Yang Ming's memory, Suya was still a little girl. Yang Ming didn't think that he had any hobby like a lolicon. In that young age, there was no love. It could only be said that he liked or had a good impression. However, Yang Ming couldn't forget Suya. It was unforgettable. Now? Well, you come to 188, Zhongjian Road. There is a private club here. You don't have a membership card. If the guard doesn't let you in, just call me. Sun San said, I will wait for you here. Okay, I will go now. Yang Ming said quickly. Can you find it? Sun San asked, you're not from here, right? I'm from Songjiang, but I have navigation. It's fine. Yang Ming said. Alright, then I'll see you in the hall, Sun San said. Yang Ming didn't say goodbye to Lin Jiyun. He went downstairs alone and drove Sun Jia's Audi R8 away from the Dafa Hotel. During New Year's Day, Chen Afu and his family returned to his grandmother's house in Donghai. It just so happened that the hotel where he worked had a break, so he had 10 days of holiday. Tonight, Chen Afu and the whole family were watching TV at Grandma's house. Coincidentally, he also saw the part where Li Dagua pretended to be a ghost to scare people. Chen Afu's suppressed desire in his heart suddenly burst out. Chen Afu's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and looked at Li Dagua, who was pretending to be a ghost on the TV. Don't mention how excited he was. Bosom friends, this is fate. A series of nouns flashed in Chen Afu's mind. I can't take it anymore. Chen Afu knew that he was going to explode again. He had to go out and vent tonight. Chen Afu struggled to stay awake until his family was asleep. Then, he found a black raincoat in his grandma's broken cupboard and a pair of rubber gloves from the toilet. After doing these, Chen Afu felt that it was not enough. He went to his brother's room, which was now a utility room. After rummaging in it for a long time, he finally found a yiksha mask that he used as a child. Chen Afu smirked, then he tiptoed out of the house with a full set of top-grade equipment. Although Chen Afu also knew that every time he had an outburst, the perverted desire in his heart was stronger than before, but Chen Afu couldn't help it. He fell deeply in love with this perverted behavior. The desire in his heart drove him to continue on a path of no return. Chen Afu couldn't control it because it was so exciting that he couldn't extricate himself from it. Donghai should be safe, right? Chen Afu thought. Songjiang was turned upside down by me last time. The hospital was guarded by police everywhere, which made Chen Afu not dare to do anything. But now it was Donghai. I have never done a case here. There shouldn't be any police who would notice me, right? However, even if this was the case, Xianxia didn't dare to choose a place too close to his home to commit the crime. He didn't dare to take a taxi. He was afraid that the taxi driver would suspect something afterward. Therefore, Xianxia strolled aimlessly on the street, looking for his target. Generally speaking, hospitals, resorts, and the like were the best places for him to start. The people there were more mobile. Moreover, people sleeping in a strange place would be more or less suspicious at night. If he pretended to be a ghost to scare them, the shock effect would naturally be strong. Xianxia could be said to have grasped the commonality of human beings and the weakness of the fear of the unknown. Seeing a ghost in one's own home and a ghost in a resort, the degree of fear was definitely different. Although Xianxia lived in Donghai for a while when he was a child, in the past few years, Donghai, as the provincial capital city, had developed rapidly. Many streets and buildings had changed their names and shapes, so Xianxia was also in the dark. As he walked, he came to a dilapidated alley. Xianxia looked up and was happy. It was really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. What came into view was a hotel, Dafa Hotel. Xianxia glanced at the structure of the hotel and smiled. This kind of two-story-old building could be climbed to the platform of the second floor from the side. Xianxia's skill was dexterous. He climbed to the platform of the hotel quickly. Yang Ming set Zhongjian Road in the car's navigation and then followed the voice instructions to come to Zhongjian Road, number 188. The appearance here looked like a private villa. Yang Ming drove the car directly to the door of the villa. He didn't expect that before Yang Ming got off the car to explain, the security guard at the entrance of the clubhouse opened the door. Yang Ming found it a bit strange, but he still drove the car in. Maybe they also recognized Xianxia's car, just like the last time at Xianxia's company. Yang Ming parked the car in the parking lot. When he got off, a middle-aged man happened to come down from a Mercedes-Benz S600 next to him. The middle-aged man's gaze stopped on Yang Ming's car and then stopped on Yang Ming's face. "I am Sun San, the person you are looking for." Sun San looked at Yang Ming with a complicated look in his eyes. Sun San naturally recognized that Yang Ming's car was Sun Jie's, and this was what surprised him. Yes, Sun Jie's car had never been lent to a man to drive. Sun San was clear about Sun Jie's past, so he naturally knew that the miss hated men. Now, Sun Jie's car was lent to a young man to drive. What did this mean? Moreover, Sun Jie would hardly trouble him to do anything. This time, Sun Jie had told him several times to do his best for this young man. This couldn't help but make Sun San suspicious. "Uncle Sun?" Yang Ming was stunned, and then he thought that Sun San might have recognized Sun Jie's car, so he smiled and said, "I am Yang Ming. Nice to meet you." "Hello." Sun San took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Yang Ming. Sun San wasn't usually so warm to people. He was only polite to people from the Sun family. The reason why he was so polite to Yang Ming now was that he had doubts about the identity of Yang Ming. What was the relationship between him and the miss? Looking at the situation, from Sun Jie's approach, she definitely wasn't just an ordinary friend relationship with this young man named Yang Ming. This person might be the future son-in-law of the Sun family, the future helmsman of the Sun family. It was because Sun San was also very clear about Sun Jiwei's situation. He was a hopeless person. The Sun family couldn't count on him in the future. Although Sun Jia was very capable and strong, she was still a woman after all. The Sun family still needed a man to support it. Therefore, this was the fundamental reason why Sun San was so polite to Yang Ming. Yang Ming also saw that the identity of this old man wasn't simple. When he saw him shaking hands with him, he quickly reached out and lowered his body to shake hands with him. No matter what the status of this old man was, since he was Sun Jie's elder, Yang Ming had to lower his posture, not to mention asking for help. "Let's go in and talk." Sun San shook hands with Yang Ming and pointed to the clubhouse. "This clubhouse doesn't seem to have many people." Yang Ming looked at the empty parking lot and asked. "This is the Sun family's private clubhouse. Only people with a membership card can come in." Sun San explained, "You could come in just now because the guard saw the miss car." "If that's the case." Yang Ming nodded and confirmed his thoughts. He walked into the clubhouse with Sun San. Walking into the clubhouse, Sun San took Yang Ming to a VIP private room. It could be seen that the waiters in the clubhouse were very respectful to Sun San, and they were also very polite to Yang Ming. From this point of view, this should be the industry that the Sun family invested in. Master San, Mr. Yang, please come in. The waiter opened the door of the private room and said respectfully. Okay, you can leave. I will call you again if there is anything. Sun San nodded and said to the waiter. Okay, Master San. The waiter bowed and left. Yang Ming sat on the sofa next to the coffee table in the private room with Sun San. Mr. Yang, can you see if this is the person? Sun San put a package on the coffee table and said, the photo you provided us was taken a few years ago. This person looks different now, but the outline is similar. Yang Ming couldn't wait to open the package and took out the photo inside. Yang Ming's brows suddenly frowned. Yes, this person must be Wu Qiren. His appearance had been deeply engraved in Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming would never forget it for the rest of his life. Although Wu Qiren was fatter than before, his face was round, and his stomach was fat, but the general appearance hadn't changed. It was Sun San's first time seeing Wu Qiren. Maybe the person in the photo didn't overlap with the person in reality. This person isn't called Wu Qiren. According to the investigation of the brothers, this person's name is Mei Rini, said Sun San. What? Yang Ming was shocked. He almost threw the photo in his hand to the ground. Mei Rini? Even if he is Mei Rini? And? Sun San saw Yang Ming's expression and was very puzzled. What's wrong? Do you know this Mei Rini? I don't know, but I'm looking for him. Yang Ming nodded and said, are you sure this person is called Mei Rini? I don't know if his real name is Mei Rini, but many people in the underworld know him. He is a subordinate of the Four Snakes Gang's boss, Cobra. He is almost like a military advisor, said Sun San. Four Snakes Gang? Yang Ming sneered, that's right. It was him. Humph, who would have thought that Wu Qiren is Mei Rini, and these two are the same person? What? You have enmity with this Mei Rini? Sun San asked curiously. Haha, it can be said that enemies often cross paths. I didn't expect that these two people were the same person. How could there be such a coincidence? Yang Ming smiled and said, this is good, it saves me a lot of trouble. Mr. Yang, I don't know what your identity is, but I still want to remind you that this Mei Rini is very favored in front of Cobra. If you want to touch him, I'm afraid Cobra won't agree. Sun San reminded, he is Cobra's money tree. Cobra? Is he called Brother Snake? Asked Yang Ming. The people in the underworld call him that. But for me, he's just a junior. If there is anything you need help with, you can ask. With Sun San's current identity, he wouldn't easily promise anything to anyone. However, seeing Sun Jia's attitude toward Yang Ming, Sun San still instructed. This was also because of Sun Jia's face. Brother Snake? Humph. He won't agree? I'm afraid it's not up to him. Yang Ming sneered twice after listening. Sun San's face didn't have any other expression, but his heart was very shocked. The Four Snakes gang was definitely nothing compared to the Sun family, but they were also a second-rate gang in Donghai. The young man in front of him didn't seem to put the Four Snakes gang in his eyes. This couldn't help but make Sun San surprised. Well, if you need anything, you can call me. Sun San said calmly. Thank you. Yang Ming nodded to Sun San. I am very grateful for this matter. You're welcome. You are a friend of the young lady. Sun San looked at Yang Ming and said faintly. Yang Ming didn't understand what Sun San was actually hinting at. He was just a little puzzled. Your young lady has so many friends. If she were to trouble you, wouldn't you be busy every day? Today, Yang Ming's heart was particularly at ease. Not only did he know the whereabouts of Wu Qiren, but he also knew that Mei Rini was actually Wu Qiren. That's good. I don't have to waste the second time. I can settle the new and old accounts together. Looking at Yang Ming's Audi R8 disappearing into the night, Sun San fell into contemplation. After a long while, he took out the phone and dialed a number. Hello? Old San, what's the matter? A calm voice asked. Of course, only Sun Hongjun or Sun Qingjun could call Sun San like this. At this moment, the person who answered the phone was Sun Hongjun, the current head of the Sun family. "Master, there is something I want to tell you," said Sun San. "Is it important?" "If it's not important, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm tired and have already rested," Sun Hongjun said faintly. "It's about the young lady," Sun San said quickly. "Oh?" Sun Hongjun's voice immediately rose a little. For Sun Jia's matters, he was still very concerned as a father. "What's the matter? Say it." "A while ago, the young lady asked me to help find a person in Donghai. I didn't care at the time, so I ordered the people below to do it," Sun San said slowly, "but the young lady urged me many times. She said that it was about a very good friend of hers. She asked me to hurry up, so I used the power of our family." Continue. Sun Hongjun said that he was listening very carefully. "In less than a day, that person was found," said Sun San. "What's the matter?" "Such a small thing, you don't have to report to me in the future. Little Jia has grown up. As long as it's not too much, I don't object. You can check for me." "I'm relieved." Sun Hongjun shook his head and smiled. "No, master, I just talked about the general situation first. I just saw the young lady's friend in the private clubhouse on Zhongjin Road." Sun San continued, "It's a young man." "Oh?" Sun Hongjun was interested. "A man? How old is he?" "He seems to be about the same age as the young lady, but I didn't inquire about the specifics," Sun San replied. I know. Little Jia should make some friends of the opposite sex," Sun Hongjun said calmly. "Master, I think it should be more than an ordinary friend of the opposite sex. The man drove the young lady's Audi R8, and the young lady also said that he is a very good friend," Sun San added quickly. "Really?" Sun Hongjun pondered for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. Sun San didn't dare to answer. He just waited on the other side of the phone. After a while, he heard Sun Hongjun continue, "What's the man's name? What does he do?" "The man is called Yang Ming. I don't know what he does. It is said that he is from Songjiang," Sun San replied. "Check. Check this person named Yang Ming and tell me," Sun Hongjun ordered. "I understand, master," Sun San promised. "Don't do anything after you find out," Sun Hongjun instructed. "I understand." Sun San nodded. He had been the butler of the Sun family for so many years. He naturally knew what to do and what not to do. On the way, Yang Ming called Sun Jia to express his gratitude. Sun Jia smiled indifferently. "You want to thank me, right? Then promise me one thing." "What?" Yang Ming was in a good mood today and asked, "As long as I can do it, just say it." "I can't say it now, but I'll take it as you promise," Sun Jia said. "You haven't said what it is yet." "How can I promise?" Yang Ming had some doubts in his heart. "This Sun Jia, is she digging a hole for me to jump into?" "But you just said it yourself. If you can do it, just let me say it." Sun Jia said, "You can do this, and it's easy." "Okay." Yang Ming thought about it and nodded. In any case, Sun Jia had helped him a lot. If she really had something to ask of him, then he really couldn't refuse. "That's fine. Call me when you go back to Songjiang," Sun Jia said. "I have a call coming in here. Let's talk later." "Okay, goodbye." Yang Ming put down the phone. Sun Jia hung up the phone and picked up the call that was in the waiting state. "Little Jia, it's your dad." "Son." Hongjuan's voice came from the phone. "Oh? Dad, it's so late. Why are you calling me?" Sun Jia asked with some doubts. "You should be asleep at this time, right? I miss you, so I called you." "Can't I?" Sun Hongjun laughed heartily. "Yes, why not?" Although Sun Jia said so, she felt weird in her heart. "What happened to my dad today?" "Little Jia, do you remember Guodong Chuan, the son of Jiduan City's Guo Jingbiao?" Sun Hongjun said, today, Gu Jingbiao called me again. Gu Dongchuan is very satisfied with you. When are you going to meet again? No need, right? I'm not satisfied with him. Sun Jia directly refused. Can you not mention this? Little Jia, you're not young anymore. Even if you don't get married, you should find a boyfriend first. I think Gu Dongchuan is not bad. He looks talented. He's a good match for you. Dad, how can Gu Jingbiao be the same as our family? Sun Jia said with some annoyance, although our family is involved in the underworld, we're just manipulating behind the scenes. His family is pure underworld. Isn't that the same? Sun Hongjun smiled. It's hard for you to find another existence like our Sun family. How can it be so easy to be a behind-the-scenes boss? Dad, anyway, I don't like him. Don't mention this again. Sun Jia said with some impatience. Little Jia, then do you have a boyfriend? You don't like Gu Dongchuan? Sun Hongjun asked tentatively. I have a boyfriend? Who did you hear it from? Sun Jia was stunned. It has nothing to do with this. If I don't have a boyfriend, it's impossible to be with Gu Dongchuan. If you don't have a boyfriend, you can try to consider Gu Dongchuan. Right, he has gone to Songjiang to find you. Sun Hongjun said. What? You asked him to come? Sun Jia was a little depressed. Why did I ask this guy to come? It's not me. He wanted to go by himself. Sun Hongjun smiled. However, if you have a boyfriend, you can reject him legitimately. Forget it. Let him come. Sun Jia shook her head. The current situation in Songjiang is so unclear. He still dares to come? Isn't he afraid of being hacked to death? The word hacked to death came out of Sun Jia's mouth without any pause. It could be imagined what Sun Jia had heard and witnessed since she was a child. This is not clear. His identity is indeed very sensitive. He is different from you. Although you are my daughter, you have always been in Songjiang, and you are a girl. If Gu Dongchuan wants to go, then it's hard to say. Sun Hongjun smiled. This old fox probably wasn't optimistic about the relationship between Gu Dongchuan and Sun Jia, so he was so indifferent about Gu Dongchuan going to Songjiang. Right, I asked Yangli to pass a message to Bao Sanli. However, it seems that the power structure of Songjiang is very strange. Although Bao Sanli is in charge, his words don't seem to count. Sun Jia said, I found out that the legal name of the Mingyang company is Ho Shenhan. He is the second in command of the gang. Well, I have also heard of this. You continue to follow up on this matter and see if you can draw them in. This will be of great benefit to our position in Donghai. When it comes to business, Sun Hongjun also changed his tone. I know. I will continue to inquire. Bao Sanli hasn't replied yet, said Sun Jia. Lin Jiyun was very tired today. She was about to fall asleep in bed when she suddenly heard a few regular dang-dang-dang sounds of glass being knocked on. In the beginning, Lin Jiyun didn't care, but this sound was too strange. It was as if it was in her ears, and it kept echoing, dang-dang-dang, dang-dang-dang-dang. Lin Jiyun opened her sleepy eyes in a daze and looked in the direction of the sound. It didn't matter when she looked. God, a ghost face was sticking to the window of her room, using its yellow palm to knock on the window regularly. Ah! Lin Jiyun screamed. Her sleepiness was gone all of a sudden. She looked out of the window in horror. Ha 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 ha. Chen Afu made a strange laugh. This laugh was specially practiced by him. If one were to listen to it alone, it would sound very strange, but when combined with the current situation, it was extremely frightening. Lin Jiyun looked at the unknown thing outside the window in horror. She shivered on the bed and wanted to scream, but she didn't dare to scream. She was afraid of provoking the anger of that thing. Gggggg. There was another burst of weird laughter. Chen Afu searched for a target for a long time before he found Lin Jiyun, a single woman. The other rooms were either men or couples. It wasn't suitable for Chen Afu to commit crimes. It was cool to scare some weak people. When Chen Afu saw Lin Jiyun's pale and frightened face, the pleasure in his heart was indescribable. Lin Jiyun had just watched the clip of Li Dagua pretending to be a ghost in the rural romance movie. she was already a little scared. Now, such a ghost thing suddenly appeared on the window. Lin Jiyun was even more scared. Am I so unlucky? I just watched a horror movie, and I really saw a ghost. Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun shouted subconsciously. She now hoped that Yang Ming could appear in front of her. Right, this person in front of me can't be Yang Ming pretending to be a ghost, right? Thinking of this, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but hesitate. In theory, this possibility didn't exist. Yang Ming wouldn't pretend to be a ghost to scare her. Her intuition told Lin Jiyun that Yang Ming wasn't such a bored person. However, Lin Jiyun had also read in a novel that a man and a woman were a couple who went out to play together. The two people stayed in a hotel room, but the relationship between the two people wasn't close enough to share a bed. Therefore, the male protagonist took the initiative to propose to sleep in the bathroom, so the two went to sleep separately. But the male protagonist was unwilling. He had been planning for a long time. He wanted to take advantage of this trip to play and take another step forward with the relationship with the female protagonist. So, he thought of a very dirty way, which was to pretend to be a ghost to scare people. So in the middle of the night, he wore a strange costume and pretended to be a ghost. He jumped in front of the hotel window to scare people, scaring the female protagonist. In this way, when the female protagonist was extremely scared and didn't dare to sleep alone, she could only ask the male protagonist for help. The male lead swaggered onto the scene. In order to comfort the female lead's wounded heart, he openly slept on the same bed as the female lead. Then, naturally, something happened. So, thinking of this, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but think. Was this planned by Yang Ming? However, this possibility seems to be very slim. Yang Ming, he shouldn't be so dirty, right? However, Lin Jiyun was still skeptical and asked tentatively, Yang Ming? Is it you? Ha 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 ha. Chen Afu naturally couldn't hear what Lin Jiyun was saying. Seeing that she spoke, he scared her again. Yang Ming? Is it you? Lin Jiyun asked in horror, if you want to sleep on the bed, you can just say it. There is no need to be like this. Yang Ming? Ha ha ha. Chen Afu continued to laugh wildly and made a variety of strange movements. You, who are you? Lin Jiyun saw that the thing outside the window didn't answer, and she began to be afraid again. Yang Ming. Stop playing. I'll let you go to the bed. Lin Jiyun's voice had a sobbing tone. She really hoped that this thing in front of her was Yang Ming in disguise. But unfortunately, the thing in front of her didn't listen to her. He was still dancing wildly. Lin Jiyun's sweat had wet her clothes. Kata. The door of the room made a sound. Lin Jiyun shivered again. It can't be, right? This thing came in? But he is now on the window of the room. Jiyun, are you calling me? Yang Ming heard Lin Jiyun's voice in the corridor, so he quickly walked to the door of the room and opened the door. Because Chen Afu was now behind the hotel, when Yang Ming parked the car downstairs, he didn't notice that there was another person on the second floor. Ah? Yang Ming? Lin Jiyun's voice changed. There was unspeakable joy, but there was also some worry. This damn thing really isn't Yang Ming in disguise. Then, what is it? Lin Jiyun pointed to the window and shouted to Yang Ming, you come quickly. What is that thing? It scared me. Yang Ming quickly looked up in the direction of Lin Jiyun's finger. He saw a ghost face on the window. He didn't know what it was shouting. Yang Ming wasn't as timid as Lin Jiyun. When he saw the guy on the window, he couldn't help but frown. He looked directly with his special ability. Yang Ming was amused when he saw it. Ha, it's actually you again. Ha. Chen Afu. It's you again. Mother *Ker, you pretended to be a ghost and came to my door again? It seems that you really need to be taught a lesson. If I don't beat you up, you won't feel comfortable, right? In the room, Lin Jiyun didn't turn on the light, so she saw Chen Afu outside very clearly with the moonlight. However, when Chen Afu outside saw her, it wasn't so clear. So, when Yang Ming came into the room, Chen Afu didn't see clearly. He still did what he wanted to do to scare people. Yang Ming went straight to the window and knocked on the window a few times. Ah? Chen Afu was stunned. I was just enjoying scaring people. Why did a Yang Ming suddenly appear? When Chen Afu saw Yang Ming, his legs and stomach would cramp. This guy is really my nemesis. Every time I see him, nothing good happens. Moreover, the most unfortunate thing was that Yang Ming didn't seem to be afraid of ghosts at all. He didn't care about his current image at all. Chen Afu was so scared that he almost tripped and fell down the stairs. Fortunately, he was holding the rainwater pipe on the window of the second floor. Otherwise, he would probably be half dead. Yang Ming took advantage of the time when Chen Afu was in a daze. He opened the window of the room and jumped on the window. Then, he kicked over and kicked Chen Afu directly downstairs. Fortunately, this small second floor wasn't very high. Chen Afu fell down and landed on the shed below. He didn't suffer much damage. However, he couldn't escape with bruises all over his body. Yang Ming jumped directly from the window. This height was a piece of cake for Yang Ming. When he came to Chen Afu's side, Yang Ming raised his hand and lifted him up. He said coldly, "Mother ***, why are you next to my window? Are you itching for a beating? Woo-woo. I'm a ghost." Although Chen Afu knew that Yang Ming wasn't afraid of ghosts, he still shouted subconsciously. "Get lost. Don't do these useless things with me." Yang Ming aimed at Chen Afu's butt and kicked it until Chen Afu screamed. "What are you doing by my window? I'll ask you one more time." Yang Ming asked fiercely. I'm just scaring people." Although Chen Afu's current identity was that of a ghost, he was still afraid of someone as unreasonable as Yang Ming. He couldn't even speak properly. Scaring people? Yang Ming was stunned. Did this kid have nothing better to do? On such a cold day, did he come out to scare people by pretending to be a ghost? It didn't seem possible, right? It could be seen that Chen Afu was quite afraid of him. It was impossible for him to come here just to scare him. That meant that Chen Afu was just randomly scaring people. If the first time at the West Star Mountain Resort, Chen Afu had threatened Chen Mingyan in order to retaliate against him, that was still acceptable, but now. Thinking of this, Yang Ming frowned and asked, "Do you know who I am?" "Yes." "No, I don't know." "Master, how would I know who you are?" Chen Afu almost spilled the beans and quickly changed his words. He didn't dare to admit that he was Chen Afu. If Yang Ming knew that he was Chen Afu, he would beat him half to death. "If you don't know, why did you scare my wife?" Yang Ming glared and scolded him. "How would I know that she is your wife? I just found a random person to scare." Chen Afu smiled bitterly. He said in his heart, "Why am I so unlucky? I actually met Yang Ming. Randomly found? Are you crazy? You didn't sleep at night and came out to scare people? Is it fun?" Yang Ming said angrily. "It's okay." Chen Afu didn't dare to answer that it was fun, but he also didn't dare to answer that it wasn't fun. He had to give an ambiguous answer. "It's okay? I think you are really crazy." Yang Ming scolded and slapped Chen Afu again, almost knocking off the mask on his face. Chen Afu was so scared that his heart trembled. "Master, please forgive me." Chen Afu almost knelt down in front of Yang Ming. "Go upstairs with me." Yang Ming grabbed Chen Afu and said coldly. He lifted his leg and walked in the direction of the hotel. "Master, what are you going to do to me? I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me." Chen Afu exclaimed. "Go and apologize to my wife. Otherwise, I will stuff you into the ditch." Yang Ming glared at him and said. "I will go. I will go now. As long as you don't beat me." Chen Afu nodded quickly. He didn't see how much effort Yang Ming put in, but he quickly took Chen Afu to the door of the room on the second floor. In the hotel, the lady boss had already dozed off, so no one noticed Yang Ming. Chen Afu looked at Yang Ming, who carried him like a chicken. He was secretly shocked. Isn't this Yang Ming's strength too big? Yang Ming carried Chen Afu into the room and threw Chen Afu on the floor. Chen Afu suddenly fell flat on his face. Yang Ming, When Yang Ming went down to catch the ghost, Lin Jiyun had been looking outside from the window. When she saw Yang Ming subduing the ghost, Lin Jian also faintly understood something. That is, this ghost was disguised as a human. Now that she saw Yang Ming carrying a fake ghost up, she was somewhat inexplicable. Although she knew that this ghost was fake, she still timidly took a few steps back. What are you thinking about? Yang Ming kicked Xianxia's butt again and scolded, I asked you to come up. Are you sleeping? Ah? Xianxia was kicked until his anus almost cracked, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He had to endure the pain and begged, Big sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't pretend to be a ghost to scare you. F***ck. Yang Ming kicked again and said unhappily, you call me grandpa and call her big sister. She is my wife. Aren't you giving me a random order? Do you want to be kicked? No, don't kick anymore. If you kick me again, I will die. Xianxia quickly said, Grandpa, Grandma, okay. I was wrong. I beg you to forgive me. Okay, get out of here. Yang Ming didn't wait for Xianxia to get up by himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw him out of the window and closed the window. He no longer cared about Xianxia's life or death. There was a reason why Yang Ming dragged Xianxia up to apologize to Lin Jian. Lin Jian had just been frightened. Although she probably knew that this ghost was pretended by a person, the effect wasn't as good as the person who pretended to be a ghost admitting it personally. In order not to leave any shadow in Lin Jian's heart, Yang Ming dragged Xianxia up. You just threw him out like that. Will he fall to his death? Lin Jian looked at Xianxia, who flew out of the window, and couldn't help but ask with some worry. You still care about him? When he scared you, why didn't he worry about you? Yang Ming said indifferently. Why did he want to scare me? Lin Jian still had some lingering fear. Who knows? Is he crazy? Yang Ming snorted. I'm sorry, Jian. I'm late. I let you be frightened. Yang Ming's words made Lin Jian very ashamed. Yang Ming was such a decent person. How could he do such a dirty thing like pretending to be a ghost? I just wanted to accuse the ghost of being pretended by Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Lin Jian's face was hot. She said with some embarrassment, it's my own fault. I was actually scared by a fake ghost. Well, it's over. That guy won't dare to come again. Go to sleep. Yang Ming smiled and said, I'm sleepy, too. After that, Yang Ming walked in the direction of the sofa. Yang Ming. Lin Jian looked at Yang Ming's back as he turned around and suddenly shouted. What? Yang Ming turned around and looked at Lin Jian and asked, is there anything else? Nothing. Lin Jian bit her lip and didn't speak. Then go to bed early. As Yang Ming said this, he came to the sofa, sat on it, and closed his eyes. Lin Jian lay on the bed, but she couldn't sleep. Although she knew that the ghost was pretended by someone, there was still some discomfort in her heart. This was like watching a horror movie. Obviously, she knew that it was purely fictional, but after watching it, she was still scared. Lin Jian lay on the bed, tossing and turning. When she closed her eyes, she saw Xianxia's scary ghost face and big yellow palm. Who? Lin Jian took a long breath. Her heart was beating so fast that she couldn't sleep peacefully. It seemed that what was written in the novel was really reasonable. Lin Jian now had an impulse to let Yang Ming accompany her to sleep. Moreover, this idea was very strong. After hesitating for a long time, she finally mustered up the courage. Can you sleep with me? Lin Jian asked softly with a red face. N? Yang Ming didn't sleep. He was thinking about Mei Rinnie and Wu Qiren. When he heard Lin Jian talking to him, he subconsciously replied N, but he didn't hear what Lin Jian said. What did you say? Can you come and sleep with me? Lin Jian clenched her teeth and repeated it. Huh? Yang Ming was stunned and asked, me and you? Sleep together? I mean to sleep in the same bed. Seeing that Yang Ming seemed to have misunderstood something, Lin Jian quickly explained. One bed? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jian. Isn't one bed the same as sleeping together? I'm afraid. Lin Jiyun hesitated and said, I don't dare to sleep by myself. Can you lie next to me? Poochie, Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun's shy and cute appearance and couldn't help but smile. So you are afraid? You're still making fun of me. Lin Jiyun said with some anger, it's fine if you don't want to accompany me. Who said I don't want to accompany you? You're my girlfriend. Naturally, I have to accompany you. Yang Ming said seriously. This nephew, he appeared at the right time. Isn't this creating an opportunity for me? Who's your girlfriend? Lin Jiyun whispered. Aren't you? Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked at Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun didn't know how to answer Yang Ming's question. The relationship between the two people was very complicated. It didn't seem to be a couple, but what if it wasn't? The two people were now a couple in name. It seemed that in reality, they were like a couple. Oh? Then I'll ask Uncle Lin. What is the relationship between the two of us? Yang Ming smiled. Annoying. Lin Jiyun glared at Yang Ming. That's good. You can come up, but you're not allowed to take off your clothes. Take off my clothes? It's so cold, and the heating in this hotel isn't good. Do you think I like to run around naked? Yang Ming said helplessly. Then, you come up. Lin Jiyun nodded and said. Yang Ming smiled, lifted the quilt, got on the bed, and lay side by side with Lin Jiyun. You won't move around when you sleep, right? Lin Jiyun asked carefully. I've always been very honest when I sleep. Do you want to learn from Liang Shanbua and Zhu Tai and put a bowl of water between us? Yang Ming joked. No need, but I don't sleep well. Lin Jiyun said in a low voice. Yang Ming was helpless after listening. Lin Jiyun. Under her seemingly stubborn and strong appearance, there seems to be a cute side to her. The childish Lin Jiyun made Yang Ming feel more intimate, and he had an impulse to love her. Feeling the breath of Yang Ming beside her, Lin Jiyun finally fell asleep. Looking at Lin Jiyun, who was breathing evenly and sleeping soundly with a smile on her mouth, Yang Ming shook his head with some emotion. Finally, one day, I can share a bed with her again. Although the relationship between the two people hadn't broken through to that step, but at least it showed that Lin Jiyun had accepted me in her heart. In fact, what Yang Ming was most afraid of was that the incident at the beginning would leave a psychological shadow on Lin Jiyun and make her unhappy. Therefore, after Yang Ming knew Lin Jiyun's true identity, he didn't expose it. Since Lin Jiyun wanted to hide it, then he would cooperate with her. In the beginning, when Yang Ming contacted Lin Jiyun, he was careful, fearing that she would be disgusted with him. But with the passage of time, it seemed that Lin Jiyun had let go of the previous resentment. Today, he could sleep with her. This was a good sign. It proved that Lin Jiyun had no defense against him in her heart and had begun to accept him. He couldn't help but touch Lin Jiyun's smiling face with his hand. Yang Ming also fell asleep in happiness. Since the beginning of Fang Tian's training, Yang Ming woke up early every morning. Of course, except for the holidays. During the holidays, Yang Ming subconsciously indulged himself. And? Yang Ming was shocked to find that there was a person in his arms. At this moment, Lin Jiyun was curled up in Yang Ming's arms, sleeping soundly. One of her legs was riding on Yang Ming, making Yang Ming dumbfounded. Yang Ming tried to move his body, but Lin Jiyun wasn't willing. She snorted and murmured, "Don't move, cold." Yang Ming was a little confused. He didn't know if he should get up quickly before Lin Jiyun woke up, or continue to hold Lin Jiyun like this. Of course, in Yang Ming's heart, he was more inclined to hold Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming didn't want to let go of a rare opportunity to get close to her. Besides, Yang Ming himself enjoyed holding Lin Jiyun very much. However, if Lin Jiyun woke up in a while, then it would be a bit troublesome. Yang Ming hesitated. His mind turned quickly, and he finally came up with a more bad idea. That was to pretend to sleep and let Lin Jiyun wake up first. Thinking of this, Yang Ming closed his eyes again. He first covered Lin Jiyun with a quilt. His hands held Lin Jiyun's body in his arms again, and he pretended to sleep. Unknowingly, Yang Ming really fell asleep again. When he woke up again, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Yang Ming subconsciously glanced at his side. Lin Jiyun was no longer there. Looking at the two quilts on his body, Yang Ming shook his head. It must be Lin Jiyun who covered me. But when did she wake up? Why don't I have any impression of it? It seems that going back to sleep is really harmful. However, this is also good. It saves some embarrassment. I don't know what Lin Jiyun's expression will be when she sees me hugging her when she wakes up. Yang Ming got up and found that Lin Jiyun wasn't in the room. She must have gone to Lin Chongqing's place. Yang Ming went to the bathroom to wash up, then he put on his coat and went out of the room. Sure enough, Lin Jiyun was watching TV in Lin Chongqing's room. When she saw Yang Ming come in, her face was slightly flushed. Yang Ming, you're awake? And, did you sleep well last night? Yang Ming asked as if he didn't know anything. I was fine. Lin Jiyun said with some embarrassment. Last night, I didn't squeeze you, right? Yang Ming smiled. No, no. Lin Jiyun looked at her father next to her and gave Yang Ming a look, asking him not to say such embarrassing words. That's good, but I seem to have a dream. I dreamed that I was being ridden like a horse. Yang Ming scratched his head and pretended to be casual. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Yang Ming's voice fell, Lin Chongqing laughed. Needless to say, it must be Jiyun's doing. This girl has been sleeping restlessly since she was a child. Her legs always press on her mother's body, and her mother always had such a dream. Dad. Lin Jiyun looked at her father and quickly stopped him. Don't say it. I'm not like that. Hee, Yang Ming isn't an outsider. What can't you say? Lin Chongqing waved his hand. Okay. Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun was already very embarrassed, so he gave up the idea of continuing to make fun of her. He changed the topic and said, Jiyun, Uncle Lin, have you eaten? I have eaten breakfast. I bought the soy milk in the morning market downstairs. I haven't eaten lunch yet, so I don't have much appetite. Lin Chongqing said, Yang Ming, how is my matter? Don't worry, Uncle Lin. I have found the photo of Mei Rini. It should be easy to find him now. Yang Ming saw Lin Chongqing's look and knew that he was worried about his matter. If this matter wasn't solved, he couldn't eat in peace. That's good, that's good. Lin Chongqing nodded. Yang Ming accompanied Lin Jiyun to watch TV for a while. After receiving a phone call, he got up and went to Ho Zhenhan's room. It could be seen that Ho Zhenhan had just woken up not long ago. His eyes were still red. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I slept for so long. Yesterday, I drank with Big Cannon until midnight. Ho Zhenhan saw Yang Ming come in and said quickly. Big Ho, what are you talking about? You went to do something for me. What's wrong with sleeping a little more? Yang Ming waved his hand. Next time, you don't have to be so polite with me. That can't be done, Brother Yang. There must be a distinction between us. You are my boss. Ho Zhenhan's words were interrupted by Yang Ming before he finished speaking. Okay, Big Ho, don't say this. How is the matter? Yang Ming asked, did you find the headquarters of the Four Snakes gang? I did find some information, but I don't know which sentence of that guy is true. Ho Zhenhan frowned. This person is very cunning. His words are very flippant. I don't know which sentence is true. Yesterday, he bragged to me as if he was the best in the world. Ho Zhenhan shook his head and said, I am not very sure where the headquarters of the Four Snakes gang is, but the Four Snakes gang has 3 slightly larger industries in Donghai. One is the Jin Chunlai Bath Center in the north of the city, the other is the Jojo Disco Bar in the city center, and the other is the game hall upstairs in the Donghai Shopping Center. If what he said is true, then this is enough. Yang Ming listened to Ho Zhenhan's words and said with a smile. Yeah, if their industries are these 3, then the answer is obvious. Ho Zhenhan also nodded with a smile. Jin Chunlai Bath Center. Yang Ming and Ho Zhenhan said at the same time. Yes, in these 3 industries, the game hall above the Donghai Shopping Center could not be the headquarters of a gang. It could only be a revenue-generating business site. The rest were the Jin Chunlai Bath Center and the Jojo Disco Bar. However, in terms of geographical location, the city center was a bustling area. Relatively speaking, the management of public security was much stricter than other places. If there were some idle people for a long time, they would definitely be attacked. The Xianxia Bath Center in the north of the city was different. It was a relatively remote place, so the attack was naturally weaker than the city center. It was suitable for some gang members to stay here. Of course, there was another important reason. That was, the Four Snakes gang was not a big gang, and the city center was generally the territory controlled by the big gangs. Therefore, even if the Four Snakes gang had industries in the city center, they would not set up their headquarters in the city center. It was equivalent to openly provoking others, and there would not be any good results. Therefore, it could be seen that the headquarters of the Four Snakes gang must be the Xianxia Bath Center. Of course, this was under the premise that Big Pao did not lie. What did he tell you? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. We drank too much and chatted together. He bragged to me, and I echoed his bragging. Later, he bragged more and more, so he told me some of the things in their gang. For example, he made a great contribution. Brother Snake invited him to eat and then entertained him at the bath center, which was the Xianxia Bath Center. Of course, it's all just a few words. I asked them indirectly. Ho Zhenhan said. Xianxia Bath Center. Yang Ming nodded. I got it. Brother Yang, do you need me to call people from Songjiang to help? Ho Zhenhan asked. With our current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the Four Snakes gang. Forget it, I have other ways. Yang Ming waved his hand. Come here. It's not difficult to destroy the Four Snakes gang, but I'm afraid that it will cause dissatisfaction among the other gangs. After all, we have crossed the line. It won't be good if they gang up and attack us. That's true. Ho Zhenhan nodded and thought so. This was what he was afraid of now. Right, Sun Jia contacted you through Yongli, right? Asked Yang Ming. Bao Sanli called me and told me. I also told him to be polite. Ho Zhenhan said, I didn't say much. I just said that she has a relationship with Mr. Y. Although Bao Sanli's character is relatively rough, he should have heard my implication. That's good. Yang Ming said as he took out the portfolio that Sun San handed to him last night and handed it to Ho Zhenhan. This person is Mei Rini. The Sun family's butler handed it to me yesterday. It should be more accurate. What do you need me to do? Ho Zhenhan asked immediately. His heart was horrified. Yang Ming can actually order the Sun family's butler? It seems that the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jia is really unusual. I will deal with the Four Snakes gang's headquarters, but you have to send someone to watch the remaining properties of the Four Snakes gang to see if there is any news of this person. Yang Ming instructed. I understand. I will send someone to do it. Ho Zhenhan nodded. Well, I'm going out to do something. You should be careful. Don't expose your identity. Songjiang has just stabilized. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble. After explaining some things to Ho Zhenhan, Yang Ming immediately drove to the Xianxia Bath Center in the north of the city. After setting up the route navigation, Yang Ming drove to a red light according to the voice prompt. Seeing that the signal light turned green, Yang Ming wanted to start the car. Suddenly, a yellow Lamborghini came from behind him. The front of the car stopped directly in front of Yang Ming's car. Creak, it stopped. Yang Ming was stunned. He looked at the Lamborghini in front of the car with some surprise. I don't seem to have provoked anyone in Donghai, right? Moreover, it seems that the people who can drive this kind of car are also rich people. Yang Ming didn't know many of them. Could it be that they think I am Sun Jia? Yang Ming thought about it. The automatic door of the Lamborghini in front of him slowly opened. A young man wearing sunglasses jumped out of the car. He was wearing a fortune-telling suit and a thick gold chain on his hand. This person arrogantly walked to the front of Yang Ming's Audi R8. He patted Yang Ming's car hood and gestured a middle finger gesture. Yang Ming frowned. This person obviously saw me through the windshield, but why is he still gesturing to me? Could it be that he found the wrong person? Is he here for me? In this case, Yang Ming didn't need to endure it. The other person's car was in front of him, and he was arrogantly gesturing to him. Yang Ming wasn't a person who was afraid of trouble. He directly opened the door and got out of the car. You come out. The young man said arrogantly. Who are you? Yang Ming frowned and asked, I don't seem to know you, right? But I know you. The young man smiled with his arms crossed. Do you know me? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. He carefully looked at the person in front of him. He didn't seem to have any impression. Of course. The young master of the Sun family. Even if I don't know you, I know your car. I saw your sister drive it before. The young man said with certainty, Did your sister lend the car to you? What do you mean by my sister? Are you talking about Xianxia? You made a mistake. I'm not the young master of the Sun family. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. It turned out that this guy said that he was the young master of the Sun family with a car? The young master of the Sun family. Could it be Sun Jiwei? Sun Jiwei, don't pretend. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. The only male descendant of the Sun family turned out to be such a coward. The young man laughed, ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I said, you must have made a mistake. I'm not Sun Jiwei. Yang Ming said with some helplessness, Is Sun Jiwei as handsome as me? Huh. I have long heard that you are a coward. Don't pretend. I know you are Sun Jiwei. The young man said with certainty, If you weren't Sun Jiwei, would your sister lend you the car? I heard that your sister has a rule. She never lends the car to a man. Of course, if you are her brother, then there must be an exception. Yang Ming was a little dizzy. Sun Jia has this rule? Why haven't I heard of it? Did he manage to borrow the car so easily? Sun Jia didn't hesitate. Is this just a rumor? Generally, beautiful women with status have a lot of rumors. It seems that Sun Jia also belongs to this list. This little brother, I'm really not Sun Jiwei. Do you think I look like that idiot? Yang Ming could only smile bitterly now. Don't think that if you scold yourself, I will believe you. All is fair in war. You won't lose anything even if you scold yourself. You can't lose anything. The young man said proudly, You don't have to pretend. I know you are Sun Jiwei. Yang Ming was really helpless. How did I meet such a strange guy? Do I look like Sun Jiwei? Well, then let's say that I am Sun Jiwei. Are you okay? Can you go away? I still have things to do. Yang Ming said with some impatience. Humph, you finally admitted it. The young man was happy as if he had done a great thing. Let's get to know each other. My name is Tian Dongguang. You should have heard of me, right? No, I haven't heard of you. Yang Ming shook his head and said, This is the first time I heard of you. Damn. How is it possible? Am I not famous? Tian Dongguang frowned, touched the back of his head and said with some dissatisfaction. Is there anything else? If there is nothing else, I have to go. Yang Ming said impatiently as he waved his hand. I want to challenge you. Tian Dongguang suddenly posed in a bad asterisk SS and pointed to Yang Ming. Challenge? Are you okay? Yang Ming looked at the young man in front of him with a strange look. Are you stimulated? Did you come out to challenge me? Humph, so what? Aren't you relying on the power accumulated by the previous generation of the Sun family? What are you capable of? What makes you think you can order us around? Tian Dongguang sneered. Yang Ming looked at the arrogant kid named Tian Dongguang inexplicably. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Forget it. I will show you my driver's license. I am really not Sun Jiwei. As Yang Ming said this, he took out his driver's license from his pocket and opened it in front of Tian Dongguang. Don't lie to me. It's useless. Tian Dongguang said disdainfully, If you are not Sun Jiwei, why did you admit it? I don't want to waste time with you. Yang Ming shook his head and said. Pretend, just pretend. Tian Dongguang looked at Yang Ming mockingly. When you hear that I am going to challenge you, you are scared, right? Are you scared? Are you guilty? You're dispirited, aren't you? You lied to me with a fake driver's license? Do you think I will believe you? I didn't expect the Sun family's young master to be such a coward. Whatever you say. Yang Ming didn't want to waste time with him. You get out of the way. I am leaving. Leaving? Wishful thinking. Tian Dongguang sat on the hood of the Audi R8. You're not done yet, are you? If you continue to pretend with me, I will beat you. Yang Ming threatened. Unexpectedly, Tian Dongguang was not afraid, but he was very happy. Okay, you beat me. As long as you can beat me, I won't stop you. Yang Ming listened to Tian Dongguang's words and smiled helplessly. Only then did he remember that if he beat him up, wouldn't he be helping him? What good will it do for me to beat you up? Yang Ming, who understood, asked coldly. If you can beat me, I will listen to your Sun family's orders in the future. Tian Dongguang said firmly. Sun family? That is not good for me. Yang Ming said faintly. Intuition told him that this child named Tian Dongguang definitely had an extraordinary family background. If he could really make him listen to him, it would be good. Then I will listen to your young master son's orders in the future. Tian Dongguang said. Young master son? I'm not some young master son. Yang Ming shook his head and put his driver's license in front of Tian Dongguang. Look, I'm not Sun Jiwei. My name is Yang Ming. Okay, then Yang Ming, I will listen to your orders in the future, Yang Ming. Is that okay? Tian Dongguang didn't know why Yang Ming didn't admit that he was Sun Jiwei, but he didn't care so much. Alright, tell me how you want to challenge me. Yang Ming decided to solve the problem before him first. Let's find a place to have a good fight. If you can leave me with 1 or 2 moves, you win. Tian Dongguang said. Find a place? There was no need, right? I think the roadside will do. Yang Ming didn't have time to waste with him. Roadside? No, we are fighting on the road. We can't solve it in a short time. What if the police are called? Tian Dongguang said. You don't need that much time, do you? I think 1 or 2 minutes is too much. Yang Ming said faintly. Oh. You still have some self-awareness. You know how much weight you have. I'm a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo, humph. Tian Dongguang laughed proudly. Yang Ming pointed to the car and said, drive the car to the roadside. Although this isn't the main road, it will affect the traffic. You won't take the opportunity to run away, right? Tian Dongguang looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. Don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised you. Yang Ming said. No, how about this? You drive my car, and I drive your car. Tian Dongguang thought about it and said. Your car is more expensive than my car. Aren't you afraid that I won't return it to you if I run away? Yang Ming laughed. Ugh, you wouldn't do that, right? Tian Dongguang was hesitant by Yang Ming's words. Okay, drive your own car. Yang Ming waved his hand. He didn't know why, but Yang Ming listened to what Tian Dongguang just said. Sun Jia didn't like to lend the car to a man. Yang Ming didn't want to let Tian Dongguang touch the car. Okay. Tian Dongguang had to believe in Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't lie to him. He parked the car on the roadside and got off. Tian Dongguang also parked the car and walked down. Can we start? Yang Ming looked at Tian Dongguang and asked. Wait, let me do some warm-up exercises. Tian Dongguang said. You are temporarily fighting with others on the road. Do you still have time to warm up? Yang Ming said sarcastically. Ugh. To deal with you, I don't need to warm up. Tian Dongguang said with some embarrassment. Okay, you still need to warm up. Don't be unconvinced when you lose. Yang Ming sneered. Who said I'm unconvinced? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Tian Dongguang said angrily. Okay, let's start. After Yang Ming finished, he stood in the same place. Attack? Tian Dongguang saw that Yang Ming stood in the same place after he said start. He couldn't help but be stunned. It was reasonable to say that when 2 people were competing, whoever said start first would have more preparation time and reaction time than the other party. It was very advantageous. If you attacked at the moment of start, you could often take a big advantage, but Yang Ming didn't do this. You don't want to attack first? Tian Donghua asked, baffled. Are you going to fight or not? If you aren't going to fight, I'm going to leave. Yang Ming glanced at Tian Dongguang. It's my business if I don't attack. Humph, then I won't be polite. Tian Dongguang scolded Yang Ming as a fool in his heart. His body moved quickly. Drink. A flying kick kicked at Yang Ming. Fancy but impractical. Yang Ming shook his head in disappointment. He grabbed Tian Dongguang's leg and exerted a little force on one of the acupuncture points. Tian Dongguang's leg went numb and lost consciousness. He knelt directly on the ground. How did you do it? Although the numbness on his leg made Tian Dongguang feel very painful, he still asked. I didn't do much. Your leg was too slow. I hit your numbness. Yang Ming said casually. I lost. Tian Dongguang sighed. Although he didn't see how Yang Ming attacked, a loss was a loss. Tian Dongguang was a particular person. He wouldn't go back on his words because of this. Then can I go? Asked Yang Ming. You can go. This is my phone number. If you have something, you can call me at any time. Tian Dongguang was straightforward. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took the business card, but he saw 5 big words written on it, Tian Family's second young master, followed by a string of phone numbers. Yang Ming looked at this business card and fell into deep thought. What a big tone. He actually wrote Tian Family directly on the business card. It seems that this Tian family is definitely not simple. Now that I think about it, in Donghai, isn't there only one powerful Tian family? Then, it was related to what Tian Dongguang said before. What about your Sun family? Then his identity was obvious. It seems that this is the Tian family that has been controlled by the Sun family. This Tian Dongguang must be unconvinced by the Sun family. He thought that why should the Tian family work for the Sun family? I don't know where he heard about the Sun family's young master, Sun Jiwei. Then, he happened to see me driving this car, so he thought that I am Sun Jiwei. Okay, I will remember. Yang Ming put away the business card and said, right, I will tell you again. I am really not Sun Jiwei. You found the wrong person. You really aren't? Tian Dongguang was puzzled. If Sun Jiwei was afraid of trouble before, it was possible that he didn't admit his identity. But now, since he had one, was there still a need to hide? That could only explain one problem. That is, the person in front of me is really not Sun Jiwei. No. Yang Ming said firmly. Ah? Tian Dongguang looked at Yang Ming in amazement. He didn't know what to say. Then why are you driving Sun Jiwei's sister's car? Does the driver have to be Sun Jiwei? What kind of logic is this? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Ugh. Tian Dongguang now thought about it carefully. It seemed that what Yang Ming said made sense. It was indeed the case. The driver didn't have to be Sun Jiwei. It was just that he was too subjective. Why? Do you regret it now? Are you still ready to listen to my orders? Yang Ming smiled with some ridicule. A real man keeps his word. Tian Dongguang said, if I said it, I will do it. The most taboo to be a two-faced person who goes back on his word. Up to you. As long as you don't trouble me now, I have to do something. Yang Ming nodded, got in the car, started the car, and left, leaving Tian Dongguang with a blank face. Too ruthless. Too powerful. Tian Dongguang suddenly clenched his fist. His eyes flashed with a blazing light. He said firmly, I must worship you as a teacher. Yang Ming's inference was not wrong. Tian Dongguang was indeed the second young master of Donghai's Tian family, the very bad *SS Tian family. Tian Dongguang and his brother had been taught by their family since they were young. When they grew up, they would take over the current Tian family's helm and become the new generation's helm. The Tian family's mission was to assist the Sun family. Tian Dongguang's eldest brother was not very interested in the underworld, but Tian Dongguang, the second young master, was very interested in fighting since he was a child. However, he belonged to the kind of tiger, not as smart as his eldest brother. Tian Dongguang's eldest brother was not dissatisfied with assisting the Sun family because he also knew that the Tian family also had the current situation with the support of the Sun family. Although the Tian family's current power had developed greatly, if it was separated from the Sun family, the situation would be different. Although Sun Hongjun controlled the Tian family, he was also recognized by other gangs as the leader in Donghai, so Sun Hongjun could support another Tian family and destroy the current Tian family. However, Tian Dongguang didn't think so. He thought that everything in the family was the result of his father's hard work. The Sun family didn't provide anything, but the Tian family helped the Sun family do a lot of things. Of course, these weren't the main thing. Tian Dongguang also knew that this was the fate of the Tian family. However, Tian Dongguang heard rumors that the young master of the Sun family was a super idiot. He didn't have any ability, but he pretended all day long. Tian Dongguang was not convinced. He thought that the future successor of the Sun family must be Sun Jiwei, and Sun Jia was a woman. If it was Sun Jia, Tian Dongguang would be convinced, but Sun Jiwei was a little unwilling to let such a good-for-nothing lead him. For a while, he had been troubled by this matter. His skills weren't the best, but he could fight against 2 or 3 people. Tian Dongguang respected strength the most, so he decided to find a chance to compete with Sun Jiwei. If Sun Jiwei was really better than him, then he would accept it. Coincidentally, Tian Dongguang suddenly saw the car of the Sun family's eldest daughter, Sun Jia, on the road today, and it was actually driven by a man. According to the rumors, the miss of the Sun family never lent the car to a man. Therefore, Tian Dongguang took it for granted that the driver was Sun Jiwei. If there wasn't this rumor, Tian Dongguang wouldn't be so sure. However, with this rumor and hearing that Sun Jiwei was a brat, it wasn't strange that he mistook Yang Ming for Sun Jiwei. Now, he was defeated by a person named Yang Ming in one move. Not only did Tian Dongguang not have any hatred, but he was unusually excited. He had finally found an expert. If he was willing to be his master, then wouldn't he be invincible in the world? That taekwondo instructor of mine is really trash. What he taught me is just fancy and impractical in the eyes of others. Tian Dongguang was very depressed. He planned to fire the coach when he went home. Let him pack up his belongings and leave. In fact, that coach was really wronged. The second young master of the Tian family couldn't be beaten or scolded. The people who practiced with him didn't dare to do anything to him. They were just perfunctory. Therefore, Tian Dongguang thought that he was quite powerful. Yang Ming drove to the door of the Jin Chunlai Bath Center. Yang Ming went back and forth, and then drove the car away. There were many people who knew Sun Jia's car in Donghai. Yang Ming didn't want to bring any trouble to Sun Jia. Yang Ming circled around the neighborhood and parked the car in a public parking lot. Then he walked to the Jin Chunlai Bath Center. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to do anything. Like other customers, he bought a sauna card and then went in to steam comfortably. Of course, even though Yang Ming was sitting there with his eyes closed, he didn't slack off. His eyes kept looking back and forth, X-ray, scanning. Yang Ming had seen Brother Snake, so it wasn't difficult to search for him. Soon, Yang Ming found Brother Snake in a room. At this moment, Brother Snake was reading a document on the sofa. Yang Ming stood up and walked to the shower. After taking a shower, he put on his clothes and walked quickly to the room where Brother Snake was. This time, Yang Ming didn't intend to hide his appearance. Anyway, one day, his identity would be exposed. Moreover, even if he found Wu Qiren, he had to talk to him as Yang Ming. At that time, Brother Snake would know him, so this time, he simply didn't wear a mask. It seemed that the security system of the Four Snakes gang wasn't very strict. Yang Ming walked in the corridor and didn't stop him. He came to the door of Brother Snake's room smoothly. Yang Ming shook his head. Is this Brother Snake too confident or what? If someone has a grudge with him, isn't it too easy to retaliate against him? It had to be said that things were very funny. Yang Ming knocked on the door in a civilized manner. Although what he was going to do in a while wasn't very civilized. Who is it? Come in. Brother Snake put down the document in his hand and said faintly. Yang Ming pushed the door and walked in. Regardless of what Brother Snake said, he came to the sofa and sat down, staring at Brother Snake coldly. Who are you? What do you want? Brother Snake frowned vigilantly. His hand had already reached behind him. Don't move. It seems that you have a bad memory, said Yang Ming sarcastically. You are. This voice was engraved in Brother Snake's heart. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. Last time, because he wanted to touch the gun, he was stabbed in the hand. There are some things that you just need to know. You don't have to say it. It's not good for you and me. Yang Ming looked at Brother Snake and said slowly. Yes. I don't know what big brother. Master, you are looking for me for. Brother Snake said with trepidation. Last time, Yang Ming's means had made Brother Snake not dare to have any thoughts of being rash again. Why? Listening to your tone, I can't look for you, said Yang Ming with a glare. No, I didn't mean that. Brother Snake was shocked and said quickly. His eyes were staring at Yang Ming's hand, fearing that Yang Ming would suddenly throw something. Then what are your hands doing behind you? Are you going to shoot me? Said Yang Ming disdainfully. I didn't. I forgot to take it back. Brother Snake heard Yang Ming say so and quickly took his hand out and put it on his head. Yang Ming smiled and looked at Brother Snake. Well, I won't talk nonsense with you. Do you know Mei Rini? Brother Snake heard the name of Mei Rini and was shocked. Now Mei Rini was a wanted criminal by the police. In any case, Brother Snake didn't want to have anything to do with him. Why? You don't want to say it? Yang Ming looked at Brother Snake's expression and knew that he must know some inside information. No. Brother Snake was a bit embarrassed. If he said it, he would definitely be involved. If he didn't say it, he was afraid that Yang Ming would suddenly attack him. Let's talk about it. I am looking for him. You used to cover up for him and collude with him, but I am looking for him, said Yang Ming. Are you looking for him because of the Rini company? Brother Snake asked tentatively. Brother Snake had made up his mind. If Yang Ming was really investigating this matter, then he had to find a way to exonerate himself. This person in front of me is a living ancestor. I can't provoke him. If I provoke him, I will be finished. And this is one aspect. This is not the main thing. As long as he returns the money, then I won't say anything. Yang Ming nodded and said. Then, are you looking for him for other things? Brother Snake breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yang Ming didn't pursue this matter, then it was fine. Although he had some heartache when he returned the money, it was better than dying, right? His real name is Wu Qiren, right? Said Yang Ming faintly. Ah? Brother Snake was shocked. How do you know? After Wu Qiren came to Donghai, he changed his name to Mei Rini. Only Brother Snake, who was familiar with him, knew his original name. Now, Yang Ming suddenly said it. How could this not make Wu Qiren surprised? I have to settle some accounts with him. Yang Ming smiled. After so many years, it's time. Yang Ming's words were simple, and his tone was very plain, but Brother Snake felt creepy when he heard it. If I find him for you, can you let me go? Brother Snake had now planned to give up Wu Qiren. He was most concerned about his own safety. If Yang Ming came to find trouble with him afterward, then he would be done for. Of course, if you are obedient every time, how can I do anything to you? Yang Ming's brilliant smile in the eyes of Brother Snake became a devil's smile. That's fine. Brother Snake clenched his teeth. I will take you to him. That's the best. Yang Ming nodded. I hope you don't play any tricks. It will only make you more painful. I know. Brother Snake nodded and said. The layout of this house is quite good, but why do you use a security door? Isn't it too sullen? Yang Ming said as he raised his foot and kicked the security door at the door. Yang Ming used the 1-inch force, so the security door that was opened halfway fell directly from the door frame. However, it was shocking in Brother Snake's eyes. Brother Snake also knew that Yang Ming was demonstrating to him, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He had to say with a smile, yes, you are right. You kicked it well. I will find someone to change it in a while. Yang Ming nodded and said nothing. He went downstairs with Brother Snake. What are you doing? Yang Ming saw Brother Snake take out the phone and asked coldly. I am calling the driver. Brother Snake was shocked by Yang Ming. He almost threw the phone to the ground. Can't you drive yourself? Yang Ming said coldly. Yes, I can drive myself. Brother Snake nodded again and again. Yang Ming snorted and followed Brother Snake out of the door. Yang Ming didn't go to get Xianxia's car. As the boss of the Four Snakes gang, Brother Snake definitely knew the car of the Sun family's Mississippi. Yang Ming didn't want to create more problems. In an Audi A6 sedan of Brother Snake started the car and headed to the destination. Where is it? Asked Yang Ming. It's above JoJo Disco Bar in the city center. That is my property. Brother Snake didn't dare to hide anything and said quickly. Sure enough, it is in the territory of Brother Snake. Yang Ming nodded secretly. It seems that my initial idea is also correct. If I really can't find Brother Snake, I can also find Wu Qiren by searching in several properties. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at JoJo Disco Bar. Yang Ming and Brother Snake walked together, and no one asked. Brother Snake took Yang Ming directly to the second floor and then came to the door of a private room. Is Big Fatty Wu inside? Brother Snake asked his confidant who was guarding the door. Yes, and this is? The trusted subordinate saw Yang Ming's expressionless face and asked casually. Mother ***, this is my distinguished guest. Is it something you can ask? Brother Snake was furious at once. He slapped the face of his confidant underling. He was afraid that his subordinates would speak carelessly and implicate him. I'm sorry. The confidant was shocked and quickly bowed to apologize. You can leave first. There is nothing for you to do here. Brother Snake waved and said. Yes. The trusted subordinate hurriedly bowed and left. Master. Big Fatty Wu is inside. Brother Snake saw that the confidant underling left and said to Yang Ming flatteringly. N. Yang Ming nodded and responded softly. He just saw the figure of Wu Qiren with his special ability. At this moment, this guy was lying in bed watching TV with a comfortable and chic look. Brother Snake opened the door and shouted inside, Big Fatty Wu, get up. An old friend of yours is here to see you. Oh? Who is it? Who is it? Wu Qiren sat up from the bed. When he looked up, he saw Yang Ming standing with Brother Snake. You are Yang Ming? Wu Qiren frowned and hesitated. Hee, not bad. After so many years, you can still recognize me? How are you doing, Teacher Wu? Yang Ming said with a fake smile. I am fine. Wu Qiren couldn't figure out Yang Ming's background for a while. When he saw him standing with Brother Snake, he didn't know what his identity was now. However, Yang Ming was in the underworld when he was in school before the association. Maybe he was a big shot now, so he had to greet him perfunctorily. Really? You are very good, but I am not so good. Yang Ming suddenly flew out and kicked Wu Qiren's chest. Wu Qiren's fat body suddenly flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Ayo! Wu Qiren screamed. Apparently, he fell hard. There was no other way. The fatter the person, the heavier the fall. You. Wu Qiren stared at Yang Ming in horror. What are you doing? Nothing much. I just came to see you. Yang Ming said innocently, you were very good to me in the past. Don't I need to compensate you? Brother Snake, save me. Wu Qiren saw Yang Ming coming over again and quickly called for help. Save you? Brother Snake shook his head secretly. I can't even protect myself now. Why would I save you? If you don't involve me, I will be grateful. So Brother Snake closed his eyes and pretended that nothing happened. Get up. Yang Ming suddenly grabbed Wu Qiren's collar and lifted him up. A body of less than 200 kilograms was nothing in Yang Ming's hands. Throwing Wu Qiren on the bed, Yang Ming said coldly, that Rennie company was created by you, right? Yang Ming didn't want to beat him half to death. After all, there were still some things that he didn't understand. If he were to cripple him, it would be difficult to ask. When Wu Qiren heard it, he quickly looked up at Brother Snake, but when he saw Brother Snake's indifferent look, Wu Qiren knew that he was completely abandoned. It turned out that Yang Ming was looking for him through Brother Snake. However, Wu Qiren also thought about it. You, Brother Snake, don't talk, right? If you don't talk, can you get away with it? In for a penny, in for a pound. Like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, he told the story of him and Brother Snake conspiring together to establish the Rini company to carry out the fraud. That's it? Asked Yang Ming. That's it. Yang Ming, Brother Snake instructed me to do it. It has nothing to do with me. I have confessed, and my part of the money, I am going to return it. These days of suffering also made Wu Qiren somewhat exhausted. The police's pursuit made Wu Qiren almost want to turn himself in. If it weren't for Brother Snake's obstruction, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Now, after being provoked by Yang Ming, Wu Qiren was ready to return the money directly. What about you? Yang Ming looked back at Brother Snake. Uncle, I just said that I am going to refund, said Brother Snake quickly. Wu Qiren couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Brother Snake's words. No way? So straightforward? Is this the original Brother Snake? Originally, when I said that I wanted to return the money, Brother Snake wouldn't agree, but now. Thinking of this, Wu Qiren had to re-examine the identity of Yang Ming. He actually made Brother Snake so obedient, then he. Wu Qiren, do you know why I am looking for you? Asked Yang Ming suddenly. Ah? Isn't it because of the Rini company? Wu Qiren was stunned. How did Yang Ming forget about it? Of course not. That little thing is nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. I am looking for you because there is a very important thing. As Yang Ming spoke, he stared at Wu Qiren with his eyes wide open, causing psychological pressure on him. Why are you looking for me? Wu Qiren was now different from the past. He had changed from the original high and mighty to a humble tone. Suya wrote a letter to me? Asked Yang Ming. Suya? Wu Qiren was stunned. What letter did Suya write? She wrote a letter to you. How would I know? Really? Lying is not a good habit. Yang Ming said faintly, do you want to try the taste of the human cannon again? I really don't know. Wu Qiren looked confused. That's not right, right? You even read the letter in the office? Yang Ming reached out and patted Wu Qiren's face, making a paw-paw sound. Ah? Wu Qiren hesitated for a moment and finally remembered. I read it. Sorry. Yang. Uncle Yang. Seeing that Brother Snake called him Uncle Yang Ming, Wu Qiren quickly changed his words. Where is the letter? Yang Ming really wanted to kick Wu Qiren, but he knew that he couldn't do it now. He had to know the whereabouts of the letter. Letter, how would I know? It has been so long. I'm not a teacher anymore. Wu Qiren said with a sad face. Really? Yang Ming grabbed Wu Qiren's hair with one hand and gave him a big slap with his arm. Then, he said, do you remember? I really can't remember. Wu Qiren almost cried. It hurts so much. My face must be swollen. Really? Then you think about it again. It's okay. I have time. You can think about it slowly. Don't worry. Yang Ming said with a smile. Okay, then let me think about it. Wu Qiren nodded quickly. However, I will take advantage of the time when you are thinking to exercise first. Yang Ming smiled and looked at Wu Qiren. Don't. I remember. Wu Qiren shouted. You remember it? That's good. Tell me about it. Yang Ming let go of Wu Qiren's hair and sat on the sofa next to him. Teacher Wu, we have no grievances. Why did you take my letter? Why did you read it in the office? Do you think this is cool, or is there something wrong with your heart? Let me think about it again. The sweat on Wu Qiren's forehead flowed down from both sides of his temples. You didn't remember? Then you lied to me just now? Yang Ming snorted and slowly looked back at Yang Ming. No, I just want to organize my words. Wu Qiren said quickly. Then you hurry up. I don't have so much patience. Yang Ming said faintly. I know. Wu Qiren nodded quickly. He frowned and began to think hard. Why are you standing there? Sit down. Yang Ming looked at Brother Snake, who was standing aside stupidly. I don't dare to sit. You didn't ask me to sit. Brother Snake had a sad face. He was faintly unsatisfied in his heart. I'm the boss of a gang. How can I be so spineless? Am I still afraid of him alone? If I ask an underling to come in now, can I control him? Brother Snake struggled in his heart and hesitated. Now, Yang Ming and I are far away, and Yang Ming's attention is completely on Wu Qiren. If I escape, I should be able to, right? However, Brother Snake thought of Yang Ming's extraordinary speed. If I have any trouble, Yang Ming may throw something to greet me. At that time, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my life. Therefore, Brother Snake hesitated again and again. He felt that there was still no need to take risks because now Yang Ming was not targeting Brother Snake, but Wu Qiren. Although this time he must lose some money, Brother Snake was heartbroken, but there was no other way. Now that things had come to this point, it was better for him to spit out the money so that Wu Qiren wouldn't have an accident and he wouldn't be implicated. In other things, Brother Snake didn't touch Yang Ming's bad luck, so it was really unnecessary to confront him head-on. He wasn't noble enough to stand up for Wu Qiren. After figuring this out, Brother Snake sat motionless on the side. He didn't care about what was happening outside. Do you remember it? Yang Ming looked at the time. It had been more than 10 minutes. This Wu Qiren was still thinking hard, so he said impatiently. I remember. I didn't throw away the letter at the time. I just threw it in the drawer of the office. Later, after I was fired, I didn't take the letters away when I cleaned up the desk. There were not only yours, but also some letters from other students. I just threw them together. Wu Qiren said. Then what happened? Asked Yang Ming. Later, after I left, the desk was given to a new teacher. I don't know. Wu Qiren shook his head. Yang Ming was speechless for a while. Isn't this equivalent to saying it in vain? You didn't take it away? Did you leave it to others? Then, would others keep it for you? It seems that those letters have disappeared. Yang Ming sighed. His heart was a little empty. He didn't know what to do. Although he didn't have much hope before, he knew that Wu Qiren couldn't keep those letters, but he just didn't give up. Now that he got a positive answer, Yang Ming was a little discouraged. It had been so long. Is it necessary for me to keep it in my heart? Xianxia, even if I find her, what can I do? Would the two of them ever be able to return to that pure feeling of being together? Both of us have grown up. We are no longer ignorant young men and women in the past. With the passage of time, some people and some things will be forgotten. Although Yang Ming firmly believed that he didn't forget Xianxia, what about Xianxia? Did she forget me? Yang Ming wasn't sure, and he didn't want to think about such a complicated issue. If Xianxia had feelings for him before, it was true. This was undeniable. Yang Ming was also very sure. It could be seen from the fact that Xianxia wrote several letters to him. However, her letters were like stones that sank into the sea. What would she think? She must have thought that I had forgotten her, so she would lose confidence in me, leading to the dilution of feelings. Thinking of this, Yang Ming helplessly and unwillingly patted his forehead. Xianxia, perhaps at this moment, is whispering sweet nothings in the arms of others. If she is interested in me, why didn't she come to Songjiang to find me? Although she left, I didn't leave. If Xianxia really has feelings for me, why didn't she come to find me? Sorry. Master Yang. I didn't mean it. Seeing that Yang Ming lowered his head and didn't speak, and the expression on his face was unpredictable, Wu Qiren on the side was very worried. He didn't know what Yang Ming was thinking. Please don't vent your anger on me. Forget it. Yang Ming looked at Wu Qiren with some disgust. You go and turn yourself in. I don't want to see you again. I understand. Wu Qiren actually had plans to turn himself in, so he agreed very quickly. Wait. Yang Ming suddenly waved his hand and thought of Xia Shui. Wu Qiren's case is also a big case, right? Didn't Xia Shui, this violent girl, always want to solve a big case? Why don't I give this credit to Xia Shui? But after thinking about it, Yang Ming gave up this idea. Because he suddenly remembered that this was Dong Hai, not Song Jiang. Even if he informed Xia Shui, it was useless. She couldn't cross the border to arrest people. After all, this wasn't a case in Dong Hai. You. Yang Ming pointed to Brother Snake and said, "Come out with me. I have something to look for you." Me? Brother Snake quickly stood up and followed Yang Ming out of the room. Master. What are you looking for me for? Asked Brother Snake quickly. I'm leaving. I have asked what I should ask. I don't want to care about the things between you and Wu Qiren, and I don't have the mood to care about it. You discuss it with him yourself. Yang Ming said faintly. Oh? Brother Snake was delighted. What Yang Ming said was what he was most worried about. Although the Rene company was started by Wu Qiren, it was also with his own support that it became so prosperous. If something happened, he couldn't stay away from it. Although he could promise some conditions to let Wu Qiren shoulder the matter, if Yang Ming obstructed him, he really couldn't handle it. Now, since Yang Ming said that he didn't want to care about it, that meant that he could do it according to his own ideas. How could Brother Snake not be happy? So he quickly said, "Thank you, Master. You don't have to thank me. You should be honest with me. Don't simply talk about things that you have seen me. I hate people who gossip." Yang Ming glanced at Brother Snake and said, "Do you know what the consequences of gossip are?" "If I know, then your tongue can't be kept." "I understand, Master. You can rest assured. I won't give you any trouble." Brother Snake replied quickly. "It's good that you understand. You're good. I'm very satisfied with today's matter." Yang Ming nodded. "I'm leaving. You don't have to send me off. Take care." Brother Snake looked at Yang Ming's back and breathed a sigh of relief. This god of plagues is finally gone. Mother **Ker, how can I be so unlucky? It seems that I have to be a down-to-earth person in the future. Every time something happens, it's because of my impulsiveness and greed. If I didn't want to expand, then there wouldn't be so many problems." Brother Snake couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that this guy was sent by God to specifically go against me? It seems that I should be low-key in the future. Back in the room, Brother Snake quickly convinced Wu Qiren with threats and promises. Brother Snake's conditions were very simple. He promised to settle down Wu Qiren's family and relatives. He promised to help him find someone to take care of him during his sentence so that he wouldn't be bullied by other prisoners. After all, Brother Snake was also a gang leader. He also had contacts in prison. Maybe he could even let Wu Qiren be a prison guard. Therefore, although Wu Qiren hated Brother Snake for betraying him to Yang Ming, Wu Qiren also knew that this couldn't be helped. Yang Ming looked very strong. Even Brother Snake was very afraid of him. However, Brother Snake was afraid of Yang Ming, but he wasn't afraid of Wu Qiren. Therefore, Wu Qiren didn't dare to say anything. Moreover, Brother Snake's conditions were already very good. Even if he involved Brother Snake, there was no benefit. Thinking of this, Wu Qiren also put down other thoughts. He agreed to the conditions of Brother Snake and prepared to surrender. After all, he wanted to reduce his own guilt as much as possible, so Wu Qiren intended to return the money of the deceived people first. Wu Qiren's plan was not bad. He first showed up in a high-profile manner, and then explained the reason for his disappearance. It was because the upstream supplier had a problem, and he went to deliver the goods. He would compensate for the contract losses caused here one by one. Since Wu Qiren had claimed that he would take responsibility, then those companies who were preparing to sue the salespeople temporarily gave up the intention to sue. After all, someone stood up to take responsibility for the matter, so why would they still target those little salespeople? These little salespeople were just victims, and it was impossible for them to have the money to compensate for their losses. Wu Qiren's move also made the police give up the action of arresting him. After all, Wu Qiren had made it very clear that he didn't disappear after the fraud, but he went to deliver the goods. Although everyone had their own thoughts, since things had developed to this point, there was no direct evidence to prove that Wu Qiren was a fraud. It could only be said that he was hiding from the debt. However, although they didn't arrest him, there were still people watching him. It was impossible to let him escape. After the incident, Yang Ming also saw the relevant reports, but he was too lazy to care about this. Before, Yang Ming could say that he hated Wu Qiren to the bone, but after seeing him, that hatred couldn't be vented. So what if I really beat him up? Will I be satisfied? Not necessarily. Do I have to find a chance to kill him? Yang Ming shook his head. His own state of mind. He didn't know when it started, but Yang Ming didn't care much about these past events. For example, when Yang Ming saw Zhou Jiejia now, he didn't hate her at all. He just had some knots in his heart. Moreover, Yang Ming had already regarded her as a good friend. Therefore, when Yang Ming saw Wu Qiren today, he was really angry. However, after he told him that the letter couldn't be found, Yang Ming was too lazy to teach him a lesson except for some regret. Back at the square, Yang Ming took Xianxia's car and returned to the Dafa Hotel. The matter is resolved. Yang Ming pushed open the door of Lin Chongqing's room and said with a smile. It's settled? Lin Chongqing was stunned. You paid them the money? It was no wonder that Lin Chongqing would think so. How long had it been? Yang Ming went out and came back. If he went to find Mei Rini, it should be impossible, so there was only one possibility, which was that Yang Ming paid the money to the two companies that sued. Of course I'll lose money, but I won't be the one paying. Yang Ming shrugged indifferently and sat beside Lin Jiyun. Of course, whoever took the money will return it. You mean Mei Rini? Lin Chongqing was stunned. How is that possible? Didn't he disappear? Is he stupid? Why would he come back? I don't know if he is stupid or not, but if he doesn't pay the money, he will face bigger trouble. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. Lin Chongqing was a little confused, but when he heard that Mei Rini was coming back, he relaxed and was very happy. Lin Chongqing didn't know what was going on, but it didn't mean that Lin Jiyun didn't know. She and Yang Ming had known each other for so long. She was still very familiar with Yang Ming's tough means. She guessed that Yang Ming used some extreme means again, right? Just like Bai Hai and Xianxia last time. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming deeply. Yang Ming also felt Lin Jiyun's gaze and winked at her. Lin Jiyun's face suddenly turned red. She quickly turned her head and didn't dare to look at him again. Lin Jiyun didn't know if it was because of the awkwardness last night or because Lin Jiyun hadn't seen her father for a long time. In short, Lin Jiyun was in Lin Chongqing's room when Yang Ming came back in the afternoon. Looking at the father and daughter whispering, Yang Ming didn't want to disturb them. He got up and went to Ho Zhenhan's room. On Ho Zhenhan's side, Yang Ming had ordered him to withdraw those who were observing. Yang Ming didn't believe that Wu Qiren could escape, because even if Yang Ming didn't watch him, Brother Snake would watch him too. First of all, Brother Snake wanted to protect himself. He definitely couldn't let Wu Qiren escape. Second, if Wu Qiren really ran away, would Yang Ming spare him? Therefore, Brother Snake wouldn't let Wu Qiren have a chance to escape. He would watch him very closely. Yang Ming also figured out this point, so he was relieved to ignore Brother Snake. He didn't expect the matter to be resolved unexpectedly smoothly. Ho Zhenhan and the others that he brought didn't need to use them. Big Ho, you go back first. Right, leave your Jetta. You go back with your men on the Jinbei van first, said Yang Ming. Brother Yang, aren't you leaving? Asked Ho Zhenhan. I will wait. Uncle Lin still doesn't believe it. I guess the evening news will report this matter. I will wait for the news to come out before I go back. You go and do your things first. I'm not very relieved about Sun Jia's side. You go and help me take care of her. Yang Ming instructed. Okay, then I will go back first. Brother Yang, call me at any time if there is anything. Ho Zhenhan said as he got up and packed his luggage to leave. Yang Ming took Ho Zhenhan's car key and returned to the room. He watched TV in boredom. I can actually receive Phoenix satellite TV here? Yang Ming didn't like to watch these entertainment programs. However, at this time, Yang Ming's eyes stopped on the TV screen. Because a few words were written in big font on the screen: New Year's Day special program, Xianxia interview. However, this program was a replay, not a live broadcast. Now, New Year's Day had passed. However, Yang Ming didn't care. He wasn't one of those star chasers who had to watch time-sensitive TV programs. Xianxia? Yang Ming put down the remote control and stared at the TV screen with interest. For this celebrity, Yang Ming was still very concerned about her. It wasn't for anything else. It was just because he stupidly spent a lot of money to buy her ring. However, coincidentally, this ring was the one that he gave to Xianxia in the past. Therefore, Yang Ming couldn't help but pay more attention to this celebrity who had a similar name to Xianxia. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't think that this Xianxia was Xianxia in the past, but the difference in appearance between these two people was too big, right? Although they were both sweet people, they were basically two different people. A woman would change 18 times between childhood and womanhood, but at least the outline wouldn't change. This Xianxia on TV didn't have any shadow of Xianxia in the past. Therefore, Yang Ming had to give up his conjecture. It was just that this Xianxia wasn't Xianxia in the past. Judging from the fact that she had the ring that he gave to Xianxia, there might be some connection between this Xianxia and Xianxia. Therefore, Yang Ming began to pay attention to this person named Xianxia. Next, let's welcome our big star, Xianxia. This program was a highly rated variety show in Hong Kong. The host was also very popular. Hello, everyone. Xianxia walked up to the stage and then sat beside the host gracefully. Welcome, Miss Xianxia. Thank you for participating in our XXXX program. The host shook hands with Xianxia, and then began to talk nonsense. It was probably some of the latest news about Xianxia. After talking for a long time, he changed the topic and asked, Miss Xianxia, I heard that in the new album that you are going to release, there is a main song called Our Commemoration. It was written about the ring that you auctioned a while ago. Is that so? Xianxia was silent for a while, and then nodded. Yes, I wrote the lyrics for this song myself. Oh? It turns out that this is the case. It seems that the rumors are true. The host pretended to be surprised and opened his mouth exaggeratedly. This song is very sad, whether it is the melody or the lyrics. Miss Xianxia, since that ring is so important to you, why did you sell it? Can I not answer this question? Xianxia sighed and smiled reluctantly. People will always be impulsive, right? I'm no exception. Okay, then let's not discuss this issue. The host also saw Xianxia's displeasure. This was a live broadcast. She didn't want to affect the atmosphere of the program because of this. According to XX Weekly's report, someone saw you and Zhong Xiaotian entering and exiting a 3-star hotel. Is this true? Maybe it was a mistake? Xianxia showed a surprised expression. There are no photos. How can this kind of news be believed? Hee, but anyway, there are rumors that you and Zhong Xiaotian are dating. Is this true? The host didn't forget to dig into Xianxia's privacy at all times. Of course not. I have already said that my heart already belongs to someone. Xianxia smiled. Can you tell us what he does for a living? The host asked. He isn't in our circle. Xianxia explained faintly. Well, if that's the case, then forget it. The host didn't take it seriously. After all, this had become Xianxia's signature excuse to refute rumors. Many people thought that Xianxia's heart belonged to someone else was just an excuse. She just didn't want to be involved in scandals. Next, Miss Xianxia, please get ready to sing the title song in the new album, Our Commemoration. The host made a gesture of invitation. I remember when you engraved your name on it. You put it on my hand. Our hearts were connected to each other. Yang Ming listened to Xianxia's sad singing, and his mood became heavy. It was as if the person who gave the ring to Xianxia in the song was himself. Looking at Xianxia on the TV, Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned. The door was pushed open. Lin Jiyun walked in and saw Yang Ming watching TV. She said casually, you also like to watch variety shows? Eh? Isn't this Xianxia? Oh? Yang Ming was stunned and recovered from his trance. You're back? Dad saw the news. Today, Mayrini has returned to Rini Company to preside over the overall situation. He held a press conference and said that he didn't disappear a while ago, but he went out to sell goods. He just said that he wouldn't let any company bear the loss. Lin Jiyun said. What? He held a press conference? Yang Ming frowned. He originally thought that Wu Qiren would go to the police station to surrender, but he didn't expect him to play it so cleverly. He easily pushed away his own responsibility. Yeah, Dad was very happy to see it. Lin Jiyun nodded and said. Which channel? Let me see. Yang Ming picked up the remote control and changed the channel. Don't change it. The show is already over. Just watch this show. I also like Xianxia. Lin Jiyun said. Yang Ming nodded and put the remote control back. He continued to watch the variety show with Xia's exclusive interview. Only the host asked Xia some strange questions, which made Yang Ming a little crazy, but Lin Jiyun watched with relish. After the interview with Xia, it was followed by an interview with another star. Although the little girl looked good, Yang Ming wasn't interested. He left Lin Jiyun there to continue watching. Yang Ming went to Lin Chongqing's room. Uncle Lin. Are you alright? Yang Ming smiled and pushed open the door of the room. That's great. Yang Ming, how did you know that he was coming back? Lin Chongqing's face was full of smiles. One of my friends is a more powerful local character. I know about it through him. Yang Ming casually turned Brother Snake into a more powerful local friend. In any case, Lin Chongqing couldn't find anyone to verify it. I see. Yang Ming, thank you so much this time. Lin Chongqing still didn't put the credit on Yang Ming's head. He just thought that Mayrini had a conscience. Yang Ming didn't want to say this to Lin Chongqing. Lin Jiyun could understand some of his own things, but people like Lin Chongqing might not be able to understand. Therefore, it was better not to say it, lest he think that his son-in-law was a gangster. It's okay, Uncle Lin. Yang Ming smiled. This is what I should do, isn't it? Hee, Jiyun is happy. Lin Chongqing nodded and said, right, when are we going back to Songjiang? We can do it now. Yang Ming said, why? Is Uncle Lin homesick? I have been out for so long. I haven't earned a penny, and I even got into trouble. I really want to go back quickly. Lin Chongqing sighed and nodded. Then let's check out now and go back, asked Yang Ming. Now? Is there a car now? Isn't it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Lin Chongqing was stunned. Uncle Lin, I heard from Ziyun that you were a driver in the factory in your early years. Yang Ming also heard from Lin Jiyun that Lin Chongqing could drive, so he left Ho Zhenhan's car key. Yeah, I did work as a driver. What's wrong? Asked Lin Chongqing. Then do you have a driver's license? If you have a driver's license, let's drive back now. Yang Ming said. I have a driver's license. I came to Donghai to find a job. Naturally, I brought all these documents. Lin Chongqing said, but, where's the car? Uncle Lin, Jiyun and I drove, but the car can only seat 2 people. I just borrowed a Jetta from a friend, so if you can drive, we can go back now. Yang Ming said. That's great. Lin Chongqing stood up happily and said, what are we waiting for? I will pack up. You go and call Jiyun. Let's go. Yang Ming returned to the room and saw that Lin Jiyun's program had just ended, so he said, Jiyun, pack up. Let's go back to Songjiang now. Oh? So fast? Lin Jiyun was stunned. She didn't expect to leave so soon. Why? Do you still want to sleep with me? Didn't you sleep enough? Yang Ming said mischievously. Stop it. You know I didn't mean that. Lin Jiyun blushed and scolded Yang Ming. She began to get up and pack up. When she and Yang Ming came, they didn't bring anything, so they just checked if they had left anything behind. The 2 people saw that there was nothing left, so they went to Lin Chongqing's room to help him pack his luggage. Lin Chongqing didn't have a lot of things. 1 suitcase was enough. Yang Ming picked up the suitcase, and the 3 of them went downstairs together. After checking out, they left the hotel. Uncle Lin, you can drive this Jetta. Yang Ming put the luggage in the trunk of the Jetta, and then handed the car key to Lin Chongqing. Oh? What about you? Lin Chongqing took the car key and asked. We are driving that car. Yang Ming pointed to the Audi R8 not far away. Lin Chongqing took a deep breath. Although he didn't know how much the car was worth, it wasn't cheap at first glance. Lin Chongqing was secretly worried again. Yang Ming seemed to be extraordinarily rich. Can my daughter be worthy of him? Isn't it just for fun? Although Lin Chongqing also felt that Yang Ming's character was good, no one could say for sure about this kind of thing, so Lin Chongqing decided to remind his daughter to pay attention when he went home. Yang Ming naturally didn't know Lin Chongqing's thoughts. After he got in the car with Lin Jiyun, he started the car. After Tian Dongguang returned home, he asked someone to inquire about Yang Ming. He inquired and inquired, but there was no character named Yang Ming in Donghai. Damn it! Did he make a fake certificate to deceive me? Why can't I find him? Tian Dongguang punched the sandbag in anger. After sending the Lin father and daughter home, Yang Ming called Sun Jia. Sun Jia actually strangled the phone. It was so late, and it wasn't time for a meeting. Why didn't Sun Jia answer the phone? Fortunately, it didn't take long for Sun Jia to call back. Yang Ming, what's the matter? I'm eating outside. I'm back in Songjiang. When will I return the car to you? Yang Ming frowned. Why didn't she answer the phone while eating? However, it wasn't good to ask. Don't worry. I'm eating at the Nightless Club now. It will end around 9 o'clock. Can you pick me up? Sun Jia thought about it. Okay, then 9 o'clock. When Yang Ming heard that Sun Jia was eating at the Nightless Club, his heart was relieved. Sun Jia must have contacted Bao Sanli through Yang Li. Today, Ho Zhenhan was back, so it was normal for them to have a meal together. As for why the phone was cut off just now, it was because although Sun Jia was strong, it was better to be polite in other people's territory. It was probably because she was toasting, so it wasn't convenient to answer the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked at the time. There were still 2 hours before 9 o'clock, so he drove directly to Red Flag High School. Yang Ming didn't forget the character that Lan Ling's grandmother gave him to monitor the gatekeeper, Uncle Ma Xiaoyao. Yang Ming passed by the roadside supermarket and went in to take 2 bottles of Xianxia. He thought about it and put it down again. My relationship with Uncle Ma isn't very good. If I suddenly give him a big gift, it will definitely arouse his suspicion. So, Yang Ming simply took 2 bottles of low-grade white wine, paid the money and left the supermarket. In this way, it could be said that someone gave it to me, so I gave it to him. It was also reasonable. Yang Ming came to the door of Red Flag High School and knocked on the door. After a while, Uncle Ma came out with drunken eyes. He looked at Yang Ming and said, "An? Yang Ming? Why are you here?" "Someone gave me 2 bottles of white wine, so I brought them for you." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Open the door." "Hee hee, you are very considerate." Uncle Ma nodded with a smile and then opened the door. Yang Ming walked into Uncle Ma's guard room with 2 bottles of wine and then put the wine on the table. "Why? Do you have something to ask me?" Uncle Ma glanced at Yang Ming and asked. "Nothing. I just came to see you." Yang Ming's heart was shocked, but his face was very normal. He couldn't see anything wrong. "Really? Isn't it wrong? Are you so kind, kid?" Uncle Ma snorted. "Hee hee, in fact, there is also something." Yang Ming's mind began to work quickly. He had to find a reasonable reason. "You see, if there is anything, just say it. You are looking for me, an old gatekeeper. It can't be a big deal." Uncle Ma shook his head. "What else are you embarrassed to say?" "This is the case. I want to inquire." After Wu Qiren left, who used his original desk, Yang Ming was quick-witted and came up with such a seemingly reasonable reason. "Oh? Is that it? Do you need to give me a gift?" Uncle Ma was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to look for him to inquire about something. "What gift?" "I don't drink white wine. I just brought it on the way." Yang Ming smiled and said, and the only person I know in Red Flag High School is you. And I can help you inquire about this. I will accept these 2 bottles of wine. Uncle Ma saw that Yang Ming's matter was very easy, so he accepted the wine he sent. Then I will trouble you, Uncle Ma. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. This was just an excuse he came up with temporarily. Yang Ming didn't expect to find any clues. It was impossible for the teacher who came later to keep Wu Qiren's things, especially some of the students' letters. However, isn't there a saying? As the saying goes, a well-intentioned flower does not bloom, but an unintentional willow grows. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that he actually discovered something when he casually mentioned it. Of course, this was a story for another time. Now, Yang Ming was sitting beside Uncle Ma's bed, casually talking to him. Grandpa Ma, it's been so many years. Why are you still living in the school? Don't you have any relatives? Yang Ming pretended to ask casually. Family. Uncle Ma's mouth twitched twice, and his eyes were a little wet. However, this was only for a moment, and he quickly covered it up. AI, they're all gone. I can't find them. I see. I'm sorry. Yang Ming looked at Uncle Ma and said apologetically. It's fine. It's been so long. It doesn't matter. Uncle Ma shook his head. Uncle Ma, isn't your home in Songjiang? Yang Ming continued to ask. No, I came here later. Uncle Ma said, it's been so many years since I started living here. It's really not easy for you. Yang Ming sighed casually. Yeah, I should have a lot of children and grandchildren. AI. Uncle Ma shook his head. Yang Ming listened to Uncle Ma's words, and he felt a little strange. Why does this Uncle Ma seem to be hiding something from me? But it's not a complete concealment, but it's deliberately revealing some information. Yang Ming couldn't help but be vigilant. Could it be that he saw some flaws? No, it shouldn't be. I don't have any interaction with him. I'm only in contact with him as a former student. Moreover, there is a reason. Could it be that I'm thinking too much? It's possible. Uncle Ma, don't be angry. How about I come to see you when I'm free? Yang Ming said tentatively. Are you here to see me? Are you here to inquire about the news? Uncle Ma glanced at Yang Ming and said. Ah? Yang Ming opened his mouth incredulously. Could it be that Uncle Ma really saw something? Didn't you come to inquire about who used Wu Qiren's table after him? Do you dare to say that your first purpose is not this? Uncle Ma took a sip of wine and smiled. Hee hee, you even saw through this. Yang Ming's face smiled unnaturally. He was relieved in his heart. Fortunately, it's not what I thought. I was too sensitive. But after being frightened by Uncle Ma, Yang Ming didn't have the mood to continue to ask. He said a few words, got up and said goodbye to Uncle Ma. Seeing Yang Ming drive away, Ma Xiaoyao, who was a little drunk and couldn't open his eyes, suddenly became energetic. He changed from a dispirited old man to a bright and energetic one. He took out a stack of photos from a small box at his bedside and looked at them. And the people in the photo were Yang Ming and Lan Ling holding hands. Yang Ming parked the car at the door of the Nightless Club. After the expansion and renovation of the Nightless Club, it was now one of the largest entertainment and dining venues in Songjiang City. In the parking lot, luxury cars could be seen everywhere. Yang Ming's Audi R8 was not too conspicuous here. When it was almost 9 o'clock, Yang Ming received a text message from Xianxia, asking if Yang Ming had arrived. She had already finished eating. Yang Ming replied with a message telling Xianxia where he was. Not long after, Yang Ming saw Xianxia accompanied by Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli out of the Nightless Club. It could be seen that the 3 people were in a good mood. They should have had a good chat just now. Suddenly, Yang Ming's nerves suddenly tightened. He wanted to jump out of the car and rush to Xianxia, but the distance was too far. Yang Ming also knew that it was impossible, but he still subconsciously jumped out of the car. Because Yang Ming saw a black shadow rushing towards Xianxia. Fortunately, when Yang Ming saw the thing in the hand of the person who rushed over, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The person was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. Xianxia, I finally found you. This is for you. The man handed the flowers in his hand to Xianxia. This person was Guodongchuan, the son of the underworld boss of Jiduan City. Guodongchuan, how did you find this place? Xianxia frowned. Today, Xianxia was annoyed to death. This Guodongchuan came to Songjiang City in the morning, and then kept calling to ask her out. Xianxia, of course, directly refused. I don't know how this Guodongchuan inquired and came directly to the nightless club. In fact, it was Yang Ming who was to be blamed for this matter. How would Guodongchuan know where Xianxia went? It was just that one of his men who came to Songjiang with him happened to see Xianxia's Audi R8 in the parking lot of the nightless club. Then, he told Guodongchuan, so he ran over. Xianxia, I miss you, so I came to see you. Guodongchuan said very affectionately. Xianxia frowned. Guodongchuan, my words have been very clear. I don't like you, and you're not my type, so it's impossible for us to be together. No, feelings can be cultivated. Guodongchuan shook his head. You give me a chance. I will prove myself. Guodongchuan, this person, didn't look like a hooligan, but he gave people a gentle feeling. If the person he was talking to wasn't Xianxia, but a little girl on campus, she might have been fascinated by Guodongchuan's words of love. Guodongchuan, this isn't a matter of opportunity, but I don't have feelings for you at all. Xianxia said very firmly. But I. When Guodongchuan saw that Xianxia was going to leave, he quickly extended his arm and stopped in front of her. This gentleman, please respect yourself. Miss Sun has made it clear enough. Please go back. Ho Zhenhan frowned and said to Guodongchuan. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? The reason why Guodongchuan said this was because he subconsciously regarded Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli as the bodyguards sent by the Sun family to protect Xianxia. When he was talking to Miss Sun, how could the bodyguards have the right to interrupt? Oh? Bao Sanli suddenly smiled. If we don't have the right to speak, then why do you have the right to speak? Seeing that Miss Sun knows you, I'll let it go this time. Get out of here. Who are you talking to? You want me to get out? Do you know who I am? Guodongchuan wasn't such an arrogant person, but now in front of Xianxia, he was humiliated by a few small bodyguards. How could Guodongchuan endure it? A burst of anger rushed to his brain. He pointed at Bao Sanli and said, Your master is polite to me, but you are arrogant? Master? Bao Sanli was stunned. Could it be Mr. Y? At the moment, he didn't dare to refute. He just looked at Ho Zhenhan, but after seeing Ho Zhenhan shake his head and say that he didn't know this person, Bao Sanli was completely angry. Humph, how is it? Are you scared? Guodongchuan saw that Bao Sanli was stunned. He thought that Bao Sanli was scared. Suddenly, he was full of confidence. He pointed at Bao Sanli's head and said, I am talking to Xianxia. You stay where you are. Bao Sanli was completely furious this time. This is Songjiang's territory. Who are you? You pointed at Songjiang's big brother and second brother and scolded them? Do you not want to live anymore? Well, even if your identity isn't ordinary, you're showing off in Songjiang. That's not giving face. So no matter who you are, what you are doing now is a bit too much. Bao Sanli suddenly raised his hand and punched Guodongchuan. He directly beat Guodongchuan up. You dare to hit me? Guodongchuan was furious. He jumped and started to curse. But unfortunately, Bao Sanli's group of underlings saw that their boss had made a move. How could they just watch? Like a swarm of bees, they swarmed over Guodongchuan and pulled him aside to madly fix him. Xianxia frowned, but she didn't say anything. She didn't know how to participate in this matter. Now, Bao Sanli was defending her, so he fought with Guodongchuan. But with Guodongchuan's identity, would he just let it go? It shouldn't be, right? She had a headache when she thought about it. Because of her own matter, it involved the dispute between the two major gangs. Forget it. Let him go. Xianxia hesitated and said. Sorry, Miss Sunday. Now it's not just a problem between you and him, but a problem of him making trouble in my territory. Bao Sanli shook his head and smiled. He didn't give me face. Xianxia shook her head and had to shut up helplessly. Anyway, she had already begged for mercy. It was fine as long as she had the intention. In the distance, Guodongchuan wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Then, he was forced into a van and driven away. "Miss Sun, how are you going back?" Ho Jinhan asked. "Should I send a car to send you?" "No need. Someone will pick me up," Xianxia said. "Well, Miss Sun, is your person here?" asked Ho Jinhan. He should have arrived at the parking lot." Xianxia smiled. "Okay, then Miss Sun, as for the meeting time with your father, we have to discuss it again. You know, it's almost Chinese New Year, and there are more things," said Bao Sanli. "Okay, I will tell my father." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then I will leave first." "Thank you, President Bao, President Ho, for your hospitality." "You're welcome." Ho Jinhan smiled. "Where is the car? Let us send you off." "There is no need, right?" Xianxia hesitated and said. After all, it was Yang Ming who came to pick her up. With their current relationship, it was easy for others to misunderstand. "Let's send her off. In our territory, of course, we have the obligation to be responsible for the safety of Miss Sunday," Bao Sanli said with a careful attitude because of the incident just now. Xianxia thought about it and felt that it was nothing. Even if they saw it, it was nothing. They didn't know Yang Ming, so she nodded. "Well, it's not far ahead." Xianxia came to the parking lot under the escort of Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. Yang Ming had been paying attention to Xianxia. When he saw them coming here, he couldn't help but frown. It was fine if Ho Jinhan saw me, but if Bao Sanli saw me, it didn't seem to be the case. Yang Ming fell into contemplation. Is it appropriate for me to appear with Xianxia with my current identity? However, judging from the current situation, it was only a matter of time before my identity was disclosed. I have already shown my face in front of Brother Snake of the Four Snakes gang, so Yang Ming wasn't afraid of his identity being exposed. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't care so much. He stood firmly next to the car and waited for the three people to come over. And when Bao Sanli saw Yang Ming standing here, he was very surprised. He looked at Xianxia and then looked at Yang Ming. He didn't know how these two people got together. Ho Jinhan didn't feel surprised. After all, Yang Ming had already told him before. So when he saw Yang Ming at this moment, he just nodded slightly to Yang Ming, then he pretended to be unfamiliar and stood aside. "Brother Yang, you." Bao Sanli hesitated and greeted Yang Ming. "Brother Bao, what a coincidence. I'm here to pick up Xianxia." Yang Ming smiled. "Oh." Bao Sanli nodded mechanically. He didn't know what to say for a while. Xianxia also looked at Yang Ming and Bao Sanli suspiciously. How do these two people who have no interaction know each other? And they seem to be very familiar with each other? Xianxia didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let him meet with Yang Ming, but things had already happened. She could only deal with it calmly, so she said, "President Bao, do you know Yang Ming?" Yes. It's a life and death friendship." Bao Sanli smiled. He also saw that the relationship between Yang Ming and Xianxia wasn't ordinary, so he tried to get closer to each other. Because the news from Mr. Y that Ho Jinhan brought was that Mr. Y was very interested in his cooperation with Xianxia. Therefore, Bao Sanli's attitude towards Xianxia was very good. Oh? Xianxia was stunned. What life and death friendship can Yang Ming and Bao Sanli have? It was just that the current occasion wasn't suitable to ask more, so she smiled and said, "Hee, I didn't know before. If I knew, I would have asked him to come and eat together. Next time. There are many opportunities." Bao Sanli nodded and said, "It's just a pity today." Ho Jinhan stood there and didn't speak. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He thought, Brother Yang just came back from Donghai. How can he be in time to eat? It's just that Brother Yang is too bad *SS, right? He even got the Sun family's miss? Sure. Yang Ming also nodded. Next time I will treat Brother Bao and you. That's it then. I won't bother you anymore. President Bao and I will go back first. Ho Jinhan pulled Bao Sanli's clothes. He didn't know if Yang Ming and Xianxia had any programs, so he didn't want Bao Sanli to be a third wheel here. Seeing that Ho Zhenhan pulled him, Bao Sanli also quickly said goodbye. Although he didn't know why Ho Zhenhan pulled him, Ho Zhenhan often had his reasons for this kind of thing. Bao Sanli was a rough person. He usually didn't pay attention to these details, and he was too lazy to pay attention to these, so he listened to Ho Zhenhan. Xianxia and Yang Ming got in the car. Yang Ming started the car and drove out of the parking lot. Let's talk. What the hell is going on? Xianxia glanced at Yang Ming and asked faintly. What do you mean what's going on? Yang Ming turned on the CD in the car and listened to the melodious country music. He asked knowingly. What do you think? I don't need to remind you again, right? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Yang Ming, you seem to have a lot of things that you haven't told me, right? Damn. Xianxia, even if I tell you, I need to have a chance to tell you, right? We don't usually communicate much. Yang Ming said with a smile, you also know that there are some things that are only said at the last minute. Generally, we can only talk about some personal topics when we are lying in bed or before going to bed, right? Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Aren't you talking nonsense? Why don't you spit it out for me to see? Yang Ming snorted. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. How do you and Bao Sanli know each other? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming and asked. In the detention center, we have the same cell. Yang Ming didn't hide it and said directly, I helped him fight once, but it was tragic enough, so our relationship is good. You have been to the detention center? Xianxia turned to look at Yang Ming. Aren't you a college student? Didn't Yang Li tell you before? I'm just a little punk. What's so strange about a little punk entering the detention center? Yang Ming didn't want to mention Lin Jian's matter. After all, it wasn't so glorious. Besides, that's all in the past. I haven't been out for a long time. I thought Yang Li said it casually. Xianxia smiled. It turns out to be true. Why? Are you looking down on me? Yang Ming asked casually. In fact, Yang Ming's heart didn't think so. If Jia looked down on him, she wouldn't be so close to him. No, I think you know what my family does. We are about the same. Jia was afraid that Yang Ming would think too much, so she quickly comforted him and let him feel relieved. Okay, you don't have to comfort me. I know the gap between you and me. Yang Ming said deliberately. In fact, he was just joking with Jia. Turn around. Jia said suddenly. Ah? Yang Ming was stunned. What are you doing? Go to the hotel. Jia said faintly. Huh? Yang Ming opened his mouth in surprise. Why are we going to the hotel? It can't be? Go to the hotel? Yang Ming looked at Jia in amazement. He didn't know how to drive the car. Yeah, if you don't go, won't you feel uncomfortable? Jia said aggressively. Ugh. I didn't mean that. I was just joking. Seeing Jia like this, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He didn't know what to do. Yang Ming, what do you want me to say to make you understand? I don't mean to look down on you. Jia saw that Yang Ming's tone was a little low, so she frowned and said. I said that I was joking. Yang Ming said with some shame. Well, you continue to drive. Go back to my company. Jia said. Not going to the hotel? Yang Ming was a little anxious. When Jia said that they should go to the hotel, he was still a little hesitant. Now that she said that they weren't going, Yang Ming's heart suddenly became empty. You wish. Jia glared at Yang Ming. I was also joking. Cough cough. Yang Ming was choked by Jia's words. It had always been Yang Ming who made fun of others. Now, he was playing with fire. You really don't want to go? Yang Ming asked with some unwillingness. It's true. Jia said firmly. Oh. Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who liked to use force. Jia said that she wasn't going, so he couldn't say anything. However, just when Yang Ming had given up, Jia spoke again. go to the hotel. What do you want to do? Xianxia asked suddenly. Ugh. What do you think? Yang Ming replied abruptly, not used to it. We can talk about your things, but we have to get 2 rooms. Xianxia smiled. Then, forget it. Let's go to your company. Yang Ming sighed and continued to drive, dispelling some dirty thoughts. When they arrived at Xianxia's company, Yang Ming wanted to park the car in the underground parking lot, but Xianxia stopped Yang Ming. Just park it outside. Parked outside? Aren't we going to your company? Aren't you afraid of being scratched by people if you park on the side of the road? If it was a broken car, it would be fine. But this is an Audi R8. Yang Ming is afraid that something will happen to it. Yeah, I'll go up and get a material. You just wait for me here, said Xianxia. I'm not going up? Yang Ming asked curiously. Why are you going up there? I don't need your help. Xianxia was also a little puzzled. Just wait for me here. Didn't you want to ask me something? Not going to your company? Xianxia's reaction made Yang Ming feel inexplicable. Just go to my house. Why are you going to the company so late? Xianxia said with a smile, I didn't feel very comfortable eating just now. There is nothing in my stomach. I'm still very hungry. I'm anxious to go home and cook noodles. Go to your house? I'm going, too. Yang Ming listened to Xianxia's words and couldn't help but start to fantasize again. It's a blessing in disguise. Maybe tonight is destined to be a romantic night. Looking at Xianxia's beautiful and plump figure disappearing into the company building, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and called Ho Zhenhan. Brother Yang. Ho Zhenhan picked up the phone and said succinctly, What's the matter? Big Ho, what happened to the person who just harassed Xianxia? Although Yang Ming seemed to be flirting with Xianxia along the way, he had been thinking about this matter in his heart. Although the distance was far, Yang Ming could read lips. Yang Ming saw what the guy just said clearly. Now that Bao Sanli and the others had just gained a foothold in Songjiang, they shouldn't provoke any powerful characters. The person was taken away by Bao Sanli's men. I haven't asked yet. Why? Is there anything wrong? Ho Zhenhan seemed to notice something. Ask carefully. What does that person do? At this time, don't get into any trouble. Yang Ming instructed. Okay, I understand. Ho Zhenhan said, I will call you immediately. After I ask. No need. I'm outside. It's inconvenient to talk. Let me call you, said Yang Ming. Ho Zhenhan was stunned and immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. He left with Xianxia, so he must be with Xianxia tonight. This matter was related to Xianxia, so it was normal to be inconvenient to talk, so he nodded and said, I got it, brother Yang. Yang Ming hung up the phone and waited for a while. Xianxia came down with a document. Yang Ming opened the door, and Xianxia got in the car. Why are you still going to the company to get the document so late? Yang Ming asked casually. My father just called and asked me to get it. He is very anxious. I have to reply to him tomorrow morning, so I have to stay up all night tonight. Xianxia said helplessly. Stay up all night? Yang Ming didn't know why, but he didn't feel very good. Stay up all night. Don't I have no chance? Yang Ming now didn't know what kind of feeling he had for Xianxia. Do I like her? Or is it simply the feeling of conquest that men like? Yang Ming shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. It turns out that I rarely have such impatient thoughts. Yang Ming thought that he was a perfectionist. He didn't care much about sex without love, but since Lan Ling's voodoo. AI, little Ling Ling, you are killing me. Do you think it's so easy to be a strong woman? Xianxia also smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Sun Jiwei being so disappointing, I would have quit long ago. The cruelty of the business world is really not suitable for a woman. It turned out to be like this. Isn't it easy to solve? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia and said with a smile. How do you solve it? Xianxia was a little angry. Yang Ming stopped halfway. Let your parents have another brother. Yang Ming said this and looked at Xianxia's expression. Sure enough, Xianxia opened her eyes wide. Just as she was about to get angry, Yang Ming continued, "Of course, this is basically impossible, so you can consider finding a boyfriend to help you." "You're pissing me off," Xianxia said after listening. "Aren't you talking nonsense?" "How is it nonsense? Isn't this giving you an idea?" Yang Ming smiled. "Isn't it because I don't have a boyfriend?" Xianxia said, "Why don't you be my boyfriend?" "Hey?" Yang Ming was shocked and turned to look at Xianxia. "What did you say?" "Nothing. Look at how scared you are." Xianxia shook her head and smiled. "You see, you don't want to be my boyfriend. Who do you want me to find?" For Xianxia's words, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. Xianxia was such a strong woman. Yang Ming didn't dare to simply take her home as his wife. They could talk and play together. If they were to go home, which of his women could be her opponent? "Your family background is good. There should be a lot of people chasing after you, right?" So, Yang Ming changed the topic. He could also ask something indirectly. "Who was the person who sent you the flowers? I think he looks very gentle." "Just now? You mean Guodongchuan?" Xianxia frowned. "I have no feelings for people like him." "What does he do?" asked Yang Ming. "The son of Jiduan City's Guo Jinbiao," said Xianxia. "Who is Guo Jinbiao?" Yang Ming obviously had not heard of this name. "His status in Jiduan City is equivalent to Songjiang's Bao Sanli," Xianxia explained. For these things, Xianxia did not hide it from Yang Ming because there was no need. These were all things on the surface. It was easy to investigate. Besides, Xianxia didn't know why, but she didn't want to hide anything from Yang Ming. Although it seemed that she had no intersection with Yang Ming, Xianxia still subconsciously felt that the story of her and Yang Ming would not end here. This may be a unique intuition of women. Yang Ming heard Xianxia's words. He was stunned at first, and then a chill came to his heart. It can't be, right? Then Guo Jinbiao is the underworld boss of Jiduan City. Isn't Guo Dongchuan equivalent to the underworld prince? As a result, the feud between Bao Sanli and Guo Jinbiao was set. Yang Ming sighed. "I hope that Bao Sanli can have some sense of propriety. Otherwise, if Guo Dongchuan is crippled, then it won't be good." However, for this Guo Jinbiao of Jiduan City, Yang Ming was not necessarily afraid of him. Jiduan City, although also called a city, was far worse than Songjiang. The entire area was not half the size of Songjiang. Thinking about it, Guo Jinbiao was not that ruthless. Since the feud was set, as the behind-the-scenes boss, he had to work harder to scare Guo Jinbiao. If it didn't work, he could only get rid of Guo Jinbiao. Jiduan City is too small. There is a big gap between it and Donghai. This Guo Dongchuan is quite ambitious. Knowing that someone had an idea on Xianxia, Yang Ming's heart was not very good. Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's sour words and couldn't help but be a little proud. "Why? What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. What can I be wrong with? I just feel that this guy is too overconfident." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Where is your home?" "The development zone, not far from Yang Li's home." "It's in that direction," Xianxia said. Yang Ming nodded and drove in the direction of the development zone. The people who lived here were the rich people of Songjiang, so luxury cars could be seen everywhere on the roadside. "Turn left in front." Yes. It's that villa." Xianxia pointed to an independent small courtyard. "No way? So rich?" Yang Ming couldn't help but be shocked. Yang Li's home was just a duplex, but Xianxia had a single-family villa and a small courtyard. "You live alone?" Yang Ming stopped the car and looked at the villa in front of him. He was a little dizzy. "There is also a servant, Xianxia." As Xianxia spoke, she took out the phone and dialed a number. Then she said to the person on the other side, "Xianxia, this is Xianxia. I'm back. Help me open the door." "You don't have a key yourself?" Yang Ming was a bit baffled. "Do you need a servant to open the door? If the servant is not at home, then can't you go back?" "There is a key, but it's very troublesome. If you open the door from the outside, you have to enter the password," Xianxia said. He didn't see anyone come out. He saw the door of the villa slowly open. Yang Ming didn't feel strange. After all, it was now automated. Yang Ming started the car and slowly drove into the villa. Then he searched for a place to park. Before Xianxia spoke, Yang Ming had already used his special ability to find the warm room behind the villa. How are you more familiar with it than me? Xianxia was very puzzled about how Yang Ming found the warm room. Have you been here before? Damn, it's just intuition. Generally, the warm room of the villa is at the back. Yang Ming said indifferently. Although Xianxia still had some doubts, after listening to Yang Ming, she couldn't ask again. After getting off the car with Yang Ming, Xianxia took Yang Ming and walked into the villa. A woman in her 40s opened the door for Xianxia. Miss, you are back. And this is? Oh, Auntie Ya, this is Yang Ming, my friend. Xianxia gave a simple introduction. Hello, Auntie Ya. Yang Ming nodded to Auntie Ya. How do you do, young man? What would you like to drink? I'll go prepare. Auntie Ya said with a smile. That won't be too much trouble, right? There were no servants in Yang Ming's house. This was the first time he had seen a servant, so he was not used to the feeling of being served. It's no trouble. This is my job. Auntie Ya smiled faintly. So, Auntie Ya, you go and make 2 cups of coffee for us. I still have something to discuss with Yang Ming tonight. We may have to stay up all night. Xianxia instructed. Okay, Mississippi, Auntie Ya nodded and then went to do it. Xianxia took Yang Ming upstairs and came to a door. She pushed it open and walked in. This was obviously a study. There was a computer on the desk and some messy folders. Sit anywhere. Xianxia pointed to the sofa at hand and said. Then, she took the lead to sit down. She stretched unscrupulously and murmured, I'm so tired. The voice was so seductive that it made Yang Ming very tempted. His hands began to be a little dishonest as he explored Xianxia's body. Don't move. Auntie Ya will come in and deliver the coffee in a while. Xianxia slapped away Yang Ming's mischievous hand and said lazily. Therefore, Yang Ming understood that after Auntie Ya delivered the coffee, she let him do whatever he wanted. Auntie Ya, although she had taken care of Xianxia since she was a child and could be said to be loyal to Xianxia, she was more responsible for Sun Hongjun than Xianxia. After all, the current master of the Sun family was Sun Hongjun. Auntie Ya came to the kitchen and then took out a mobile phone from the gap of the cupboard. She directly dialed a number set with a shortcut key on it. After a while, the phone was connected. Old son, this is Aya. Auntie Ya whispered. Oh? It's Aya. It's so late. What's the matter? Sun-san said cautiously. He and Auntie Ya fell in love when they were young, but the Sun family's rules were strict. They didn't allow feelings between the housekeeper and the servant in the family, so the 2 young people rationally suppressed this feeling in their hearts. Over the years, although Sun-san and Aya didn't forget each other, they also knew that this feeling could only be brought to their graves. Before they were born, it was unlikely to come together. They were afraid that others would gossip, so Sun-san and Aya rarely contacted each other except for normal work matters. Aya came to Songjiang to take care of Xianxia to avoid suspicion. Old son, I have something to tell you about the young lady's situation. You have to tell the master as soon as possible. Auntie Ya said. Oh? What's the situation? When he heard that it was about Xianxia, Sun-san immediately paid attention. Today, the young lady brought a young man back for the night. Auntie Ya said word by word. Oh? Sun-san was stunned. Really? Can I lie to you? When there was no one, Auntie Ya wasn't polite to Sun-san. However, Sun-san didn't care. Instead, he felt that his heart was comfortable. If Auntie Ya and he were estranged, then he probably wouldn't be able to sleep. The love of 2 middle-aged men and women. Although they missed each other, they couldn't be together. Knowing that it was impossible, they still thought of each other in their hearts. The young lady has never brought a friend of the opposite sex to the house. This is the first time. Auntie Ya emphasized. Right, what's the young man's name? Sun-san suddenly thought of something. He faintly felt that it was the case. His name is Yang Ming. Auntie said. What? It's him. Sun-san was surprised. Why? Do you know him? Auntie Ming asked, baffled. I know him. How can I not know him? Sun-san said, well, I know about this. Master also knows a little about it. You don't have to worry about it. Rest early. Okay, good night. Auntie said faintly. But a good night was also full of a lot of friendship. Good night. Sun-san hung up the phone. Auntie adjusted her mood and then began to grind the coffee beans. Yang Ming and Xianxia were in the study. Yang Ming, when I mentioned Bao Sanli to Yang Li before, why did you pretend that you didn't know? Xianxia was a little annoyed when she thought about it. You obviously know him. Why did you ask me to look for Yang Li again? This. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. Indeed, it seemed that he didn't do it properly. Xianxia, actually, I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming and asked with some displeasure. Xianxia, did you see it today? My relationship with Bao Sanli is very familiar. Yang Ming sighed and said. Yeah, I saw it. Since you are so familiar with him, why don't you help me introduce him? Xianxia said with some resentment. Actually, things are not what you think. Yang Ming shook his head and said, it's actually easy for me to introduce you to him. This is really easy to do, but it is because I am familiar with him that I don't want to introduce you to him. When Xianxia heard this, she couldn't help but frown, but she was smart. She quickly understood the meaning of Yang Ming, but she was still a little uncertain. You mean? Yes, you may have guessed it. Yang Ming nodded and continued, Xianxia, you said at the time that you didn't know why your father was looking for Bao Sanli. This made me feel very uncertain. You and I know what your father does. Why is he looking for Bao Sanli? There are only two possibilities. One is cooperation, and the other is conflict. If you two really have a conflict, then what kind of position will I be in? Who should I help? Should I help Bao Sanli, or should I help you? Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but be moved. Yang Ming is afraid that it will be difficult for me at that time. It seems that I misunderstood him. Yang Ming is still a good person. Although she thought so in her heart, Xianxia still said, why do you want to help me? Why? This doesn't need to be so clear, right? As Yang Ming said this, he put his hand on Xianxia's body again. This time, Xianxia did not stop Yang Ming. She leaned quietly on the sofa and let Yang Ming's hand do whatever he wanted to her body. Suddenly. Click. The door of the study opened, and Auntie came in with 2 cups of coffee. Yang Ming was stunned, Xianxia was stunned, and Auntie was also stunned. Yang Ming's hand was still on Xianxia's body, and he forgot to take it down. However, even if he took it down, it would be a bit of a cover-up. It was better to just leave it there. Miss, where is the coffee? Auntie recovered first. After all, she was a middle-aged person. She was already used to some things. Just put it on the coffee table. Xianxia really wanted to kick Yang Ming now. However, if she hit Yang Ming's hand now, it would be useless. She simply pretended to be very natural. Okay. Auntie put the coffee on the coffee table and didn't look at Xianxia and Yang Ming. She just said, Miss, if there is anything else, please tell me. I will go down first. As Auntie spoke, she left the room. Yang Ming, I really don't know what to say to you. When you are with me, can't you think of something else? Xianxia glared at Yang Ming and said helplessly. I'm sorry. I have troubled you. This time, Yang Ming was very sincere. After all, it was his fault that brought trouble to Xianxia. Xianxia was happy in her heart. Yang Ming's behavior didn't bring her too much trouble. Even if Auntie told her father, it didn't matter because she had already been brewing a plan. A plan that required the cooperation of Yang Ming. That was to let Yang Ming pretend to be her boyfriend and accompany her home during the Chinese New Year. If this wasn't the case, Sun Hongjun wouldn't give up. He would endlessly introduce boyfriends to her all day long. Xianxia was annoyed to death. Therefore, in order to let her father give up, Xianxia decided to directly bring back a boyfriend to show her father, so that her father would dispel the idea of continuing to introduce boyfriends to her. However, why look for Yang Ming? The reason was very simple. Yang Ming had pretended before, so he was familiar with it. Moreover, she and Yang Ming had a relationship. They weren't estranged from each other and weren't awkward. However, the most important thing was that Xianxia didn't hate Yang Ming in her heart. Sigh. Xianxia sighed and said deliberately, I really don't know if I owed you in my previous life. Since it is already like this, what's the use of saying sorry? Think of a way to salvage the situation. Remedy? Good. Yang Ming nodded and said, tell me, as long as I can do it, just tell me. How can I fix it? It's not that there is no way. Since Auntie has already seen it, then let's just make the best of it. As Xianxia said this, she picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Then, she said, you continue to pretend to be my boyfriend. Ah? Yang Ming was stunned. I continue to pretend? What do you mean? During the Chinese New Year, come home with me as my boyfriend. Said Xianxia. New Year? Go home? Yang Ming frowned. He was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he said, so, you're talking about this. So, you're using me as a shield? Hee, you can understand it this way. Xianxia said with a smile, but you're in the wrong. Sigh, once you reach out, you'll regret it forever. Yang Ming sighed. I'm forced to take responsibility. You wish. If you really want to take responsibility, I still have to consider it, said Xianxia. Really? Yang Ming smiled. Since he was already pretending to be her boyfriend, it was natural to take advantage of her, right? As Yang Ming said this, he continued to explore Xianxia's body. Okay, don't mess around. I still have work tonight. I don't have time to be crazy with you. Come and help me look at these documents. Xianxia picked up the folder from the table, then opened it. She took out half of it and handed it to Yang Ming. Let me see. Yang Ming took the document with some hesitation. Why are you showing me this? It's a proposal for land bidding. I've been working on it for a long time. I'm afraid there are omissions in it. Help me review it. Xianxia said. Land bidding? Yang Ming was dizzy. Xianxia, aren't you thinking too highly of me? Let me see this kind of thing? You don't have time. You have to learn something as soon as possible. Xianxia said, in front of my father, the identity I arranged for you is a project manager of a real estate company. It's impossible that you don't know anything. Ugh, cough. Cough. Yang Ming coughed twice. Real estate company? Project manager? What the hell is going on? What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming looked at the document in front of him and was a little dizzy. Did you premeditate this? Are you waiting for me to fall into your trap? It's not premeditated. Even if there is no today's incident, I will tell you about this. However, since this kind of thing happened, then you can't refuse, right? Xianxia smiled. You win. Yang Ming gritted his teeth and said, don't be a project manager. Is there a lower position? For example, a clerk? Or an errand boy? Someone who does a lot of work. What kind of person do you think I am? Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's complaint and said, my boyfriend, a project manager is the minimum requirement. I didn't ask you to be a general manager or an underworld boss. It's good enough. I think you should let me pretend to be an underworld boss. Yang Ming thought, I really do have this identity. Okay, you're still an underworld boss? At most, you're just a little punk. Xianxia tapped Yang Ming's head. If it were me, it wouldn't matter what you do, but it's not easy for my father to pass the test. Forget it. A project manager is a project manager. Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. But Sun Jiwei knows my true identity. If he causes trouble for you, you can't blame me. He dares, unless he wants to eat instant noodles for a year. Xianxia smiled. His pocket money is in my hands. You're so ruthless. You control the economic lifeline of others. Yang Ming shook his head. Okay, but I don't know anything about this. You should at least teach me some basic knowledge, right? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I brought you home? Xianxia glared at Yang Ming. Who knows, maybe you miss me. Yang Ming joked. Miss your head. Xianxia said, look at the document. In fact, real estate. Xianxia told Yang Ming this knowledge. One was to deal with her father, but to put it bluntly, Sun Hongjun wasn't very familiar with the real estate industry. It was all done by his underlings. The reason why Xianxia did this was to let Yang Ming learn some knowledge. In her heart, she still hoped that Yang Ming's identity could be closer to her. However, this was also Xianxia's little selfishness, and she didn't reveal it. Xianxia was talking seriously, and Yang Ming was really listening seriously. Yang Ming's current situation was that he had money in his hands, and he really wanted to do something. Since there was such a good opportunity, he might as well learn about real estate. If possible, he could also start a business in this area. Halfway through, Xianxia sent 2 cups of coffee. Originally, Xianxia thought that these 2 young people were using the excuse of looking at the document to flirt, but Xianxia found that the 2 people were really engrossed. Yang Ming's ability to understand was strong, especially during this period of time. He studied the discs that Feng Tian left for himself when he had nothing to do. His ability to absorb knowledge was even stronger. Often, after Xianxia finished talking, he could draw inferences and put forward some very insightful ideas. At first, Xianxia was talking alone, but later, Yang Ming could add a few words. Until the sky turned white, Yang Ming could actually put forward some constructive opinions on this bidding plan. This made Xianxia very surprised. Isn't Yang Ming's ability to accept too strong? Later, Yang Ming became more and more excited. He began to put forward some of his other views, which made Xianxia feel inexplicably horrified. However, after all, a person's energy was limited. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the 2 people finally couldn't stand it. They fell asleep on the sofa. Fortunately, the sofa in Xianxia's house was spacious enough. The 2 people lying on it didn't feel crowded, and naturally, they hugged each other. When Xianxia came up, she saw the 2 young people sleeping. She couldn't help but smile slightly and shake her head. Then, she found a quilt and covered the 2 of them. It seems that this young man named Yang Ming is good. He isn't the kind of person who only indulges in love and doesn't know how to make progress. He's a good match for the miss. Downstairs, Xianxia couldn't wait to report the situation here to Sun San. Sun San was also stunned by Yang Ming's behavior. How could this be? He had also investigated Yang Ming's background, so Sun San was very inexplicable when Yang Ming and Xianxia discussed real estate. Are you sure that they are talking about real estate? Sun San frowned and asked. It shouldn't be wrong. Although I don't understand, I don't think it's just for show. I observed it for a long time. The discussion between the 2 people was indeed very enthusiastic. It was impossible to rehearse it in advance for me to see. Besides, the young lady didn't know that I was responsible for monitoring her. Said Xianxia. Real estate? Sun San shook his head and said to himself inexplicably, isn't he studying computer science? How did he come up with real estate? What? Xianxia heard Sun San's words and asked. Nothing. Okay, I got it. You don't have to do anything on your side. Sun San instructed. I can't do anything. I can't interfere with the young lady's private life. Xianxia nodded and said. Sun San hung up the phone and couldn't help but say to himself, this Yang Ming, it seems that he isn't a simple person. He actually knows about real estate? When Yang Ming and Xianxia woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, but the 2 people didn't sleep for long. Yang Ming woke up because he wanted to pee. Yang Ming pushed the thing in front of him. Why is it so soft? However, with Xianxia's moan, Yang Ming knew what he touched. However, it seems that I have been touching it when I was asleep. Yang Ming smiled, pulled back his hand and sat up. When Yang Ming moved, Xianxia also woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming in a daze. What time is it? It's past 8 o'clock. Said Yang Ming. Ah? past 8 o'clock? Xianxia suddenly woke up a lot and jumped up from the sofa directly. No time. I have to go to the company for a meeting. Yang Ming went into the bathroom in a daze. Just as he wanted to close the door, Xianxia opened the bathroom door and walked in. Yang Ming unbuckled half of his belt and was shocked by Xianxia. Although he was very familiar with Xianxia, Yang Ming didn't have the habit of being watched, so he asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm washing my face and brushing my teeth. Otherwise, what else can I do?" Xianxia said as she closed the bathroom door and began to wash up. "Don't you have 2 bathrooms in your house? Why don't you go downstairs?" Yang Ming felt helpless. "Why don't you go?" Xianxia asked. "I live upstairs. Why would I go downstairs? Isn't that unnecessary? I'm about to suffocate to death. Why don't you go out first?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "You can do whatever you want. It's not like I haven't seen it before. There are so many things." Xianxia said indifferently, ignoring Yang Ming's awkwardness. Although the words were right, the last time they were in the bathroom, they had seen each other frankly. But now, it was different after all. Yang Ming looked at the endless wiping on his face. He really couldn't hold it anymore. He was such a big person. He couldn't possibly pee in his pants, right? There was no other way. Yang Ming closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and began to pee. Yang Ming thought, anyway, Xianxia is wiping her face there. She won't notice me. After half a minute, Yang Ming opened his eyes and finally felt refreshed. Yang Ming turned his head to look at Xianxia. It didn't matter at first glance, but he was shocked. Xianxia had already washed her face and was looking at him intently. Why are you looking at me?" Yang Ming was embarrassed and subconsciously pulled up his pants. "Oh, you also have times when you are shy? What were you thinking when you were seducing me yesterday?" Xianxia smiled sarcastically. "Ugh, isn't this different?" Yang Ming shook his head. Since he was already seen, Yang Ming didn't care anymore. He continued to say shamelessly, "Why don't you show me?" "Me? I don't want to go to the bathroom now." "Hee, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." Xianxia smiled slyly. "Forget it. You slowly put on your makeup. I'll go out first." Yang Ming was a boy, and he didn't pay much attention to his appearance, so it was normal that he didn't wash his face in the morning. I suddenly want to go to the bathroom again, but you can't see it." Xianxia waited for Yang Ming to completely walk out of the bathroom. Then, she slammed the door and smiled sinisterly. Yang Ming was speechless for a while. This Xianxia, why is she like a child? Yang Ming thought, if I want to look at you, is it useful for you to lock the door? It's useless for you to wear clothes. However, Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who liked to peek, so he didn't bother with Xianxia. He didn't want her conspiracy to succeed. He walked forward without looking back. Sure enough, as Yang Ming expected, after a few steps, he heard the bathroom door behind him being opened. Apparently, Xianxia wanted to see if Yang Ming was waiting at the door to peek, but she was obviously disappointed. Looking at Yang Ming's figure, Xianxia had some doubts. This kid usually looks very perverted, but why is he so serious sometimes? After Xianxia finished washing, she didn't bother to eat breakfast. She and Yang Ming each took a piece of bread and went out. "Send me to the company," Xianxia said while eating bread. "Ah? Send you? Go to the company?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Can't you drive yourself?" "I'll go straight back to school. You go to the company with me. This plan was perfected by you and me. Some places were proposed by you, so you have to participate in this meeting," Xianxia said. "This isn't necessary, right?" Yang Ming hesitated. "I'm not familiar with the people in your company. Why should I go? My father will monitor the live situation of the meeting through remote equipment. I hope you can show your face," Xianxia said. "I see." Since Yang Ming had promised Xianxia that he would go to her house to pretend to be her boyfriend during the Chinese New Year, he really couldn't refuse Xianxia's request now. Sun Hongjun? Maybe I will have a chance to cooperate with him one day. It's not bad to show my face first. Otherwise, I'll just treat it as helping Xianxia. Okay. Thinking of this, Yang Ming nodded. However, if I say something wrong during the meeting, don't blame me. Hee, just like you did last night. Xianxia said with a smile. Originally, everyone is discussing together. It doesn't matter if something is wrong. We can improve it together. Last night? How was it last night? Is it like this? Yang Ming reached out and explored Xianxia's body. If you can drive with one hand, then you can do whatever you want. Xianxia rolled her eyes indifferently. It's automatic. It doesn't matter. Yang Ming smiled. Yang Ming said this, but he didn't do it. Instead, he focused on driving the car. Yang Ming's mental endurance was far stronger than ordinary people, so Xianxia kept yawning, but Yang Ming was very energetic. Looking at Xianxia like this, Yang Ming really felt that he was right to come. Letting her drive the car, Yang Ming was really a little worried. When they came to Xianxia's company, Yang Ming parked the car in the underground parking lot and then walked into the company's elevator side by side with Xianxia. Xianxia's company's office building was rented with other companies, so the people in the elevator didn't know Xianxia. It was now past the working hours, so they didn't meet Xianxia's company employees along the way. When they came to the floor of Xianxia's company, Yang Ming followed Xianxia directly into the conference room. There was some commotion in the conference room, but it became much quieter after Xianxia entered. Little Zhang, you go and sit over there. Xianxia looked at her secretary, Little Zhang, who was next to the main seat of the meeting. Okay, manager. Little Zhang nodded, picked up the pen and paper, and sat in another position. Yang Ming, you sit next to me. Xianxia instructed Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He nodded and sat in Little Zhang's original position. The people in the conference room were very puzzled. What is the origin of this Yang Ming? To be able to participate in the company's important meeting, you must know that the people here are the company's executives. In particular, Yang Ming is still so young. He looks like he is about 20 years old. Could it be that he is also a child sent by the Sun family to train? Okay, Little Zhang, turn on the remote video. The head office has to monitor the live broadcast of our meeting. Xianxia instructed. Okay, manager. Little Zhang stood up and began to set up the camera in the conference room. Let's start the meeting. Xianxia said calmly. There was an indescribable confidence and calmness in her tone. Yang Ming looked at the different Xianxia and was a little confused. The cunning Xianxia in the morning, and the strong woman Xianxia now, are they the same person? Let me introduce everyone. This is our company's honorary consultant, the project manager of the Mingyang Real Estate Development Company, Yang Ming. Just as Yang Ming was lost in his thoughts, Xianxia suddenly introduced him. The people below were very unfamiliar with the Mingyang Real Estate Company. They didn't know what kind of company it was, but they were very confused about the title of honorary consultant. It seemed that if they guessed correctly, this person was really likely to be a relative of the royal family, a relative of one of the major shareholders of the head office. Mingyang Real Estate? Honorary consultant? Yang Ming smiled bitterly for a while. What kind of title is this? Mingyang? How could Xianxia come up with this name? She probably made it up based on her own name. Unfortunately, it was the same name as Hozhenhan's security company. However, Yang Ming really had the intention of forming a real estate company. He didn't expect Xianxia to be right. Yang Ming intended to let Hozhenhan do it. With Hozhenhan's background, it shouldn't be difficult to establish a foothold in Songjiang's real estate industry. Since Xianxia introduced it like this, Yang Ming couldn't refute it. He had to stand up calmly and nodded to everyone like an expert. Although the group of executives below didn't know the true identity of Yang Ming, they thought that the person who could be valued by Xianxia was either a relative of the head office or a real expert. Therefore, they also applauded enthusiastically. Yang Ming wasn't used to it, but he had to smile to everyone. Fortunately, Yang Ming's face was thick. Even a machine gun couldn't penetrate it. Sun Hongjuan's schedule every day was very tight. For remote meetings like Xianxia's, generally speaking, he just took a few glances, and then let the secretary be responsible for following up. But today, Sun Hongjun heard the name of Yang Ming, so he watched the video of the meeting with interest. President Sun, the time for the regular meeting every morning is coming soon. The secretary reminded him. Oh? Today's regular meeting will be arranged by Vice President Wang. I won't be going. Sun Hongjun instructed. Yes, President Sunday. Although the secretary was very puzzled, the president rarely delayed the regular meeting. Since the president had spoken, the secretary didn't dare to disobey, so she respectfully left to arrange the morning meeting. After the secretary left, Sun Hongjun picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Old San? Asked Sun Hongjun. Master, it's me. Sun San said respectfully. Go to my study, turn on the computer, and connect to the internal video conference channel. Take a look, is it this Yang Ming? Sun Hongjun said. Okay, I'll be right there. Sun San put down the newspaper in his hand and quickly walked to Sun Hongjun's study. Usually, only Sun San could enter Sun Hongjun's study room. The other servants were not allowed to enter. This was because there were a large number of copies of contracts and some trade secrets stored inside. Sun San entered the study, turned on the computer, and entered the internal meeting channel. In the meeting, Sun Jia was speaking, and Yang Ming was sitting next to Sun Jia at the moment. Did you see that? Sun Hongjun asked. I saw him. That's right, it's him. He's the one who came to the Eastern Sea last time. Sun San took a look and said with certainty. Oh? Was it really him? But how did he become a real estate consultant? Sun Hongjun frowned. Didn't you tell me that he's a college student studying computer science? This is true. I have already seen his school file. He is indeed a freshman at Songjiang Industry University, and he is also studying computer science. Sun San said, just this morning, yeah. Yu Yanan called me and said that Yang Ming was resting at the young lady's place last night. Continue. Sun Hongjun gestured. He wasn't a conservative person, not to mention that his daughter was already so old. He had no right to interfere with his daughter's private life. According to Yu Yanan, the young lady and Yang Ming discussed real estate in the study room last night. The discussion was very enthusiastic, and it didn't seem to be fake. Sun San said. I got it. Sun Hongjun nodded. Whether it was fake or not, it will be clear in a while. Old San. Both of us are not very familiar with real estate. I will find an expert to come and take a look at it for me. Okay. Sun San said. Right, I understand the matter between you and Yu Yanan. Let's do it this way. I will give you a time. When Sun Jia gets married, you and her matter will be done together. Sun Hongjun sighed and said. Master, we are already so old. We don't think about it anymore. Don't make fun of me. Sun San was suddenly blushed. You're old. Why don't you think about it? Old people also have old people's love. Sun Hongjun said, well, this matter is settled. I will arrange it for you when the time comes. Yes, thank you, Master. Sun San said very excitedly. He knew that Sun Hongjun had always been a man of his words, so he no longer refused and quickly thanked him. Yes, he had been waiting for this day for too long. Sun San didn't dare to disobey the strict family rules of the Sun family. Sun Hongjun wouldn't easily change the family rules for anyone, but today, he made an exception. Of course, this was also because Sun Hongjun's mood was still good today. Why? Sun Jia, who had always been single, was finally willing to be close to a man. This showed that his daughter had this idea. Let's not talk about whether Yang Ming was qualified to be the son-in-law of the Sun family. At least, Sun Jia had a boyfriend, which was much better than being single. Moreover, over the years, Sun Hongjun had also lowered the standards of Sun Jia's spouse. From the beginning, he kept introducing some famous families to his daughter to urging Sun Jia to quickly bring a boyfriend home like a little old man every day. This was also the reason why Sun Hongjun didn't intervene after knowing about Yang Ming. Anyway, let's wait and see first. If I really forced an intervention, would my daughter, who was easily moved, completely give up? Therefore, Sun Hongjun didn't dare to make a move. He could only silently investigate Yang Ming behind the scenes. Moreover, Sun Hongjun also knew his own daughter very well. Today, Yang Ming could appear at this meeting. It could also be seen indirectly that Sun Jia was showing her boyfriend to him. With the status and financial resources of the Sun family today, there was no need to have any requirements for Sun Jia's spouse. The identity of the man was actually not particularly important. After all, the Sun family was now the first family in Donghai. But now, what was the Sun family most lacking? Talent. This was Sun Hongjuan's biggest worry. No matter how strong Sun Jia was, she was just a woman. Some things couldn't be handled by a woman. For example, it wasn't appropriate for Sun Jia to handle the matters of the Sun family in the underworld. Sun Jiwei was obviously a do who couldn't be helped. How could Sun Hongjun not be upset? After 100 years, would the Sun family's huge foundation be destroyed? It was also for this reason that Sun Hongjun didn't interfere in the affairs of Sun Jia and Yang Ming. Because he was watching, seeing what kind of person this Yang Ming was. If he was really a talent, then it didn't matter what his background was. The Sun family didn't lack a background, and a real talent wasn't afraid of a low background. On the contrary, even if he was a son of a famous family, if he was an idiot, what was the use? At that time, not only would the Sun family's foundation be ruined, but even his own family's foundation would be ruined. This was also why Sun Hongjun wasn't optimistic about Guodongchuan. Guodongchuan gave Sun Hongjun the feeling that although this person graduated from a famous university, he was too superficial. If he said that he came out to mingle, he was too cultured. If he said that he didn't mingle, he was too martial. To put it bluntly, he was a cultured person with a bandit aura. It gave people a feeling of being neither high nor low. There was a good saying. In this day and age, we aren't afraid of gangsters, but we are afraid of gangsters with culture. However, Guodongchuan's culture didn't seem to be the case. It was too far from the momentum of a real superior. It was more like a nouveau riche who wanted to be part of the upper class. But for the Yang Ming on the screen now, Sun Hongjuan's first impression was quite satisfied. In any case, this Yang Ming's temperament was good, and it wasn't easy for a college student to be able to stay calm in the company's high-level meeting. Looking at the calm smile on Yang Ming's face, Sun Hongjun couldn't help but nod. This person at least had the identity of a superior. Sun Hongjun hung up Sun San's phone call and called the company's real estate department. He directly transferred a few senior experts to the chairman's office. He was ready to examine this Yang Ming. If it was really possible, then he would focus on training him. However, this Yang Ming looked like he was only in his 20s. Of course, this was just looking. The actual investigation showed that he was less than 20 years old. His daughter was already 25 years old. Sun Hongjun sighed. Although it seemed that his daughter was well maintained, and this young man named Yang Ming looked quite mature, after all, his age was still there. One had just entered university, and the other was about to graduate as a graduate student. This gap was indeed quite big. Thinking of this, Sun Hongjun shook his head. But as long as the two young people were willing, it would be fine. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," said Sun Hongjun. "President Sun, are you looking for us?" A few engineers from the company's real estate department came in. They were responsible for land bidding. Come and take a look." Sun Hongjun waved his hand. "This is a branch meeting. Help me check it out." Okay, President Sunday. Although several engineers wondered why Sun Hongjun was suddenly interested in the branch meeting, they couldn't neglect the instructions of the chairman. So, they sat down and watched the video of the meeting seriously. At this time, it was Yang Ming's turn to speak. Yang Ming couldn't help it. Sun Jia was obviously forcing him to do something beyond his ability. Yang Ming helplessly picked up the proposal that he discussed with Sun Jia yesterday and began to talk about it. Yang Ming was very helpless now, but he couldn't help it. Everyone was looking at him. He couldn't just run away, right? However, at the beginning, Yang Ming had some stage fright, but as he immersed himself, Yang Ming also began to talk incessantly. Yang Ming's ability to understand was strong. Plus, he had a general understanding of the proposal last night, so it wasn't very difficult to talk about it. Instead, he added a lot of his own opinions. Although Yang Ming didn't say some professional terms very well, at least the meaning was expressed clearly. So, the executives present had the illusion that Yang Ming was a local expert. Even Sun Hongjun understood what Yang Ming said. Yang Ming was clearly speaking the language. If he knew this, he wouldn't have asked those engineers to come over. What did he say? Sun Hongjun, who didn't understand much, listened to Yang Ming, who wasn't very professional. He could understand it, so he was happy to hear it. Director Sun, with all due respect. I'm afraid this person isn't from the real estate industry, right? An expert hesitated for a long time before speaking. Because he just saw that Sun Hongjun seemed to be listening with interest, but because he was responsible for the company, he couldn't speak without thinking. He could only test Sun Hongjun's attitude. Well, I don't think he's from the real estate industry, but I think what he said makes sense. Sun Hongjun was very satisfied with Yang Ming's performance. It was already very good for a computer science major college student to speak like this. Moreover, Sun Hongjun could now be completely sure that Yang Ming was absolutely improvising on the spot. It was impossible for Sun Jia to have premeditated it in advance. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't have come up with such unprofessional words. That's right. Many of the theories he said are correct, but the way he said them is a bit too unprofessional. And many of them are just whimsical ideas. Although they inspire a lot of the proposal, they are not very useful in practice. It's not very practical, said the expert engineer. I think it's very good. Okay, you guys go and do your own things first. Sun Hongjun waved his hand and let these experts leave first. Then, he called Sun San. Old San, what did Yang Ming say just now? Sun Hongjun asked with a smile. Not bad. I understood it. Sun San also smiled and said, this young man is a talent. It's already very good that he can speak like this. And, I think so too. You continue to pay attention to him. Sun Hongjun said, right, investigate his private life by the way. Okay, master, I got it. Sun San replied. In the conference room of Sun Jia's company, the executives looked at Yang Ming with wide eyes. Indeed, some of Yang Ming's ideas made these people feel very novel, but the way of expression was somewhat lacking. Despite this, these people still applauded. They couldn't help it. They couldn't figure out Yang Ming's identity. Maybe Yang Ming was a township entrepreneur in a small place. Sun Jia was basically satisfied with Yang Ming's nonsense. After the meeting, Sun Jia said to Yang Ming, I didn't notice that you were quite cohesive. You are calm in the face of danger. Hee, I didn't expect this group of people to be so easy to fool. Yang Ming smiled. Come on, but your performance is not bad. Sun Jia nodded to Yang Ming. If there's nothing else, I will go first. I am about to take the final exam. These days, the teacher is quite strict. It may be bad enough if I don't go to class, said Yang Ming. That's fine. Sun Jia nodded. Do you want me to find someone to send you? No need. I will just take a taxi. Yang Ming said. Looking at Yang Ming leaving, Sun Jia's mouth showed a smile. It seems that Yang Ming's performance is really beyond my expectations. I don't know how my father is. What kind of impression would he have of Yang Ming? Yang Ming walked out of Sun Jia's company. His mind was still in a daze as if it was a lifetime ago. Yesterday, I just casually agreed to Sun Jia's request and went to her house to pretend to be her boyfriend. It seems that I am now Lin Jiyin's substitute boyfriend. Now there is another one? Am I a professional imposter? Yang Ming smiled bitterly for a while. This Sun Jia's house was different from Lin Jiyin's house. Yang Ming was likely to be exposed if he wasn't careful. Moreover, the most exaggerated thing was that Sun Jia actually asked him to pretend to be an expert of a real estate company. This was simply inappropriate. However, things had already come to this point. Yang Ming couldn't back down even if he wanted to. Anyway, nothing would happen to him at that time. At most, he would be kicked out by Sun Hongjun. He stopped a taxi and came to the school gate. Yang Ming handed the driver 15 yuan. The driver gave Yang Ming 2 yuan and then pointed to a luxury car not far away. Huh, what car is this? So bad *SS? Could it be a Rolls-Royce Phantom? As soon as Yang Ming raised his head, he saw a retro luxury car parked at the entrance of the school. Yang Ming didn't know what a Rolls-Royce Phantom was, but looking at the appearance of this car, it wasn't cheap. I don't know which rich person's child is going to school here. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't care about those useless things. He took the 2 yuan from the driver and walked into the school gate. Before he took 2 steps, the door of the Rolls-Royce opened. 2 young men wearing sunglasses came out from inside and directly blocked Yang Ming's path. Wait a minute. The man in sunglasses reached out and stopped Yang Ming. Yang Ming squinted and looked at the 2 arrogant guys in front of him. He said coldly, "Get out of my way." You are Yang Ming? The man in sunglasses didn't bother with Yang Ming but asked directly. Who are you? Yang Ming frowned. These 2 people actually called out his name as soon as they came up. Obviously, they came specifically for him. You don't know, but our boss wants to see you. The man in sunglasses said faintly. Your boss? Who is it? What does he want to see me for? Asked Yang Ming. Our boss. You will know when you see him. As for what he wants to do, it is impossible for us to know. The man in sunglasses said bluntly. Boss? Yang Ming glanced at the Rolls-Royce behind the 2 men. Although he hadn't seen it before, Yang Ming had also heard of the Phantom. This car was expensive. It wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Yang Ming really hadn't seen people who could come up with such a big sum of money. Wang Shifan's car was a Mercedes-Benz S600. As for those Song Hang, it was already bad *SS to be able to drive an Audi and Passat. Sun family? A word suddenly appeared in Yang Ming's mind. Yes, I just came out of Xianxia's conference room, and someone is looking for me. If it isn't the Sun family, who else can it be? Moreover, who can come up with such a big sum of money? Besides the Sun family in Donghai, who else is so rich? Thinking of this, Yang Ming subconsciously glanced at the license plate of the Rolls-Royce. He found that it wasn't a license plate from Donghai, but a black license plate from another country. Joint venture? Yang Ming was stunned, but then he was relieved. Many luxury cars didn't come in through normal channels, and many foreign companies had the right to directly import cars. So, if the Sun family wanted to buy this car, it wasn't impossible to get it through other companies. However, isn't this Sun Hongjun thinking too highly of me? He actually got such a luxury car to receive me? Of course, Yang Ming was also very clear about Sun Hongjun's purpose. If he said that he specially sent this car to pick me up, Yang Ming wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Although my real identity is very bad *SS, it isn't public after all. My current identity is a student. It is impossible to enjoy this kind of treatment. The rest of the explanation is easy. That is, Sun Hongjun wants to use this to show the strength of the Sun family and get a car to challenge me. However, although this car was expensive, Yang Ming's money could buy many of these cars. Thinking of this, Yang Ming smiled and asked, People from the Sun family? What Sun family? Are you sent by the Sun family? Yang Ming looked at the 2 people in front of him and asked calmly. Sun family? What Sun family? The 2 people were stunned and looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. What? You are not from the Sun family? Yang Ming's nerves immediately became alert. If Sun Hongjun was looking for him, then Yang Ming would have some confidence in his heart. After all, there was a reason. But now, these 2 people drove such a luxury car to find him. Yang Ming really didn't know what to do. Yang Ming glanced at the Rolls-Royce with his special ability. There was no one else. This made Yang Ming slightly relieved. He was confident that he could easily deal with the 2 people in front of him. Please. Although the 2 men in sunglasses said please, they didn't mean to invite him at all. If your boss wants to see me, then let him come by himself. Yang Ming glanced at the 2 people in front of him and said contemptuously. Your tone is not small. One of the men in sunglasses was about to attack, but he was stopped by the person next to him. You'd better cooperate. I guarantee that you are not in any danger. The other man in sunglasses said calmly, however, if you don't go, don't blame us for using force. Although the tone was very calm, anyone could hear the threat in the words. Using force? Yang Ming smiled. It was the kind of smile that was very skeptical and contemptuous. It wasn't that he looked down on these two people, but these two people didn't deserve his respect at all. Our boss is very busy. It's good that he can see you in his busy schedule. Why are you so troublesome? Hurry up and get in the car. The first man in sunglasses impatiently reached out to grab Yang Ming. Pa. Yang Ming easily slapped away the guy's outstretched hand. Then he sneered, if you don't want to be disabled, don't touch me. The first man in sunglasses' arm was numb. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have such great strength. He was a little surprised. Mr. Yang, I hope you can cooperate. Our boss is looking for you with no ill intentions. The second man in sunglasses saw that Yang Ming wasn't moved by force or persuasion, and he seemed to know kung fu, so his tone became polite. Are you kidding me? Your boss is looking for me, and you want me to cooperate? Yang Ming shrugged and said with a crooked mouth, sorry, I'm not going to accompany you. As he spoke, Yang Ming lifted his leg and walked into the school. Wait. The man in sunglasses was anxious and quickly stopped him. Wait for me to call our boss. Take your time, I still have to go to class. Yang Ming walked away without looking back. What should we do? Asked one of the men wearing sunglasses. This kid is very strong. It's a bit strange. The second man in sunglasses said, let's call the boss first to ask for instructions. Yang Ming quickly flashed behind a teaching building, and then observed the two people at the door through his special ability. He wanted to find some clues from their conversation. Sure enough, Yang Ming saw the two men in sunglasses return to the car. One of them took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Because it was dialed through the phone book, Yang Ming couldn't see the phone number. Hello, boss, this is Xianxia. The man in sunglasses who called said. On the other side, he didn't know what was said to him. Xianxia continued, boss, we waited for Yang Ming at the school gate, but he didn't go back with us. Yes, it's my fault. But Yang Ming is very tough, and it's not very appropriate to catch people in public at the university gate. Yang Ming sneered when he saw this. This guy actually knows how to excuse me. Isn't it appropriate to catch people in public? Is he afraid that he can't beat me? Yes, I know. But Yang Ming said that if you want to see him, you have to see him yourself. He doesn't have time. Xianxia said hesitantly. What was said on the other side was something that Yang Ming couldn't know. Then Xianxia nodded and hung up the phone. After reading this, Yang Ming was still a little confused. He didn't know what these two people were up to. Yang Ming watched for a while and found that the two people didn't leave but continued to stay in the car. They both kept silent. Yang Ming didn't need to continue to observe. So, he turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, an old man wearing a red armband rushed in front of Yang Ming. Fine. Fine? Yang Ming looked at the old man in front of him in amazement. He didn't know where the fine came from. I'm an inspector of the school security office. You urinated and defecated everywhere. The fine is 100 yuan. Otherwise, you will be given a demerit. The old man said as he took out a receipt from his pocket and prepared to fill it. Urinated and defecated everywhere? Yang Ming looked at the old man inexplicably. When did I urinate and defecate everywhere? You just stood under the wall for a long time. Don't think that I didn't see it. The old man said with a stare, hurry up and pay the money. Which eye of yours saw that I urinated and defecated everywhere? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can't I stand under the wall? You didn't urinate when you stood under the wall? You dare to say that? You're lying with your eyes wide open. The old man waved his hand impatiently. Don't waste time. It's fine to pay the fine. You can go to your tutor. Are you from the school security office? Yang Ming suddenly looked at the old man and asked. Yeah, hurry up and pay the money, said the old man. Where's the work permit? Let me take a look, said Yang Ming. Look at what work permit? The old man stared and said, I haven't seen your student ID yet. Then I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I'm very skeptical about whether you're from the security office. You're on your own now. As he said this, he was about to leave. Wait, don't go. The old man grabbed Yang Ming's collar. Yang Ming was annoyed. Looking at the old man's weak appearance, Yang Ming really didn't dare to use force. He was afraid that this guy wouldn't be able to get up directly. Everyone, come and see. College students urinate and defecate everywhere. Admit your mistake. The old man seemed to be a Beijing opera singer. His voice was so loud that it was unparalleled. When he shouted, the nearby students stopped to watch. Sun Jiwei was very depressed these days. Not only was he scolded by his sister, but the limit of his pocket money was also strongly controlled. This wasn't a big deal. When he went to the tutor's office, he was also criticized by the tutor. He said that he didn't unite with his classmates and formed a clique. Isn't forming a clique and uniting with classmates the same thing? Sun Jiwei didn't see the difference between these two. On the way back to the classroom, Sun Jiwei suddenly heard someone shouting, "University students defecate and pee everywhere." He couldn't help but feel disgusted. Isn't this a mental illness? So, he looked up and glanced at it. Huh. Sun Jiwei felt great. Yang Ming, it's actually Yang Ming. Yang Ming was actually caught defecating and peeing everywhere. This news is too shocking. Sun Jiwei's mouth was about to burst open. If this matter was hyped up, Yang Ming's reputation would be ruined in the future. I also vented my anger. Thinking of this, Sun Jiwei quickly ran to the tutor's office. He had to inform the tutor as soon as possible. I can't let this guy settle it privately first. Although it's not a big deal to defecate and pee everywhere in school, if the hyping was done properly, it would at least be a demerit. Sun Jiwei took out his mobile phone as he walked and called his confidants in the class. He asked them to quickly organize people to come and watch the scene of Yang Ming being caught defecating and peeing everywhere. Yang Ming was really helpless now. If this guy wasn't so old, Yang Ming really wanted to give him a kick. Isn't this looking for trouble? When did I defecate and pee everywhere? However, even if I defecate and pee everywhere, it has nothing to do with him, right? In Yang Ming's memory, the school's security office didn't hire an old man as an inspector. Everyone, come and see. A university student defecates and pees everywhere. He is caught red-handed and doesn't admit it. Everyone, come and see. The old man shouted loudly, and more people came to watch. At this time, Sun Jiwei also rushed over with the tutor. Xianxia's teaching building wasn't far behind, so it only took a few minutes to get here. On the other side, Sun Jiwei's confidants also organized the students in the class, ready to watch Yang Ming make a fool of himself. Tutor, Yang Ming, he defecates and pees everywhere. It's right there. Sun Jiwei pointed in Yang Ming's direction and exclaimed. Xianxia frowned. He thought, why is this Sun Jiwei still like a child? Don't you find this kind of thing shameful? Why are you still promoting it? Yang Ming was angry when he saw Sun Jiwei's dead face. This guy is really like a big horse monkey, jumping out whenever there is a problem. Everyone, there is nothing to see. Our class's Yang Ming was caught urinating and defecating everywhere. Everyone, please disperse. Sun Jiwei began to speak to the onlookers. He deliberately emphasized the two words Yang Ming as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear it. AI, this is really embarrassing for our freshman computer science class too. Sun Jiwei continued to nag. Xianxia almost ran over to give this kid a big slap. Motherf *Ker, are you doing this deliberately? You mentioned Yang Ming before, and now you say computer science class too. Isn't this the same as insulting me, Xianxia? I'm the tutor of this class. After you publicize it like this, what will others think of me? My student urinates and defecates everywhere? Wang Jitao also received Sun Jiwei's notification and rushed over. This guy was now sticking to Zhou Jieja. Yang Ming, this guy really doesn't pay attention. He actually did this kind of thing. AI. Wang Jitao sighed. This is really a disgrace to the class. As the class monitor of Yang Ming's original class, I also feel ashamed. Impossible. It must be a misunderstanding. Yang Ming can't do this kind of thing. Zhou Jiejia shook her head and frowned. N? Wang Jitao was stunned. Yeah, Yang Ming is also a fool. Why would he urinate and defecate on campus for no reason? This doesn't make sense, right? It's not like there are no toilets in the school. There are toilets in any teaching building or dormitory building. Since Yang Ming urinated and defecated in the corner of the teaching building, why didn't he turn around to the indoor toilet? In this cold weather, if he froze off a part of his body. No. Wang Jitao screamed in his heart. An indescribable strange feeling surged in his heart. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Wang Jitao couldn't help but remember a few months ago when he was still in high school. Didn't Xianxia make such a big mistake? Thinking of this, Wang Jitao slapped his head. Was this Sun Jiwei playing with fire? Seeing that Yang Ming was not panicking at all, Wang Jitao was a little anxious. At this time, there were more and more onlookers. Many people also recognized Yang Ming. This guy was the awesome guy who defeated the president of the Taekwondo club with the brick-breaking martial arts. Yang Ming, what's going on? Xianxia walked over with a sullen face and whispered to Yang Ming. Nothing much. This old man is crazy. He pulled me aside and insisted that I urinate and defecate everywhere. He wants to fine me. Yang Ming spread out his hands and explained with an indifferent expression. I saw you peeing at the base of the wall over there with my own eyes. Am I wrong? The old man said with a grin. Who are you? Xianxia turned around and asked the old man. I am an inspector of the campus security office. The old man said with a stiff neck. An inspector of the campus security office? Xianxia shook his head. He had never heard of an inspector in the campus security office. Moreover, with this old man's age, shouldn't he have retired long ago? It was impossible for the school to recruit such a person to be an inspector. Yeah. The old man said, you are his instructor, right? Talk to him and let him pay the fine obediently. Otherwise, you will report him to the school and give him a demerit. Fine? I will give him a demerit? Xianxia couldn't help but be amused after listening. What is this? First of all, the school won't simply fine a student. Moreover, Yang Ming is my student. I will criticize and educate him. Who are you? Is it your turn to point fingers here? Yes. If he doesn't pay the fine, you will give him a demerit. The old man said confidently. You are from the school security office? Xianxia looked at the red armband on the old man's arm suspiciously. There was no writing on it. It was completely a piece of red cloth. Yeah. The old man glanced at Xianxia and nodded. You should take care of your student now. What are you doing as an instructor? Why are you asking about me? Although Xianxia was puzzled, he thought that the old man was right. First, he had to solve the problem of Yang Ming peeing everywhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to stand here like this. Yang Ming, can you tell me what happened first? Xianxia already had doubts about the old man's identity, so he decided to listen to Yang Ming's opinion. Teacher Xia, when did I pee everywhere? Why don't you ask him where I peed and peed? Yang Ming said helplessly. You were in the corner. If you don't believe me, let's go and take a look, said the old man. Let's go. I think if we don't get to the bottom of it, you won't give up. Yang Ming smiled. Therefore, the old man, Yang Ming, and the instructor Xianxia walked together to the bottom of the wall. When they came to the bottom of the wall, the old man pointed at a place and said, This is here. What happened here? Xianxia looked at the dry ground and asked in confusion. Ah? The old man was also stunned. He looked at the ground and there was no trace of water. He couldn't help but wonder, impossible. Could it be that it has already dried? Dried? Yang Ming sneered, do you think it's summer? Look carefully, where are the traces of urine and feces? This? The old man was at a loss. Could it be that his judgment was wrong? At this time, the surrounding students also came over. When they saw that there were no traces of urine and feces on the ground, they began to sigh. Many of the students who were caught by the old man also began to take the opportunity to make a fuss. This old man is a liar. Teacher, you have to take him and hand him over to the school. That's right. Let's see if there is any black screen. How can there be such a thing? Fine casually? Who gave him the right? Another student shouted. That's right. Who does he think he is? The school didn't set up a relevant system. He fined himself? Another student shouted. Everyone, stop arguing. I am the class monitor of Yang Ming's class. I think this is the right thing to do. Sun Jiwei saw that the voices were now on Yang Ming's side. He was a little anxious and jumped out and said, if there is something wrong, then there is something wrong. Besides, if you don't make a wretched action that is misunderstood, then you can't let this old man misunderstand. That's right. The old man saw that someone was exonerating him. He was immediately happy and echoed. F***ck. Who is this idiot? The students on this side were immediately unwilling. Class monitor? He's the class monitor? I think he ran out of a mental hospital, right? Mother ***ker, everyone beat him up. Someone suddenly threw a snowball at Sun Jiwei's face. Immediately after, countless snowballs were thrown at Sun Jiwei. Students are actually the most simple and most united. They are also the most impulsive. When someone threatened their collective interests, they would erupt and attack them as a group. For example, the current Sun Jiwei has become a public enemy in the eyes of the surrounding students. He actually helped the old man to exonerate? He helped the old man to reprimand his classmates? Is he still the class monitor? Beat him to death. If the class monitor doesn't speak for us, then what is the use of him? From the beginning, Wang Jitao felt that something was wrong. Now that he saw that Sun Jiwei still dared to jump out, he was even more disappointed. Am I cooperating with such an idiot? If this continues, this kid will ruin my business sooner or later. Ugh, this Sun Jiwei is too stubborn. Wang Jitao said helplessly to Zhou Jiejia. I said that it must not be Yang Ming's fault. Zhou Jiejia's face showed a smile. Wang Jitao's hand trembled. Mother ***ker, I must get Zhou Jiejia. I can't lose to Yang Ming again. Yang Ming, go to hell for me. This time, the old man had nothing to say. He just stood there in a daze. Sun Jiwei had long been pulled aside by Xianxia. What's wrong with you? Why are you interfering? Sun Jiwei was still quite afraid of Xianxia. After all, this was his own instructor. If he told his own family about it, he would not have a good time. You are the class monitor. How can you be so reckless? Where did all the lessons that you usually learn go? You have to be realistic. You can't just listen to rumors. Xianxia said angrily, how about this? You go back and write a 10,000-word reflection for me. Yes. Sun Jiwei didn't dare to say anything. He left with his tail between his legs. Yang Ming's matter was also clarified. Everyone also dispersed. As for the old man, it had to be mentioned. This matter was reported by Xianxia to the school. After the school investigated, they found that the old man was the father of an employee of the security department. He had been using the name of the security department to impose fines for a long time. The security department also cared about their reputation and didn't drive him away. So, many people were punished. The old man was also expelled from the school. Fortunately, this guy was too old, so the school didn't send him to the police station. Sun Jiwei was very depressed. Why is it that every time I try to sabotage Yang Ming? Instead, I get into trouble every time. Last time, I was caught by my sister. This time, I was reprimanded by the tutor. Sun Jiwei searched on the internet for a long time. It was not easy to paste a magnificent work, a self-reflection letter. After calculating the number of words, it was about 10,000 words. Then, he saved and printed it. After printing it, Sun Jiwei was preparing to bind it. A confidant in the dormitory came back and saw Sun Jiwei printing something, so he curiously took a look. I acted like a hooligan today. The confidant turned a few pages and read it casually. Brother Sun, you acted like a hooligan? What? Sun Jiwei was stunned. He quickly took it and looked at it. He found out that he didn't pay attention when he copied it, so he mixed in someone else's words. Sun Jiwei was shocked. Fortunately, it was seen by his confidant. Otherwise, if it was handed over to Xianxia, he would be scolded badly. Sun Jiwei quickly threw away the printed self-reflection letter and revised it again. Yang Ming returned to the dormitory. Tian Donghua was chatting in front of the computer in the hall. A new computer? Yang Ming glanced at it and asked. I went with Wang Shui yesterday. I got 2. How is it? A quad-core CPU. Is it cool? Tian Donghua said while typing. What's the difference between chatting with a quad-core CPU and a single-core CPU? Yang Ming glanced at Tian Donghua's computer desktop. Except for a QQ program icon, it was empty. I guess this guy bought the computer for chatting. Ugh, is it? Tian Donghua scratched his head and said, I don't know. Wang Shui said that Zhou Jiejie wrote the configuration for her. We followed this. Wang Shui is a computer science student. It should be useful. I just followed along and matched the same, hee. Up to you, but this is a 22-inch LCD screen. You just open a chat window. Don't you feel tired looking at it? Yang Ming wondered. Wang Shui. Yang Ming glanced at the computer screen and asked. N. Tian Donghua nodded. You two are progressing really fast. Yang Ming glanced at the QQ chat box on the computer screen, which was filled with terms like husband and wife. Not long after, Zhang Ben also came back. As soon as he entered and saw Yang Ming, he shouted, Damn, the awesome guy who pees everywhere is back. Urinate and defecate everywhere? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. You know about it too? Isn't the news spreading too fast? Not only me, even Chen Mingyan knows. Zhang Ben said. No way? Yang Ming's eyes widened. It's all that idiot Sun Jiwei's fault. Yes, but everyone knows that it was a big mistake and is condemning that old man. Zhang Ben smiled and said, By the way, my dad said that the preparations for the opening of the company are almost done. He asked when you are free. Let's go over together and discuss some things. Let's wait until after the final exam. There are only a few days left. Yang Ming glanced at the calendar and said. That's fine too. Zhang Ben nodded. Before Zhang Ben finished speaking, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was really Chen Mingyan. Hello, Mingyan. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, are you okay? Chen Mingyan's voice sounded a little worried. I'm fine. It's just that the class monitor of our class is annoying. He publicized it so much that everyone knows about it. Yang Ming smiled. It's good that you're fine. But why are you always against the class monitor? Previously, it was Wang Jitao, and now it's like this. Chen Mingyan asked doubtfully, I say, Yang Ming, are you doing this because of a girl this time? How could it be? Yang Ming didn't lie this time. Although Sun Jiwei was partly because of Wang Jitao, the main reason was still because of the other conflicts between Sun Jiwei and himself. Humph. Chen Mingyan sneered twice. She seemed to have lost a little confidence in Yang Ming. Mingyan, have you eaten lunch? Yang Ming asked. Look at the time. Of course, I have eaten. You come and go without a trace. Zhao Sisi and Zhang Ben are a couple. Chen Mingyan complained. It's all my fault. Why don't I treat you to dinner tonight? Let's go out and eat. Yang Ming said with some shame. Lin Jiyun, Sun Jia. I have neglected my real girlfriend, Chen Mingyan. Well, it just so happens that I have something to tell you. Chen Mingyan said, I have a Western economics class in the evening. The class won't end until 5:30. Wait for me. Okay. What's the matter? Can't you say it over the phone? Yang Ming heard that Chen Mingyan had something to tell him, so he couldn't help but ask first. It's like this. Several universities in our province have organized a winter camp. Now the registration is open. Do you want to join? Chen Mingyan said. Winter camp? When is it? Yang Ming had long heard that university life was more colorful, and there were more extracurricular group activities. Now, after listening to Chen Mingyan, he suddenly became interested. The major universities in our province generally have their final exams in these few days. The winter camp is on the 10th of this month. Chen Mingyan said, there is a notice posted at the entrance of the main building of the university. It is jointly organized by the student unions of several universities. Oh? Okay, I will take a look at it in a while. Let's discuss it again at night. Yang Ming nodded after listening. Needless to say, since Chen Mingyan asked this, she definitely wanted to participate in this winter camp. Otherwise, she wouldn't ask for his opinion. In the afternoon, Yang Ming's class didn't have classes. Today was the last day before the final exam. Except for a few specific departments, many departments were on holiday. He didn't sleep well last night. Yang Ming planned to sleep well and then go out with Chen Mingyan at night. It would be best to have a candlelight dinner or something like that. Yang Ming took off his shoes and fell on the bed in the dormitory. Before he fell asleep, the phone in the living room rang. Yang Ming didn't care. Anyway, Tian Donghua was surfing the internet. But it didn't take long for Tian Donghua's loud voice to come. Yang Ming, the administrator downstairs called. Someone downstairs is looking for you. What? Looking for me? After Yang Ming heard it, he had to get up from the bed again. He came to the living room helplessly. Who is looking for me? How would I know? Tian Donghua shook his head. The administrator didn't say. He just asked me to inform you to go down quickly. Damn. Yang Ming reluctantly put on his coat. Who is looking for me? They didn't come up directly, but they asked me to go down. It is probably a girl. If it was a boy, he would come up directly. Tian Donghua said. A girl? Yang Ming frowned. It definitely couldn't be Chen Mingyan. Besides Zhaoying and Zhou Jejia, who could come to find him? Who could it be? Yang Ming went downstairs and looked downstairs with his special ability. At first glance, he couldn't help but curse, damn. It was actually the two young men in sunglasses I met in the morning. Are they King done yet? They can even find out my dormitory. It's really hard for these two guys. Seeing that it was the two of them, Yang Ming didn't want to go down because Yang Ming felt that he had nothing to say to them. They weren't the people behind the scenes in the end. Yang Ming didn't want to waste time with them. However, soon, Yang Ming changed his mind. Because he had seen what the two of them were talking about. You say, why is this Yang Ming so arrogant that he can bother the boss to see him personally, said the man in sunglasses. Who knows? It seems that the boss seems to value this person. I don't know what's the matter, said the man in sunglasses. This guy is really slow. He hasn't come down yet after so long? Do you want to call again to urge him, said the man in sunglasses impatiently. I think it's fine. After the man in sunglasses finished speaking, he said to the dormitory's administrator, you should urge that Yang Ming again. Why is he so slow? Why are you urging him? The administrator glared at the man in sunglasses and said, you guys go out and wait. After that, he ignored these two people, making the two men in sunglasses very embarrassed. When Yang Ming saw this, he smiled slightly and deliberately slowed down to let them wait for a while. Finally, Yang Ming came downstairs and appeared in front of the two men in sunglasses. Your boss is here? Where is he? Yang Ming asked directly, and the two men in sunglasses were suddenly at a loss. They thought that Yang Ming would be surprised to see them, but they didn't expect Yang Ming to directly say their purpose. How do you know that our boss is here? Asked the man in sunglasses. If he didn't come, I'm afraid that the two of you would have come in vain. Yang Ming said faintly. You. The temper of the man in sunglasses was obviously not very good. He wanted to lose his temper. Okay. The man in sunglasses stopped him. Mr. Yang, our boss is in the car outside the campus. Come with us. In a car outside the school? Are you trying to put on airs with me? Yang Ming pretended to look casually in the direction of the school gate. Heh. Yang Ming was amused. Sure enough, I was right. This is really putting on airs with me. In the morning, he drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and in the afternoon, he turned into an RV of an unknown brand. Yang Ming didn't know much about this kind of luxury car. He usually watched the news of the car home. What he knew were some popular sports cars and some more popular luxury cars. As for these rare cars in the country, Yang Ming couldn't recognize them. However, even if he didn't recognize them, Yang Ming could see from the appearance of the car and the exquisite paint that this car was definitely not cheap. "Mr. Yang, our boss has come personally. I hope you can give us face and don't make it difficult for us." Sunglasses man number 1 hesitated and said in a very polite tone. He was really afraid that Yang Ming would turn around and leave this time. Then, he wouldn't be able to report to his boss. "Hee, let's go." Yang Ming had already seen their so-called boss at this time. However, Yang Ming didn't recognize him. Yang Ming was sure that he had never seen this person before. It was a woman who was about 30 to 40 years old. Because the woman took good care of herself, Yang Ming couldn't determine her real age. It could be said that she was in her early 30s or early 40s. The woman's clothes were very luxurious and solemn. At this moment, she was closing her eyes in the car, but there was an indescribable aura around her. However, this woman looked a bit familiar. However, it was only familiar. Yang Ming was sure that he didn't know her. Since it was a woman, Yang Ming couldn't be too stingy. He had to show his gentlemanly demeanor. Although Yang Ming didn't know what this woman wanted to do with him. The 2 sunglasses men were very careful. One led the way for Yang Ming, and the other stayed behind. They were afraid that Yang Ming would leave. Yang Ming laughed in his heart. It must be that these 2 people did not do a good job in the morning and were reprimanded by this woman. Now, they were afraid that they would mess up again. When they arrived at the campus gate, the man in sunglasses leading the way opened the door of the RV and said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, get in the car." Yang Ming nodded and got into the car without hesitation. He had already seen the situation in the RV beforehand, so Yang Ming was not afraid that these 2 people would plot against him. In that case, Yang Ming would take the woman in the car hostage in 0.01 seconds. At this time, the lady in the car also opened her eyes. Seeing Yang Ming get in the car, she just nodded to him and said, "Sit." Yang Ming was not reserved and sat directly opposite the lady. The facilities in the RV were very luxurious. The sofa was made of real leather, and it was very comfortable to lean on. This car was good. Yang Ming did not bother with the lady. Instead, he looked at the interior of the RV. In the future, I can also buy one. Or encourage Xianxia to buy one, so that the 2 of us can be inside. Hee. What are you laughing at? The lady saw that Yang Ming did not speak, but his mouth showed a treacherous smile as soon as he got in the car. She found it strange. "Nothing. This car is good." Yang Ming shrugged and said. "Is it?" The lady asked, "You don't know how to avoid taboo. You are so boastful when you talk." "Avoid taboo? Why should I avoid taboo?" Yang Ming was stunned. "What is boastful?" "In a word, you are with my daughter because of my family's money, right?" The lady said sarcastically. "Your daughter? Your family's money?" Yang Ming looked at the lady and widened his eyes. "Who is your daughter?" "The only women who are related to me are Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, Lan Ling, and Xiao Qing. I have already met Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun's parents. I have also met Lan Ling's grandmother. Then, there is Xiao Qing. Chu Huifeng is my godmother. How can I not know her? Aside from these, whose mother is this woman in front of me?" Yang Ming's head was full of question marks, and he couldn't figure it out. Could it be Suyao's mother is looking for me? It's not possible. Yang Ming shook his head and looked at the lady in front of him. "Which one? What do you mean? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it?" The lady sneered. "I say, this auntie, are you looking for the wrong person?" Yang Ming was confused. "Yes, I am looking for you." "Aren't you Yang Ming?" Songjiang Industry University's Computer Science Department student of Level 08 Class 2. The lady directly said Yang Ming's identity. "Father is a workshop worker in the Songjiang bus factory. Mother is unemployed. You investigated me? Yang Ming frowned. No matter whose mother this person was, her approach made Yang Ming feel disgusted. If I didn't investigate you, how would I know the purpose of you being with my daughter, said the lady. Yang Ming was speechless. He was dumbfounded as he looked at the woman in front of him. Are you done? If you are done, I will get off the car. First, I don't know you. My girlfriend's mother doesn't look like you. Second, you investigated me, which made me very unhappy. Your temper is quite bad. Don't think that I don't know that you called my daughter. The lady said coldly. I called your daughter? Who is your daughter? Yang Ming said impatiently, if you want to talk to me, say it clearly. Don't be vague. You still want to pretend? The lady snorted. You and my daughter sit together in class every day. Don't think that I don't know. Sit together? Yang Ming was stunned, and then he said in surprise, Zhou Jiejie? Your daughter? Humph, you finally remembered? It seems that you have quite a lot of girlfriends. The lady looked at Yang Ming contemptuously. I didn't expect you to make a living in this industry. I thought who it was. Yang Ming sneered and frowned. Are you talking about Zhou Jiejie? Hee, then you can rest assured. I have nothing to do with her. It's useless for you to deny it. I have investigated the matter very clearly. The lady looked at Yang Ming's action and said with disgust, Today, I want you to explain it clearly to me. I think my words have been very clear. I have nothing to do with Zhou Jiejie. Yang Ming finished faintly and was about to stand up. What is this? Listening to this woman's words, I am interested in her family's money? Moreover, it seems that she means that I am relying on women to live off women? 100,000. You take the money and leave. When the woman saw that Yang Ming was about to leave, she was a little anxious and directly said her price. 100,000? Yang Ming snorted. This self-righteous woman is really stupid. I have nothing to do with her daughter, and she took out 100,000 yuan just like that? What a sucker. But even if she was a sucker, Yang Ming didn't intend to take her money. There was no other reason. Yang Ming wasn't short of money, and this money wasn't worth it. Once he took her money, it would be like he really did something. I will give you 100,000 yuan to let you do something imaginary. Are you willing? Yang Ming snorted and replied. Your tone is not small. It seems that you have cheated a lot in the past few years. The noblewoman was a little surprised. Listening to Yang Ming's tone, it seemed that 100,000 yuan was nothing to him. Does this have anything to do with you? Yang Ming was too lazy to refute. This woman is unreasonable. In fact, Zhou Jiejie's mother wasn't an impulsive person. She felt that 100,000 yuan was too high. The reason why she said her bottom price was because the matter was related to her daughter, so she was a little anxious. However, it seemed that her price wasn't very high. This Yang Ming in front of her didn't care about this 100,000 yuan at all. Don't go too far. The noblewoman restored her usual calmness. 100,000 yuan is my bottom line. Don't expect to get more money. Zhou Jiejie doesn't even have this much money. What does it have to do with me whether she has money or not? Yang Ming smiled and said, How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? I have nothing to do with Zhou Jiejie. Humph, aren't you afraid of losing everything? Be careful that you don't even have 100,000 yuan. The noblewoman threatened. 100,000 yuan? Keep it for your daughter as a dowry. Yang Ming said faintly, I am not interested in her. Moreover, I don't want to see you again. I hope you have some self-awareness and don't bother me. Yang Ming, don't regret it. Don't even think about the matter between you and Zhou Jiejie in the future. The noblewoman said, Now the money is in front of you. If you don't take it, you won't have it in the future. It doesn't matter. 100,000 yuan? Is it a lot? Yang Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps, before he became a rich man, he might be tempted. Now, there was no special feeling at all. Yang Ming stood up and deliberately shook his shoulders. He said to himself, wasting time. After that, he knocked on the door and said, Open the door. I'm getting off. This. The sunglasses man looked at the noblewoman and didn't know if he should open the door for Yang Ming. Don't regret it if you don't open the door. Yang Ming sneered, I don't know if this door can be kicked open. Open it for him. The lady said with a sullen face. Hee, don't worry, Zhou Jejia. I didn't like her very much. You are more annoying than her. Yang Ming said viciously. Originally, Yang Ming didn't hate Zhou Jejia so much. With their current relationship, it wasn't bad to be friends. But now, Zhou Jejia's mother inexplicably appeared and slandered Yang Ming for having an affair with her daughter. This made Yang Ming very upset. Who am I? A rag picker? Why would I want a bad girl like Zhou Jejia who ruined my life? Even if I wanted her, Suya wouldn't be willing. Therefore, Yang Ming decided that after he went back, he would draw a clear line with this bad girl. Yang Ming didn't intend to be wronged again. This kind of feeling was really too strange. If I really had something with Zhou Jejia, Yang Ming would accept it. Then, she would be my mother-in-law. Whether she scolded me or despised me, I couldn't say anything. But what is this now? Yang Ming was depressed for a while. Yang Ming was depressed. Zhou Jejia's mother was also very depressed. What does this kid mean? Why is he so rude? Could it be that he doesn't want to climb up the social ladder? But anyway, Mother Zhou felt that she still had to find a husband for her daughter as soon as possible. Otherwise, this kid still has a chance. Wang Jitao saw the way Zhou Jejia looked at Yang Ming today. He felt uncomfortable in his heart. After returning to the dormitory, the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable it felt. This Yang Ming, what is so good about him? Why am I always the one who gets hurt? However, Wang Jitao couldn't do anything. He really couldn't find any way to retaliate against Yang Ming. Moreover, Wang Jitao had recently warned Wang Jitao to be low-key. He didn't even allow him to drive the Honda Accord out. He said that the higher-ups were investigating closely. Huang Yukai was asked by the police to understand the situation. Why were they looking for Huang Yukai? In fact, the police paid attention to Huang Youcai's accident. In fact, the accident had nothing to do with the smuggled car, so Huang Yukai didn't reveal any flaws. He was able to fool the police with a few words. As for other things, he didn't know anything at all. However, if Huang Yukai didn't say anything, Su Daji couldn't guarantee it. Because Huang Yukai had just been taken away by the police, Su Daji called Wang Shifan. He was so flustered that he was afraid that the police would find him. He also tried to persuade Wang Shifan to surrender. Wang Shifan was so angry. I'm not even panicking. Why are you panicking? However, after all, he was his brother-in-law. Wang Shifan couldn't say anything. However, Wang Shifan didn't say anything. Huang Yukai was a little worried. President Wang, Su Daji's mouth is too unreliable. Huang Yukai just came out of the police station and began to plot with Wang Shifan. Why do you say that? Wang Shifan was also a little guilty. I'm fine. What kind of situation haven't I, Huang Yukai, seen before? After going in, I will say what should be said. I won't say anything that shouldn't be said. But, Su Daji can't guarantee it. Huang Yukai said, if he goes in, who knows if he can spit out everything about us through coercion and bribery. D***MN, I'm really a little worried when you say this. If I knew, I wouldn't let this kid know so many things. Wang Shifan said, what do we do now? What do we do? It's actually very simple. Huang Yukai smiled. Let him run away? Wang Shifan hesitated and said, it's hard to say to my wife. Besides, the police are investigating so strictly now. Can he run away? President Wang, sometimes you are too soft-hearted. Huang Yukai shook his head. What kind of situation is it now? Do you still need to consider others? We are now committing a big crime of smuggling. If we are caught, we will lose our heads. Then, should I talk to him? Wang Shifan thought about it and said, why don't we go to Su Daji's place and persuade him to run away? Okay, let's go. Give him some money from the finance department. Huang Yukai reminded. Yes, you go and do it. Withdraw 100,000 yuan from the finance department. Wang Shifan said. Okay, President Wang, I will do it now. Huang Yukai replied, but he sneered in his heart. This money, I'm afraid I will get it back the same way I took it. Humph, Su Daji, you don't have the blessing to enjoy it anymore. Out of Wang Shifan's office, Huang Yukai controlled the automatic wheelchair and went to the finance department. Wang Shifan had already made a phone call, so Huang Yukai went directly and got 100,000 yuan. After getting the money, Huang Yukai called Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan had already gone downstairs first. The less people knew about this, the better, so Wang Shifan drove himself and didn't bring a driver. In the elevator, Huang Yukai called Su Daji. Humph, people are in the underworld. Sometimes they have to be ruthless. President Wang's heart is still not black enough. Hello, Su Daji? I am Huang Yukai. Huang Yukai picked up the phone seriously. Oh? Brother Yukai, how are you? I heard that you were just released from the police station? Su Daji asked nervously. I am out. Huang Yukai said in a low tone, the situation isn't very good. The police have already understood part of the situation. Then, can we both be fine? Su Daji was most concerned about himself, but he couldn't ask directly, so he asked if he and Huang Yukai were fine. If Huang Yukai was fine, then he definitely wouldn't be in any trouble. It's not very optimistic. Those cars were sold from your hands. Probably, when something really happens, President Wang will push the blame to you. Huang Yukai said seriously, so, you have to be careful. Ah? No way? He's my brother-in-law. He won't harm me, right? Su Daji asked. Humph, brother-in-law? Huang Yukai sneered. This is an imminent disaster. If he doesn't push the blame to you, he will lose his own head. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When a disaster arrives, they will fly separately. Haven't you heard of this before? This? Su Daji was originally timid. After listening to Huang Yukai, he was immediately scared. Brother Yukai, what should I do? I'm scared. Doesn't that mean I'm dead meat? AI. Not to mention you, I can't even protect myself. Throw away the rook to save the king. This is the truth that has never changed. I pity both of us. Huang Yukai said with some sadness. Then, that means there is no hope? Su Daji was anxious. His voice had a sobbing tone. This is not to say that there is no hope. There is a way, but I can't tell you now. Huang Yukai hesitated. Brother Yukai. Brother, if you have a good idea, you have to tell your brother. You can't just watch me die. Su Daji said quickly, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope. Brother Yukai, you can't just ignore me. It's not that I don't care about you, but your relationship with President Wang, brother-in-law, TSK. I don't dare to say. Huang Yukai continued to whet Su Daji's appetite. Mother ***, you are going to push me out. What brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, his mother *** king dog shit. Su Daji cursed anxiously. It depends on whether you dare to put righteousness before family. Huang Yukai hesitated for a long time and said this sentence. Put righteousness before family? What do you mean? Su Daji's IQ still didn't respond. Both of us will go to the police station to surrender, said Huang Yukai. Surrender? Is that okay? Isn't that courting death? Su Daji was stunned. What courting death? What crime are we guilty of? We are just running errands, not the behind-the-scenes mastermind. If we surrender, we are just accomplices. If we talk about President Wang's matter, it is called redeeming ourselves. Then, when we go to court, we will act as witnesses. Then, we will definitely be given a lighter sentence. Huang Yukai continued to instigate, at that time, we may be given a suspended sentence or something. Really? Su Daji was surprised after listening. You said that not only will we not die, but we may also be given a suspended sentence? Nonsense, we didn't do the smuggling. Why would we be sentenced to death? Huang Yukai said with a glare. You are right. This is a good idea. Su Daji was happy. Then, let's surrender? N, you listen to me now. When I called you, I used an encrypted channel. Your cell phone isn't high-end. It doesn't have this function. Huang Yukai said, you must not make any more calls. President Wang has already monitored your phone and yours. Do you know that? I know. I won't call. Su Daji said quickly. N, President Wang is a ruthless person. You know it. Huang Yukai said, if you let him know that you have this idea, then you are finished. I understand, brother Yukai. No matter how stupid I am, I don't dare to joke with my life. Su Daji nodded. You tell me. What should I do? You go downstairs now and wait for me at the entrance of the police station near your home. I will go now. Let's turn ourselves in together, said Huang Yukai. Okay, I will go now, said Su Daji. Okay, see you later, said Huang Yukai. Hanging up the phone, Huang Yukai smiled. Downstairs, they came to the underground parking lot under the group. Wang Shifan had already driven out a very broken Audi 100 sedan. This car was probably scrapped. The sound of the engine wasn't good. Get in the car. Wang Shifan jumped out from the driver's seat, then opened the door of the front passenger seat and helped Huang Yukai in. Huang Yukai quickly said, thank you, President Wang. Sorry to trouble you to help me. What are you talking about? This is also a work injury, said Wang Shifan indifferently. This car was covered with a fake foreign license plate, so he wasn't afraid of being noticed by others. The car went to Su Daji's hiding place. On the way, Wang Shifan suddenly received a phone call. Hello? What's the matter? Wang Shifan glanced at the incoming number and quickly picked up the phone. President Wang, Brother Su went downstairs. The person who called was the person Wang Shifan sent to secretly monitor Su Daji. Of course, Su Daji hadn't done anything yet, so he still called Su Daji as Brother Su. After all, this person was President Wang's brother-in-law. Went downstairs? What is he going downstairs for? Didn't we buy enough daily necessities and food for him for a week? Wang Shifan frowned. I don't know. What should I do now? Asked the underling on the phone. You follow him first, see what he is going to do. Keep in touch at all times, said Wang Shifan. Hanging up the phone, Wang Shifan said to Huang Yukai, Su Daji went downstairs. I don't know what this guy is going to do. Went downstairs? Huang Yukai pretended to be surprised. No way? Didn't we prepare daily necessities and enough food for him? Besides, there is everything there. Cable TV and a computer are given to him. He doesn't lack anything to play with, right? That's what I'm talking about. So, I have people keep an eye on him. Wang Shifan said with some doubts. President Wang, is this guy going to turn himself in or something? Huang Yukai suddenly turned his face and said seriously. Surrender? It shouldn't be. If he surrenders himself, it won't be a small matter. Wang Shifan was stunned. He isn't that mentally ill, right? It's hard to say. I don't think this guy is a tough nut to crack. Huang Yukai said, moreover, his matter is much smaller than ours. If something happens to us, we will definitely lose our heads. That guy shouldn't be sentenced too heavily. Mother ****. When you say this, I'm really a little worried. Wang Shifan said worriedly, this guy can't really turn himself in, right? It's hard to say. Huang Yukai shook his head solemnly. President Wang, let's hurry up. Don't let anything bad happen. Wang Shifan said as he changed gears again and accelerated to the hiding place of Su Daji. When he was about to reach Su Daji's downstairs, the phone rang again. Wang Shifan picked up the phone. Hello. Wang Shifan just said the word hello and was interrupted by the other party. Not good, President Wang. It was the call from the underling who was responsible for guarding Su Daji. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Wang Shifan's heart suddenly had a bad premonition, but he still said calmly, what the hell is going on? Speak slowly. Su Daji is walking in the direction of the police station. The underling exclaimed. What did you say? Wang Shifan was shocked. Are you sure? He is wandering in front of the police station. The underling said in a hurry. Mother ****. Wang Shifan slammed the steering wheel and looked at Huang Yukai. This kid is really going to turn himself in. President Wang. Huang Yukai suddenly said, you can't hesitate anymore. Those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. If this drags on, you and I will be finished. Then, what do you think we should do? Wang Shifan was shocked. I actually had the intention to kill. He didn't dare to think about it. He quickly asked Huang Youcai's idea. President Wang, you can't be indecisive now. Huang Yukai said, this guy, Su Daji, is a ticking time bomb. If we don't eliminate the root of the problem, it will be a big trouble sooner or later. Ah? Wang Shifan was shocked. What do you mean? Yes. Huang Yukai made a gesture on his neck. Now there is no choice. Either he dies, or we are finished. But, is there no other way? Wang Shifan was moved. He had just had the intention to kill. Now, he was instigated by Huang Yukai. He was more determined to get rid of Su Daji. Only the dead can't talk. Huang Yukai said faintly. Wang Shifan was silent. President Wang, there is no time. You think about it. If you have an accident, what should Wang Jitao do? He is still in school. Huang Yukai saw that Wang Shifan was hesitating. He had to mention Wang Jitao. Okay. When Wang Shifan heard the name of Wang Jitao, he finally nodded and said, kill him. After that, Wang Shifan picked up the phone and dialed the phone number of his underling. You make Su Daji unconscious, and then find a hidden place to wait for me. Understood, President Wang. The underling was a member of the Wang family's secret force, the Wang family's special forces. His master was the kind of people like Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi, so it was easy to make Su Daji unconscious. Ai. Wang Shifan sighed. After all, the person who was going to kill was his own brother-in-law. Wang Shifan's heart was still somewhat uncomfortable. If it were someone else, Wang Shifan wouldn't have such a sense of guilt. President Wang, we have to focus on the overall situation. For Wang Jitao. Huang Yukai kept fanning the flames. I understand. Wang Shifan nodded and started the car. He came to the agreed place with the underling. He quickly put the fainted Su Daji in the back seat of the car. After explaining a few words to the underling, he quickly drove away from here. West Star Mountain, an abandoned construction site. President Wang, why are you still hesitating at this time? Just stab him to death. Huang Yukai sat in a folding wheelchair and looked at Su Daji on the ground. Or, after he wakes up, I will ask him. Ask him what he was going to do at the police station. Wang Shifan said with some reluctance. President Wang, do you still need to ask? Of course, he is going to the police station to surrender himself. Otherwise, why would he go to the police station? Huang Yukai certainly didn't want Su Daji to wake up. No. I have to ask him. After all, he is my brother-in-law. I can't be so hasty. Wang Shifan finally shook his head and said. Well, I will wake him up. Huang Yukai hesitated and then leaned over. He held a dagger in his right hand and patted Su Daji's face with his left hand. Daji, wake up. How did you fall asleep? Hurry up and wake up. Oh. Su Daji was touched by Huang Yukai. He woke up in a daze. He looked up and saw Huang Yukai. Then he said, how did I fall asleep? Aren't I going to surrender myself? Surrender yourself. You want to surrender yourself? After listening to Su Daji's words, Wang Shifan immediately jumped up. Wang. President Wang? Why are you here? Su Daji suddenly heard Wang Shifan's voice and was immediately shocked. Brother Yukai, what is going on? You. Huang Yukai was shocked. He waved his right hand and stabbed Su Daji's chest. He shouted, President Wang treated you well. He even gave you 100,000 yuan. You actually did this to him. Then, I'm sorry. You. Huang Yukai. Su Daji widened his eyes and looked at Huang Yukai in shock and anger. Shua, shua, shua. After 3 stabs, Su Daji finally died with his eyes wide open. President Wang, you can't do it. I will be the bad guy. Huang Yukai pretended to be righteous and said, I didn't expect Su Daji to be such a person. AI, forget it. You did the right thing. I really can't do it. Wang Shifan shook his head. Let's quickly clean up the scene and then leave here. President Wang, my legs are not good. I can only hand over the work of digging the hole to you. Huang Yukai said apologetically. What are you talking about? Yukai, you are a trustworthy person. From today onwards, we will advance and retreat together. If there is a day when something really happens to me, take care of Jitao for me. Wang Shifan said with emotion. President Wang, what are you talking about? If something really happens, I, Huang Yukai, will definitely cover for you first. Huang Yukai listened to Wang Shifan's words and immediately got a little excited. Although Huang Yukai liked to play dirty, he also knew that Wang Shifan was kind to him. Wang Shifan didn't treat him like an outsider. Wang Shifan gave him a lot of the money he earned from smuggling in the past few years. Moreover, Huang Yukai was also a person above everyone else in the company. So no matter what Huang Yukai did, his starting point was still for Wang Shifan's good. You can't do it. Wang Shifan shook his head. When that day comes, they will definitely look for me. No one will believe that you, a secretary, can do so many things. So, Yukai, you listen well. If there is a day when something happens to me, I will take all the blame and leave you clean. You don't have to admit anything and insist that it has nothing to do with you. President Wang, how can this be? If something happens, we will advance and retreat together. Huang Yukai said quickly. Yukai, you listen to me first. Wang Shifan waved his hand and stopped Huang Yukai from continuing. Wang Jitao is still a child. He can't have no one to take care of him. If something really happens to me, you will help me take care of him and raise him up. The Wang's group will be left to him. I understand, President Wang. Huang Yukai nodded solemnly. Wang Shifan dragged Su Daji's body and came to a small foundation that had been half built before. Then, he was going to push Su Daji's body down. Wait. Huang Yukai said quickly. What's wrong? Wang Shifan was stunned. Look at the things on his body. Is there anything that can expose his identity? Huang Yukai said. You are still thoughtful. Wang Shifan nodded and quickly searched Su Daji's body. Huang Yukai also followed him to search. Sure enough, they found Su Daji's wallet in his pocket with his ID card and several business cards. Wang Shifan threw the wallet to Huang Yukai. Take it back to the company and destroy it. Understood. Huang Yukai nodded cautiously and put away the wallet. He searched Su Daji's body back and forth several times before he nodded to Wang Shifan. Done. Wang Shifan sighed. Then, he pushed Su Daji's body down and covered it with some broken building materials. By the time the corpse was discovered, it would have rotted away by the beginning of spring. However, Huang Yukai, who was so cautious, made a fatal mistake. He neglected some small details. Yang Ming got off from Zhou Jiejia's mother's RV and went straight to the school's main teaching building. He wanted to see the notice of the winter camp that Chen Mingyan mentioned. When they arrived near the main teaching building, Yang Ming saw the notice of the winter camp. There were also a few students nearby. It was a rather large poster, and it was quite eye-catching. Yang Ming looked up and saw the title, To Enrich the After-School Activities of University Students. Yang Ming directly skipped over this kind of repetition and found the key points below to continue reading. It turned out that this activity was jointly organized by the student unions of several universities. The students of these universities could sign up for it, but they had to pay for it themselves. However, there was a condition when signing up. They must be students who didn't fail the final exam. This condition blocked a large number of people from entering. Originally, the winter vacation was to celebrate the new year. Many students from other places had already bought tickets to go home. After the final exam, they went back directly by bus. There were also some bookworms who loved to study. They simply disdained to participate in such entertainment activities. Therefore, there weren't many people who could satisfy the requirement of not failing the exam, spending the winter vacation locally, and being interested in these extracurricular activities. Most people who were interested in the winter camp shook their heads helplessly. Many of these people were couples, but they couldn't guarantee that they or their other halves wouldn't fail the exam. Yang Ming smiled after reading it. This is simply tailor-made for me. Me failing the exam? It seems unlikely. Chen Mingyan is a good student, so it's impossible for her to fail the exam. Therefore, the matter of 2 people participating in the winter camp could be said to be in the bag. After reading the notice, Yang Ming called Zhang Ben. Big Ben, where are you? F***ck, I'm in class. Zhang Ben scolded, don't you know that your wife is in class? I'm in the same class as her. You still ask me where I am. Is it convenient to talk? Yang Ming sweated. How could he forget this? He was only thinking about Chen Mingyan's class, but he didn't think about Zhang Ben. Isn't it convenient? Aren't you answering the phone? If you have something to say, just say it. Zhang Ben said. There is a notice about the winter camp at the entrance of the school's main teaching building. Did you see it? Asked Yang Ming. I saw it. Why didn't I see it? Zhao Sisi and I went to see it together. Why? Do you want to go? Whispered Zhang Ben. Chen Mingyan just told me, so I came over to take a look. Why don't we go together after the exam? Suggested Yang Ming. I want to go, but I'm afraid that I will fail the exam. Zhang Ben said helplessly, Zhao Sisi and Chen Mingyan will definitely have no problem. You, kid, have started to have good luck since your senior year in high school. Your academic performance is like a rocket. I'm the only one left. Then I can't do anything. You find a way yourself. Right, I know a guy named Zhang Weihan. I will ask for you later and see if he can help you. Yang Ming patted his head and suddenly thought of such a person. He specializes in this business. Really? Zhang Ben immediately said happily, that's great. You have to ask for me quickly. Tomorrow is the exam. Okay, I will call you now and ask. Yang Ming nodded and said. Please. If it's done, I will treat you. Zhang Ben said happily. If it's done, you will pay for all the expenses of the winter camp. Yang Ming said with a smile. F***ck, you are richer than me, kid, but this is a different matter. I have no opinion. Zhang Ben laughed and hung up the phone. Yang Ming searched his phone for a long time but couldn't find Zhang Weihan's number. He probably didn't save his number after he changed his phone. Yang Ming had no choice but to call Lu Weishan. Now that Zhang Weihan was Lu Weishan's student, Lu Weishan must have his contact information. Sure enough, Lu Weishan just asked a few words and gave Zhang Weihan's phone number to Yang Ming. Yang Ming dialed it directly. Brother Yang, what are you looking for me for? Zhang Weihan heard the voice of Yang Ming and immediately became very enthusiastic. Brother Zhang, I am calling you today because I really have something to trouble you. Yang Ming said. What trouble? You've helped me so much. It's only right that you ask me for help. If there's anything you need, just say the word. If I can do it, I won't hesitate. Zhang Weihan patted his chest and promised. During this time, Zhang Weihan wanted to thank Yang Ming, but he also knew that Yang Ming's godfather was Lu Weishan. There were really few places where he could use him. Instead, he might need Yang Ming in the future. Therefore, now that he heard that Yang Ming wanted to ask him for help, he was immediately very happy. Hee, then I won't be polite. Yang Ming said with a smile, this is the case. My good buddy is in the economics department. He is afraid that he will fail the final exam, so he asked Brother Zhang if you have any connections. Economics department? I am familiar with it. Those graduate students who mark the papers are my buddies. This is definitely not a problem. Zhang Weihan smiled after listening. It's a piece of cake. You tell me your student ID. I guarantee that I will pass all of them. Thank you very much, Brother Zhang. I thank you on behalf of my buddy. Yang Ming said, if you need any favors, just say it. Little brother Yang, what are you saying? Isn't this a slap to my face? Don't say that I have connections. Even if I don't, I will go and find one for you myself. You don't have to worry about favors. Zhang Weihan pretended to be angry. Isn't your buddy my buddy? Okay, then I won't argue. My buddy and I will treat you to a meal later. Yang Ming didn't insist anymore. He knew that Zhang Weihan was grateful to him and owed him a favor. He sincerely wanted to help him. Otherwise, his heart wouldn't be at ease. Okay, I will treat you later. Zhang Weihan nodded. Text me your student ID later. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't expect it to be so easy. Therefore, he returned a call to Zhang Ben to tell him the good news. After he got his student ID, he sent it to Zhang Weihan. This made Zhang Ben very happy. During the class, he kept giggling. If he didn't fail the exam, Zhang Jiefeng would definitely reward him. That night, the conflict at the entrance of the nightless club couldn't be calmed down after all. In the end, things escalated. That night, Bao Sanli's men took Guo Dongchuan to a place where no one was and gave him a hard beating. Of course, this hard beating meant that Guo Dongchuan had to lie in the hospital bed for at least a month. How could Guo Dongchuan swallow this? No matter what, he was still the underworld prince of Jiduan City. He was actually humiliated in Songjiang City. After Guo Jinbiao, the boss of Jiduan City, knew that his son had an accident, he was so angry that he slammed the table. He directly called Sun Hongjuan's desk. Boss Sun, do you care about this matter? Guo Jinbiao told about the humiliation that Guo Dongchuan had suffered in Songjiang City. This? Boss Guo, I really can't care about this matter. Sun Hongjun smiled secretly, but his tone was very serious. This matter didn't happen in Donghai. If it happened in Donghai, I will definitely give you an explanation, but Songjiang isn't within my sphere of influence. Mother asterisk cur. Isn't there a Bao Sanli in Songjiang? He's just a little punk. How dare he be so arrogant in front of me? Who does he think he is? When I first came out, he didn't even know where to play with mud. Guo Jinbiao scolded, Songjiang really doesn't have any capable people. How did he appear? Old. Guo, that is someone else's territory after all. In my opinion, Guo Dongchuan must have been impolite in this matter. Otherwise, they wouldn't give him such a heavy beating. Sun Hongjun advised. Boss Sun, you really don't feel the pain when you are standing there. The one who was beaten wasn't your son. Guo Jinbiao said coldly, if you don't care, then don't blame me for being impolite. I will avenge this hatred. I hope Boss Sun won't intervene at that time. So, you decided? You want to attack Songjiang? Sun Hongjun asked in a deep voice. If I don't attack him, my heart can't be calm, said Guo Jinbiao. Well, I won't interfere with either of you. This is all I can do. Sun Hongjun said faintly. That's good. Bao Sanli, who do you think you are? Guo Jinbiao scolded again. Sun Hongjun snickered in his heart. This is the result I want. You want me not to intervene? I'm eager to hide far away. I'm afraid that you will ask me for help. Bao Sanli? Sun Hongjun shook his head. Guo Jinbiao had definitely underestimated this person. Since Bao Sanli could drive the Four Snakes gang out of Songjiang, it showed that he had his own strengths. Moreover, Sun Hongjun hadn't figured out the new Hozhenhan yet. So, in short, the forces in Songjiang were very complicated. It wasn't as simple as Guo Jinbiao thought. In fact, on that night, Bao Sanli also learned the true identity of Guo Dongchuan from Hozhenhan. However, he had already fought. It was impossible to admit his mistake now. Moreover, this matter couldn't be blamed on his side. It was Guo Dongchuan who started the trouble first. Bao Sanli just returned the favor. However, Bao Sanli and Hozhenhan also understood that it was impossible for Guo Jinbiao to give up. After all, this was not only a matter of face, but the most important thing was that the person who was beaten was his son, the underworld crown prince of Jiduan City. Therefore, when Guo Jinbiao found someone to negotiate with Bao Sanli was not surprised. What do we do now? Does the boss know about this? Bao Sanli wasn't afraid of Guo Jinbiao. So what if you are the boss of Jiduan City? A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. What's more, you are not a strong dragon at all. Jiduan City is only half the size of Songjiang. The boss naturally doesn't like a reckless person like Guo Jinbiao. He asked us to do as we see fit. Hou Zhenhan smiled. Then, do we see him? Bao Sanli was now accustomed to listening to Hou Zhenhan's instructions. He wants to see us by sending a soldier? What an international joke. Hou Zhenhan sneered. Let's also send a soldier to talk to him. And, Brother Hou, you can make the decision. Bao Sanli also knew that his brain was not suitable for this kind of reciprocity, so he simply did not participate. This kid, Bai Hai, has a good brain. He is good enough. Let him go. Hou Zhenhan hesitated and said. In the afternoon, Bai Hai was instructed by Hou Zhenhan to bring Sun Haoming to the negotiation site. Originally, Xianxia, who was sent by Guo Jinbiao to negotiate, was full of ambition because Guo Jinbiao had infinitely exaggerated himself and belittled Bao Sanli before he left. In Xianxia's view, Bao Sanli was just an incompetent little punk. However, when Xianxia came to Songjiang and saw how prosperous Songjiang was, he felt that something was wrong. When he saw the majestic signboard of the Mingyang Security Company, he felt a little guilty. Moreover, after arriving here, although they received him and served him good tea and water, he did not see anyone for the whole morning. No matter who he asked, they said that they did not know and were irresponsible. In other people's territory, Xianxia did not dare to be rash. He had to sit there and wait until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He saw a cold and arrogant person come in. These two people were Bai Hai and Sun Haoming. Are you sent by Guo Jinbiao to negotiate? Bai Hai glanced at Xianxia and asked coldly. I am. Which one is Brother Bao? Xianxia thought that one of these two people was Bao Sanli. Ha 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 ha. Sun Haoming suddenly laughed. Brother Bao? Who do you think you are? You want Brother Bao to see you in person? You. Xianxia's face immediately turned ugly, but he still forced himself to endure. I am here to negotiate on behalf of Brother Bao. I hope you can show some sincerity. Sincerity? How are we not sincere? Bai Hai sneered. Guo Jinbiao sent you alone. But we have two people to talk to you. We have given you enough face. But Brother Bao is not coming? Xianxia asked with some unwillingness. Guo Jinbiao told him that he must talk to Bao Sanli in person and let him scare Bao Sanli. If he did not agree to his conditions, he would start a war. What is Brother Bao doing here? Is Guo Jinbiao here? If he comes in person, then consider meeting with Brother Bao. Sun Haoming scolded impatiently, he is already giving you face by coming to see you. Don't dawdle there. If you have something to say, just say it. This. Xianxia didn't expect that the other party would speak so harshly. It was a little unexpected. Before he left, Guo Jinbiao had analyzed to him that after he came here, this side would definitely tremble with fear and treat him as a guest of honor. He didn't expect that they didn't take him seriously at all. What do you mean by this and that? Are you okay? If you are okay, then get out of here. Don't waste time here. Sun Haoming said with a glare. What kind of negotiation attitude is this? Aren't you afraid that because of this matter, it will cause a conflict between our two gangs? Xianxia had to force himself to say so. What attitude? Are you kidding me? Little rascal, now you are negotiating with us, not the other way around. There is a problem with your position. Bai Hai also said, conflict? Hee, it doesn't matter. If you want to start a war directly, we don't need to talk. You can get out of here. Xianxia was so angry that he was trembling a little, but he also knew that his purpose was to negotiate and not to quarrel, so he held back his anger and said, well, then let's negotiate now. Let's talk. Bai Hai said casually, and then told Sun Haoming, you go and get some melon seeds. This kid looks like a person who wastes time. I don't know how long it will take. Xianxia was so angry that he almost smoked, but now he was enduring. He was almost like a ninja turtle. Your people seriously injured our brother Biao's young master. Xianxia just opened his mouth and was interrupted by Bai Hai. What young master? Tell me more clearly, who is it? Bai Hai pretended to be confused. It's Guo Dongchuan, the person you beat up last night. Xianxia had no choice but to explain. Oh, you are talking about that idiot. I know. Bai Hai nodded and said, yes, that idiot was acting cool with Brother Bao and Brother Ho, so he was beaten up. What's the problem? If you want to apologize to us, then forget it. We are very generous. Besides, that idiot also got the lesson he deserved. Xianxia listened to Bai Hai's words, and his nose was crooked. Did they think that I was here to apologize? Is there anything else? If there is nothing else, then forget it. We are great people who don't mind petty people. Just don't let that kid come to Songjiang City to show off in the future. Bai Hai waved and said. What? Xianxia was dumbfounded. A great man forgives a petty person? What's with your expression? Bai Hai deliberately wondered, we have forgiven the mistakes made by your boss's young master. Why? Do you find it unbelievable? Crying tears of joy? If Xianxia had a stone now, he really wanted to kill himself. I think you misunderstood. In fact, I came to talk about the compensation. Xianxia said helplessly. Compensation? There is no need to compensate. There are no casualties on our side. Bai Hai shook his head and said, let's just forget about this matter. No, you are the one who should compensate me. Xianxia said carefully. Pa. Sun Haoming just entered the room and heard Xianxia's words. He put a plate of melon seeds and peanuts on the table and stared at Xianxia. What did you say? No, nothing. Xianxia was shocked, but when he thought about his mission, he gritted his teeth and said, our boss said that you have to compensate us 10 million, or we will start a war. What did he say? Bai Hai frowned and glanced at Sun Haoming. Is this person sick? I don't know. Maybe he is mentally ill. Sun Haoming finished and grabbed Xianxia's collar and walked to the window. What are you doing? Xianxia belonged to the type of person who was weak in strategy. He was not Sun Haoming's opponent, so he was picked up like an eagle catching a chick. You will know in a minute. Sun Haoming finished faintly, opened the window, and then threw Xianxia directly from the second floor. Ah! Xianxia screamed. Sun Haoming did not listen and closed the window directly. Then he and Bai Hai looked at each other and smiled. In the evening, Yang Ming waited for Chen Mingyan and Zhang Ben under the teaching building of the School of Economics and Management. Is it done? Zhang Ben asked quickly when he saw Yang Ming. It's done. There shouldn't be any more problems. He has a good relationship with the graduate student who marks the papers. During the exam tomorrow, pick what you know and write. If you don't know, leave it blank. Yang Ming said, also, don't hand in your papers too early. I got it. Zhang Ben nodded happily. Let's go. It's my treat. Let's go out and eat something good. Nonsense, Chen Mingyan and I are here to freeload your meal, Yang Ming said. Hee, wait for a while. Zhao Sisi, let's go together. Zhang Ben said. Did you miss me? Yang Ming turned to look at Chen Mingyan. Come, give me a hug. There are so many people. What are you doing? Chen Mingyan hid behind him and changed the topic with a red face. Have you seen the winter camp? Of course. I'm just discussing this with Zhang Ben. Yang Ming said. Oh? You and Zhao Sisi are going too? That's great. Chen Mingyan looked at Zhang Ben and said. Whether I can go now depends on Yang Ming. I don't know if the person he found is competent. Zhang Ben said, if I don't fail the exam, I will definitely go. It didn't take long for Zhao Sisi to come. Apparently, Zhang Ben had contacted her in advance. What are you studying? Zhao Sisi asked as she put her arm around Zhang Ben's arm. We are talking about the winter camp. Do you want to go? Chen Mingyan hesitated for a moment, but she still followed Zhao Sisi's example and put her arm around Yang Ming's arm. Girls are sometimes very reserved, but if there is a comparable reference next to them, then they will be bolder than anyone else. Chen Mingyan originally thought that college students should avoid dating on campus, but when she saw Zhao Sisi and Zhang Bin being so close, Chen Mingyan suddenly felt that it was nothing. Everyone is like this. Why should I pretend to be a good girl? Of course, I want to go. I'm just afraid that my Zhang Bin won't live up to expectations. Zhao Sisi shook her head helplessly. We are all from the same high school. You are very clear about Zhang Bin's academic performance. I'm just afraid that he will fail the exam. Ha, dear, I definitely won't fail the exam. The problem has been solved. Zhang Bin smiled. Why? Are you confident? Didn't you say you couldn't do it at noon? Zhao Sisi said strangely. Hee, Yang Ming asked a friend for help. That friend knows the graduate student who marks the papers in our department. When they mark my papers, they will be more relaxed. Isn't it fine? Zhang Bin explained. Really? Zhao Sisi immediately showed a surprised expression after listening. That's great. If that's the case, then let's sign up together after the exam the day after tomorrow. Zhang Bin didn't lie. Today, he invited Yang Ming and the others to a Xinjiang barbecue restaurant. The taste was very authentic. They ate very happily. After the meal, because the exam was at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, they didn't arrange any other activities and went back to school directly. Yang Ming was really sleepy. He almost didn't sleep last night. When he returned to the dormitory, he fell asleep immediately. The exam on the second day went smoothly. The exam in the first semester of freshman year didn't involve many subjects. For a computer science student like Yang Ming, he only took 2 professional courses, basic computer operation and computer composition principles. He didn't even touch on programming. The other subjects were some common subjects, such as university Chinese, university chemistry, university writing standards, and practical writing. These were relatively simple courses. Because he was a science and engineering student, the common subjects questions were very simple. Most of them were concept questions. Yang Ming could directly copy from the book. Practical writing asked him to write a letter to his family. It asked the student to tell his family about his feelings after going to university. For this kind of subject, as long as there were no problems in writing standards and no typos, he could generally get a good score. As for the basic computer operation, it was a mess. Yang Ming didn't need to copy the textbook or other people's and could answer smoothly. The slightly more difficult part was the computer composition principles, but it was a piece of cake for Yang Ming. In contrast, Yang Ming's special ability didn't come in handy. Yang Ming believed that even if he answered by himself, he could answer 80% to 90%. Using his special ability just made him more confident. However, Yang Ming also secretly made up his mind. The courses in the first semester of freshman year were simple, so he just muddled through it. But in the second semester of freshman year, when programming was opened, Yang Ming also planned to study seriously. After all, 80 by 86 assembly language and C language were very useful in the future. Yang Ming's side was smooth, but Zhang Bin's side wasn't so smooth. Zhang Bin wasn't the kind of person who liked to memorize things by rote. A few financial oligarchs, limited liability companies, and unlimited liability companies confused him, but Zhang Bin remembered Yang Ming's words. He wrote what he knew, and he didn't write what he didn't know. Don't write nonsense. In this way, he muddled through 2 days of the exam. Chen Mingyan was originally a good student. Memorization was her strength, so there was no need to ask. Her grades were definitely good. Zhao Sisi was also a diligent student, so there shouldn't be a big problem. After the exam ended, Yang Ming quickly called Zhang Weihan again to remind him. He was afraid that Zhang Weihan would forget. However, Zhang Weihan assured Yang Ming that this matter had been done. Zhang Bin's first few results were out, and all were okay. After Yang Ming thanked him, he was relieved. He told Zhang Bin about this matter, and this guy was also very happy. The efficiency of the university's grading was quite high. The night after the exam, you could check your results through the campus network. The students' transcripts were also sent to their parents through the post office. Therefore, many students who failed were destined to have a bad year. Although it wasn't like when you failed an exam when you were a child, you had to wait for a big belt and a big broom, but at least you had to be reprimanded. The reason why the results were out so quickly was not that the teacher had any secret to grading the papers, but there was a lot of free labor. For example, the graduate students in the department were sent by the supervisor to grade the papers every time the final exam came. No one dared to say no. Sure enough, when Zhangbin checked his results, he was so happy that he passed all of them. Although some of them only scored a little more than 60 points, in this era where passing was a waste of time, 60 points was the most fortunate. After printing the transcripts at the student office, Yang Ming and the other three came to the registration office of the winter camp. There weren't many people who came here to register. In the entire Songjiang Industry University, there were only about 10 people including Yang Ming and the other three. The student union cadre in charge of the registration warmly received Yang Ming and the others. After they registered and verified the transcripts, he said, each person pays a fee of 200 yuan. If it's okay, I will issue the invoice. No problem. Zhangbin nodded and took out his wallet to pay the bill. Yang Ming didn't fight with him because they had already discussed beforehand. Zhangbin would treat. The student union cadre gave the four of them an invoice and then instructed, gather at the school gate at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. There will be a bus that will depart together. Our trip this time is relatively long. This is the map and precautions. You can go back and study it. Okay. Yang Ming took the map and precautions and nodded. Don't be late. The student union cadre advised. No problem. As Yang Ming spoke, he saw an acquaintance coming from the opposite side, but he obviously didn't notice Yang Ming. Instead, he went straight to the student union cadre and patted his shoulder. Taizi, thank you for today. Let's go. I will treat you to a meal. Hey, it's a small matter. The student union cadre said, Zhang Weihan, you don't have to be so polite with me. Lower your voice. I still have a guest here. An? Yang Ming? Zhang Weihan looked up and was suddenly stunned. Why are you here? Brother Zhang, my friend, and I came to sign up for the winter camp. He is the one who troubled you. Yang Ming pointed to Zhang Ben and said. Aren't we going together? Zhang Weihan suddenly smiled. Zhang Ben, right? You should thank him. He is the one who settled it. Zhang Weihan pouted at the student union cadre. Thank you. Buddy, let's go. Let's eat together. It's my treat. Zhang Ben said. Let's go. Let's go together. Zhang Weihan also wanted to get closer to Yang Ming. After all, he was under his godfather. Okay. This time, the student union cadre didn't refuse. He nodded and then introduced himself. My name is Li Guangquan. I am the secretary of the school's student union publicity department. Hello, my name is Yang Ming. This is my girlfriend, Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming smiled and shook hands with Li Guangquan, then introduced Chen Mingyan. Hehe, sister-in-law is really beautiful. Brother, you're lucky. Li Guangquan had heard from Zhang Weihan that Yang Ming was Lu Weishan's godson. He wanted to apply for Lu Weishan's postgraduate program next year, so naturally, he wanted to build a relationship with Yang Ming. Zhang Ben, you should recognize me, right? Zhang Ben chuckled, this is my wife, Zhao Sisi. How could I not know you? You're quite crafty, aren't you? You even know to leave blank space on the paper for the questions that you don't know how to answer. This makes it easier for me to work. I just need to find someone with similar handwriting to add a few strokes for you. Li Guangquan praised without leaving a trace, I like to work for smart people. Some of them are so full of themselves that they obviously don't know how to write, but they still write blindly. When the time comes, it won't be easy to change. Zhang Bin glanced at Yang Ming and was a little embarrassed. He thought, Yang Ming is quite experienced in this matter. People who did something bad together could easily reach an alliance of interests. Therefore, because of Zhang Bin's matter, the relationship between several people began to be harmonious with a few words. During the meal, Yang Ming learned from Li Guangquan that tomorrow's winter camp was completely organized by the student union. There were no teachers participating, so everyone could play freely. Of course, this was the superficial meaning. The meaning was that there was no need to avoid anything between couples. They could just sleep together at night. This made Zhang Bin very happy, but Chen Mingyan lowered her head shyly. After the 6 people finished eating, they separated. Although Zhang Bin insisted on paying the bill, it was still Zhang Weihan who paid in the end. Yang Ming pulled Zhang Bin and didn't ask him to insist. After all, Zhang Bin sincerely wanted to treat. Zhang Bin drove the car and took Yang Ming and the other 2 to the supermarket near the school. They were ready to buy some necessities for tomorrow. Although the 200 yuan just now included the rent for food, accommodation, and equipment, girls like Zhao Cici and Chen Mingyan inevitably bought some snacks. After parking the car, a group of 4 people entered the supermarket. Zhang Bin pushed a cart, but Yang Ming was empty-handed. Zhang Bin complained that it was unfair, but he couldn't do anything. As soon as Chen Mingyan and Zhao Cici entered the supermarket, they went straight to the small food area. The 2 of them took a small basket each and crazily swept the goods. However, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were more practical and bought some canned and plastic-sealed food. When the 2 of them passed by the daily necessities, Zhang Bin suddenly looked around and said, "Zhao Cici didn't follow us, right?" "No, they are far away from you." Yang Ming casually looked with his X-ray vision. Chen Mingyan and Zhao Cici were still in the small food area, studying which plums were delicious. "That's good." Zhang Bin smiled and took a box of condoms from the shelf. Then, he said to Yang Ming, "Do you want it?" "Ugh." Yang Ming sweated. "I don't seem to need this thing now, right?" In other words, Yang Ming really didn't buy this thing. Lan Ling said that she had her own way. Although Yang Ming didn't ask in detail, he thought that it should be related to her voodoo. However, Xiaoqing couldn't get pregnant, so Yang Ming simply didn't need this thing. "Huh, are you embarrassed with me?" Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming with a sneer. "Cough cough, you also know that after Lan Ling left, Chen Mingyan and I haven't progressed to that step. What's the use of buying it?" Yang Ming had to explain. Xiao Qing's matter couldn't be mentioned to Zhang Bin. It turned out to be like this. I was wondering why you had such an expression. It's fine. Isn't this winter camp an opportunity? If you grasp it well, the matter between you and Chen Mingyan will definitely be settled. Zhang Bin smiled and said, "Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan and you have feelings for each other. You 2 have been together for a long time. Why haven't you made any substantial progress? D***MN, you also know that because of Lan Ling last time, Mingyan and I were in a dilemma for a long time. Even if I want to, I need a chance." Yang Ming shrugged helplessly. "Then buy a box. It's better to be prepared," Zhang Bin said as he took a box from the shelf. Jispin, ultra thin. It's very cool. Yang Ming was speechless for a while. He looked at the small box in Zhang Bin's hand and said, "I'll leave it with you first. Chen Mingyan and I haven't reached that step yet. If she sees that I have this, she might suspect that I have something with other women." "No problem." Zhang Bin directly settled the bill at the checkout counter in the supermarket and put it in the pocket of his coat. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin bought some things such as disposable gloves, disposable napkins, and napkins before they went to meet with Chen Mingyan. When they saw that Chen Mingyan and Zhao Cici's baskets were sharp, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's only 2 days of winter camp. Can we eat with so many things bought? However, despite that, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin still took the shopping baskets and poured them all into the shopping cart. The 4 people pushed the cart together to the checkout counter and paid the bill. When they walked out of the supermarket's checkout counter, the alarm next to them suddenly made a sharp and harsh sound. A security guard immediately came over and stopped Zhang Bin, who passed by in front of him. "Sir, please wait." "What's the matter?" Zhang Bin was stunned and asked. "I suspect that you have the supermarket's goods on you. Please untie your coat and let me see if there is anything inside," the security guard said. D***MN, I spent money to buy so many things. How can I steal your things? Zhang Bin frowned and pointed to a few big bags in the shopping cart. "Do you think I am a person who can't afford to spend money?" "This, sir, I didn't mean that. I didn't say that you stole things. It's just that the alarm sounded, so I have to check according to the supermarket's regulations. Please don't make it difficult for me." The security guard looked at Zhang Bin's clothes and the things he bought. This person really didn't look like a thief, so he spoke politely. Looking at the little security guard's sad face, Zhang Bin really didn't want to make it difficult for him. He was also paid to work. Zhang Bin knew that it was useless to make it difficult for him. How do you want to check? Zhang Bin asked helplessly. You take off your coat, and then walk through the magnetic fence again. The little security guard said, Sir, you can think about it again. Is there anything in your pocket that hasn't been paid for, or the goods that have been paid for but haven't been handed out through the cashier's special channel? Ah? Even the things that have been paid for inside are not allowed? Zhang Bin touched the back of his head and suddenly remembered that he had 2 boxes of condoms in his pocket. The things that have been paid for are not allowed. You must hand them over to the cashier for inspection. The little security guard explained. Then can I not take them out? Zhang Bin felt a little embarrassed. I'm afraid that's not possible. The little security guard was even more embarrassed. Sir, if it is something that has been paid for, you can just take it out for inspection. What are you afraid of? But my things. Zhang Bin looked at Zhao Sisi. Although the 2 people already had a relationship, it would be strange if Zhao Sisi wasn't angry when Zhang Bin took out 2 boxes of condoms in public. Sir, please cooperate. The little security guard looked at Zhang Bin and said. Okay. Zhang Bin gritted his teeth. He reluctantly took out 2 boxes of condoms from his coat pocket and handed them to the little security guard. The top was sealed with a special bag, so it was hard to see what was inside. Chen Mingyan and Zhao Sisi were curious why Zhang Bin insisted on not taking out the things, but because the bag was blurred, they couldn't see what was inside. Do you have a shopping receipt? The little security guard took a look at the bag and then handed it to the cashier. Yes. Zhang Bin took out the shopping receipt from his pocket and handed it to the little security guard. 2 boxes of Jispin brand ultra-thin condoms, right? The little security guard read aloud to the cashier. Yes. The cashier looked at the small bag in his hand and then returned it to Zhang Bin. I'm sorry, sir, for delaying your time. Zhang Bin's face turned green at the moment. Mother **Ker, will you die if you don't read it out loud? Zhang Bin stared at the little security guard fiercely. If looks could kill, this little security guard would be dead. Humph! Zhao Sisi snorted with a gloomy face and ran away quickly. Wasn't this too embarrassing in front of so many people? Zhao Sisi. Zhang Bin chased after her helplessly. What happened to them? The young security guard looked at Zhang Bing and Zhao Sisi, who had run away, with a baffled expression as he muttered to himself. You should pray. If my buddy's girlfriend is gone, he will go to your house in the middle of the night. Yang Ming also patted the little security guard's shoulder helplessly. Then he pushed the shopping cart and walked to the underground parking lot of the supermarket with Chen Mingyan. Zhang Bin, this guy is really unlucky, hee hee. Yang Ming smiled. Did he buy those 2 boxes himself? Chen Mingyan suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Ming from the side. Her expression was full of ridicule. Right? Yang Ming was stunned and said awkwardly, of course he bought it. Don't we still have the receipt? He wouldn't do something like stealing. I'm not talking about that. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming with a faint smile and said, I'm saying that he bought 2 boxes by himself? Maybe. He's more courageous. Yang Ming would rather die than admit that there was a box of his own. Really? Forget it then. Chen Mingyan shook her head. What's over? Yang Ming was confused. Mingyan, what are you talking about? It's nothing. I wanted to give you a chance, but since you don't want to fight for it, then forget it. Chen Mingyan winked playfully. You mean? Yang Ming wasn't stupid. After listening to Chen Mingyan's words, he immediately thought of something else. He was delighted. I didn't say anything. Chen Mingyan pinched Yang Ming's waist and said, let's go quickly. Okay, hee hee. Yang Ming also realized something. Since Chen Mingyan now acquiesced, then his opportunity would come tomorrow. Originally, he thought that Zhang Bin and Zhao Sisi were quarreling. When he came to the parking lot, he saw the 2 people talking and laughing beside the car. Yang Ming wondered for a while. These 2 people are so weird. Isn't it too fast to turn hostile? Moreover, the two of them turned hostile together. However, after knowing the reason, Yang Ming was furious. It turned out that Zhang Bin actually told Zhao Sisi that the 2 boxes of condoms were bought by Yang Ming. He was too embarrassed to take them out in front of Chen Mingyan, so he had to leave them with Zhang Bin. However, Yang Ming thought about it later. There was indeed a box that belonged to him. It wasn't Zhang Bin's nonsense, so he didn't pursue his responsibility. The 4 people drove back to the university. Zhang Bin suddenly suggested, Zhao Sisi, why don't you stay in our dormitory today? How can that be? Zhao Sisi was stunned. Zhang Bin, what are you talking about? Ugh, what I mean is that we are leaving tomorrow. If we stay together, it is convenient to leave together. Zhang Bin looked at Zhao Sisi's expression, so he explained. Sometimes it was like this. Girls had their own reservations. Zhao Sisi's face didn't have any expression of disgust, which meant that she didn't reject Zhang Bin's suggestion. I see. Zhao Sisi was a little moved. After all, she was busy with the exam. She didn't have much time to be intimate with Zhang Bin. So, she looked up at Chen Mingyan. Mingyan, what do you think? Why are you asking me? If you want to go, just go. Chen Mingyan joked. Of course, I have to ask you. If you go, I will go. Zhao Sisi said with some reservation. After all, if Chen Mingyan wanted to go, Zhao Sisi could go with her. 2 people were much more generous than 1 person. What does this have to do with me? Chen Mingyan's face was slightly red. She glanced at Yang Ming. Seeing that Yang Ming was also looking at her with anticipation, Chen Mingyan was suddenly a little moved. Since the 2 of them were together, they rarely had the opportunity to be alone. The progress of the 2 of them only stopped at kissing once. Therefore, Chen Mingyan saw that there was an opportunity to be alone with Yang Ming today. Naturally, she didn't want to let it go. But if she just agreed, wouldn't it be too casual? Zhao Sisi had a relationship with Zhang Bin, but what about her? Chen Mingyan hesitated, then she said, that is the male dormitory. Can the dormitory administrator let us in? Yeah, this is the key. When Zhao Sisi heard Chen Mingyan's words, she immediately thought of the key point of the matter and asked hesitantly. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Zhang Bin patted his chest and said. Just watch. Hearing Zhao Sisi and Chen Mingyan's indirect statements, Zhang Bin no longer asked and directly walked in front to lead the way. Uncle Wang, are you watching TV? Zhang Bin walked into the building manager's room casually. Oh? Zhang Bin, what's the matter? The building manager was very familiar with Zhang Bin. This kid often played with Zhao Sisi until early in the morning. He had to trouble Uncle Wang to open the door for him. It's nothing. My girlfriend has no place to stay tonight. She will go upstairs for the night. Do you have any objections? Zhang Bin said as he took out a pack of Zhonghua from his pocket and put it on Uncle Wang's table. Students from our school? Why don't they stay in their own dormitory? Uncle Wang asked knowingly. Didn't they just finish the exam today? Their classmates in the dormitory have all left. The girls are scared to live alone. Zhang Bin made up a story. Don't make any trouble. Let's go up. Uncle Wang put the pack of cigarettes into his pocket and nodded. I didn't see anything. I'm a little sleepy. As he said this, he leaned on the table. Oh. Zhang Bin came out of the building manager's room and said with a smile, let's go. Let's go up. What happened to him? Why did he suddenly lie down? Zhao Sisi looked at Uncle Wang in the building manager's room strangely and asked. Who knows? Maybe he's sleepy? Zhang Bin said casually, anyway, let's go up. Is this okay? Chen Mingyan saw Zhang Bin's little action and shook her head helplessly. What's wrong with that? Zhang Bing is very familiar with the building manager. Yang Ming smiled and said, usually, he would send us cigarettes and alcohol. Ah? Why does he have so many things to ask the building manager? Chen Mingyan wondered. He usually goes out to play with Zhao Sisi and comes back very late. Sometimes when the dormitory building is closed, he has to trouble Uncle Wang to open the door for him. Yang Ming explained. It turned out to be like this. Chen Mingyan nodded and then whispered, right, is Tian Donghua in your dormitory? He has already gone home. Yang Ming said, don't worry. It's just me and Zhang Ben. The four of us are high school classmates. There is no need to be restrained. That's good. Chen Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Although she and Tian Donghua knew each other, they weren't too familiar after all. She would definitely be restrained at that time. Now that she heard that Tian Donghua had gone home, she was relieved. Yeah. Chen Mingyan suddenly exclaimed, Yang Ming, I have to go back to the dormitory. What's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. I have to get a coat. I will go out to play tomorrow. It is windy outside. I must wear thicker clothes. Chen Mingyan said, the small cotton coat I am wearing definitely can't keep out the cold. That's right. You asked Xianxia if she wants to go back? Yang Ming nodded and said after listening. Sure enough, when Chen Mingyan said to Xianxia also felt that it was reasonable, so the two of them went back together to get the coat. Yang Ming and Zhang Ben went upstairs first. Anyway, Zhang Ben had already greeted Uncle Wang. They were not afraid that they couldn't come in at that time. You have to grasp this good opportunity. When they entered the room, Zhang Ben looked at Yang Ming with a smile. What good opportunity? We have to have a good rest tonight. Yang Ming said awkwardly. Hee, I won't say more. Grasp it yourself. Zhang Ben handed a box of condoms to Yang Ming. In the evening, Zhang Ben and Yang Ming took a shower, and then let the two girls take a shower. Zhao Sisi agreed readily, but Chen Mingyan was a bit strange and refused to take a shower. What's wrong with you? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan strangely and whispered. Chen Mingyan just shook her head with a red face. Zhang Ben was still watching TV, so Yang Ming didn't ask much. He thought that Chen Mingyan was embarrassed, so he let it go. Anyway, Chen Mingyan's body wasn't dirty. Yang Ming didn't care if she took a shower or not. After Zhao Sisi took a shower, the four people began to pack the luggage for tomorrow. Zhang Ben found a big travel bag left by Tian Donghua and put everything into it. It looked like a big bag, but in fact, there wasn't much left. It all went into their stomachs. Let's sleep? Zhang Ben glanced at Zhao Sisi and then suggested, I think we just finished the exam. Everyone is very tired. Let's rest? It's only 8 o'clock, right? Yang Ming was stunned and looked at the clock in the living room. Cough cough. Zhang Ben kept winking at Yang Ming and said, Yang Ming, aren't you tired? Ugh, tired, a little tired. Yang Ming suddenly understood Zhang Ben's meaning. It turned out that this kid was anxious. Then let's sleep? Zhang Ben was very satisfied with Yang Ming's answer, so he smiled. Then let's sleep. Yang Ming nodded. Zhao Sisi and Chen Mingyan looked at each other helplessly, but Zhao Sisi still stood up and followed Zhang Ben into the room. What about us? Looking at Zhang Ben closing the door, Yang Ming shrugged. I don't know, you two sang the same tune. Chen Mingyan whispered with a red face. Then, why don't we watch TV for a while? Yang Ming was also a bit embarrassed. Chen Mingyan wasn't a fool. She must have seen that he was just acting with Zhang Ben. Okay. Chen Mingyan also felt that it was a bit embarrassing to go to bed with Yang Ming so early. It seemed that it was deliberately to do something. If both of them were sleepy, it would be more comfortable to sleep in the same bed. Yang Ming took the remote control on the table and turned on the TV. Then, he handed the remote control to Chen Mingyan. What do you want to watch? I don't know. Let's just watch. Chen Mingyan took the remote control and casually changed a few channels. She found a variety show and watched it. Because Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi were already asleep, although she didn't know if they were really asleep or just pretending to be asleep, she didn't dare to turn the TV volume too loud. She was afraid that it would affect their rest. However, soon, the two of them knew what Zhang Bing was doing. In Zhang Bing's room, there was a sudden sound of moaning. It was rhythmic, one after another. Although Chen Mingyan pretended that she didn't hear it, she couldn't help but feel her face burning. Yang Ming scolded Zhang Ben in his heart. This kid doesn't know how to avoid the taboo. He can't start doing it right after entering the room, right? However, scolding was just scolding. Zhangbin couldn't hear it. The sound in the room was getting louder and louder. Chen Mengyan couldn't pretend not to hear it anymore. If she continued to pretend, she would be deaf. Let's go back to the room? This living room isn't soundproof. Yang Ming's heart was also itching. Looking at Chen Mengyan's delicate face, he couldn't help it. Chen Mengyan nodded. Then let's go. Why are you still sitting here? Yang Ming said curiously. You go first. I need to go to the bathroom. Chen Mengyan said with a red face. Then you go. Yang Ming didn't understand. He thought that Chen Mengyan needed to go to the toilet. Yang Ming went into his bedroom first, then quickly tidied up the bed. He took out the box of condoms that Zhangbin gave him. He took out one and hid it under his bed sheet. Then, he put the rest in the drawer. After doing all this, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the door and saw that Chen Mengyan had just come out of the bathroom. She was hesitantly walking to his room. Yang Ming quickly pretended that nothing happened and turned on his computer. Hey! Yang Ming, you didn't sleep? Chen Mengyan thought that Yang Ming would be anxious to go to bed first. No, I was just looking around. Yang Ming smiled. And, do you want to surf the internet for a while? I'm not too sleepy. Chen Mengyan looked at Yang Ming awkwardly. The bed was neither a single bed nor a double bed. It was definitely not a problem for two people to sleep on it, but two people must sleep together. Okay, do you want to go on QQ? Asked Yang Ming. Open it and take a look. I haven't been online for a long time. Chen Mengyan nodded. She leaned over and entered her QQ number and password on Yang Ming's computer. Then, she clicked on the login button. Because the school's desk was designed to be single, Chen Mengyan had no other place to sit. Sit on my lap. Yang Ming said as he naturally held Chen Mengyan's waist and hugged her. Yeah. Chen Mengyan let out a cry. She obediently sat on Yang Ming's lap. This way, it was much more comfortable to operate the computer. Anyway, she was already sitting on Yang Ming's lap. Chen Mengyan simply adjusted her posture back and forth. She found the most comfortable position to lean on Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan opened QQ and checked a few messages. Most of them were from high school classmates. There were also a few from university classmates. Only one message made Chen Mengyan frown. The message was, Dear wife, what are you doing? What made Chen Mengyan frown was that this message wasn't sent by Yang Ming. It was from another person. Who is this? Yang Ming looked at the message on the computer screen and asked. Yang Ming. I have nothing to do with him, really. Chen Mengyan was shocked. She thought that Yang Ming was angry, so she quickly explained. Who is this person? Yang Ming didn't answer but continued to ask. Yang Ming. I really have nothing to do with him. If you don't believe me, I will show you the chat history. He has always been the one talking. Chen Mengyan was anxious. This is my computer. How can there be a chat history? Yang Ming asked faintly. This? Chen Mengyan was also stunned. Then she looked back at Yang Ming with some grievance. You don't believe me? What do you mean I don't believe you? Yang Ming asked deliberately. You don't believe that I have nothing to do with him? Chen Mengyan asked with a pout. Hee, who said that I don't believe you? Didn't you see that he was in the stranger list? Yang Ming suddenly smiled. I am asking you who this person is. Stop it. I thought you were suspecting me. Chen Mengyan rolled her eyes. I was wondering why he could still talk to me even though I had deleted him. It turns out that he was in stranger. That's not right. How can a stranger talk to me? Maybe he used some kind of hacking software to force chat. Yang Ming knew that many websites on the internet had this kind of software download, so he didn't think it was strange. It turned out to be like this. It's really annoying. Chen Mengyan whispered, I thought you were angry just now. How can I be angry? Don't I know your temper? Yang Ming smiled. His hand began to reach into Chen Mengyan's clothes. Don't break my shirt. Chen Mingyan probably did such an inexplicable thing just now, so she didn't stop Yang Ming's behavior. Hee. If you are afraid of breaking it, then just unbutton it. Yang Ming smiled. You haven't said who this person is yet. You have seen him before. It's that Zhou. I don't know how he got my QQ number, then he added me and said some very disgusting things to me. I deleted him, but he can still talk to me. It's really annoying. Chen Mingyan said helplessly. It turned out to be this kid. I think he is asking for a beating. Yang Ming realized that something was wrong after he said it. Chen Mingyan seems to be very opposed to my use of violence, right? If I say this, she won't be angry again, right? However, this time Chen Mingyan wasn't angry. She just sighed. Beat him. Forget it. Let's just ignore him. Okay, I will listen to you. Yang Ming's hand had successfully reached the destination. Don't move. Chen Mingyan couldn't help but yell. Aren't you going online? What are you doing? You surf the internet. I didn't do anything. Yang Ming smiled. If you don't behave, take your hand away. Chen Mingyan threatened Yang Ming. Most of Chen Mingyan's QQ were people she knew. They had been sorted into categories, such as junior high school classmates, university classmates, and so on. However, there was also a program called Q80. What is that? Yang Ming looked at the Q80 program curiously. What is it? Chen Mingyan didn't know what Yang Ming was asking about, so she said, Do you want to take out your hand and point? Yang Ming smiled. His finger did point a little, but it wasn't on the computer screen, but somewhere else. What are you doing? Chen Mingyan bit her lip and tried not to make a sound. Nothing much. It's just that what is the Q80 program? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know. Chen Mingyan snorted and didn't answer. Although Yang Ming could see through things, he couldn't see through the pull-down menu on the computer screen. Since Chen Mingyan didn't want to say it, and Yang Ming didn't want to take his hand away, he had to give up. Why is your QQ name still called this? Yang Ming changed the topic. Isn't it because of you? Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Who asked you to make me sad? No. I thought you deliberately changed it to be a couple name similar to mine. Yang Ming smiled. Who has a couple name with you? Chen Mingyan turned her head and glared at Yang Ming. Suddenly, a loud howl came from Zhang Bin's room. Apparently, this kid had entered the sprint stage. Zhao Cixi's voice was frighteningly loud. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan looked at each other stupidly. They were hiding in the room, how could they hear it? Why is this room so soundproof? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I don't know. Chen Mingyan lowered her head and didn't know what to think. With a beauty in his arms, coupled with Zhao Cixi's voice. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan and couldn't hold back anymore. He kissed Chen Mingyan's little mouth hard. Chen Mingyan seemed to know what was about to happen. She closed her eyes and responded to Yang Ming. Unknowingly, the two people fell on the bed. Soon, the two people were left with only underwear. The rest of the clothes were casually thrown on the ground. Can I? Yang Ming asked softly as he held Chen Mingyan, who was breathing heavily. What did you say? Chen Mingyan asked hesitantly. You know. Yang Ming smiled. No. Chen Mingyan gritted her teeth and said. Hee, you have to do it even if you can't. Yang Ming thought that Chen Mingyan was shy, so he didn't bother with her. As he spoke, he reached for Chen Mingyan's lower body. No. I really can't. Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Ming's hand and said firmly. Ah? Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Chen Mingyan. You don't like it? Chen Mingyan shook her head and looked at Yang Ming apologetically. I'm sorry, Yang Ming. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that Not ready? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Forget it, it's okay, I won't force it. No, Yang Ming, it's not that I'm not ready. In fact, since I was with you, I knew there would be such a day. But Chen Mingyan hesitantly stammered. Then you. Yang Ming was even more baffled. Looking at Chen Mingyan's expression, it didn't seem like she was pretending to be confused. It seemed that she really had some difficulties. I came. It's not over yet. Chen Mingyan had to whisper under Yang Ming's questioning. Actually, I understood your thoughts before. I just went to the bathroom to see if it was over. But I couldn't help it. Yang Ming suddenly understood. It turned out that Chen Mingyan didn't want to take a shower just now because of this. Moreover, she specially went to the bathroom for me. Yang Ming's heart was very touched. He hugged Chen Mingyan tightly and said softly, "It's okay, Mingyan. I was too anxious. It doesn't matter. Actually, today is already the end. It will definitely be over tomorrow. Don't worry." Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming's serious expression. She thought he was disappointed, so she comforted him. Don't worry, Mingyan. I really don't have any other thoughts. Let's just hug and sleep like this. After Yang Ming knew the truth of the matter, he felt more comfortable in his heart. At least Chen Mingyan was prepared for this matter. This was better than anything else. Yang Ming actually didn't like the kind of half-hearted push. He felt that there was more or less a scheming factor in it. It was best to let nature take its course when couples were together. When the feelings were there, other things would naturally follow naturally. How about? If you really want it, then I'll help you? Chen Mingyan didn't know what Yang Ming was thinking. Seeing him quietly looking at the ceiling, she hesitated for a long time before she finally made up her mind and took the initiative to speak. In fact, it was a little difficult for Chen Mingyan to take the initiative to bring it up. Chen Mingyan was a girl with a more arrogant temperament. If Yang Ming had a request, she could accept it, but now. Help me? Yang Ming was stunned, but then he understood what Chen Mingyan meant. Just like last time at the cinema? Yes. Chen Mingyan replied softly. Yang Ming's heart, which had already calmed down, suddenly became active again. It couldn't be helped. This time it was Chen Mingyan who took the initiative to tease him. As the relationship between the two people improved, Chen Mingyan didn't dislike Yang Ming, so she didn't even bother to wash her hands. After she found 2 napkins to wipe them clean, she fell asleep with Yang Ming in her arms. Early the next morning, Chen Mingyan came back from the bathroom and said excitedly to Yang Ming, "It's done. I'm going to take a shower." Yang Ming nodded happily and said, "Then hurry up. Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi will wake up soon. They're already awake, but they won't come out for a while." Chen Mingyan's face turned red as she pointed to Zhang Ben's room and whispered. Yang Ming immediately understood what Chen Mingyan meant. He smiled and said, "Then you go quickly." Sure enough, as Chen Mingyan expected, the 2 people didn't come out after more than half an hour. When Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were properly dressed, the 2 came out of the room with sleepy eyes. Zhang Ben was still yawning. "No way?" Yang Ming deliberately pretended to be very surprised and said, "It's already 8 o'clock. I remember you slept at 8 o'clock last night, right? It's been 12 hours, and you're still sleepy?" Zhang Ben looked at the energetic Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan and wondered, "You 2 went straight to bed? Isn't that nonsense? What else can we do if we don't sleep?" Yang Ming said confidently, "You didn't sleep?" "I also slept. Zhang Ben said awkwardly. In fact, he didn't really sleep for more than 3 hours last night. Chen Mingyan covered her mouth and snickered. Zhao Sisi blushed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. When Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi were ready, it was almost time to leave. Yang Ming looked at his watch and said, "Let's go. I think it's time to go to the cafeteria to have a bowl of porridge." So, the 4 people went downstairs with their luggage. When they passed by the building manager's room, Zhang Ben also greeted Uncle Wang. "Uncle Wang, we are leaving. Please help me take care of the dormitory." "Go ahead, don't worry." Uncle Wang narrowed his eyes and nodded. At 10:05, the bus of the winter camp stopped at the gate of the school. Yang Ming and the others got on the bus. There were 4 other people who got on the bus with them. One of them was a couple, and the remaining 2 boys were the cadre of the student union. There were not many people on the bus. In total, there were more than 20 people, and there were many empty seats. If it weren't for the no-failing condition, the number of people who participated would definitely be more than this. However, this was also good. Because of the restriction, the quality of the winter camp activities was guaranteed. Otherwise, it would be chaotic when there were more people, and it would also increase the chances of conflict between each other. Yang Ming, Zhang Ben, and Chen Mingyan sat at the back of the bus. Then a person who looked like an organizer came over and checked the tickets in their hands. After there was no problem, each person was given a bag of daily necessities. The bus soon left the city and got on the ring highway. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yui. I am the student council president of Donghai University. The organizer was now standing at the front of the bus, speaking to everyone with a loudspeaker hanging on his body. The bus suddenly became quiet. After all, the quality of the students who could come to the winter camp was good. Now they were quietly looking at Yui, listening to what he had to say. I am very happy that we, students from different universities, can sit in the same bus and go to the same destination. It is also our fate. Although we don't know each other, at least now we are all fellow travelers. In this journey, I hope that everyone can unite and help each other to make our journey complete and happy. Although Yuyi's words were not long-winded, they were very simple and incited everyone's emotions. If he really said some flowery words, it would make everyone disgusted. Therefore, Yuyi's approachability quickly resonated with everyone, and they all gave him a warm applause. Although what I am going to say next may be a bit disappointing, I still have to say it. There is no way. This is my duty. That is, everyone must pay attention to safety. When you are outside, you must obey the discipline of the organization. Especially, don't act independently. The specifics are written in the precautions handbook we issued. I won't say much. Yui said, let's sing a song together. I will start. You once said to me, our encounter is a song. It was undeniable that Yuyi's singing was very good. This was a versatile person. Not only was his organizational ability strong, but he was also good in other aspects. Under his lead, there was a melodious singing in the bus. After getting off the ring highway, it was the exit highway. Because Songjiang was not a provincial capital city, the exit highway was not very well built. Many of them were roads from 10 to 20 years ago. It was inevitable that there would be bumps on the road. But fortunately, everyone was young. It didn't matter if it was a little bumpy. It was just like the bumper cars or crazy mice in the amusement park. Driver, what's going on in front? A girl sitting in the front row of the bus suddenly asked. Oh? I don't know. Maybe she wants to hitch a ride. She doesn't care so much. The driver said indifferently. How can we not care? If it's on the way, just give her a ride. Look at her, a woman, carrying a child in this winter snow. It's not easy. The female student's sympathy began to overflow. The driver didn't care. Anyway, you guys rented the car. I'll do whatever you want me to do. However, he had to listen to Yui now, so he looked up at Yui. After all, Yui was the organizer of this event. Yui was also a little hesitant. It was reasonable to say that he didn't want to care about this kind of thing that stopped a car halfway. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. Look at how pitiful she is. Why don't you have any sympathy? The girl saw Yi hesitate and said with some displeasure. Sir, please stop the car. Yui had no choice. Although he didn't want to meddle in other people's business, he was a student council member after all. He was a role model for students. Respecting the old and loving the young was something that had to be done. Yui hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the woman was alone and carrying a child, it was indeed pitiful. If it were someone else, perhaps it would have been fine. Moreover, it was already the end of the year, and the road was not very peaceful. However, this woman was obviously not dangerous, so Yui didn't care much. With a car full of people, would they be afraid of a woman carrying a child? Creak. The car stopped in front of the woman on the side of the road. What's wrong? The driver poked his head out of the driver's seat and asked. Big brother. I'm sorry to trouble you. My child has a cold. I'm in a hurry to go to the city for an injection. The four-wheeled car at home is broken. I'm really anxious, the woman said in panic. Oh? The driver nodded and then said to Ee, what should I do? She said that her child is sick and is in a hurry to get an injection. Then open the door and let her come up. Yui just opened his mouth and was interrupted by a loud voice. Don't open the door. Yang Ming suddenly stood up and shouted at the driver in front of him. Everyone in the car was stunned, including the driver's hand that was about to press the automatic door button. They all looked at Yang Ming in surprise. When you're outside, it's best not to be nosy. In this wilderness, there's no village around. Who knows where this person came from? Yang Ming hesitated and said. In fact, Yang Ming had a basis for saying this because this woman was too suspicious. This wasn't the entrance of a village at all. How could someone stop a car? Therefore, Yang Ming naturally paid attention to this woman. When he saw the child in the woman's arms, Yang Ming's heart suddenly knew. What kind of child is that? It's just a wrapped pillow. It looks like a child from the outside, but in fact, it's not at all. After noticing this, Yang Ming deliberately looked around again. Sure enough, behind the snow pile next to the highway, there were 4 or 5 big men holding sticks. One of them had a gun in his hand. How can you be so unsympathetic? The girl who was full of sympathy immediately stood up and glared at Yang Ming. Look at how pitiful she is. This isn't a question of whether she's pitiful or not. Yang Ming frowned. He couldn't say what he saw. Then, others would definitely ask him how he saw it. This wouldn't be fun. It might arouse other people's suspicion. Therefore, in a hurry, Yang Ming had to say, look at the female demon in Journey to the West. Isn't she pitiful? Huh. Do you think you're Sun Wukong? Fiery golden eyes that can see through others at a glance? The female student said disdainfully. Yang Ming was angry. He thought, I don't have fiery golden eyes, but it's almost the same. But this can't be said out loud. I'm being kind, but I'm being mocked by others. Alright, stop arguing. Both of you have a point. Yui quickly mediated, that student is right. It's better to be careful when you're outside, but we're all college students. We can't just leave you in the lurch. I think the other party is a woman with a child. Let's let her come up, okay? Child? I don't know if it's a real child or a fake child. Yang Ming said coldly. What are you talking about? The female student glared at Yang Ming. Her eyes were about to spit fire. As for the boy next to the female student, when he saw that his girlfriend was being bullied, he obviously couldn't sit still. He stood up and pointed at Yang Ming and said, your character is bad. Don't put your bad thoughts on others. Driver, open the door. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Idiot. Yang Ming was so angry that he scolded. He sat back in his seat helplessly. He thought, you want to die, so you can't blame others. Then, Yang Ming began to estimate the strength of these people. The 4 men with sticks were easy to deal with, but the bald leader was difficult to deal with. He had a gun in his hand. Shwa. The car door opened. The woman pretended to thank him. She was about to get in the car, but her foot slipped and she fell under the wheel. Are you okay? Yui quickly got out of the car and wanted to help the woman. At this time, 5 macho men rushed out from behind the snow and rushed into the car. Before the driver could close the door, his head was pointed at by a cold gun. Don't move, or I'll shoot you. The bald macho man said fiercely. I won't move. I won't move. The driver was shocked and quickly held his head on the steering wheel. The girl who had been full of righteousness and her boyfriend were dumbfounded at this moment. They stared blankly at everything in front of them. They didn't understand how the poor woman turned into a few fierce macho men in the blink of an eye. Get in. A macho man escorted Yui into the car. The remaining macho men and the woman who stopped the car also got in the car. Close the door. The bald man pointed the gun barrel at the driver's temple. Hurry up. Hurry up. Don't waste time. The driver wanted to hurry up, but the muzzle was pointed at him. He was so shocked that his hands didn't listen to him. However, in order not to be killed, the driver still closed the door with trembling hands. Drive. Drive slowly along the side of the road. If you dare to play a little trick, I will kill you. The bald man took the gun off the driver's head and said to one of his men behind him, "Old San, you watch him. If he dares to be disobedient, I will hit his head with a stick." Oh. Old San smirked and patted the stick in his hand. F***ck. You dare to make a call? The bald head turned around and suddenly found that the girl sitting in the first row actually took out her cell phone and was about to dial. Another macho man who was close heard the words of the bald head and slapped the cell phone in the girl's hand. "Do you want to die?" I. The girl was so scared that she opened her mouth wide. This girl was the one who was hooting with Yang Ming just now. Hee, little sister is not bad looking, but she is a little fat. But it's okay. Fat is better to touch. The macho man looked at the girl and said, What are you doing?" The girl was shocked and hid behind her boyfriend. "Old C, don't talk to her too much." The bald head glared at him discontentedly. "We are here to rob. If you want a woman, go to the brothel at night." "What kind of woman is there?" Okay. The macho man called Old C nodded quickly after listening. D***MN, you have to remember that we are here to rob. That phone was pretty good, but King smacked it out of the air. Isn't this a waste of time? Baldy grumbled. Knock off. Not worth much. Old Fourth chuckled. The bald head glared at Old C, then pulled the microphone on Yuyi's body and tested, Hey, F***ck his mother, why is there no sound? No, the power is not turned on. Yui was shocked and helped the bald head macho man turn on the power switch. Hey. The bald head shouted twice. This thing is good, high tech. It's awesome. The people on the bus thought it was very funny, but in the current atmosphere, no one dared to laugh. They all looked at the 5 macho men in front of them timidly. Alright, everyone, raise your heads. Look at me and listen to me. The bald head coughed twice and began to speak. I can see that you are all students, the flowers of the motherland. I'm an environmentalist, and I love flowers and plants. So don't force me to be ruthless and rush the flowers. Ha, F***ck. Why don't you laugh? Am I not funny? The people below looked at the bald head in a daze. How could they dare to laugh? Suddenly, there were a few laughs in the cold car. The person who laughed was Yang Ming. He was laughing at the bald head's stupidity. Well, someone finally laughed. Not bad. Well, let's enter the next section. Now, take out all the valuable things on you. Take the initiative. We will search you randomly. Don't take any chances. We won't let a valuable item go. If you don't take it out and let us find it, then don't blame me. The bald head. Now, the bald head macho man. The boy who patted his chest and promised that he would take responsibility if something happened. He lowered his head timidly and didn't dare to say a word. A group of unarmed students faced the fiendish villains with sticks and pistols. They were instinctively afraid, terrified. Therefore, no one dared to make a sound. They all obediently took out their phones and wallets. We only want cash. We don't want spare change. Open your wallets. The bald head stood in front of the car and directed the other men to clean up the battlefield. The robberies of these 4 men were very professional. They only wanted money, mobile phones, digital cameras, and the like. They didn't want other bank cards. Because these things were useless, it was easy to be found when withdrawing money. Most of the students were afraid of being searched, so they had to take out all the valuable items on them. Why are you so little? Are you hiding something? When a macho man passed by a boy with glasses, he looked at the things in his hand and asked. No. The boy with glasses stuttered. No? The macho man glared. You are an idiot. As he said, he began to search him. He didn't find anything, so he began to search his backpack. Sure enough, he found a DSLR digital camera and a GPS navigation device in the boy's backpack. Damn, you dare to lie to me. The burly man raised his fist and punched the bespectacled boy's face. Immediately, his glasses were knocked away, and half of his teeth were knocked loose. He vomited blood with a wah-wah sound. This time, there was an example. No one dared to hide anything. When the macho man came over, they obediently took out money, mobile phones, and cameras from their pockets and handed them to them. The bald head was very satisfied with the example just now. He nodded with appreciation. When the macho man called Old C finally walked to Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan, he found that Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan had nothing in their hands. Where are the things? Old C asked curiously. Nothing. Yang Ming replied faintly. Nothing? Old C was angry again. Are you making fun of me? Nothing? How is it possible? I will search. As Old C said, he looked up and suddenly found Chen Mingyan next to Yang Ming. His lust was immediately aroused. I will search you. Old C said as he reached out to Chen Mingyan. The reason why Yang Ming hadn't made a move was that he was very angry. He was angry that Yui and the girl didn't listen to him, so they let the wolf into the house. Therefore, if they didn't learn a lesson, they wouldn't know how complicated this society was. With an indifferent attitude, Yang Ming had been watching all this coldly. As long as you don't provoke him, then you can do whatever you want. But now, this Old C wanted to search Chen Mingyan's body? Looking at his lustful eyes, he knew that this guy wanted to take advantage of her. How could Yang Ming sit back and do nothing? You dare. Yang Ming said coldly. I-o? Old C smiled. I don't dare? Hee, I will search. What can you do to me? Old C said as he reached out to Chen Mingyan. Pa. Yang Ming reached out and grabbed Old C's arm. When he used force, Old C immediately opened his mouth in pain. The sweat on his head also fell. He looked at Yang Ming in horror. You let go of me. Don't provoke me. You'll be fine. Yang Ming said faintly, but if you provoke me, you'll be finished soon. Old C just wanted to nod first so that Yang Ming could let go, but the bald man saw something strange here. He came over with a pistol. When he saw Yang Ming holding Old C's arm, and Old C's expression seemed to be very painful, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. However, he didn't take it too seriously. He subconsciously thought of Yang Ming as a student of the physical education department. Strength? But what's the use of strength? Can it be stronger than a pistol? So, the bald man raised the pistol and aimed at Yang Ming. Let go of him, or I will blow your head off. Hee, is that so? Yang Ming moved his left hand and threw out something. The bald man was shocked and subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! The loud sound was far beyond the normal gunshot sound. Everyone in the car, including Old C who was held by the arm, was shocked and looked in the direction of the bald man. After a long while, the bald man let out a miserable howl. He held the remaining half of his right hand and squatted on the ground in pain. The pistol just exploded, and it directly blew half of the bald man's right hand away. The sudden change made everyone stunned. Only Yang Ming knew what was going on in his heart. When the bald man got on the car, Yang Ming had already observed the structure of the pistol in his hand. This was a self-made gunpowder steel ball gun. The power was not very strong. The steel ball was ejected from the barrel by igniting the gunpowder. Of course, if it was a close distance, it was enough to injure people. At the moment when the bald man raised the gun, Yang Ming threw a hazelnut that Chen Mingyan had just eaten out. It hit the barrel and got stuck, so the pistol couldn't shoot the steel ball. The huge airflow of the gunpowder explosion made the pistol directly explode. This was a very risky move, but Yang Ming was confident in his vision and the strength of his hands. He had already visually estimated the diameter of the barrel, and then found such a big one in a big bag of hazelnuts. This pistol is not modified. It can't be used without quality and safety certification. Yang Ming shook his head sarcastically. Taking advantage of the moment when Old C was stunned, Yang Ming cut his neck with a hand knife. In this way, Old C fell on the bald man. Baldy, who was already in so much pain that he was wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, was hit by OL4 and immediately fainted. This sudden turn of events made the remaining 3 men in the car dumbfounded. What's going on? 2 of them fell to the ground in an instant? And one of them was their boss, the bald-headed man. The most incredible thing was that the bald-headed man's gun actually exploded. Isn't this too weird? Since he had made a move, Yang Ming didn't have the idea of letting them go. Otherwise, wouldn't he have made a move in vain? Yang Ming's idea was that he either didn't do anything or did it perfectly. Yang Ming stood up. He didn't care about the feelings of the bald-headed man and Old C. He directly lifted his leg and stepped on their heads to the front of the car. Fortunately, these 2 people were unconscious. Being stepped on by Yang Ming didn't hurt much. It was just that the bald-headed man's shiny head had a huge footprint. Get him. One of the 3 macho men in front saw Yang Ming coming over and gave the other 2 macho men a look. To be honest, they didn't take Yang Ming too seriously. They just regarded him as a sports student. He could beat Old C because this guy was too lustful, so he fell into this kid's trap. As for the incident with the bald-headed man, in the eyes of these 3 macho men, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming at all. It was completely unlucky that the gun exploded. So they weren't very afraid now, especially when they saw the bald-headed man fall to the ground and Old C was knocked out by this kid. They were even more angry. Kid, are you tired of living? Old Air stared and pointed at Yang Ming with a wooden stick. You actually dared to hit Old C so hard. I think you want to die. Wait. Yang Ming suddenly waved his hand to stop this guy from continuing. Wait. What are you waiting for? Now you know to be afraid? Old Air grinned at Yang Ming. But it's too late. If you knew it would come to this, why did you do it in the first place? Young people are impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. One wrong step may cause everlasting regret. Stop. Yang Ming heard that he was having a headache. He quickly interrupted, I think you don't understand the situation now, right? What's going on? Second brother was stunned. Your boss is already lying on the ground, his life or death is unknown, and you still have the mood to chat with me here? Yang Ming sneered, if you delay any longer, I'm afraid your boss will die. Second brother, what he said seems to be right. Let's quickly send boss to the hospital, shall we? Another big man reminded the second brother who had just spoken. Third brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Big brother's hand was only injured by the explosion. There's no danger to his life. Second brother said, let's beat this brat to death first. Yang Ming was speechless. Weren't these guys too stupid? Half of their boss's hand had been blown off, yet he was still fine. If he lost too much blood later, he might die. However, he had already reminded them that Baldy's life and death had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Ming Yan, call the police. Tell the police to wait at the exit of the highway. Yang Ming ordered Chen Mingyan, who was behind the car. Chen Mingyan nodded and quickly took out her mobile phone to call her father. Mother **Ker, you dare to call the police. When second brother saw Chen Mingyan take out her mobile phone, he suddenly became anxious. He wanted to push Yang Ming away to stop her, but he didn't expect that before Yang Ming could push him away, his neck was pierced by something cold. Don't move if you don't want to die. Yang Ming said coldly. At this moment, he was holding a Swiss Army knife in his hand, and the tip of the knife was pressed against second brother's neck. What are you doing? Second brother was shocked. He looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so ruthless. He even dared to threaten him with a knife. What am I doing? What do you think? You will know what I am going to do if you move. Yang Ming said faintly. You dare to kill someone? Second brother asked in disbelief. In his opinion, Yang Ming was just a student. How could he use a knife to kill someone? So he threatened, if you kill me, you won't have a good ending. Quickly take it away. So what if I kill you? I am not afraid to tell you that I have already killed a robber a while ago. I don't mind killing you. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Do you think I have a problem? You. Second brother's eyes widened. His arrogance suddenly dropped a lot. It wasn't that he didn't think that Yang Ming was bluffing, but when he saw Yang Ming's calm expression, he was a little scared. Looking at this kid's posture, maybe it was really like what he said. Second brother began to struggle in his heart. He didn't dare to risk his life so easily. If he was taken away by the police, he would only be sentenced to a few years. But if he died, then there would be nothing. So, Yang Ming suddenly heard the sound of the wind. Yang Ming smiled disdainfully and stretched out his left hand to grab the wooden stick that was swung by the other macho man behind him, third brother. Fifth brother was overjoyed. Yang Ming grabbed third brother's wooden stick with his left hand and threatened second brother with his right hand. He definitely didn't have extra hands to deal with fifth brother. If fifth brother made a move, Yang Ming would definitely withdraw his right hand to stop fifth brother. Then, second brother would have a chance to escape. However, even though old fifth's plan was well thought out, it was a little different when it came to actual implementation. Fifth brother suddenly swung the stick at Yang Ming, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly pull third brother's wooden stick back, causing third brother to stagger. In the end, with a bang, Ol5's bludgeon smashed into Ol third's head, causing him to bleed profusely. Ol third's head was smashed open, and he fell crookedly to the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Yang Ming looked at third brother's situation and sneered. With this stick, even if he didn't die, he would be in a vegetative state. You played quite well, didn't you? Yang Ming laughed mockingly. You cheated. Fifth brother looked at third brother who fell to the ground and suddenly said, if you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Hee, I don't have time for a one-on-one, but if you still want to fight, it doesn't matter. Anyway, my knife is pointed at your second brother's neck. If you are not afraid of accidentally hurting him again, then do as you please, Yang Ming said disdainfully. Fifth brother really didn't dare to fight this time. Yang Ming was right. If he fought, the unlucky one would be second brother. Fifth brother, don't cause trouble. This kid is strange. Second brother also recovered his calmness at this moment. Brother, I admit defeat. Let me go. I will take my brothers out of the car. Bald man, third brother, and fourth brother all fell to the ground. Second brother now had the most right to speak, so he could only start to negotiate with Yang Ming. Admit defeat? Let you go? Yang Ming was so angry that he laughed. Just admit defeat and that's it? Brother, what do you want? Second brother glared at Yang Ming. A few of my brothers are injured. Hee, what does that have to do with me? I only knocked out your fourth brother. He is fine. He will wake up in a while. As for the bald man and the one with a broken head, you guys injured them by accident. Yang Ming directly pushed his responsibility away. He didn't want people to notice him, so he created a few seemingly coincidences just now. A student, no matter how powerful, defeating 5 fierce-looking big men was inconceivable. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to keep a low profile to avoid trouble. Second brother was speechless. Yang Ming was right. He didn't look at the imperial calendar when he went out today. How could he be so unlucky? Second brother held back his anger and said, Brother, don't go too far. It's a small world. Always leave a way out for yourself. Who doesn't have relatives and friends? Are you threatening me? Yang Ming didn't get angry but laughed. Is there anyone who dares to threaten me? Yang Ming didn't like to be threatened. Therefore, the strength of his hand increased a lot, and a blood mark appeared on second brother's neck. Threatening. I don't dare. Second brother's heart was cold. He didn't expect this kid to be so black-hearted at such a young age. He could do it more than himself. He didn't dare to say those words, so he begged for mercy. Brother, let us go. There is still a long way to go. Hee, I am willing to let you go, but someone may not be willing to let you go. Yang Ming's mouth smiled slightly because he had already seen 2 police cars in the distance ahead. Apparently, Chen Fei received a call from Chen Mengyan and contacted the police cars nearby. What do you mean? Second brother was stunned. Nothing. You can get out of the car. Yang Ming said faintly, Driver, pull over. Okay. The driver now worshipped Yang Ming like a god. He thought it was over, but Yang Ming was like a god descending from the sky. He reversed the situation in the blink of an eye. The car slowly stopped by the side. Second brother nodded and said to Yang Ming, "Thank you. These are the things we just searched. Keep them." As second brother said this, he threw a bag to Yang Ming. Yang Ming casually handed it to Yue, who was dumbfounded. When Lao Er and Lao Wu struggled to get the three bald men out of the car and were about to stop a car to go to the hospital, two police cars arrived at the same time. This time, there was no need to stop a car. The five brothers were directly taken into the police car. Lao Er and Lao Wu glared at the bus with resentment, but they didn't dare to say anything harsh. One of the policemen got into the bus and asked, "Who is Captain Chen's daughter?" "I am." Chen Mingyan stood up and said. "Okay, then you tell us the situation at that time." The policeman nodded. It was easier for the children in the system to cooperate. If they asked other people, it might take a long time. The situation is like this. Chen Mingyan was very calm from the beginning to the end, because Yang Ming had been shielding her from the wind and rain. Since the five people got into the bus, Yang Ming had been holding her hand and comforting her not to worry. So when she introduced the situation, Chen Mingyan naturally explained the situation. In short, when Lao Si came to rob, he was knocked out by Yang Ming. The bald man didn't play well with a gun and blew himself up. Lao San was knocked out by Lao Wu. At this time, Lao Si had already woken up, so there was nothing for Yang Ming to do. They just asked a few routine questions and ended the questioning. The other people's statements were also very easy to do. They were roughly the same as what Chen Mingyan said, so the five people's actions were quickly determined. They were arrested as robbery suspects. After experiencing a disastrous journey, they felt a lot of depression. Although the police quickly ended the questioning, took the suspects away, and let the students continue their journey. But when this kind of thing happened, no one was happy. After everyone claimed their belongings, they began to complain in a low voice. Although the voice was not loud, and no names were mentioned, anyone could hear that everyone was blaming the girl who was overflowing with love and her boyfriend. It was because of them that they got into trouble. Okay, everyone, don't complain. Yui really couldn't stand it, so he stood up and said, "No one wants such a thing to happen." The female student also had good intentions. There was no fault. It can only be said that we have insufficient social experience. Just take it as a lesson learned. Yang Ming had already said that the woman was unreliable. You really believed it? A boy interrupted with dissatisfaction. Because the police asked for the statement, everyone knew Yang Ming's name. Yeah, someone just said that he was responsible. Why didn't he take responsibility? After experiencing such a calamity, the people's hearts had also become restless. Everyone's temper was easily ignited, and when they were led by someone else, the number of shouts increased. Yang Ming, you stand up and say something. In fact, the girl didn't do anything wrong. If it were me, maybe I would do the same. Chen Mingyan hesitated and said. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, isn't Chen Mingyan also a girl with a sense of justice? I remember that time when she caught the thief on the bus. It was because of this that I met Xiaoqing. Okay, I will listen to you. Yang Ming nodded and stood up with a smile. Everyone, be quiet first and listen to me, okay? When Yang Ming's words came out, the bus immediately quieted down. Now Yang Ming's words were no less than Yu Yi's. After all, he was everyone's savior, so naturally, everyone had a kind of trust. Things have already passed. I think everyone should just forget about it. The female classmate's approach is actually understandable. After all, her original intention was good. I think everyone should not pursue her responsibility anymore, okay? Yang Ming said with a smile, anyway, aren't we all safe and sound? Well, since you have spoken, what else can we complain about? When Yang Ming's voice fell, some people responded and nodded. The girl also looked at Yang Ming very gratefully, but the boy next to her, seeing her like this, snorted a little disdainfully. He felt very embarrassed, so he started to hate Yang Ming as well. Seeing that his girlfriend still had a grateful expression, he was even angrier in his heart. Yang Ming nodded to Yue and then sat down. Yui immediately understood. After Yang Ming's adjustment, everyone's atmosphere also recovered a lot. Yui said in a timely manner, "Let's sing another song. I'll start. In my heart, there was a dream. I want to use singing to make you forget all the pain." This song was very suitable for the current atmosphere, so everyone was soon infected. Yang Ming smiled. Young people nowadays have no worries. Just now, they were frowning, and now they are happy again. What about me? Am I not the same as them? It's just that too many things have happened recently, which allowed me to grow up quickly. After dealing with Su Daji, Wang Shifan returned to the company and began to arrange the follow-up work of the Wang Consortium. This time, things were very complicated. Wang Shifan also asked a few acquaintances to inquire about the news. The result was that the city bureau attached great importance to this case and had already informed the customs to cooperate in the investigation. Wang Shifan sighed. It's really walking by the river all day long. How can one's shoes not get wet? I have been going smoothly for so many years. I didn't expect to fall into the hands of this guy, Su Daji. Thinking of this, Wang Shifan felt that Su Daji's death was not unjust. Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group was a joint stock enterprise. The businesses it operated were also legal, including hotel services, light industry trade, real estate, and so on. The smuggling business was only done privately by Wang Shifan and Huang Yukai. It had no connection with the group's business. Therefore, once Wang Shifan fell, it would not have a great impact on the overall operation of the group. After Wang Shifan returned, he began to draft an agreement for the transfer of shares. He transferred 55% of the 58% of Wang's shares under his name to the name of his son, Wang Jitao, and then transferred the remaining 3% to the name of Huang Yukai. Huang Yukai did not refuse because Wang Shifan already had the intention of entrusting him to him. After dealing with the internal affairs of the group, Wang Shifan was relieved. He believed that Huang Yukai would not say anything. The person who caused trouble outside was also Su Daji, so the police couldn't find Su Daji for the time being. The clues couldn't continue. As long as he didn't admit it, he was temporarily safe. President Wang, President Hua of Xinhua Mingyue Real Estate invited you to dinner tonight to discuss the preparation of Donghai Mingyue Hotel. The secretary reported to Wang Shifan as usual. She didn't know that Wang Shifan was now under pressure. Wang Shifan sighed. Although he was upset, the normal group business couldn't be thrown away. Especially in this sensitive period, he couldn't let outsiders see any flaws. Donghai Mingyue Hotel was a 5-star image hotel developed by his company and Xinhua Mingyue Real Estate Company in Donghai. Donghai was a provincial capital city. This hotel more or less represented the face of Donghai. Xinhua Mingyue was a foreign real estate company belonging to a hotel chain group in Europe. Therefore, Wang Shifan also attached great importance to this cooperative development project. Okay, I got it. Wang Shifan nodded. In a while, I will ask the driver to arrange a car. I will go to Donghai. President Wang, why are you going to Donghai? The secretary asked with some doubts. Isn't President Hua treating? Wang Shifan was stunned. How can I attend the banquet if I don't go to Donghai? No, President Hua is now in Songjiang. She has been arranged to rest in heavenly earth. The secretary said quickly. Oh? President Hua is here? Wang Shifan looked up, baffled. Why didn't you inform me in advance? President Hua said that she had some private matters to deal with here. After dealing with the private matters, she contacted our company. The secretary explained. I got it. Wang Shifan waved his hand. You can leave first. Okay, President Wang. The secretary nodded and left first. Wang Shifan picked up the phone on the table and dialed the phone number of President Hua. Hello, is this President Hua? Wang Shifan said enthusiastically, I'm Wang Shifan. President Wang, I took the liberty to come to Songjiang. I didn't disrupt your schedule, right? President Hua laughed. What are you talking about? I welcome you. It's fine. It's fine. Wang Shifan said quickly, is President Hua's private matter done? Not yet. It's a bit troublesome. President Hua said helplessly. Oh? What can be troublesome for President Hua? If it's convenient, just say it. I still have some connections in Songjiang. See if I can help? Wang Shifan said. Thank you for President Wang's kindness. It's my daughter's matter. Hee, you can't help much. President Hua shook her head. It turns out that it's the problem of children. Hee, my son also makes people worry all day long. Which family doesn't have some troubles? Wang Shifan said in agreement. Yeah, let's not talk about this. Does President Wang have time tonight? Asked President Hua. Even if I don't have time, even if President Hua is here. You must have. Hee, I'll be the host, heaven on earth. Wang Shifan said, how about 6 o'clock in the evening? Okay, then I'll have to trouble President Wang. President Hua said. Wang Shifan hung up the phone and couldn't help but sigh. What is the purpose of living in this world? Wang Shifan was already middle-aged. In terms of his career, he was already successful. He didn't have any other pursuits. What was he working so hard for now? Wasn't it to accumulate a considerable amount of wealth for his son, Wang Jitao? Could he let his son live an easy life? The pitiful hearts of parents in the world. Therefore, Wang Shifan didn't expect himself to be spared. From the moment he embarked on the smuggling road, Wang Shifan knew that sooner or later, his affairs would be exposed. Most of his funds had been transferred to an anonymous account in a Swiss bank. Even if Wang Shifan fell, he wouldn't lose much. As long as Wang Jitao could live well, it was enough. Hee, I am like this. Listening to President Hua's words just now, isn't it the same? At their age, what they thought about the most was their children's affairs. Wang Shifan rubbed his temples and then leaned back in the chair. No one knew what he was thinking. The bus arrived at the destination of the group, Chun County under Songjiang City. This was a tourist attraction with a natural ski resort. There were many tourists in winter. After the driver parked the bus, he went to a nearby hotel to rest. After driving for more than 2 hours and going through a scare, it was really tiring. However, the students didn't talk so much. Now that they had recovered their spirits, they were talking about the scenery here. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan got off the bus hand in hand with their travel bags. Most of the people here were couples. Therefore, Chen Mengyan also let go. She smiled and snuggled with Yang Ming. At this time, Chen Mengyan felt the sweetness of love. In a strange environment, a group of couples who were strangers to each other, but they all had the same goal and set foot on this strange land. Chen Mengyan suddenly felt a sense of belonging. She had an impulse to stay with Yang Ming forever. Looking at the snowy mountains in the distance and the cottages nearby, she really wanted to live here for a long time, far away from that secular city. Lan Ling's hometown should also be like this, right? Thinking of Lan Ling for no reason, Chen Mengyan felt sad. Am I going to share a man with another woman in the future? Although this sounded unbelievable, Chen Mengyan knew that this was a fact, an unchangeable fact. It wasn't something that could be achieved through one's own efforts. To put it more seriously, even if Yang Ming didn't want her, Chen Mengyan, he wouldn't abandon Lan Ling. Because the two of them were together, it wasn't just a matter of feelings, but it involved the issue of Yang Ming's life. In any case, Chen Mengyan also had to accept this reality. Being together with Yang Ming meant that she had to accept the girl named Lan Ling. Chen Mengyan sighed faintly. The mountains in the distance made her a little absent-minded. Mengyan, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming glanced at Chen Mengyan beside him and asked curiously. She was smiling just now. Why did she become a little melancholy in an instant? Yang Ming. You say. If Lan Ling comes back, will you not be able to accompany me every day? Chen Mengyan raised her head and looked at Yang Ming. For the first time, she felt a little helpless. She wasn't an unreasonable person, so the current situation was in front of her. She couldn't change it. She could only try to accept it. Mengyan, why did you suddenly ask this? Yang Ming's heart trembled. He looked at Chen Mengyan. He didn't know how he provoked this little vinegar jar again. Why are you talking about this? No, Yang Ming. I don't want to argue with you this time. I'm asking you this question very seriously. Chen Mingyan bit her lip and looked at Yang Ming seriously. Ah? Seeing Chen Mingyan's current appearance, Yang Ming was somewhat not used to it. Everything was fine. Why did she suddenly become so serious? It wasn't that Chen Mingyan didn't mention Lan Ling's matter before, but it was the kind of jealousy and resentment. Today, it wasn't like this, so Yang Ming felt strange. Mingyan, if you are really asking this question very seriously, then I can only answer it very seriously. I got it. Chen Mingyan nodded a little sadly. You don't have to say it. I know the answer. Hee, what do you know? Yang Ming saw Chen Mingyan's sad look and couldn't help but find it funny. After Lan Ling comes back, you will definitely be with her. Chen Mingyan sighed and shook her head. The time to accompany me will naturally be a lot less. Mingyan, why do you think so? Hee, when I accompany Lan Ling, I can also accompany you. Yang Ming's mind turned and smiled. How is that possible? You can still run back and forth? Chen Mingyan didn't believe it. You don't have to run back and forth. Can't you and Lan Ling accompany me together? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan and said. Me and Lan Ling? Together? Chen Mingyan exclaimed, how can that be? Why can't it be? Yang Ming smiled and said, Lan Ling's character is very good. She shouldn't be the kind of girl who is jealous. So what you mean is that my character isn't good? Chen Mingyan pouted, but she also knew that she always liked to throw tantrums. I didn't say that. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile. Humph. Chen Mingyan turned her head and didn't want to talk to Yang Ming. But after a while, she turned her head and asked, Lan Ling. Is she easy to get along with? Very good. You can treat her as an sister. Yang Ming hesitated and said. Although he and Lan Ling had a relationship before, at least Chen Mingyan was older than Lan Ling, and she was his official girlfriend, so he said so. I'm just afraid that she won't agree. Chen Mingyan heard Yang Ming let Lan Ling call her sister. Although she was still uncomfortable, she also felt that Yang Ming valued her very much. In the past, in those big families, the concubines also called the first wife elder sister. This way, my identity is confirmed. It sounds acceptable. As long as that Lan Ling doesn't deliberately mess with me. No, Chen Mingyan. What are you thinking? Chen Mingyan suddenly quivered and then shook her head. How could I give in? How can I agree to such an unreasonable request? No, even if I accept Lan Ling, it is impossible to serve Yang Ming with her. Although I accept Lan Ling, at least I have to avoid her and try not to meet her. How can I call her sister? However, Chen Mingyan was reluctant to give up the time with Yang Ming. If I and Lan Ling pretend that we don't know each other, then Yang Ming will definitely spend some time with her. Then, the time I have with Yang Ming will be reduced. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan felt that it was fine to be with Lan Ling and Yang Ming. 3 people is 3 people. At least I can be with Yang Ming. If I don't agree, I can't even see Yang Ming's face. However, Chen Mingyan thought about it and came up with a small idea. Then, can you accompany me alone and accompany Lan Ling? If you think this is good, then it's fine. Yang Ming thought, isn't this the case now? That's fine. You have to accompany me alone. Then, when you accompany Lan Ling, can you bring me along? Chen Mingyan said. Ah? Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are quite smart with this little abacus, right? You don't agree? Chen Mingyan pretended to be angry. If you don't agree, then don't talk about it. Okay. I agree. Yang Ming smiled bitterly, but he was happy in his heart. Chen Mingyan finally took another step, and it was a very important step. As long as she really accepted Lan Ling and got along well with Lan Ling, it was better than anything else. Because there was a first time, there would be a second time. With Lan Ling as an example, he believed that Chen Mingyan would slowly accept it. You agree, but I don't want to agree. Let's talk about this again. Chen Mingyan pretended to be angry. Hee. Yang Ming also knew that Chen Mingyan, this girl, wanted to save her face, so he didn't expose her. He just smiled and didn't continue this topic. Instead, he looked into the distance. You see, it's so beautiful here. Yeah, it's really beautiful here. Chen Mingyan was just attracted by the scenery here. Lan Ling just thought of it by accident. Not only did Yang Ming feel this way, but the other students who came with them also felt the same. These children born in the big cities had never seen the real countryside. So, all of them were very excited. Those who participated in this winter camp were basically Songjiang local students. Otherwise, others would have already gone home for the new year. Everyone, follow me to the restaurant now. Let's eat something first, and then go skiing together. Yui held a small red flag and said to everyone with a loudspeaker. Everyone was really hungry when Yui said this. They all gathered in the direction of Yui, and then followed Yui to a small restaurant in the countryside. Obviously, Yui had already called in advance, so when everyone was at the table, the dishes were served quickly. Although they were ordinary farm dishes, the cooking was very beautiful, and the taste was very delicious. Everyone was also hungry, and they were full of praise when they ate. After eating, Yui took everyone to ski according to the itinerary. The skis were rented, and Yui gave everyone a set. What brand is this? Why haven't I heard of it? A girl held the skis in her hand and asked curiously, is this safe? D*MN. You haven't heard of this? The Fishman brand skis. The quality is excellent. Moreover, this skis is already the second generation of Fishman, called Fishman second generation. A boy quickly explained to her. Not bad. Fishman second generation. I have heard of it. It's awesome. Another boy also said. Oh, so it's like this. The girl before heard everyone say so and nodded with relief. The children who grew up in the north probably skated on ice, but not many skated on snow. Fortunately, these northern children had been exposed to snow since they were young, and they didn't have much fear of skiing. It was easy to get started. Yang Ming, why don't you slide with me? After falling several times, Chen Mingyan finally mastered her balance, but she was still a little scared. If I pull you, our speed won't be in sync. Wouldn't it be easier for us to fall? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Why don't you ski, and I'll take off my skis and protect you? That's not necessary. I'll try again. Chen Mingyan didn't want to trouble Yang Ming too much, so she shook her head. It doesn't matter. I don't like skiing either. Yang Ming said as he took off the skis on his feet and prepared to help Chen Mingyan ski. Yang Ming, what's going on over there? Chen Mingyan suddenly pointed behind Yang Ming and shouted. Yang Ming didn't look back but closed his eyes directly. He immediately saw the situation not far behind him. At the moment, Zhang Ben was pushing and shoving with two young people. He was cursing. Because they were far away, he couldn't hear what they were saying. However, Yang Ming could see their lips. After a few glances, he understood that the two young people wanted to take advantage of Zhao Sisi, which caused Zhang Ben to flip out. Yang Ming stood up and said to Chen Mingyan, I'll go over and see what's going on. You stay here with the other students. Don't go over. Then, you have to be careful. Chen Mingyan advised. It's okay. Yang Ming smiled, then turned and walked in the direction of Zhang Ben. Zhang Ben had already started fighting, so Yang Ming had to speed up his pace. He didn't know what Zhang Ben said, but the conflict between the two people immediately intensified. One of the two young people reached out and pushed Zhang Ben hard. Zhang Ben lost his balance and rolled down the snow slope. Zhao Sisi was so scared that she immediately screamed, Zhang Ben. Yang Ming frowned. Aren't these two people a bit too much? After Zhang Ben rolled a few times, he stopped at the side of a big tree. His head was covered with snow, and he was in a sorry state. Who pushed him? Yang Ming saw that Zhang Ben was fine, so he didn't care about him. He walked directly to the two young people and asked coldly. Who are you? A young man looked at Yang Ming disdainfully and said, he asked for it. Who can he blame? Really? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Yeah, F***ck, we just wanted to help this lady ski. I don't know where this guy came from, but he called us hooligans as soon as he came up. Another young man said. Is that so? Yang Ming turned and asked Zhao Sisi. Zhao Sisi was anxiously looking at Zhang Bin. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she shook her head and said, "No, they came over and wanted to hug me." Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin, who was walking over in a sorry state. A wave of anger surged in his heart. Zhang Bin was his best friend. Now that he was bullied, Yang Ming felt worse than being bullied himself. "Kneel down. Apologize." Yang Ming stared at the two of them and spat out these words fiercely. "What?" The two people were stunned and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. "Are you dreaming? Kneel down? Apologize?" Yang Ming nodded, then said with an expressionless face, "Sometimes there is only one chance. It depends on whether you can grasp it." "What? Is this kid sick?" A young man stared at Yang Ming with his eyes wide open. His face was surprised. "Okay, time's up. You missed your chance." Yang Ming smiled faintly. "And?" Before the two people could react, they heard the sound of wind blowing in their ears. Yang Ming suddenly swung the skis in his hand and smashed them in front of the two young men. Pa! The two people fell to the ground almost at the same time. A string of blood came out of their noses, and then rolled down the mountain. "Are you okay?" Yang Ming glanced at the direction where the two people fell, inserted the skis on the ground indifferently, and then turned to ask Zhang Bin. "I'm okay, the two of them." "I say, Yang Ming, aren't you too cruel? These two people won't be disfigured?" Zhang Bin couldn't help but be speechless. This Yang Ming's fighting is really not on the same level as mine. Once he makes a move, there will definitely be blood. "Really? What does it have to do with me?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "I say, why did you two run so far? No wonder you were targeted." Zhang Bin's old face blushed, and then whispered, "Wasn't I in a hurry to pee? I found a place where there was no one and peed there. When I turned around, I saw Zhao Sisi being molested by the two people. F***ck, you really have a lot of things." Yang Ming shook his head. "Let's go. Let's go to a place with more people. Those two people won't come back to retaliate against us, right?" Zhao Sisi asked with some worry. "Retaliate? If they haven't had enough of being beaten up, they can come and try." Yang Ming said disdainfully. It wasn't that he looked down on the two guys, but the two guys were really too soft. At a glance, he knew that they were little punks who were hollowed out by alcohol and women. It was okay to scare people, but when it came to fighting, they were useless. Zhao Sisi still looked at the direction where the two little punks fell with some worry. However, Zhao Sisi really guessed it right. These two people really hadn't had enough of being beaten up. Not only did they not have enough, but they also found a few other people who were beaten up. But it was these little punk-like people who ruined Yang Ming's big plan. However, the consequence of the bad thing was that these people almost became half-disabled. At dusk, Yui took back everyone's skis and said to everyone, "Tonight, we rented a villa on the mountain. We won't go down the mountain. How about an outdoor barbecue party?" The students all agreed. There was no chance for a picnic in the big city. Even if you wanted to have a picnic on the street, the city management and the municipal government wouldn't agree to it. When they came to the rented villa on the mountain, everyone's eyes lit up. What a beautiful and classic villa. This villa and the courtyard in front of the door belonged to the students tonight. The castle-like villa made everyone feel fresh. There was a big hall with long corridors on both sides, and there were many rooms. Yui distributed the keys to everyone. Two people shared a room. Of course, there were some empty rooms. One person could also have one room. However, those who came here were couples or friends. No one stayed in a room alone. After settling down, Yui took out a large cardboard box and took out the small oven and charcoal inside. Everyone also helped to carry these things to the open space in front of the villa. In the cheerful noise, the barbecue party began. However, no one noticed that two black shadows followed the students to the front of the villa. After seeing the students settle down here, they turned and left. Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, Chen Mengyan, and Zhao Sisi sat around the barbecue box. Chen Mengyan and Zhao Sisi personally cooked. The chicken wings and lamb chops were sizzling with oil. It looked very tempting. why don't we play a game? Zhang Bin suddenly suggested. Game? What game? Asked Xianxia. You see that other people are having fun over there. Why don't we play something? Zhang Bin said, right, why don't we play Truth or Dare? What is Truth or Dare? Yang Ming was stunned and asked inexplicably. No way, you haven't heard of this before? Zhang Bin smiled and said, simply put, it is one person asking another person a question. No lying, you have to tell the truth. Oh? Then, if I were to lie, would you be able to tell? Yang Ming laughed after listening. That's not true, but Truth or Dare is all about sincerity. It depends on self-awareness. If you don't self-awareness, this game won't be interesting, said Zhang Bin. If that's the case, then how do we play? Yang Ming nodded after listening. He felt that this game seemed to be very interesting. It's very simple. One person asks another person, one by one. For example, I ask you, have you pooped your pants before? If you really pooped your pants, then don't lie. You have to say yes. Zhang Bin gave an example. Okay. I understand. You quickly stop. We are eating. Why are you so disgusting? Yang Ming saw that Chen Mengyan and Zhao Cixi's expressions changed. He quickly waved his hand and interrupted Zhang Bin's words. He didn't care about himself, but the key was that there were ladies here. As Yang Ming spoke, Zhao Cixi's hand had already pinched Zhang Bin's waist. What are you saying? Hee. Sorry, it was a mistake. Zhang Bin chuckled. Okay, I understand what it means. Let's play then. Yang Ming nodded and said. Then I'll ask first. Zhang Bin chuckled and looked at Zhao Cixi. Zhao Cixi, why don't we give them a demonstration first? Okay. Zhao Cixi nodded and didn't put up any defenses. She thought it was just to set an example for Yang Ming. Then I'll start now. Zhao Cixi, who was your first love? Tell me about it. Zhang Bin said with a sly smile. Ah. Zhao Cixi was stunned and raised her head in astonishment. She was slightly angry. Zhang Bin, didn't you say you wouldn't ask about this matter? Why are you still bringing it up? Zhao Cixi, this is Truth or Dare. I decide what question to ask. I don't need to tell you in advance, right? Zhang Bin smiled and said, besides, we have to set an example for Yang Ming and others. Zhang Bin. You are really good. Zhao Cixi complained. She hesitated for a long time before saying, my first love was my junior high school classmate. Is that okay? Are you satisfied? What exactly is going on? Zhang Bin continued to ask. This had always been a knot in Zhang Bin's heart. Although it was the first time for Zhao Cixi and Zhang Bin to get a room, when Zhang Bin asked Zhao Cixi if she had been in a relationship before, Zhao Cixi flatly refused to answer. Then, there was a period of silence, so Zhang Bin had always wanted to find an opportunity to ask clearly. Just now, he proposed to play Truth or Dare for this purpose. Zhao Cixi looked at Zhang Bin with some resentment. Do I have to say it? Truth or Dare? Zhang Bin smiled. Okay. Zhao Cixi was silent for a while and said, when I was in the first year of junior high school, my class monitor wrote me a love letter and asked me to meet him on the field after school. I hesitated for a long time and finally made up my mind to agree. After school, I came to the field. He said a lot of sweet words to me and asked me to be his girlfriend. Then, my mind was muddled and I agreed. And then? Zhang Bin asked nervously. The next day, he transferred to another school. After that, there was no news. Zhao Cixi's expression was a bit melancholy. Then what happened between you two? Zhang Bin continued to ask. What happened? What do you want to happen? What can happen in one day? Zhao Cixi said in a bad mood, I guess he was playing with me. You know about it now? Are you happy? As Zhao Cixi said. This, she stood up, turned around and ran in the direction of the villa. Ah? Zhang Bin was dumbfounded and looked at Zhao Cixi who ran away. Cough cough. Yang Ming coughed twice and looked at his buddy helplessly. Isn't your EQ quite high? How can you ask this kind of question? Xianxia didn't want to hide anything from you. It's just that this is a bit too embarrassing. I'm embarrassed to tell you. How can this be called first love? It's just like a joke. Then, what should I do? Zhangbin realized that something was wrong at this moment. After a long time, Xianxia kept quiet about her previous relationship because of this reason. Who wants to talk about this kind of embarrassing thing in front of their boyfriend, so Xianxia kept silent. The funny thing was that Zhangbin thought that Xianxia had something to hide from him. What else can you do? Chen Mengyan smiled and said, hurry up and chase. Yeah. Zhangbin nodded and quickly chased in the direction of the villa. These two people. Yang Ming found it funny and picked up the chicken wings that Zhang Ben and Zhao Sisi had grilled. Just in time. They are gone. I will eat it for them. Yang Ming, after they leave, let's continue to play this truth or dare. It's quite interesting. Chen Mengyan suddenly said. Ah? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mengyan with some surprise. What's the fun of us playing? How is it not fun? Are you playing? Chen Mengyan didn't let it go. Well, since you are willing to play, then I will accompany you. But if I ask you something, you have to answer truthfully. Yang Ming said with a smile. Okay. Then I will let you ask first. Chen Mengyan said. Then I will ask, Mengyan. Do you want to do that with me today? Yang Ming thought, this is what you want to play. If you ask a question, then you can't blame me. Ah? Chen Mengyan opened her mouth wide. What, that? What do you think? Don't ask when you already know the answer. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mengyan's expression and knew that she was deliberately pretending to be stupid. Sure enough, Chen Mengyan was said by Yang Ming. She immediately blushed and lowered her head. You see, you still want to play truth or dare. You don't even want to talk. What else can we play? Forget it. If you are unwilling like Zhao Sisi, then it will be meaningless. Yang Ming shrugged and ate the chicken wing in his hand. Then, if I answer seriously, you have to answer me seriously too. Chen Mengyan thought about it and said. Of course. Yang Ming nodded directly and looked at Chen Mengyan. He wanted to hear her answer. N. Chen Mengyan hesitated for a long time and nodded slightly. What? Yang Ming listened to Chen Mengyan's answer. He was happy, but he deliberately pretended not to understand and asked, what did you say? Do you want it or not? Yes. Chen Mengyan hesitated for a long time and finally said the word yes. Huh. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mengyan's words and smiled happily. Okay, then tonight we will. Okay. Chen Mengyan interrupted Yang Ming's words and said, I have answered truthfully. Now it's my turn to ask a question, right? Okay, then you ask. Yang Ming didn't care much. What kind of question could Chen Mengyan ask? At most, she would ask if he liked her or not. N. Let me think about what to ask. Chen Mengyan thought for a while and then asked casually, Yang Ming, do you plan to look for other women besides me and Lanling? In fact, Chen Mengyan had already thought about asking this question. Chen Mengyan was now very worried about Yang Ming. To be honest, Yang Ming was really difficult to be at ease with. Especially when Yang Ming mentioned that he had to be responsible for a girl named Lin Jiyun, this made Chen Mengyan feel a little worried. Therefore, with this opportunity, she wanted to hear Yang Ming's real plan. Ah? Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Chen Mengyan to ask such a strange question. Could it be that she had sensed something? Yang Ming secretly observed Chen Mengyan's expression, but he found that there was no anger between her eyebrows. Then, he was slightly relieved. She is probably tricking me, right? Although this was truth or dare, Yang Ming didn't dare to take the risk. He couldn't say anything about Xiaoqing. Why? You don't want to say it? Chen Mengyan saw that Yang Ming was hesitating. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her heart. Does Yang Ming really have other thoughts? Chen Mengyan suddenly had a feeling of wanting to cry. No. Mengyan, don't be agitated. When Yang Ming saw Chen Mengyan acting like this, he knew that it wasn't good. This is a little vinegar jar. If I say something wrong, then my happy life tonight will be ruined. Yang Ming's mind turned quickly. He thought about how to phrase it to make Chen Mingyan feel at ease. The key was that Yang Ming was also in a difficult situation now. Some things had already happened. It wasn't something that Yang Ming could just say that it didn't happen. He could lie for a while, but he couldn't lie for a lifetime. Then you tell me. What are you thinking? Chen Mingyan asked with a humph. Mingyan, in fact, I have told you about this before. In fact, I, Yang Ming, can have you as my girlfriend. It is already a blessing of 8 lifetimes. But now, due to a strange combination of circumstances, it connected me and Lan Ling together. I, Yang Ming, am not a heartless person. Even if there was no Lan Ling heart voodoo, I wouldn't give up on her. The mistake was that I went to Yunnan with Zhang Bin. AI. Yang Ming said with some melancholy. Wait. I already know about Lan Ling. What I'm asking now is, do you plan to find other women? Chen Mingyan interrupted Yang Ming's words and went straight to the point. Mingyan. There is another person. I have told you before, and this person has always been a knot in my heart. Yang Ming sighed and said, that is Lin Jiyun whom I mentioned to you before. Sure enough, you still want to. Chen Mingyan's expression was gloomy. Mingyan, listen to me first. Yang Ming looked up at Chen Mingyan and said, Lin Jiyun's matter is my fault. I am very grateful that she didn't pursue my responsibility. To put it bluntly, Mingyan, if she didn't change her mind, we wouldn't be together. I'm still in prison right now. Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's words and began to be silent. That's right. Yang Ming is right. If Lin Jiyun wants to find out who is responsible, and Yang Ming is really like what he said, he is still in prison. Then, there is no future between Yang Ming and me. So, as a person, I have to know how to repay kindness. I am saying if one day Lin Jiyun is really in trouble and finds me, do you think I can refuse? Yang Ming said emotionally, if I refuse, am I, Yang Ming, still a man? Then. Chen Mingyan couldn't help but be moved. She couldn't find any reason to refute it for a while. Mingyan, in fact, after all is said and done, I am most sorry to you. We were the first to get together, and I was too arrogant at the beginning. I had the idea that it would be a waste if I didn't take advantage of you, so I fell into Wang Jitao's trap. If time could go back, I definitely wouldn't go to Wang Jitao's banquet. Yang Ming grabbed his hair painfully. Indeed, Yang Ming felt that he was very shameless. He was sorry to Chen Mingyan, but if time could really go back, would Yang Ming change? Yang Ming suddenly found that he couldn't give up on Lin Jiyun and Lan Ling. Okay, Yang Ming, you don't have to be sad. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming blaming himself so much, and her heart suddenly softened. This matter can't be blamed on you. If it weren't for me, Wang Jitao wouldn't have troubled you. Besides, who knew that he would do such a thing? Mingyan. I know that you have been brooding about these things, but I didn't want to. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan's tone was a little loose, and he quickly continued, Mingyan, I am sorry to you. Yang Ming, don't say it. I don't mean to blame you. I understand what you said. Chen Mingyan clenched her teeth and said, let's talk about the future later. Let nature take its course. I won't be angry with you anymore. Really? Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to let him go so easily. He couldn't believe his ears. What do you mean by true or false? But let's make this clear. If you dare to take the initiative to find that Lin Jiyun, don't blame me for being impolite. Chen Mingyan wanted to save some face, so she raised her fist and threatened. Okay. Yang Ming thought, it seems that Lin Jiyun really came to find me first, right? Yes, that's right. It is indeed like this. I shouldn't be going against Chen Mingyan's intention. The conversation between the two people was open, and the atmosphere was restored to harmony. After the words were clear, Chen Mingyan's heart was a lot more comfortable. She also accepted this reality and was no longer suspicious. Late at night, Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming slept in the same bed. In the rooms next to them, there were endless moans. The environment of this hotel was very good, but the wooden structure was somewhat unsoundproof. A slightly louder sound from the room next to them could be heard. It's so cold. Chen Mingyan shrank into Yang Ming's arms. She covered herself with the quilt and complained, "It's all your fault. I told you to sleep with your clothes on, but you had to take them off. It's so cold. How can you do that with your clothes on? You look at them next door. They aren't afraid of the cold." Yang Ming smiled and hugged Chen Mingyan. He said, "Are you still cold now?" The two young people who saw each other naked for the first time hugged each other. In an instant, each other's heartbeat accelerated. The originally cold body became hot because of the accelerated blood circulation. No wonder the couples next door weren't afraid of the cold. It turned out to be this reason. Chen Mingyan suddenly felt an indescribable heat in her body. In the darkness, Yang Ming accurately found Chen Mingyan's red lips and kissed her hard. The two hot bodies were also intertwined. "Can we do it now?" Yang Ming asked softly in Chen Mingyan's ear, who was already excited. I have a white towel in my bag. Take it out." Chen Mingyan whispered. Yang Ming smiled. It seems that she has already been prepared. This little girl is quite thoughtful. Otherwise, I would probably have to be a bedsheet thief again tomorrow. Although there was no light in the room, Yang Ming could see. He easily found the backpack that Chen Mingyan said, took out a white handkerchief from it, and then threw it under Chen Mingyan's body. Just at the moment when Yang Ming was about to attack, the door was knocked vigorously. Yang Ming was shocked, and Chen Mingyan was even more shocked. She sat up abruptly. "Who is it?" Yang Ming frowned and asked. "Mother **Ker, isn't this too inhumane? Fortunately, I have been trained as an assassin, so I am more adapted to sudden situations. Otherwise, I would be scared to death directly. Open the door. Hurry up and **King open the door." There was a rude voice at the door. Originally, Yang Ming thought that it was Zhang Ben or other classmates, so he didn't use his special ability to look outside. When he heard the shouting at the door now, he felt that something was wrong. He looked up and saw 6 young men who looked like punks standing at the door. Among these 6 people, the 2 who shouted at the door were the 2 people who he beat up with his skis during the day. Now they had band-aids on the bridge of their noses and foreheads. It turned out that in the afternoon, these 2 young men were resentful after being beaten by Yang Ming. In fact, Yang Ming didn't hit them hard. He just taught them a lesson, so the 2 people were fine after a simple treatment of their wounds. In order to retaliate against Yang Ming, they followed the students of the winter camp. After remembering the location of the villa, they went down the mountain to call people. After these 4 punks arrived, these 6 people went to Yang Ming's villa. But there were so many rooms in the villa. They couldn't look for them one by one, right? So they simply knocked on a door, and then asked the people inside for the room where Yang Ming was. If it were another person, they would definitely say that they didn't know. But it was also a coincidence that the door they knocked on was the room of the sympathetic girl and her boyfriend in the car. The sympathetic girl naturally wouldn't say the room where Yang Ming was, but the boy was different. He already hated Yang Ming, and he couldn't wait for something to happen to Yang Ming. So he directly said Yang Ming's room number. Why could he say it directly? The reason was very simple. Because he hated Yang Ming, he paid more attention to Yang Ming, so he remembered his room number. Therefore, there was a scene of these people knocking on Yang Ming's door. Yang Ming was infuriated. Not to mention how furious he was. She quickly put on her clothes and walked towards the door. End of chapter 510. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.